In the pirate world upon the holy land of Mary Joa, sunlight poured in lavish brilliance over the long staircase of white jade. Hezo stood beneath the colonnade, his figure tall and straight, his shoulders sharp and clean as though chiseled by a blade. He wore a long dark coat of exquisitely tailored cut devoid of gaudy embroidery, yet it draped him in a quiet nobility, as if he had been born to dwell high above, seamlessly fused with this domain of power. His features were strikingly refined with clean razor-sharp contours and slightly raised brow bones. His silver-white hair was tied back in a neat tail, a few loose strands falling over his forehead to accentuate the cool pallor of his skin. His irises were pale in hue. When he gazed quietly, his expression seemed distant and cold, yet once his eyes moved, an indescribable pressure radiated from his gaze. His nose was straight, his lips thinly drawn. When he did not smile, there was a natural sense of aloof arrogance about him, not born of petulance, but of an innate nobility and forcefulness etched deep into his very bones. His left hand hung loosely at his side. On his index finger, the deep blue Sangzhao ring glimmered faintly. His fingertip curled ever so slightly, as though resonating with the distant depths of the sea. Beneath the surface, the colossal shadow of a sea king had already begun to draw near, guided by his aura and waiting only for a single command. On his left thumb, the abyssal slaughter ring, purple-black as a bottomless chasm, lay dormant and silent, concealing its presence so completely it seemed nothing more than an ordinary old band. No one knew what terrible power of destruction slumbered within. On the index finger of his right hand, the sea hunt ring held its silver light inward, as though it had been born to suppress all demonic power in the world. Having crossed over from Blue Star to become a Tenryubito, Hezo had lived in Mary Joa for years in a life that was utterly predictable, served 3 meals a day, every need attended a daily routine, whose end he could see at a glance, bound in suffocating boredom. This day-after-day existence had drifted past for 10 long years until he felt as though the tedium might choke him. Having arrived in the vast pirate world of this great sea, having even been granted the cheat of transmigration, if he did not personally set out to explore and challenge it, would that not be a wasted life? Until one day by chance he heard that the Roger pirates had anchored below at the Sabaody archipelago. In that instant, the deepest longing in his heart for freedom and adventure was set ablaze. This was the future pirate king. In his previous life, he had waited decades for Oda the old rascal to finally reveal what the One Piece truly was, yet the answer never came. Now that he had the chance to follow them to Laugh Tale, what reason was there to hesitate? Hezo left only a brief farewell note for the 5 elders, then departed the Holy Land alone, following the red line all the way to Sabaody. Before the Oro Jackson set sail, he vaulted onto the deck and remained aboard Roger's ship under the identity of a cook. In the year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar, after the Battle of God Valley on the West Blue, a ship was cutting swiftly across the waves, its hull a deep reddish brown, like raw timber, bearing 3 towering masts and giant sails. The bow glittered with golden ornamentation, where a pair of gilded mermaids flanked a massive forward cannon, its presence as commanding as a king upon the sea. On the deck, figures thronged and bustled. Crew members gathered together, whispering and laughing, the clink of cups and bursts of merriment rising again and again as they eagerly awaited the start of a roaring party. GOLD. Roger, captain of the Roger Pirates and future pirate king, was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, yet at the corner of his mouth hung a wild, untamed grin. He wore a short black cape, his chest bared, his eyes bright and keen, his entire bearing open and domineering. Hezo, are the dishes ready yet? Everyone is getting impatient. We're all craving your cooking. Let's start the banquet already. At the captain's words, the sailors, already gathered by the stove at the rear of the deck, stared with sparkling eyes at the steam rising from the pot, rubbing their hands and swallowing back drool as they shouted in chorus. That's right, that's right. Hezo, are the dishes ready yet? We're all dying for your cooking. If the banquet doesn't start soon, the brothers won't be able to stop themselves from grabbing first. The din surged higher and higher like waves, every face turned toward him in eager anticipation. They were all waiting for his single word that would launch the grand feast of the Roger Pirates. Hearing their cheers, Hezo's lips curved upward, and he called out in a clear voice, "Everything's ready. Don't be impatient. There will be meat and vegetables enough for everyone." He lifted his hands, setting plate after steaming plate upon the tables. Fragrance flooded across the entire deck in an instant, and the crew erupted in cheers, crowding around the tables, flexing their fingers in anticipation. Watching his exhilarated companions, Hezo laughed and waved his hand. "Well then, don't just stand there. Let the banquet begin." The moment his words fell, laughter and clinking cups erupted like fireworks, wrapping the Oro Jackson in a cocoon of revelry and rich aromas. As everyone was eating and drinking their fill, Roger suddenly pulled out a treasure chest from behind him. The members of the Roger Pirates formed a circle, staring curiously at the ornate chest he had snatched from the ruins of the battlefield. "Roger, is this the prize from some grand tournament the Tenryubito were hosting?" Vice Captain Rayleigh asked, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on the chest. Roger grinned, roguishly golden light flickering in his eyes. You'll only know once it's opened. As he spoke, he flipped the lid of the chest open with one hand, only for the sight within to leave everyone present utterly stunned. Rayleigh stared dumbfounded. Jabba, seeing the suddenly frozen crowd, craned his head in to look, and a question mark seemed to appear over his own head. What kind of peculiar hobby of the Tenryubito was this? For inside the treasure chest lay a red-haired infant fast asleep. Perhaps stirred by the noise, the baby blinked awake, revealing a pair of eyes brimming with innocent childlike purity, then reached out to seize Roger's beard and gave it a tug. Roger froze for a heartbeat at the unexpected tug, then burst into hearty laughter. This little fellow must be admiring his captain's magnificent beard. Mind you can't just pull at it. This is the symbol of a true man. The crew were all so amused by the scene that they could barely keep their mouths closed. Watching, Rayleigh pressed a hand to his forehead in helplessness. Looks like we're going to have one more little member aboard this ship. Suddenly, a feeding bottle was placed into Rayleigh's hand. It was Hezo the cook who had handed it over. Rayleigh, since Shaki has already returned to the country of women, why not take this chance to learn how to raise a child? Rayleigh placed the bottle into the baby's mouth. His mind drifted back to how not long ago they had been locked in a bloody battle at God Valley. And now here he was gripping a milk bottle, taking care of a child made utterly discomposed by an infant tugging at his nose. Around midnight, after the banquet had ended, Jabba was kept awake by the baby's constant crying. Unable to sleep, he hurriedly and secretly deposited the infant in Hezo's cabin, closed the door, and dashed away down the corridor. Hezo was awakened by the noise as well. A white gleam flashed from one of his rings, and in the next moment the baby fell silent, as though a mute spell had been cast upon him. Finding that crying no longer worked at all, the baby in his arms soon drifted off into deep sleep, unanswered and uncomforted. Let go. Let go of me quickly. At dawn, the crew were roused by Hezo's loud cry. They gathered around and were greeted by the sight of Hezo, face dark with exasperation, a baby hanging stubbornly from his arm. The sight sent them all into fits of laughter. Rayleigh hurried forward to take the baby from him. Little one, this man is our most precious cook. He must. Rubbing at his still aching forearm, Hezo said, Little fellow, you don't have a name yet, do you? Captain Roger, what do you think we should call him? Roger stroked his chin, pondering for a long moment before speaking a name. Shanks. Let's call him Shanks. Shanks. That little brat kept me awake all last night, so I couldn't get a good sleep. He ought to be called Stinkshanks, grumbled Jabba, who had only escaped his own torment by tossing the problem onto Hezo. Shanks. That's a fine name, the crew chimed in one after another. Roger took the infant from Rayleigh, lifted him high above his head, and laughed loudly. From today onward, you are one of my Roger pirates, Shanks. You don't have any objections, do you? Shanks reached out with tiny hands, tugging at Roger's beard and laughing in pure delight. Rayleigh, Shanks will be in your care. In future, when Shaki has a child, you'll be able to look after them with ease. At that moment, Roger and Hezo were of one mind, both grinning wickedly as they spoke to Rayleigh. Rayleigh stared down at Shanks, now once more nestled in his arms, lines of exasperation written across his face. From behind, Hezo patted Rayleigh's shoulder and handed him a sheet of paper. Rayleigh, this is the secret recipe. Pour half a cup of water at 42 degrees Celsius, then add powdered milk and gently shake until the liquid's color is even. Suddenly a shout came from the deck. Look, what's that floating on the sea? A line of oak barrels was being pushed along by the waves, bobbing nearer and nearer to the Oro Jackson with the swell. Seeing this, Hezo swept his hand through the air, and an invisible space enveloped the barrels one by one, transporting them in an instant to the crew's feet. Staring at the rows of oak barrels before him, Jabba stepped forward and lifted a lid, hoping to find fine wine within. Yet the instant he saw what was inside, terror flooded his face, and he collapsed weakly to the floor. At the very front, Roger and Rayleigh both witnessed the scene. Curious as to what could frighten Jabba to such a state, Roger leaned forward, while Hezo faintly seemed to guess the truth, the corners of his mouth beginning to curl upward. Roger reached into the barrel and lifted out a red-nosed infant sucking on a pacifier, bursting into hearty laughter. Another child. Ha ha. He pointed at the baby's nose, laughing aloud. Look at his nose. How adorable. Rayleigh was instantly overwhelmed by the absurdity of the scene, feeling as if his head had doubled in size. The child, Shanks in his arms, suddenly sprang free, pouncing toward the red-nosed infant and reaching out to pinch him. Startled back to his senses, Rayleigh hurriedly pulled Shanks back, putting a stop to the impending mischief. Shanks's very first words were actually inspired by Bucky's appearance. Red-nosed paha, he blurted out. You've got red hair yourself. Bucky retorted angrily, cheeks puffed up in indignation. These two brats are really little nemesis, someone chuckled. But remember, we're one crew. You have to get along, little. Jabba was amused and joined in, only to have Hezo thump him on the head. How many times have I told you? We are a team, a team. Otherwise, outsiders would think the Roger Pirates are a band of murderous plunderers who know only to burn and pillage. Just then, Roger, cradling Bucky, suddenly shouted, "To celebrate our team gaining yet another crewmate, let's hold a feast." Hoo-ha! Laughter rippled across the deck. Watching this, Hezo felt no waves in his heart. He had long grown used to the Roger Pirates' habit of throwing grand and casual banquets at any moment. Quietly, he turned and walked toward the galley to begin preparations. Time turned, and it became Sea Circle calendar year 1513. Warm currents carried the salty breeze across the deck of the Oro Jackson, the smoke of God Valley long since washed away by the years, leaving the boards filled with vibrant life. This year marked the 10th since Shanks and Bucky had joined the Roger Pirates. No longer the bewildered children they once were, they had been tempered by time into swiftly growing youths. Vice Captain Rayleigh patiently taught them swordsmanship, martial arts, and navigation, while Captain Roger honed their courage and will through battle after battle. Hezo often stayed at their side, pointing out techniques during training and shielding them in combat, becoming the senior they trusted most. Though they never received direct guidance from Uncle Jabba, they often heard from Mr. Hezo that Jabba was truly the strongest man in the world, that the likes of Whitebeard or Kaido could not compare to him. Day after day of grinding tempered Shanks's blade until his swordsmanship grew ever more fierce and he grasped the rudiments of the 3 forms of haki. Bucky, however, seemed to lack talent in this regard. He constantly looked for shortcuts and training his mind forever on treasure hunts, dreaming of finding the great secret treasure and becoming the richest man upon the seas. Yet the peaceful days did not last long. A faint unease quietly began to spread throughout the ship. Captain Roger often clutched his chest in the dead of night, his face pale. At times he could not suppress violent coughing, and his body weakened at a pace visible to the naked eye. Hezo was the first to sense that something was wrong, his heart filled with concern. The day he had dreaded finally arrived. Despite all the tonics he had mixed into Roger's meals, there was no changing the onset of the captain's terminal illness. One day, Hezo clearly saw how badly the captain's condition had worsened. Under his insistent questioning, Roger at last confessed his illness. When the news spread, the entire ship fell into silence. Shanks and Bucky stared in disbelief, eyes reddening, while Hezo stood to the side, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles whitened, his heart aching and anxious. To fulfill Roger's final wish and to stabilize the captain's condition, Hezo proposed a shared goal to his comrades, to seek out a ship's doctor who could accompany them to the very end. Hezo called out to Rayleigh, "Head for Twin Capes. I've heard there is a remarkable doctor there. Perhaps we can invite him to treat Roger." The Oro Jackson drifted for days just outside the entrance to the Grand Line. Continuous pitching on the waves, coupled with Roger's steadily failing health, shrouded the entire vessel in a haze that refused to disperse. Hezo kept watch outside the captain's cabin, clearly hearing the muffled coughs from within, his brow furrowed and never relaxing. Then one dawn, 2 opposing mountain peaks finally rose from the distant horizon. The Twin Capes at Reverse Mountain had arrived. The ship slowly approached the harbor where the lighthouse stood. No sooner had the anchor dropped than an old man carrying an oil lamp descended the stone steps toward them. His expression was calm, yet his eyes held the weathered depth of one who had seen through the world. This was the lighthouse keeper here, Crocus. Seeing him, Hezo let out a long breath of relief. Rayleigh stepped forward first, clasped his hands in greeting, and with a smile asked whether there was any doctor here skilled at treating rare and difficult ailments. He was probing with a sliver of hope, never expecting that the elderly man before him was a doctor himself. Crocus froze for a moment at the question, then gave a gentle smile, and asked in return whether there was someone gravely ill aboard. When Rayleigh truthfully described Roger's condition, the old man took the initiative to board the ship and examine. After taking Roger's pulse and studying his complexion, Crocus's brows knit lightly, yet there was a hint of acceptance in his gaze. He stated frankly that Roger suffered from a terminal disease. Though medicine could not cure it, he would try his utmost to prolong the little time that remained. The crew fell silent at the words, yet no one wailed or panicked. Roger, hearing this, still wore his usual composed smile, speaking and laughing as before with undiminished presence. The crew understood without needing to say it. The Great Sea has no pity for the weak, and pirates do not fear fate. To be able to laugh together as they charged through the final stretch would be enough. In the course of their conversation, Crocus spoke of his own story. For decades he had kept watch over this place, not in idleness, but while waiting for his former comrades, the Rumbar Pirates, to return. Long ago he and the giant whale Laboon had made a promise to travel the world together, yet the disappearance of the pirate crew had prevented him from fulfilling it. In all these years his only solace had been Laboon's companionship. Roger listened, and a sudden light flickered in his eyes. He looked at Crocus with solemn earnestness. "Old friend, instead of waiting here in vain, why not sail with us? We'll help you find the Rumbar Pirates, and we'll do our best to help you fulfill your promise to Laboon." Standing to one side, Hezo watched the light rekindling in his captain's eyes, his heart surging with emotion. It seemed that for now refraining from further interference was indeed best, otherwise a butterfly effect might alter many events yet to come. Crocus gazed at Roger's pale, yet unwavering face, then lowered his head to look at Laboon, who was ceaselessly rubbing his massive head against the reef by the shore. He remained silent for a long time. He had guarded Twin Capes for decades and grown accustomed to solitude, yet the bond in his heart to the Rumbar pirates had never been set down. At last Crocus let out a faint sigh and slowly raised his head. All my life I have been waiting for an answer that will never return. Since you are willing to take me to sea, I shall accompany you on this voyage. He agreed to serve as the Roger Pirates' ship's doctor, using his medical skills to prolong Roger's life and accompany them through their final journey. With news of the doctors joining, a long-lost ease and lightness spread across the entire Oro Jackson. Shanks and Bucky could not hide their excitement, bowing repeatedly to Crocus and greeting him enthusiastically. Watching his comrades regain their spirit, Huzwa finally felt the taut strings of his heart loosen, if only a little. Crocus packed his simple belongings, then walked to the shoreline one last time. He gently stroked Laboon's massive head, murmuring soft comfort. He made a new promise with the whale, that once they had circled the world and returned they would never be parted again. The sea breeze brushed over Twin Capes as the lighthouse's beam faded in the growing morning light. The Oro Jackson unfurled her sails, and under Crocus's guidance, she steadily entered the currents of Reverse Mountain. A new doctor had come aboard, a new voyage had begun, and from this very moment the final path of the Roger Pirates formally unfolded. The Oro Jackson sailed smoothly through the latter half of the new world, the sea breeze billowing the sails. Hezo was lounging on a chair soaking up the sun, while Shanks and Buggy had just finished their training, with Uncle Jabba slightly out of breath, yet with bright eyes. Rayleigh stood at the stern with his hands behind his back, while Carocas calmly gazed at the ocean as the entire ship advanced towards the final island. Suddenly Hetzo's observation hockey trembled violently, as an overwhelming aura vast as an abyss and filled with arrogance and pressure rushed towards them from above. This presence was domineering, fierce, and immensely ambitious, far from that of an ordinary pirate. Hezo rose and shouted sternly across the ship, "All hands on deck. A strong enemy approaches from the clouds. Their momentum is formidable. Prepare for battle." As soon as he finished speaking, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, the clouds torn apart by a massive shadow. Dozens of floating air pirate ships descended like dark clouds, completely enveloping the sea. At the bow, the Golden Lion Shiki, cloaked in a coat, stood on the air, his arrogant laughter echoing across the sky. Rayleigh immediately positioned his sword protectively at Roger's side. Barrett's aura surged violently. Shanks tensed up, grabbing his weapon, while Buggy scurried into the cabin to hide. The entire ship entered a state of combat readiness under Hetzo's warning, without a hint of panic. The Golden Lion Shiki laughed heartily. "That foresight of yours is still terrifying, you little brat, Hezo. Roger, we have known each other for many years. Now you hold the secret of ancient weapons, and I have a fleet capable of sweeping the seas. Become my right arm, and together we shall overthrow the world government and rule the entire ocean." Roger, holding Ace, stood at the bow, his posture straight, his brows and eyes filled with defiance, his tone steady and resolute. "I did not set sail to rule the sea, Shiki. Without freedom, being a king is meaningless. I refuse your proposal." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver ring on Hetzo's left index finger flickered with a faint light and instantly transformed into a slender long sword. The blade emanated a chilling aura, its sharpness restrained yet suffused with a sense of cutting through all. He felt a weight in his wrist and swung the sword through the air. A highly condensed silver flying slash suddenly exploded, the sword energy sweeping across the sky, directly targeting the flying warship under the Golden Lion. Boom! The leading warship was cleaved in half on the spot, crashing into the sea with a thunderous splash. Hezo remained poised with his sword, his stance steady as a rock, his expression calm, as if he had merely executed a common strike. In midair, a burly figure suddenly broke through the smoke, barehanded, surrounded by an aura unleashed purely through physical prowess, surging like a giant wave. It was the Demon Fist Baron. The crew of the flying pirate ship saw this and instantly cheered loudly, their tone filled with awe. "It's Lord Baron. He's the martial arts monster recently recruited by the Admiral. I heard he has fought against the strong candidates for Marine Admirals. With just his physical skills, he can crush mountains with a single punch. That kid is doomed." Baron hovered in midair, his body as solid as a mountain, his skin taut, like iron muscles bulging, as if they might rip through his clothes. He fixed his gaze on Hezo, his eyes burning with fury and arrogance. "You little brat, you dare to destroy my fleet. You have some skill, but before me you're nothing but an ant." Hezo sheathed his sword, his expression indifferent, not even moving his gaze. "I haven't heard of you, but you seem rather impressive." Baron's face darkened immediately, sensing the provocation in Hetzo's tone. He roared, seeking death. Before he could finish speaking, he surged forward. Without any devil fruit or weapon, his armed haki wrapped around his fists the explosive power of pure physical skill, causing the air to roar. With one step he appeared in front of Hezo, his iron fist smashing down with the force of the wind. Boom. Just as his fist was about to strike Hezo, it was firmly blocked by a suddenly gleaming silver long sword. The blade held a cold light, effortlessly resisting Baron's full-force punch. In the next moment, Baron's smile froze. Hezo's wrist sank slightly, the sword lightly slicing through the air, a dark, as Ink Conqueror's haki entwined around the blade. Black-red lightning crackled wildly. Even the air was crushed into a shrill scream, the space slightly warped and concave. In a flash of sword light, Baron didn't even have time to let out a scream before his head was sent soaring into the sky. Blood mist exploded in midair. The crew of the flying pirate ship fell into an instant silence, as if even the sea breeze had paused for a moment. Hezo sheathed his sword, the silver light at his fingertips retreating, returning to the appearance of a ring. He gazed forward, his tone indifferent. I thought you would be tougher. Baron's head crashed into the sea, blood staining the waves. The golden lion Shiki's expression darkened abruptly, the golden flames around him surged violently. The black-red conqueror's haki erupted like a tsunami, causing the clouds to roll violently. Damn it. Baron was one of my subordinates whom I worked so hard to recruit. Shiki swung his twin swords, the inky black conqueror's haki entwined around Sakura Tin and dead tree, black-red lightning crackling wildly, crushing the air into a shrill howl, the space slightly warped and concave. Without approaching or charging, he simply swung a blade from a distance. The terrifying shockwave wrapped in Conqueror's haki tore through the sky without needing the blade to touch, relying solely on the power of haki to grind Hezo and his ship into dust. The sea surface crashed down under this force, giant waves rolled back, and the heavens and earth were left with nothing but that world-destroying black thunder slash. Hezo raised his eyes, a cold light flashing in his gaze. He lightly raised his right index finger, and the sea-hunting ring instantly transformed into a completely silver long sword, the blade clean and sharp, its edge restrained, yet possessing an overwhelming pressure that surpassed all other famed blades. Its hardness even greater than that of the supreme great blade. Even though Shiki wielded the renowned Sakura Tin and Dead Tree, they seemed to pale slightly before this sword. Without dodging, he lightly rotated his wrist, similarly wrapping the black as Ink Conqueror's haki around the sea-hunting sword, the black-red lightning and silver blade intertwining, unleashing a breathtaking sharpness. With a single upward slash, there was no earth-shattering roar, only the rumble of Conqueror's haki colliding. Boom. The two forces entwined with black lightning crashed violently in midair, the space twisted violently, the shockwave surged outward from the two as the entire sea trembled. Shiki's Conqueror's haki slash was actually shattered by Hezo's sword from a distance. The residual wave swept across the area, and the minions of the flying pirate ship couldn't even let out a scream before being knocked unconscious, blasted away, or having their bones shattered, falling into the sea like broken kites. Hezo remained tall and upright, the black lightning on the sea-hunting sword gradually dissipating, the silver blade remaining untainted by a speck of dust. His tone was indifferent, calm to a chilling degree, such a terrifying conqueror's haki golden lion. Shiki's pupils constricted, cold sweat soaking into the handle of his sword. In his life of dominance, only the likes of Roger Garp and Whitebeard could rival him on the level of conqueror's haki. This young man before him actually. Just then a hearty yet heavy laugh echoed from the other side of the battlefield. Ha ha! Shiki, you're still the same, but Hezo is our pirate crew's most important cook. The golden cloak fluttered in the sea breeze as Roger slowly stood up. He did not draw his sword, merely adjusting his straw hat, yet his gaze was as scorching as the sun fixed directly on Shiki. The air instantly solidified. Roger raised his hand, his palms slightly condensing. The invisible conqueror's haki erupted suddenly, not directed at any individual, but enveloping the entire battlefield. The invisible conqueror's haki erupted, not directed at a person, but enveloping the entire battlefield. In the next moment, Roger's aura completely transformed. The previous carefree demeanor vanished, entirely replaced by the absolute pressure of one who stands at the pinnacle of the sea. He lightly tapped the sheath of the ace sword, stepping forward at a measured pace. With each footfall, the surface of the sea slightly rose. This was the conqueror's haki that permeated the heavens and the earth without deliberate release, the most dazzling light of the great pirate era, a kingly demeanor that even the heavens and the earth must bow to. Roger. The golden lion Shiki's eyes turned crimson, his twin swords Sakura Tin and Drywood slashed forth, unleashing the full power of the float fruit. The clouds above the entire sea area churned and scattered as he controlled dozens of giant warships suspended in the air like the scythe of death hanging over the heads of Roger's pirate crew. The two collided instantly. Sakura Tin and Drywood intertwined with Ace as a shockwave wrapped in Conqueror's haki swept in all directions. The sea was forcibly cleaved, creating massive rifts. The air burst with a deafening explosion, and even the clouds in the sky were shaken apart by the two. Roger wielded the ace sword with unmatched dominance, each strike carrying the sharpness to crush everything, while Shiki was arrogant and fierce, his twin swords dancing with impenetrable precision. Both unleashed their lethal moves, neither able to gain the upper hand in an instant. Yet the disadvantage in the battlefield rapidly tilted. Shiki's float fruit occupied an absolute geographical advantage. He stepped on the void, moving freely while looking down at the entire sea area as dozens of suspended warships opened fire simultaneously, dense cannonballs raining down like a violent storm, causing the sea to erupt in splashes. The deck of the Oro Jackson shattered and splintered, with chips mingling with smoke. The crew of Roger's pirate group instantly fell into chaos. Rayleigh swung his sword to deflect cannonballs, but couldn't attend to the pirate assaults from all directions. Ujaba shattered enemy ship wreckage with his double axes, but couldn't reach Shiki high in the air. They had no fruit abilities to counter a master of physical combat able to slice through the light of blades, yet powerless against the fleet suspended in the sky. The enemy was above them. They were at sea, passively being beaten, with no means to fight back. Ha ha ha, Roger. You are bound to lose. Shiki's laughter echoed through the clouds as the power of the float fruit surged again. Several giant warships were manipulated by him in midair, crashing down like meteors towards the Oro Jackson. This sky is my domain. You can't even touch my fleet. What do you have to fight me with? Cannonballs roared and the ship trembled. The crew of Roger's pirate group were continuously injured, the ship's body was already battered, and the situation was precarious. Roger frowned slightly, swinging his sword to deflect Shiki's twin blades, but unable to spare a hand to block the cannon fire from above. His strength was enough to contend with Shiki, but under this sky he was ultimately restrained by the float fruit, falling into absolute passivity. Just as the warship was about to crash down upon the hull, on the Oro Jackson, a silver figure suddenly leaped into the air. Hertz, who had just stepped back to give the captain the battlefield, moved. His right index finger glowed brightly, and the Sea Hunter transformed once more into a silver-long sword that surpassed the supreme great knife, its silver gleam cold as frost, devoid of any adornment, embodying the purest power of suppression. His figure did not rush toward Shiki. Instead, he shook the sword, unleashing a force that enveloped the entire battlefield, suppressing all demonic powers. Hertz spoke indifferently. Sea Hunter suppressed the demons. In an instant, an invisible force erupted from Hertz, centered on him, directly targeting the golden line. This was a suppression power that surpassed all demonic fruits, akin to the sea prison stone in its limitations, yet more domineering and precise, directly targeting the users of demonic fruit abilities. Shiki's smile abruptly froze on his face. Wah! What is happening? The power within him suddenly stagnated, the abilities of the float fruit seemingly gripped by an invisible hand. The suspended warships instantly lost most of their control, violently shaking, while the cannon fire that had been pouring down abruptly halted. Several warships that were about to crash fell straight into the sea, creating towering waves. Shiki staggered slightly, falling from midair, his expression changing drastically. My fruit ability has been suppressed. The arena fell into dead silence. Rayleigh and Jabba simultaneously narrowed their pupils, looking at Hertz with shock in their eyes. Even Roger slightly tilted his head, a hint of astonishment flashing in his gaze. This was the first time Hertz had seriously taken action since boarding the ship. It was also the first time he had employed such a method to restrict demonic fruit abilities. This technique was terrifying. No one could have imagined that the sword in the hands of this silver-haired youth could directly suppress one of the most powerful abilities in the sea, the float fruit. Shiki was both shocked and furious, the conqueror's haki around him wildly surging as he tried to break free from this suppression. However, the power of the Sea Hunter clung to his demonic power like a parasite, instantly diminishing his previously advantageous position in the sky. Hertz, what the hell is this ring? Shiki shouted angrily as the agility and aerial dominance brought by the float fruit were forcefully stripped away by the suppressive powers of the Sea Hunter. Hertz stood firm with his sword, his silver hair flying in the smoke, the silver gleam on the Sea Hunter still cold. Hertz spoke playfully, "Are you still floating, Shiki?" Roger watched the scene before him, his hearty laughter echoing through the battlefield once more. He suppressed the astonishment in his heart, pointing his sword directly at Shiki, the kingly aura soaring again. "Shiki, do you still dare to propose that I become your right arm?" The assault from the fleet in the sky drastically diminished, the pressure on the sea surface suddenly lightened, and the crew of Roger's pirate group quickly regrouped. Rayleigh and Jabba exchanged glances, their fighting spirit igniting to the utmost. The situation on the battlefield under the suppression of the Sea Hunter's power completely reversed. Shiki stood alone at the bow of the ship. Behind him were the destroyed vessels, reduced to only a few, the fruit ability suppressed, and his aerial advantage utterly dissipated. He stared intently at the silver long sword in Hertz's hand, then glanced at the imposing Roger, a hint of uncontrollable gravity rising in his heart for the first time. He had never thought that his float fruit, which roamed the seas, would be so severely restrained. He never imagined that beside Roger there lurked such an unfathomable monster. The sea surged violently, smoke lingering and not dissipating. Take this blow. The confrontation between Roger and Shiki escalated once more, the two blades ready to clash. Meanwhile, Hertz stood quietly at the bow of the ship, the Sea Hunter sword hanging lightly, the two rings on his left hand glimmering in the smoke. The Sea Hunter ring was merely the most frequently used of the three rings he possessed, resting on his right index finger. What no one knew was that the purple-black Abyss Slayer on his left thumb was quietly slumbering, waiting for the true moment of destruction that would be worthy of drawing it. And this pinnacle war of the great pirates had only just reached its true climax. Hezo held the hunting sea, the blade shimmering like a deep-sea cold pool, steadily compressing the fruit ability within the golden lion Shiki. The suppressive aura emanating from the silver-white ring was like an invisible giant hand firmly constraining the operation of the float fruit, leaving Shiki with no chance to rise. Hezo looked towards Roger, his gaze filled with absolute trust in the captain. Captain Roger, let's engage in a grand battle against this old fool of a pirate now. As his voice fell, the pressure of the hunting sea sword slightly lessened, but it did not completely dissipate. It hung in the air like a suspended weight, firmly pinning Shiki's float fruit, allowing him only to revert to pure swordsmanship and physical combat devoid of the support and manipulation of the float fruit. The backlash from the ability suppression surged like a tide, causing the golden lion Shiki to plummet sharply. His suspended body lost the support of the float fruit and fell several feet before stabilizing. Shiki's body was engulfed in a frenzied surge of Golden Conqueror's haki, yet he could not disperse the oppressive force enveloping him like the deep sea. The pressure from the hunting sea clung to him like a festering sore, completely sealing his demonic power, leaving him unable to even manipulate the air with his fingertips. Damn it! Shiki cursed lowly, his crimson eyes boiling with fury. He had roamed the seas for half his life, commanding the skies with the float fruit, yet he had never felt so helpless. Having lost his aerial advantage, his field suppression, and even the proudest ability of his fruit, he could only revert to the purest swordsmanship and physical combat. Yet he was the golden lion Shiki, renowned alongside Roger and Whitebeard. He suddenly sank his waist, crossing his twin blade Sakura 10 and withered with slashing horizontally. Golden Conqueror's haki surged into the blades with black-red lightning entwining, the slashing wave tearing through the air. Without the assistance of the float fruit, this strike lacked some of the elusive qualities of manipulating the void, yet it possessed the tyrannical might of Conqueror's haki, capable of breaking through 1,000 kilograms. The silver-white slashing wave surged like a dragon, soaring into the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar directly targeting Roger's face, carving a bottomless trench in the sea along its path. Roger's eyes sharpened, and he lightly tapped the hilt of his sword, with Ace responding by drawing his blade. The blade was untainted by Conqueror's haki, yet it exuded an aura of authority over the seas. Facing the oncoming slashing wave, Roger showed no fear. With a flick of his wrist, the sword glimmered like a full moon, colliding thunderously with Shiki's slashing wave. God's avoidance. Clang. The tremendous sound of the clash reverberated through the skies. Shockwaves radiated outward in a circular explosion around the two, dispersing the surrounding clouds, and several airborne ships were lifted by the shockwave, with splinters raining down like a storm. Roger's blade firmly resisted Shiki's twin swords as Conqueror's haki surged wildly at the point of contact. Black-red lightning and pale gold pressure intertwined, emitting a piercing, crackling sound. Roger, do you think you can defeat me with just this level of skill? Shiki roared, his Conqueror's haki surging once more as he violently twisted his twin swords. The blades of Sakura 10 and Withered shimmered with piercing golden light, and a series of razor-sharp sword energies erupted, each one the pinnacle of his pure swordsmanship. Lion's thousand cuts. The blade light roared like a lion's head, its sharp teeth tearing through the air, carrying the momentum to crush all things as it surged towards Roger. Roger did not dodge, stepping back with his left foot. The sea surface suddenly sank. The black-red Conqueror's haki instantly enveloped him, thick and fiery, coalescing into a heavy and solid wall of Conqueror's haki before him, firmly withstanding the strike. Shiki, this level of power cannot defeat me. Roger's voice pierced through the entire battlefield as the Conqueror's haki from his palm spread along the blade. Ace's blade glimmered with a layer of dark red halo as he twisted his wrist, the blade light counterattacking like a swimming dragon, directly targeting Shiki's chest. Shiki hurriedly raised his sword to block, and the twin blades collided with the sword body, the immense recoil causing his hands to tingle and forcing him to step back several paces. At that moment, the fleet of airborne ships moved once again. Relying on their numerical advantage, dozens of massive warships adjusted their positions, and cannon fire rained down like a storm. A dense barrage of cannonballs screamed through the air towards the Oro Jackson of the Roger pirates and the nearby small ships, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Firepower suppression. Crush them for me. Shiki commanded his subordinates, a trace of sinister delight in his voice. He watched as the ships of the Roger pirates retreated under the cannon fire. Fortunately, they had built their ships from precious atom wood, which prevented them from being riddled with holes by the countless cannonballs. The flames of battle and smoke mixed together as the crew had to fend off cannon fire while dealing with the close-range airborne pirate officers quickly falling into a passive position. Roger. Rayleigh shouted loudly, his sword light flashing like lightning, slicing down several cannonballs, yet he could not stop the relentless barrage. Jabba smashed a charging airborne ship with his fists, his conqueror's haki erupting and pushing back the surrounding pirates, yet facing the enemy's fleet that outnumbered his own, it was ultimately difficult to cope. The Roger pirates were already at a numerical disadvantage, and now they were being firmly suppressed by Shiki's fleet of airborne ships, with no chance to approach the enemy vessels, forced to take hits passively, while the crew's casualties continued to rise. Shiki hovered in midair watching this scene, as the anger on his face gradually faded, replaced by a sinister smile. He looked down at Roger, his crimson eyes filled with the pride of controlling the entire situation. Roger, you have lost. Your ship cannot withstand my firepower, your crew cannot hold back my warships, and no matter how strong you are, what can you do? With that, he raised his twin swords once more, Conqueror's haki wrapping around Sakura Tin and Withered Wood, releasing several lion-slashing waves simultaneously, each capable of destroying a small ship, all aimed at Roger. At the same time, the fleet of airborne ships began to gather strength, once more the brightness of the cannon fire intensifying, about to unleash a new round of bombardment. Roger raised his eyes, scanning the devastated battlefield, his crew retreating step by step, yet he showed no sign of fear. He slapped the back of his blade against his palm, a hearty laugh emanating from him infused with undeniable authority. Shiki, do you think that relying on numbers can win? As soon as his voice fell, the Conqueror's haki surrounding Roger surged violently, the pressure sweeping outward like a tide. Even the surrounding cannon fire momentarily faltered under this momentum. The sea surface beneath his feet suddenly heaved, and he charged towards Shiki like an arrow released from a bow. The blade, light entwined with flames, transformed into a golden rainbow in the sunlight, directly aiming for Shiki's throat. Fire of Kagetsuchi. Shiki's eyes narrowed, crossing his twin swords to block while his body again attempted to rise into the air, but the suppressive force of the hunting sea had not dissipated. His body barely rose half a foot before crashing heavily down, and the explosion of Conqueror's haki was thus momentarily delayed. In that instant, Roger's blade was already before him. The clash of the blade and the twin swords ignited a cataclysmic storm, shaking the entire sea violently. Even the distant currents were stirred into chaos as fierce winds surged. Shiki felt a tremendous force surging from the twin swords, sending his blood surging and forcing him to stagger back several steps, a trace of blood even escaping from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Roger remained as steady as a mountain, his blade pointed directly at Shiki's forehead, his tone indifferent, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. In my battlefield, victory is never determined by numbers. In an instant, the heavens and the earth reversed. A towering wave surged, roaring like a tsunami. A water wall hundreds of meters high came roaring like a fierce beast, with the raging winds whipping the sea madly, crashing towards the fleet of golden lions. Those massive warships that Shurji took pride in were effortlessly torn apart and capsized in the turbulent waves as if they were mere pieces of paper drawn into the abyss. Shiji's face turned pale instantly. He attempted to activate the Mekon fruit to stabilize the formation, but the suppression from the Sea Hunter remained, rendering his abilities utterly ineffective. He could only watch helplessly as one elite ship after another was swept apart by the monstrous waves, the steel cannons deformed by the crashing sea, and the artillery formation of the flying pirate crew completely collapsed in that moment. Escape! Roger exclaimed in a low voice, his figure like an arrow using the cover of the towering waves as Samber controlled the Oro Jackson to break through the encirclement of the Golden Lions. The Oro Jackson rode the winds and waves, carving a bloody path through the chaotic battlefield, while crew members like Rayleigh and Jabba ceased fighting and retreated with the ship. Roger stood at the bow, his straw hat fluttering wildly in the fierce winds. He turned to look at Shurji, who was hanging in midair, eyes wide with rage, a proud smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he shouted two sentences, his voice piercing through the storm. Goodbye, Shurji. Huh, I still have one sword. Hezo, standing beside him, seemed unwilling to relent his aura. With one swing of his sword, a flying slash shot towards the flying pirate crew, the momentum from Hezo pushing Roger's crew to their peak, while the flying pirate ships, unable to escape, were instantly swallowed by the monstrous waves, not even having time to let out a scream before being mercilessly engulfed by the raging sea. Amidst the chaos, a broken steering rudder whistled through the air, heading straight towards Shiji's head. Shiji hurriedly turned his head. The rudder grazed his cheek and slammed against his forehead, producing a dull thud. Blood streamed down his brow and Shiji covered his head, his eyes nearly overflowing with murderous intent, but he had no strength left to pursue. Meanwhile, the ships of the Roger pirates, under the escort of the monstrous waves, the Oro Jackson, sped towards the distance, gradually disappearing at the end of the mist and smoke. Hezo, witnessing the plight of the Golden Lion, smiled with satisfaction. This image is just what I remember of Shiji. Shiji slumped at the bow of the ship, gazing at the empty sea, watching the battlefield torn apart by the monstrous waves. A wave of helplessness surged in his heart. Roger, Hezo, the grudge of today will not be forgotten. The sea winds howled and the waves churned. This battle of the Sea Kings, the Battle of White Wall, ultimately concluded with the Roger pirates' stylish escape and the Golden Lion's wretched defeat. In the New World, in the latter half of the Grand Line, Roger's voice was slightly hoarse but carried the exhilaration and pride of having survived a calamity as he shouted, "Well then, mates, let's hold a feast." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire ship erupted into thunderous cheers. Fatigue and smoke instantly swept away by joy. But before Roger could take a step, an elderly figure quickly rushed to his front. Kilocast, with a frown, spoke with a hint of reproach and concern. "Roger, are you crazy? After using such a move, can your body still hold up? Sit down immediately." Before Roger could retort, Kilocast had already reached out to check his pulse, quickly assessing his breath and injuries. His eyes filled with fear. Roger scratched his head, smiling somewhat awkwardly, allowing Kilocast to adjust his breathing and perform simple acupuncture to stabilize his chi and blood. Even though his body was weak, the light in his eyes remained brilliant. In the distance, the smoke cleared, the sea returned to calm, and the feast belonging to the Roger pirates officially began amidst the joy of surviving a calamity. A month after the Battle of White Wall, the sea returned to tranquility. Under the careful care of ship Dr. Kilocast, Roger's body, which had been strained from using the fire of Kagutsuchi, Kuwaiti, gradually recovered, and his complexion became much healthier, no longer as weak as before. The Oro Jackson sailed smoothly with the steady sea breeze, and the Roger pirates ushered in a rare period of peace. No encirclement, no great battles, no pursuit from the Golden Lion's fleet, and the crew spent their days drinking, laughing, and honing their skills. Only ease and comfort remained on the surface of the sea, as if the entire ocean were gently guarding this group of brave souls who had returned from the brink. Except for one person. Bang, bang, bang. A young boy rolled for dozens of meters on the ship's deck. Barrett was beaten black and blue by Hezo, covered in injuries, slumped on the ground with no strength left to fight back, having had no chance to retaliate from beginning to end. Hezo casually pulled over a chair to sit down, his tone light, but to Barrett's ears it sounded like the whispers of a demon. "Aren't you going to fight back? If you keep taking this, you might end up lying down for another 3 to 5 days. Barrett felt both pain and frustration, with a helpless expression, muttering, "I just started challenging Roger, and you directly beat me to this point. How can I even fight back?" Hezo cast a faint glance at him, his tone mocking. "Who told you to rush to challenge someone as soon as you saw our captain recovering? Can't you just be a little more patient?" After being lectured by Hezo, Barrett hung his head in silence for a long time, the bruises on his face still visible, but the fighting spirit within him gradually cooled down. He finally realized his recklessness and impulsiveness, having only focused on challenging others and seeking to prove himself, completely neglecting Captain Roger's condition and forgetting the trust that accompanied the entire pirate crew all along. Guilt and disappointment surged in his heart as he silently stood up and walked slowly towards Roger's cabin. He gently knocked on the door, and after receiving permission, Barrett pushed the door open and entered. Roger was leaning by the window, resting. His complexion had improved considerably. Upon seeing him enter, a gentle smile still lingered on his face. Barrett lowered his head, his tone extremely serious, as he apologized. "Captain Roger, I'm sorry I've been too reckless during this time and have caused trouble for everyone." After he finished speaking, he took a deep breath and revealed a long-hidden decision. I want to leave here." A flicker of surprise flashed in Roger's eyes, but he did not interrupt. Barrett's voice trembled slightly, but was exceptionally firm. "I can see that your body can no longer hold up and time is running out. I always aimed to surpass you, but now I understand that in this life I might not have the chance to defeat you fairly. Staying on the ship will only make me more unwilling and disturb everyone's peace. Therefore, I want to set sail alone to seek my own strength." This was a declaration of stubbornness and determination unique to youth. Roger remained silent for a moment, gently patting his shoulder, neither reproaching nor forcibly retaining him, simply saying softly, "Then go, kid. No matter where you go, don't forget your original intention." After receiving Roger's approval and understanding, Barrett bowed deeply and turned to leave the cabin. Soon after, the Oro Jackson gently docked at a calm port, and everyone came to the shore to bid farewell. There were no loud noises, no tearful farewells, only an acknowledgement of a companion's decision. Barrett shouldered his bag, took one last look at his companions on the ship and at Roger in the distance, then turned and stepped into the crowd at the port without looking back. The sea breeze gently brushed by the sails, stirred slightly, and the boy who once solely wished to surpass Roger thus parted ways with the Roger pirates, embarking on a solitary journey that belonged solely to him. The figure of Barrett gradually disappeared around the corner of the port, while the Oro Jackson slowly set sail towards the distant horizon. The sea breeze swept past the ship's side, and a calm, yet distinctly clear voice came from the receding ship. It was the voice of Hezo. "Barrett, if you wish to challenge again in the future, go challenge Shanks. He will inherit the captain's will." Barrett suddenly halted his back, turned to the sea, not looking back nor responding. Only his tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. "Red-haired, I hope that the future you can withstand my challenge." The gentle waves lapped against the shore, embedding this reminder into Barrett's heart. It was a promise made by their chef for him and Shanks. As the Oro Jackson sailed further away, Shanks on the deck scratched his head, looking at Hezo with a puzzled expression, his tone laced with a hint of disillusionment and confusion. "Mr. Hezo, why did you set up that kind of battle challenge for Barrett? I really don't want to be chased for challenges every day. Does that mean I will become someone even more formidable than Captain Roger in the future?" Shanks blinked, his tone filled with the unique innocence and curiosity of youth. Hezo looked at the red-haired youth before him, saying little, only curling the corners of his mouth, slightly smiling, without speaking, his gaze filled with steady encouragement and expectation. That silent smile spoke more than 1,000 words, as if to tell him there's no need to question the future, just focus on your training, and the time that belongs to you will eventually come. Shanks clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Then teach me the Conqueror's hockey, Mr. Hezo." Hezo replied with a smile. "As long as you can take a beating, you will master it." From that point onward, time passed slowly in the daily practice. Shanks trained diligently under Hezo, enduring blows, steadying himself, falling, and getting back up again, practicing from dawn until sunset. Buggy always complained that he was foolish, chattering incessantly, accusing him of seeking hardship and refusing to enjoy a peaceful life. Yet every time Shanks ended up sore from training, Buggy would silently toss over medicine and water, stubbornly muttering a few words, unwilling to admit he was worried about his friend's well-being. Sometimes the two would bicker on the deck. Buggy would argue endlessly with Shanks over a glass of juice made by Hezo, or the last piece of meat, causing the entire ship to laugh. The crew watched these two little apprentices squabbling, turning the originally calm voyage into a lively affair. The Oro Jackson continued its steady course. Under the care of Kuroka's, Roger's health was temporarily stable, though his complexion still hid underlying worries. Unbeknownst to them, a year quietly passed. Shanks had grown taller, his demeanor more composed, and his aura of dominance gradually taking shape. Buggy remained as petty and stubborn as ever, yet he was secretly improving his skills amid their brawls. The sea remained calm, but everyone knew that this period of peace would not last long. Lying on the deck basking in the sunlight, Hezo squinted towards the distant sea, suddenly speaking to Rayleigh, who was guiding Shanks in his training. "Rayleigh, look over there, isn't that the Moby Dick? Should we go say hello?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Roger, who had been resting nearby, perked up at the mention of Whitebeard, his eyes bright with excitement, raising his hand and shouting, "Crewmates, it's been a long time since we had a good fight." The Oro Jackson gradually approached the island, and when the two ships were merely dozens of meters apart, Roger suddenly leaped into the air, charging straight towards the Moby Dick. Almost at the same moment, a figure of a warrior burst forth from the jungle, wielding a sword in each hand, their blades gleaming fiercely as they charged directly at Roger. Hezo lay on the deck, watching the warrior charging at Roger with swords drawn, and casually said to Rayleigh beside him, "That guy must be Kazuki Odin. He looks just as foolish as the rumors say." Rayleigh merely chuckled at this, his gaze still fixed on the two confronting figures in the distance, saying nothing more. Roger threw back his head and laughed heartily. In the next moment, the blade in his hand surged with black and red lightning that twisted around it like a living creature, his muscles bulging as he unleashed a powerful God's avoidance strike. The air was instantly torn apart as the lightning and blade winds combined into a massive shadow, crashing down towards Odin. Charging towards Roger, Kazuki Odin wore a blissfully ignorant smile, his eyes shining brightly, the aura of a beast. Before he could finish his sentence, without even a single slash or technique, Roger's divine arm landed solidly on him with a resounding impact. Boom! Odin was sent flying like he had been struck by a heavy hammer. Watching Odin being knocked back several meters, Shanks was filled with astonishment, turning to Hezo beside him, unable to contain himself. "Captain is just too amazing. Mr. Hezo, when will I ever reach the captain's level?" Hezo smiled wryly, responding to Shanks. First focus on training with Rayleigh. You can't always expect to reach the peak in one leap. Hearing this, Shanks looked at Rayleigh with eyes full of anticipation. Rayleigh chuckled softly, adopting the demeanor of a great teacher, and said, "Don't rush, take one step at a time, practice well, and one day you will become like Roger." Suddenly the sea breeze became heavy, and an immensely powerful aura spread from the opposite island, causing the sea surface to ripple slightly. Kuroka's brows furrowed slightly as he felt the formidable aura that spanned the heavens and the earth, murmuring softly, "Such a powerful aura. That must be the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate." In the next moment, a towering figure leaped down from the Moby Dick. He was exceptionally tall and robust, his muscles rising like boulders, wearing a wide white shirt that flared open, revealing a broad and hefty chest. His iconic crescent mustache curled upward, both dignified and rugged. His thick golden hair billowed wildly, and his rugged features resembled a lion, making the air tremble slightly as he scanned the sea. Holding a massive naginata, the blade radiated an aura of dominance. Merely standing there, he exuded an overwhelming pressure that left the entire sea in awe. Hezo looked at that figure, his expression calm, filled with recognition and respect, yet he shook his head, gently speaking with conviction. "Newgate is indeed one of the rare strongmen in this world, but in my heart I admire Jabba even more. To me, Jabba is the true strongest man in the world." As Newgate appeared in his prime, he wasted no words. He tightly gripped his sword Song Yunxia, and his massive body surged forward, charging fiercely at Roger. Almost simultaneously, both of them erupted with a violent aura of conquerors, hockey black and red lightning wildly intertwined around their blades, crackling with intensity, pressing the ground downwards. Roger stood with his blade raised, laughing heartily, his own aura surging like a tide as the two powerful forces collided in midair. Clang! At the moment of their blades clashing, a deafening roar swept across the entire sea. The terrifying shockwave radiated wildly from the two as the clouds in the sky were forcefully torn apart layer by layer, revealing a clear expanse of blue sky. Members of the two pirate crews gradually landed on the island, the atmosphere lively, yet not dangerous. Hezo glanced at Shanks, who was eager to join the fray, a smile playing on his lips as he nodded towards the young crew members of the white crew. "Shanks, go. Show those little guys what it means to be a trainee of the Roger Pirates. Don't embarrass us." Shanks' eyes brightened and he clenched his fist, striding toward a young boy with a pineapple-shaped haircut. Mark. At this moment, Marco had just consumed the phoenix fruit, and azure flames occasionally flickered uncontrollably from his fingertips, his abilities still raw and far from proficient. The two exchanged glances, and without needing further words, the fighting spirit was already evident on their faces. Marco stepped forward first, his body slightly sinking as he assumed a basic fighting stance, the azure flames flickering weakly on his arm. "I won't go easy on you." Shanks grinned, suddenly exerting force with his legs, and using the shave technique, his figure vanishing from the spot. Marco's heart raced as he quickly dodged to the side, barely evading the sudden attack, the wind brushing past his cheek, startling him. With his attack missing, Shanks turned around and delivered a heavy punch straight towards Marco's face. Gritting his teeth, Marco crossed his arms in a defensive stance. A muffled sound reverberated as Marco was knocked back, his feet leaving deep marks in the ground, his arms numb and his face tightening in clear strain. Breathing heavily in defiance, he summoned the azure flames once more. Though still unable to control them properly, he utilized the flames to amplify his strength and rushed forward with a powerful punch. His fist, carrying a wave of heat, smashed towards Shanks, who stood firm, and retaliated with a punch of his own, the two forces colliding heated. This time Marco stumbled back several steps, his chest rising and falling slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The fruit's powers were not much of a help, or in fact his lack of control made his breathing even more erratic. Shanks was not without his troubles either, his fists aching and breathing growing rapid, but his gaze shone brighter with the unyielding spirit of youth. Without pausing, he charged again, his arms enveloped in a thin layer of black armament, hockey still immature, but remarkably solid. Seeing this, Marco forcibly summoned the flames, attempting to defend against the attack. However, his grasp of the phoenix fruit was still too inexperienced, and as the flames flared up, most of it dissipated, unable to withstand the blow infused with Shanks' hockey. Bang! A solid punch landed on Marco's shoulder, sending him flying, rolling on the ground as the azure flames extinguished instantly. The young crew members around held their breath. "Marco, you can do it." Marco gritted his teeth, quickly getting up from the ground, his hair disheveled and his cheeks flushed, clearly aching all over, but unwilling to admit defeat. "Come again," he shouted, charging once more, this time pouring all his energy into using the flames. He had just begun to master his fists, swirling wildly, but leaving numerous openings. Shanks seized the opportunity, using the shave technique to swiftly move behind Marco and delivering a light chop to the back of his neck. Marco's body stiffened, his vision darkening, slightly staggering forward, but managing to brace himself on the ground, refusing to fall completely. His shoulders trembled uncontrollably, his breathing becoming erratic, clearly reaching his limit. Shanks stood in place, resting his hands on his knees as he gasped for air, sweat pouring down his forehead and his arms slightly aching, yet he maintained an upright posture filled with youthful pride. Marco slowly lifted his head, looking at Shanks, his eyes devoid of resentment, filled only with unwillingness and acknowledgement. After catching his breath, he finally muttered, "I lost." Shanks, still panting, retracted his hand, while Marco groaned, clutching his shoulder, marking the end of this youthful duel. Almost simultaneously, the two figures locked in a long standoff in the central sea suddenly broke apart. Roger and Whitebeard stood firm with their swords drawn, the fierce conqueror's haki around them gradually dissipating, and the clouds that had been disturbed in the sky slowly converged. After a prolonged, fierce battle, the clash of blades and shockwaves swept across the entire sea, ultimately resulting in a draw. Whitebeard hefted his naginata back onto his shoulder, a rugged smile appearing beneath his crescent-shaped mustache, his voice booming across the sea. "Roger, you haven't changed a bit." Roger laughed heartily, sheathing his sword with a cheerful tone. "Newgate, to engage in such a thrilling battle with you is what life is all about." The previously tense atmosphere between the two eased instantly, the entire island returning to calm, as if the earlier earth-shattering clash had never occurred. The rivalry of the younger generation and the duel between captains came to a simultaneous close. As the tense atmosphere dissipated, the sea breeze became lively. Hezo raised his hand and called out to the crew members on both sides. "Now that the fight is over, don't just stand there. Since we've come together, let's throw a feast." On the shore, a large array of food had already been laid out, with glistening roasted sea beast meat, barrels of strong liquor, and piles of fruits and bread, the aroma wafting through the air. Upon hearing the word feast, the young members of Whitebeard's crew immediately became excited. The previously tense young boys instantly dropped their hostility, crowding towards the bonfire, some grabbing meat, others playfully wrestling with their companions, laughing and joking, all exhibiting the innocence of youth. Marco rubbed his sore arms, a look of reluctance on his face, but was pulled by his companions into the throng. The Roger crew also began to liven up. Marco rubbed his sore arms, a look of reluctance on his face, but was pulled by his companions into the throng. It was none other than the future troublemaker Blackbeard Teach. "Hey, what are you pushing for?" Buggy immediately frowned, glaring at him. "Move over with a body like that, you take up too much space." Teach glanced at Buggy without much expression, but his tone was not soft. "This place is plenty big, you're the one crowding in here." The two were clearly at odds, their faces darkening as they seemed ready to clash. Seeing the situation, Shanks quickly stepped in front of Buggy, looking at Teach with a tone that showed he was protecting his friend. "Hey, don't make things difficult for my partner." Teach said nothing but tightened his fist. The two moved almost simultaneously, using no weapons, only trying out the simplest punches and kicks. Teach appeared bulky but moved exceptionally agilely, his center of gravity stable to an alarming degree, his strength substantial, and his reactions surpassed those of his peers. After just 2 exchanges, Shanks felt his arm grow heavy, clearly realizing that Teach's martial arts skills were not inferior to the earlier Marco. Keeping a neutral expression, Shanks simply pushed Teach back a step without taking further action. However, he was secretly shocked. This chubby kid, seemingly unremarkable, was undoubtedly among the best of his peers, likely to become a significant rival in the future. He did not voice his thoughts, but merely cast a faint glance at Buggy, signaling him not to provoke further. Buggy huffed, turning his head to grab meat to eat, falling silent. Teach also withdrew his hand, his chubby face showing no emotions as he quietly sat down beside them, picking up a cherry pie to munch on. Due to Hezo's delicious cooking, it was as if the earlier minor conflict had never happened. Not far away, Zong, Inuarashi, and Nekomamushi were huddled together, laughing and playing, chasing each other and causing a ruckus. The young crew members were clamoring for food and drinks, their shouts creating a lively atmosphere that enveloped the entire beach. Hezo looked at the noisy group of kids, a hint of a soft smile in his eyes, glancing at Rayleigh beside him. The bonfire gradually blazed up, the sound of roasting meat sizzling filled the air, and the aroma of liquor wafted through. At that moment, Roger turned to Whitebeard, inviting him and Odin to chat aside. Whitebeard nodded and stepped closer, with Odin following suit, and the three began to converse nearby, though Whitebeard occasionally showed signs of dissatisfaction. The campfire gradually dimmed as the sea breeze carried with it the scent of wine and roasted meat. The once boisterous coastline finally quieted down, with crew members sprawled haphazardly on the beach and the ship's deck, all soundly asleep, their snores rising and falling. The fierce battles and feasting had exhausted their strength, and even the most boisterous of the young ones curled up together, falling into a deep slumber. For several consecutive days, the two ships docked side by side, engaging in occasional sparring and hearty drinking, exchanging supplies. When the day of parting finally arrived, the sea breeze fluttered the flags. Roger stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the members of the two pirate crews, his voice clear as he announced to the crowd, From this day forth Kazuki Odin along with his wife and companions shall join our Roger pirates. Upon hearing this, both crews displayed expressions of surprise. Rayleigh walked slowly to Roger's side, raising an eyebrow, and quietly asked, "What is going on?" Roger gazed out at the distant sea, a bright smile breaking across his face. "Consider it a loan from Whitebeard. We are in need of someone who can read ancient texts on our ship." Rayleigh fell silent at the words, simply nodding lightly, without further questioning. On the other side, just before the departure, Buggy stealthily tugged at Shanks' sleeve, pulling him into a corner and lowering his voice. "Hey Shanks, do you remember that little black chubby guy teach from the banquet a few days ago? The one who fought me for Shanks paused for a moment, quickly recalling the round, taciturn boy who had secretly startled him during their... He nodded slightly. "I remember, that guy's strength is not to be underestimated. Let me tell you," Buggy said, his eyes darting around, lowering his voice even further. "I've been keeping an eye on him for the past few days. He hasn't slept a wink for 3 days and nights straight." Shanks' expression tightened slightly, clearly showing his astonishment. "Is that so?" Buggy smirked, a look of astonishment on his face. "I even heard people from the White team say that guy has never slept a single moment since he was born." Shanks fell silent for a moment, gazing at the inconspicuous chubby black shadow in the crowd of the White team, murmuring softly, "If he doesn't need to sleep, then the time he has for cultivation and becoming stronger is surely double that of ordinary people." Herschel, watching the astonished expressions of the two, chuckled lightly. "How many times do you think you can multiply that? You two are already scared like this. If you saw someone who worked 200 times harder than an ordinary person, wouldn't you go mad?" Shanks and Buggy exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, "Impossible. How can such a monster exist? It's too unreasonable." Herschel simply chuckled again, not offering further explanation. "You'll understand in the future." With that, he turned away, leaving the two youngsters to continue their murmurs. The sea breeze swept across the water's surface, creating layers of white waves. Roger stood at the bow, gazing out at the boundless ocean ahead, his arms swinging heavily as his steady, resonant voice echoed across the entire ship. "Raise the anchor, set the sails, and set sail." With the command given, the crew sprang into action. The heavy anchor slowly lifted from the seabed, being cranked up bit by bit, while the enormous sail unfurled with a thunderous sound in the wind swelling proudly. The ship gradually adjusted its direction, steadily departing from the area where it had anchored for several days. After Kazuki Odin officially joined, the entire fleet finally had a clear direction. With his ability to interpret texts, he painstakingly deciphered each fragment of ancient, weathered historical texts, revealing the long-buried sea routes before everyone's eyes. Thus the Roger pirates sailed straight ahead once again, embarking on the Grand Line. They passed through the dead silence of the windless zone, where even the currents were still, the surface of the sea calm to the point of suffocation, with only the soft sound of oars breaking the water echoing in their ears. They climbed onto the sky island towering above the clouds, stepping onto the soft clouds, gazing at the rolling sea of clouds and floating islands below. Everyone could not help but exclaim in wonder. They navigated through the intricate waterways of Water 7. Observing the bustling docks, busy shipwrights, and huge ship frames moving around the port, passing through the lively markets of various kingdoms, experiencing the exotic fireworks and human sentiments. A series of islands with diverse landscapes and previously unseen vistas unfolded before everywhere the crew arrived. They eagerly explored, laughing, playing, raising their glasses in cheer. The entire journey was free and passionate, with everyone immersed in this exhilarating adventure, filled with anticipation for the unknown ahead. After months of sailing, the fleet finally arrived at a port in the middle section of the Grand Line dedicated to deep-sea coating. The surface of the sea here was perpetually floating, with translucent resin shimmering softly under the sunlight. Experienced coating shipwrights boarded the ship, taking out specially prepared sticky resin, meticulously wrapping and applying it around the ship's exterior in circles. They wielded tools, repeatedly hammering and compacting, carefully squeezing out air bubbles to ensure the membrane layer fit tightly against the hull. Tiny bubbles continuously rose from the surface of the sea, emitting a soft hissing sound as the thick and resilient coating gradually took shape, wrapping the entire ship securely within, preparing it thoroughly for the descent into the depths of the ocean and withstanding immense water pressure. The clanging sounds of hammering and the shipwrights' low calls mixed with the sound of the waves echoed in the port for most of the day, until the ship's coating was finally completed, revealing a layer of warm and sturdy sheen beneath the seawater. With everything ready, the ship slowly departed from the port, beginning to sink gradually. The sunlight grew dimmer, the water shifted from a bright blue to a deep indigo, before finally plunging into darkness. Surrounding them began to emerge glowing jellyfish and schools of deep-sea fish, colorful lights gently swaying in the darkness. After an unknown duration of descent, a dazzling light appeared ahead. Fishman Island had arrived. A massive bubble enveloped the entire island, vibrant coral flourishing everywhere, glowing seaweed, and sea flowers casting the seabed in a dreamlike glow. The fishmen and merfolk were all drawn to this incoming ship, gathering in small groups, curiously examining the humans aboard. The young Shirahoshi squeezed to the front of the crowd, and as her gaze fell upon Herschel, she could not look away. She tilted her head back, her eyes sparkling openly, expressing admiration and affection, feeling that the person before her was exceptionally outstanding, her heart filled with unabashed worship. Herschel slightly leaned down, meeting the gaze of the shark-like little fish girl, his expression gentle as he said softly, "I have to leave now, little one, but we will meet again in the future." A hint of disappointment crossed little Shirahoshi's face, but she obediently nodded and quietly stepped aside. The excitement and novelty of Fishman Island invigorated the crew, who roamed around conversing, the journey remaining lively and stable. But not long after, the originally lively Buggy suddenly fell ill with a high fever. He spent his days in a daze, his face pale, his body burning with heat, curled weakly on the bed with no strength to rise, and despite the ship's doctor's treatment, he showed no signs of improvement. Herschel stood by the bed, quietly watching the severely weakened Buggy. His gaze grew slightly heavy. He understood very well. This long journey, spanning thousands of miles and enduring countless storms, was nearing its end. What awaited them ahead would be that ultimate island, a place unreachable by those who exhaust their lives. The sea breeze brushed past the deck as Hezo leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the ocean ahead, softly murmuring, "As expected, without much intervention, it has unfolded just like the original plot leading us here." Beside him, Jabba was bent over his desk, quickly completing the final route on the map. He unfolded the chart, and the location of the island of ultimate fate became clear on the paper. The crew gathered around, staring at the long-awaited sea chart. "This is it, the island of ultimate fate." The excitement within everyone surged little by little, and their eyes became fervent. Shanks sat beside Buggy, his expression serious. "Buggy, we are the best of friends. I will stay here to take care of you. Don't underestimate the bond between us." Upon hearing Shanks' words, Buggy felt touched and was about to speak. However, Hezo walked in from the doorway, gently stroking Shanks' head. "Go." Shanks experienced the legendary One Piece. He turned to Buggy, his tone calm. "You won't refuse, good?" Buggy lowered his head, unable to hide his disappointment, muttering softly, "But I also want to see it with my own eyes, Mr. Hezo." Hezo gently crouched down, reaching out to touch Buggy's warm forehead, his gaze gentle as he said softly, "Don't worry, you will eventually go there yourself and see it. The true great pirates will eventually go to claim their own One Piece." The crowd stepped onto the shore, one step at a time, onto the legendary island of ultimate fate. Roger walked at the front, his steps steady and carefree. Rayleigh and Jabba followed closely, while Shanks trailed tightly behind the two elders, his eyes filled with tension and anticipation. Passing through the ancient ruins and desolate land, they finally reached the depths of the island and saw the legendary One Piece. The sight before them left everyone momentarily stunned, and then Roger suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his booming voice echoing across the entire island. "Looks like we arrived a bit too early." Much later, when they returned to the ship, the deck was filled with relaxed conversations, and the sea breeze carried the scent of food around. Buggy was sitting on a wooden crate, devouring the delicious food prepared by Hezo with great satisfaction. As soon as he saw Shanks return, he immediately stopped eating, raised his head abruptly, his eyes filled with joy and impatience, and shouted at him, "Hey, Shanks, did you see the legendary One Piece? What exactly is it?" Shanks paused, slowly lowering his head, his tone tinged with disappointment and helplessness as he replied softly, "The captain said we came too early and didn't see the true great treasure." Upon hearing this, Buggy, with food still in his mouth, slapped his thigh and burst into laughter, tears nearly coming out as his voice was loud and clear. "Ha ha ha, came too early. What does that matter?" Chewing on his food under Hezuo's guidance, Buggy's mindset had already changed, and with a spirited grin, he waved his hand at Shanks, shouting, "Then when we set sail ourselves later, we can just come back together again. By then the One Piece will definitely belong to us." That night, the sea breeze gently caressed the deck, and the crew gathered in groups to chat and laugh, the atmosphere relaxed, yet holding a hint of impending farewell. Hezo slowly walked to Roger's side, his gaze directed towards the distant port they were about to reach, speaking calmly, "Is it time to part ways?" Roger turned his head, instantly understanding the deeper meaning behind Hezuo's words. He smiled brightly, his tone carefree yet relieved. "Yes, eventually this day has come. There are no endless banquets in the world. No matter how long the adventure, it must come to an end." Hezo nodded slightly, saying no more, simply keeping him company as they gazed out at the sea. Suddenly Roger shifted the topic, his gaze growing serious as he pointed towards Shanks, who was playfully arguing with Buggy not far away. "Hezo, I want to ask you something." "Go ahead." "I plan to pass on my will," Roger slowly began. "I want to entrust it to that kid, Shanks. What do you think of this kid, Oi?" Huzwa followed his gaze, looking at the energetic young boy who smiled without a care, responding with a calm tone. Shanks is exceptionally talented, deeply loyal, and naturally possesses the charm to attract companions. Optimistic, passionate, and fearless, he can face even the worst situations with a smile. He paused for a moment before continuing. He is very much like you, harboring the same essence within. Free-spirited, candid, never one to yield, and willing to gamble everything for his friends. Roger listened quietly, a smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. Is that so? He resembles me quite a bit. I didn't mention looks. Huzwa added. He then affirmed, Shanks is indeed the most suitable person to inherit your will. Roger pretended to be angry and took a deep breath, as if letting go of his greatest concern. His gaze turned exceedingly gentle. I am quite handsome too, but hearing you say that reassures me. He turned to Huzwa, his tone carrying a hint of entrustment. Huzwa, I know that with your strength you can handle anything with ease. After I'm gone, can I trouble you to take good care of everyone on the ship? Huzwa was slightly taken aback. You mean? Rayleigh, Shanks, Buggy, and all my companions who have traveled the seas with me. As for Jabba, that guy is said to be heading to Elbaf. Roger's voice softened, yet was exceptionally sincere. After I'm gone, they will inevitably feel lost, get separated, and even get hurt. I hope you can lend them a hand when they need it. Huzwa punched Roger's chest, nodding with a smile. Of course we are family. Ha ha ha, that's great. Roger instantly regained his former grandeur. With your word, even if I leave, I can do so with peace of mind. Huzwa looked at his relieved expression and softly asked, Do you trust me that much? Roger laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. In my lifetime, I, Roger, have never misjudged people. You seem aloof, but value your companions more than anyone else. Entrusting them to you, I feel most at ease. Huzwa did not retort, merely smiled faintly. Haha, Roger sure knows how to delegate tasks. I also add, ha ha ha. Who let us be partners through thick and thin? Roger laughed loudly, his voice echoing across the entire sea. Having traveled this journey with you, I have no regrets in my life. At that moment, as the two conversed, the ship slowly traversed the calm sea, the distant port becoming clearer, and the silhouettes of people on the dock gradually coming into view. The ship gently shook as it slowly approached the shore. The crisp sound of the anchor chain falling announced the end of this legendary journey. Roger gazed at the port, taking a deep breath of the air, filled with the essence of freedom, his eyes shining brightly. Let's go, Huzwa. The future is to be entrusted to those young people. Huzwa watched his back, gently responding, The winds and waves of the new world have yet to settle, yet the name of the Pirate King has already thundered across the vast sea. The front page of the newspaper is completely occupied by the Roger pirates, with ink depicting Roger standing on the final island, the bold title glaringly stating Pirate King Joel D. Roger. The entire page is filled with words promoting this pirate crew that has reached the end and secured the great treasure for the first time, elevating the status of legendary pirates like Rayleigh and Jabba. It is well known that the crew capable of becoming the Pirate King is by no means ordinary. Each one harbors the potential to shake the world. News spreads across the seas, igniting envy among countless pirates. Some come out of admiration just to catch a glimpse of the man who holds the great treasure, others driven by greed plot to ambush Roger at sea and seize the legendary treasure. Meanwhile, the Navy is not idle. Several elite fleets have set sail, laying a web of traps in the waters between the Grand Line and the New World, vowing to bring the Roger pirates to justice. After returning from Raftel, the Oro Jackson slowly docked at the port of Bartolomeo Island in the South Sea. The ship gently approached the shore, the anchor sinking into the water with a low sound. Roger stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the tranquil island softly, reflecting, having walked this far with everyone, I have no regrets left. The crew gathered on the deck, chatting aimlessly. The atmosphere seemed relaxed, yet everyone understood that the moment of parting had come. Buggy squatted nearby, his eyes already red. He bit his lip hard, tears streaming down his face, his small hands tightly gripping the hem of his clothes, exhibiting a childlike reluctance, feeling both wronged and sad, but suppressing the urge to cry out loud. Shanks stood beside him, silently accompanying him, his heart also filled with bitterness. Roger took a deep breath, his expression solemn, and announced loudly to all the crew, everyone from today onwards, the Roger Pirates are officially disbanded. As his words fell, no one could hold back any longer. Tears flowed freely, and the sound of crying gently spread across the deck. Yet even amidst the tears, no one stepped forward to plead, nor did anyone offer any words of persuasion. Everyone accepted it calmly. Roger looked at his weeping companions, saying nothing more. He turned and walked back into the cabin shortly thereafter, emerging with the medicine prepared for him by Kuroka's, steadily stepping down the ship. After bidding farewell to Roger, the Oro Jackson slowly sailed towards the Sabaody archipelago. The sails flapped in the wind, but could not mask the heavy atmosphere on the deck. The Roger pirates who roamed the seas were officially disbanded here. Rayleigh leaned against the ship's railing, scanning the familiar faces, and chuckled softly. I will settle down on this island. If you ever run into trouble, feel free to come find me. Hezo stepped forward, opening his palm to reveal a stack of his life cards lying quietly there. He distributed them one by one to each crew member, his voice steady and powerful. I will also disembark here. This is my life card. No matter where you drift across the seas, if you encounter danger and need assistance, just use it to find me. The crew clutched their cards tightly. Buggy with red eyes mumbled, Mr. Hezo, once we part, I fear we won't be able to eat your cooking for a long time. Hezo laughed heartily, patting Buggy on the shoulder. Fool. If you want to eat, just use the life card to find me. The greatest joy of this journey, apart from having you all with me, is seeing my dishes devoured clean by my companions. He looked around at all his companions, his tone serious. As long as this card is still with you, we will always be family. Live well, and make something of yourselves on this sea. Be spirited, and don't lose face. Let's go. As his words fell, Hezo and Rayleigh leaped off the ship's railing, stepping into the shade of the archipelago without looking back. He looked around at all his companions, his tone serious. As long as this card is still with you, we will always be family. Live well, and make something of yourselves on this sea. Be spirited. Hezo gazed at the gradually retreating Oro Jackson, taking out the plan list he had prepared long ago. Hezo looked down at the plan list in his hand, his gaze landing on the first two lines. The first item, take good care of Kobe. The second item, take good care of Kazuki Momonosuke. These two items are of utmost importance, otherwise it would be pointless to have visited the pirate world. A mischievous smile crept onto Hezo's face. He suddenly remembered something and chuckled softly. Back on the ship, I certainly added some extra ingredients to the baby food for that little punk Momonosuke. But thinking about it, according to the timeline, that little punk Kobe hasn't even been born yet. No rush, there will be plenty of opportunities to take good care of him in the future. Let's not worry about that for now, or right now. Let's take a good tour of the Sabaody archipelago. Months flew by. Hezo strolled through the lively streets of the Sabaody archipelago's food district, passing by a dessert shop, casually telling the owner, Uncle Toby, your cream dessert is too sweet. The milk flavor overpowers the fruit aroma. Reducing the sugar by 20% would make it much fresher. Upon reaching the barbecue stall, he glanced at the skewers over the charcoal fire. Karu, your barbecue is too hot. The skin is charred and bitter, while the inside hasn't absorbed the flavor. Cook it slowly over low heat, and brush on a layer of light salt sauce for better aroma. As he passed by the juice stall, he merely cast a bland glance. Don't just use fresh fruit for the juice. Adding a bit of mint leaves for balance would give it a more layered sweet and sour taste, also making it less cloying. Such scenes had long become commonplace in the Sabaody archipelago's food district. No. 49. Unknowingly, Hezo had already stayed here for several months. From desserts to barbecues, from juices to seafood dishes, almost every vendor on the street had been advised by him on their shortcomings. At first, some were unconvinced, but after improving their secret recipes according to Hezo's suggestions, the taste of each shop instantly rose a level, with customer flow skyrocketing and repeat customers continuously returning, making business more prosperous day by day. Over time, the entire food street became accustomed to his picky nature and genuinely respected this man with a keen eye and extraordinary skills. Whenever Hezo spoke, everyone was willing to listen carefully. After all, receiving his guidance was a guarantee of prosperous business. When Hezo wasn't tasting food and advising various shops on their techniques, he often visited the casino, a place where Rayleigh frequently drank and relaxed. Today, however, Rayleigh was absent and Hezo sat alone in the most secluded corner of the casino, a glass of strong liquor in hand, emptying his mind, living a leisurely and carefree life. That night, the casino's door was violently kicked open. A group of men clad in black feather decorations with an arrogant demeanor stormed in, their waists unmistakably adorned with the emblem of the Don Quixote family. The leading officer swept the room with a cold and arrogant tone. From today onward, this underground casino in Sabaody will be taken over by our Don Quixote family. Those who do not wish to die obediently hand over their ransom. Instantly, the casino fell silent. Everyone was too frightened to make a sound. Everyone knew that these men were the minions of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, ruthless and cruel, connected to the absolute power of the dark underworld. The officer's gaze soon landed on Hezo, who was leisurely drinking in the corner. Seeing him unfazed, he immediately became furious. Hey, do you not understand human language? He raised his hand, about to strike Hezo, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Hezo gently stroked the edge of his wine glass, and when he looked up, his smile had already turned cold. Just before he could act, a lazy, mocking, and intensely oppressive laugh suddenly rang out above the casino. Hee hee. The crowd automatically parted to create a path. Dressed in a pink feather coat and wearing golden glasses, a man stepped slowly into the center of the casino. Don Quixote Doflamingo had personally arrived. He curled his lips into a cruel smile, speaking in a tone that was both frivolous and extremely dangerous, yet not even glancing at the two, it seemed someone Doesn't quite respect me, huh? Doflamingo gazed at the two individuals in the corner, remaining indifferent, a chilling smile creeping at the corner of his mouth, one that belied his age. It seems there are still some who do not understand the rules here. With just a gentle utterance, the atmosphere in the casino instantly froze. The surrounding pirates, gamblers, and thugs were so frightened that they barely dared to breathe, and someone could not help but lower their voice, trembling as they explained to those nearby. That's Don Quixote Doflamingo. I've heard he personally destroyed his hometown a few years ago. Despite his youth, he has already emerged as a prominent young leader in the underworld of the North Sea. He is ruthless and leaves no room for mercy. Anyone who stands in his way, regardless of age or gender, will not be spared. Now even the gray areas of society are beginning to be infiltrated by his influence. This guy is definitely a monster who will shake the entire sea in the future. Whispers filled with awe and fear surrounded him. Doflamingo listened to these murmurs, his expression growing more mocking, as if reveling in the innate aura of intimidation he possessed. He took a leisurely step forward, not even glancing in their direction, his tone light as the wind, yet laced with a bone-chilling coldness. The casino, the human auction house, the red light district. All are places of immense profit. It should have been a chessboard played by true powerhouses, yet it was held in the hands of a group of useless individuals. He raised his eyes, sweeping across the entire casino with a tone full of disdain. Whether it's Sammy controlling the Eastern District's casino Roxit in the red light district, or Guild in charge of the auction house, these guys are only fit to scrape by. They are utterly unworthy to govern this territory. With a slight flick of his fingers, invisible threads trembled in the shadows. Doflamingo's voice was deep and domineering, filled with an undeniable possessiveness. From today onward, the underworld of Sabaody will be under my control. This place is mine for the taking. As his voice fell, a furious wave of conquerors' hockey exploded forth, sweeping across the entire area like an invisible tsunami. The cadres of the Don Quixote family had no time to react, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed one after another, completely fainting. Hezo slightly reduced his strength, his gaze landing on Doflamingo, his tone indifferent laced with undisguised disdain as he slowly spoke. Xiao Ming. The days since leaving the Holy Land must be difficult, right? The identity your father lost is something you will never reclaim in this lifetime. Doflamingo trembled violently, his heart feeling as though it were gripped by a giant hand. This overwhelming force rendered him unable to stand upright, his limbs weak, consciousness shaking. He desperately tried to prop himself up to lift his head and see the other person's face, yet he could not move at all, only gasping for breath under the immense pressure. Hezo stepped closer, slowly crouching before him. When that face came into view, Doflamingo's pupils constricted sharply. It was so familiar. Too familiar. It was the outline etched deep within his memory, almost buried by time. He suddenly jolted awake. This young man's face before him was unmistakably that of the boy he had seen years ago in the Holy Land of Mariawa, when he was merely 1 or 2 years old, seated among the 5 elders. Hezo observed his shocked expression, his tone indifferent as he slowly spoke. Over the years I have heard about you. At 8 you left the Holy Land of Mariawa with your father. At 10 you killed your own father. As for that little brat Corazon, he seems to have gone missing, right? He paused, his gaze carrying a hint of contempt. Do you really think that with such little means you can reclaim everything you've lost? How ridiculous. He continued. Do you think that by relying on brute force and ruthlessness you can call the winds and reign over this sea? That you can once again touch the power you once enjoyed? You are far from it. With that, Hezo stopped looking at him and turned to leave. Under the immense pressure, Doflamingo's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging, and though he wanted to let out a low roar of unwillingness, he dared not. He had never felt such humiliation, never such anger, and never such fear. This person before him knew his past, saw through his ambitions, and possessed a power that rendered him unqualified to resist. This was a shadow he could never escape in his life. Hezo did not stop his footsteps, leaving only a cold remark that completely nailed down his pride. Remember today. Before me you will always be that child abandoned by power. Put away that lofty demeanor, for you do not. Hezo took one last look at the collapsed Doflamingo, whose eyes were bloodshot, yet could not move, then turned and stepped into the crowd outside, his figure gradually disappearing among the trees of Sabaody Archipelago. The sea breeze brushed past his ears, and he paused for a moment, murmuring softly to himself, barely audible. I seem to have yet to visit the naval headquarters. As his voice fell, the blue ring on his left-hand index finger gleamed quietly. In the next moment, the sea, a giant sea king hundreds of meters long, broke the surface from the depths of the ocean, its massive fins stirring up a frenzy, its back like a black mountain spanning the sea, yet as it approached it bowed its head docilely, like the most loyal steed. Hezo lightly pressed off the ground, stepping into the air and steadily landing on the broad back of the Sea King. The giant beast emitted a low rumble that resonated through the skies, then swung its tail, breaking the waves with unstoppable force, racing toward the direction of the Red Earth continent. The wind whipped up clouds, waves parted ways, and in no time it carried him straight towards the naval headquarters of Marineford, which was already on high alert. But it was not a grand display, rather there was an eerie tension. At the port, tens of thousands of Navy soldiers stood with guns at the ready, not daring to breathe. Admirals and vice-admirals were all present, yet they remained silent, heads bowed, the atmosphere terrifyingly oppressive. A gilded small ship approached the sea, not ostentatious, yet it rendered the entire naval headquarters silent as death. At the bow stood a figure. Wearing a bubble helmet and a loose, luxurious robe, he appeared to be only in his teens or 20s, with a youthful face vacant and foolish eyes, a long string of mucus hanging from his nose swaying, without wiping it, presenting a picture of innate foolishness and complete unawareness. There were no groups of slaves, no large retinue, only a few CP0 agents silently guarding behind. He came here simply to see with his own eyes what the man who dared to call himself the Pirate King looked like, intending to bring him back as a slave. The celestial dragon stood blankly at the dock, sniffing as he asked in a naive yet arrogant tone, "Where's the one called the Pirate King? I want to take him back as a slave. Hurry, and bring him out for me to see." The Navy's faces paled, but no one dared to defy. At that moment, the distant sea was shattered by waves. Hezo rode atop the mountain-sized Sea King like a bolt of black lightning, descending amidst the stunned, fearful, and incredulous gazes of all around Marineford. On the port, tens of thousands of naval soldiers stood breathlessly in silence. The newcomer was the young celestial dragon of the J. Garcia family, J. Garcia Felita Saint. At just over 20 years old, wearing a bubble helmet, his expression was vacant, with a long strand of mucus dangling from the tip of his nose, swaying, without a care in the world. He was simply curious, wanting to visit the naval prison to see the legendary Pirate King Roger with his own eyes, attempting to bring him back as a slave. But just the next moment, the distant sea erupted with crashing waves. Hezo rode a giant Sea King-class creature hundreds of meters long, breaking through the waves like a black mountain descending from the air. Felita Saint looked up and was momentarily stunned, then his foolish eyes suddenly widened. He recognized that was a shadow deeply engraved in his heart since childhood, a presence that made him tremble at the mere thought. The moment he saw that figure again, fear instantly engulfed him. In the next moment, he trembled violently, his eyes rolled back, and with a thud, he fainted straight to the ground. Hezo slowly landed from the back of the Sea King, his expression indifferent, his gaze slightly raised, looking at the CP0, standing solemnly in the shadows. He casually uttered a name, Jocant. The CP0 immediately bowed deeply, his posture extremely respectful, his voice steady and cold. "I am here. Hezo Saint." He also recognized Hezo. He recognized this presence that even world nobles and the Gorasii had to take heed of. Hezo's tone was calm, yet carried an unassailable authority. "Take this guy back to the Holy Land and keep a close watch on him. Do not let him out, and definitely do not let him out to embarrass himself." Jocant did not dare hesitate, understood. The surrounding navy fell silent, no one dared to move. Hezo calmly withdrew his gaze, his expression tranquil, stepping toward Marineford. As he passed the formation, Hezo finally looked up, scanning the entire standing navy with an indifferent and condescending tone, slowly speaking, "You can all disperse, no need for such a formality. I'm just taking a casual stroll." After his words fell, he no longer looked at anyone, walking leisurely into the interior of the naval headquarters. Admiral Sengoku, standing at the front, took a step forward, slightly nodding to Hezo, and then said in a deep voice, "All personnel disperse, return to your posts." Tens of thousands of Navy soldiers responded in unison, and within moments they withdrew their formation, leaving the port silent once more. The pride on Hezo's face faded, shedding the demeanor of a high-ranking individual, his tone cheerful and familiar, waving to Sengoku. "No need to be so serious, Sengoku, we are old acquaintances." Sengoku looked at him, his tone straightforward and firm. "I had already guessed you were a celestial dragon, but I didn't expect your status to be even higher than that of the J. Garcia family." Hezo laughed heartily, full of nonchalance. "In the past, being a pirate was just for the experience. But now that the pirate crew is disbanded, I can only go back to being a useless celestial dragon who eats and waits for death." After speaking, he casually asked, "By the way, where is that guy Garp?" "He is an impel down level 6 guarding Rock." Sengoku replied flatly. Hezo's face immediately showed surprise. The captain surrendered so quickly. "It seems he has finished handling his affairs." He then asked seriously, "Has the execution date been set?" Sengoku's expression turned grave. "The location is set at Lobetown, where Roger was born, and set sail, and the time is 2 weeks from now." Hezo nodded upon hearing this, his tone casual and natural. "All right then, I will go see the captain in a couple of..." After saying that, he suddenly clapped his hands, his eyes brightening with a hint of seriousness from his old profession. "By the way, how do I get to the Navy cafeteria?" Sengoku was taken aback. Hezo grinned, his tone cheerful yet assertive. "I am a chef, of course. I need to take a good look at your cafeteria to see what your usual meals are like. After all, I am not a pirate anymore, And you Navy are supposed to serve me now? The food cannot be poor otherwise who has the energy to work. Sengoku led Hezo toward the cafeteria, and after walking a few steps they encountered the young Kizaru coming towards them. Kizaru spoke lazily, "Hey Sengoku, where are you going?" Sengoku replied flatly, "To the cafeteria." "You come too." "Cafeteria." Kizaru elongated his tone, appearing nonchalant. "Got it, Sengoku." Sengoku turned to the side and introduced Hezo indifferently. "This is Borsellino, a rising star in the Navy and a candidate for future admirals." Hezo nodded. How could he not recognize this lazy admiral? The three of them walked into the Navy headquarters cafeteria. Inside, many sailors were eating, and as soon as they saw Sengoku, they immediately stood up in unison to salute. "Hello, Sengoku." Sengoku nodded slightly, signaling them to continue eating. After the sailors sat down, their eyes could not help but sneak glances at Hezo, whispering among themselves. "Who is that person? I feel like I've seen him before. He looks so familiar, but I just can't recall where." Many sailors found Hezo inexplicably familiar, yet no one dared to approach or speak loudly. Hezo glanced at the dishes on the plate, lightly clicking his tongue, and looked at Sengoku with a hint of teasing. "With such dishes, how can the soldiers have any motivation? Isn't the annual budget from the world government considerable? Could it be someone in your Navy is pocketing?" Kizaru beside him chimed in, his tone lazy and disdainful. "Oh, this food really lacks flavor. Every time I eat it feels so uninteresting." Sengoku shook his head helplessly, casually, saying, "Don't jump to conclusions. The department responsible for meals has always prioritized stability. Since no one complains, there is indeed no emphasis on taste." Hezo crossed his arms, chuckling lightly. "Stability is one thing, but this taste is too perfunctory. I'm just passing by today and casually mentioning it." Sengoku's expression was calm, nodding lightly, his tone sincere. "Since you have said so, then I will trouble Hezo Saint to point out a few things." Hezo raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, not declining, but casually glancing in the direction of the kitchen. "All right, I don't mind giving a few pointers. After all, I have nothing to do today, so I will help you adjust today's dinner menu a bit." Sengoku's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, his tone calm. "Then I will trouble you." Kizaru interjected lazily, "Oh, that's wonderful. Tina and the other female officers have been complaining about the monotonous meals for a long time." Hezo said no more and headed straight to the kitchen, his back decisive and brisk. "Are the ingredients all there? No need for you to help, I can handle it myself. In a while they will see what it means to serve meals that can truly motivate people." Sengoku watched his retreating figure, gently shaking his head, his tone carrying some relief. "This guy, no matter when, he never compromises when it comes to food. I envy Roger's pirate crew a bit." Kizaru, hands in pockets, spoke lazily. "Oh, it seems that being able to have a decent dinner today means today wasn't wasted." Sengoku shot him a cold glance, curtly retorting, "Oh, have you been busy all day? If you have nothing to do, go practice more. Don't just slack off here and watch the fun." Kizaru's nonchalant expression instantly stiffened, regretting speaking out. But since it was an order from Sengoku, he did not dare to refute and could only lower his eyelids, sulkily responding, "Understood, Sengoku." After saying that, he turned around listlessly and slowly left the cafeteria. Having just finished an intense training session, the Marines dragged their weary bodies into the mess hall, each one exhausted, their backs aching, and with no energy left, they even struggled to lift their trays. "Finally, we can enjoy a good meal." But as they picked up their trays and casually took their first bite, everyone instantly froze, their fatigue vanishing in an instant, their faces filled with surprise and satisfaction. "Wow, why is the food so delicious today? This is incredible. It's on a completely different level. If I could eat like this every day, I'd be willing to train several times harder." Many Marines, while gobbling down their food, whispered to each other, "This level. Could it be that the logistics department has recruited some amazing talent?" Just then, one female colonel from the Navy, China, who had just taken a bite of her food, suddenly brightened up and couldn't help but shout, "Delicious. Who made today's meal?" As she finished her sentence, Hezo leisurely walked out from the kitchen door. The Marine responsible for kitchen logistics hurried over and respectfully said, "Thanks to Mr. Hezo's guidance, today's meal is so delicious." China was taken aback. The enjoyment on her face instantly froze, and she exclaimed, "Hezo? You mean Hezo, the legendary chef from the Roger Pirates?" Hezo looked at her with a smile, his tone relaxed. "It's me. But our pirate crew has already disbanded, so I am not a pirate anymore. Besides, although I was once on the wanted list, the Navy has only a bounty on me without any reward." China's surprise had not yet faded, and she stared at Hezo with disbelief. "I thought someone like you would have disappeared from the seas long ago." The Marines, who were once loudly eating, gradually quieted down, all eyes focused on Hezo. The former chef of the Roger Pirates had actually appeared in the Navy headquarters mess hall and personally prepared dinner for them. This news was astonishing. Hezo merely smiled casually, not minding the gazes around him. "People need to live. I'm just passing through." Happened. China bit her lip slightly, watching this unfamiliar yet legendary man, her heart inexplicably racing a bit faster. "He's so handsome and such a great cook." Yet she maintained the composure of a soldier. Even if the pirate crew is disbanded, I cannot let my guard down around you. Hezo raised an eyebrow, teasingly responding, "Oh, are you planning to arrest me? Unfortunately, I don't have a bounty, so capturing me would be a wasted effort." China was momentarily at a loss for words, her cheeks slightly flushed, struggling to find her voice. "I can't exactly say I want to arrest you out of fear you would harm the seas, but rather because I'm afraid you wouldn't harm me." At that moment, Sengoku glanced over from a distance, not intervening, merely allowing this scene to unfold. He understood well that Hezo harbored no ill intentions today. Poisoning the Navy would hold no advantage for someone like him, a celestial dragon. He came and went on a whim. Hezo said no more, gently nodding to China, then turned and walked towards the mess hall exit. "I've left the recipe for the dishes. If you want to eat well in the future, just follow the recipe." As his voice faded, his figure gradually disappeared at the door, leaving the whole mess hall filled with Marines, still savoring the delicious food, their hearts in shock, and China, standing in place, unable to regain her senses for a long time. China stood in the mess hall, staring blankly at Hezo's departing figure, her surprise mingled with an inexplicable fondness lingering in her heart and refusing to dissipate. Hezo did not look back, walking leisurely out of the mess hall, aimlessly heading towards the direction of the Navy headquarters training ground. The sea breeze at headquarters carried a salty and damp scent, blowing past the buildings along the way, filled with the orderly sounds of Navy training and patrolling. Just after he walked a short distance, familiar steady footsteps followed from behind. It was Sengoku quietly keeping pace with Hezo, walking side by side. The two remained silent, yet there was no awkwardness. Both were individuals who had weathered many storms and could coexist comfortably without many words. Before long, the two stepped into the expansive training ground. Dust lightly rose in the air, the synchronized shouts of the Marines and the sounds of punches and kicks intermingled, creating a lively yet tense atmosphere. In the center of the field, two exceptionally striking figures stopped their sparring, their gazes instantly locking onto the outsider Hezo. The man on the left had a stern face, his gaze sharp as a blade, a faint scorching aura of magma swirling around him, making the air slightly distorted from the heat. This was Sakazuki, now a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters, who had long consumed the magma fruit. His style was hard-edged and ruthless, famously known as a radical within the Navy, with an almost obsessive adherence to justice. In his understanding, there was only one kind of justice. No ambiguity, no exceptions, and no compromises. This was the absolute justice he upheld. The youth on the right, in sharp contrast, exuded a cold air, his expression resolute, radiating a faint chill that contrasted sharply with Sakazuki's heat. He was Kazan, also a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters, with the power of the ice fruit. His personality was laid back, having his own interpretation of justice. Both he and the earlier Borisolino were students of Zifa, promising new rear admirals at the headquarters. Both men simultaneously halted, their sharp gazes fixed on Hezo. Sakazuki recognized the identity of the man before him with just one glance. Hezo of the Roger Pirates. His eyes narrowed, and the surrounding heat suddenly tightened. Without hesitation, he charged straight at Hezo, fierce and unyielding, the heat around him bursting forth. His right fist enveloped in dark red magma, the scorching punch carried the seething aura of molten rock, twisting the air as he rushed straight at Hezo. "Pirate!" Sengoku's pupils constricted, and he instinctively shouted, "Stop! Sakazuki!" He immediately stepped forward, trying to intercept Sakazuki in an instant. But Hezo's speed was faster than his attempt to stop him. Almost in an instant, Hezo lifted his right leg, the armament haki enveloping his ankle like black armor. At the same time, an invisible conqueror's haki quietly wrapped around him. With no unnecessary movements, he kicked out in an instant. So fast it left only an afterimage. Bang! A heavy thud erupted. Sakazuki didn't even have a chance to react. His whole body was kicked away like a cannonball, flying several hundred meters before crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious and unable to get up. The entire area fell silent. Hezo retracted his foot, gently brushed off his pants, and displayed an exaggerated expression of surprise, softly sighing, impressive. "Is this the new rear admiral of the Navy? What a terrifying attack." The Admiral Zifa, who had been observing the entire scene from the back, suddenly wore a terrifyingly grim expression, his body filled with an aura of anger as he strode towards everyone, his sharp gaze fixed on Hezo, filled with a protective rage. Standing nearby, Zifa observed the scene with a cold expression, his face dark with rage as an aura of anger surrounded him. He strode forward with determination, his sharp gaze fixed on Hezo, filled with protective fury as he exclaimed, "You dare to lay such heavy hands on my disciple." Zifa's fierce protective instincts flared, his voice betraying the anger he could not hide, and the tension in the air tightened as he clearly intended to stand up for Sakazuki. The surrounding sailors dared not make a sound, the atmosphere charged and tense. Seeing this, Sengoku quickly stepped forward, reaching out to stop the advancing Zifa, his expression serious, as he lowered his voice to explain. Zifa, calm down. This matter started with Sakazuki, who acted rashly without understanding the situation. Moreover, Hezo is a celestial dragon. Celestial dragon. Zifa repeated quietly, the raging fire in his eyes momentarily subdued, replaced by a sense of suppressed frustration and irritation. He shot a fierce glare at the unconscious Sakazuki on the ground, then turned his gaze back to Hezo. Despite his deep discontent with the privileges and arrogance of the celestial dragons, having spent a lifetime in the Navy, he rationally had to acknowledge, under the rules of this world, he could not lay a hand on Hezo. Zifa's face was ashen, his dissatisfaction with the celestial dragons nearly spilling over, but due to his position, he could only force himself to suppress his anger. Hezo observed silently, casually waving at Sengoku with a nonchalant tone. It's fine, the celestial dragons are not that impressive. He turned to Zifa, his expression calm, devoid of any pressure, yet his words were crystal clear. If you believe you are strong enough and insist on defending your disciple, it is not impossible. Just bear the consequences yourself. After all, it was your disciple who struck first. He paused, maintaining his even tone. I never act recklessly because of my identity as a celestial dragon, but the rules are clear. Whoever crosses the line first must bear the consequences. As these words fell, the breaths in the room became clearly audible. Kazan glanced lazily at the scene without saying a word. The sailors held their breath, afraid to move. Even Sakazuki, who had been knocked out, dared not snore. Zifa's face darkened, the anger and frustration in his chest almost ready to explode. He fixed his gaze on Hezo, his voice low and suppressed, yet filled with unprecedented excitement. I didn't expect you to be foolish enough not to use your identity as a celestial dragon to suppress me. After all these years, finally someone is willing to tell me that I can strike against the celestial dragons. Before his words faded, Zifa's armed haki surged like a dark tide, the Navy's 6 styles instantly reaching their peak, his figure already like an arrow released from a bow, ready to strike. At that critical moment, a golden light tore through the air, almost teleporting to stand between the two men. The newcomer was Borsalino. At this moment, the lazy demeanor that often adorned his face had vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and panic, his tone carrying a barely perceptible urgency. He knew all too well the weight of Hezo. He was Hezo, a celestial dragon of the highest nobility, whose status surpassed all. Even a slight injury would provoke the wrath of the world government, leading to intense pressure on the Navy. At that time, not only would their Navy salaries be at risk, but the entire military's budget, supplies and allocations could be frozen, cut, or even entirely severed, plunging the whole Navy into massive trouble. This battle must not happen. Borsalino immediately reached out to firmly block Zifa, his voice lowered, but filled with urgency. Teacher Zifa, please calm down. Hezo's noble identity is of utmost importance. If anything were to happen to him, even a minor injury, the world government's accountability would crush the Navy. Our entire year's budget, the salaries of everyone in the military, would all face serious problems. This matter must not escalate. Zifa's fighting spirit surged, his arm shaking violently as he attempted to break free from Borsalino's obstruction, his gaze sharp as a blade. Get out of the way. I have my own measures for today's matter. Borsalino's expression grew increasingly grim, yet he remained unyielding, genuinely fearful that this situation would spiral out of control. Meanwhile, Hezo stood calmly in place, his gaze indifferent, yet carrying an undeniable certainty. It's fine, let him come. I also want to see if the legendary Black Arm Zifa is truly as formidable as they say. With these words, Borsalino's body stiffened. He could block Zifa, but he could not go against Hezo's wish. In the end, he could only withdraw his hand, with a heart full of worry, silently stepping aside, his gaze locked on the battlefield, not daring to look away, his mind already in chaos. The battle erupted fiercely. Zifa held nothing back, his armed haki coalescing like dark iron, shining pitch black, a testament to decades of bloodshed, heavy, domineering, and indestructible. He erupted with a piercing sound of breaking air. Shave. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Hezo, his haki-covered fingertip thrusting forward with a thunderous strike. Finger gun. Hezo's expression remained unchanged, raising his hand to cover it with a layer of dark haki, casually blocking it. Clang. The explosive sound of metal clashing roared as shockwaves surged the ground, instantly cracking into countless fine fissures. Zifa did not retreat, but advanced, his body soaring, right leg wrapped in haki, as he slashed down with a thunderous strike. Storm leg. A sharp, white blade of air tore through the atmosphere, aimed directly at Hezo's shoulder. Hezo lightly tapped his foot, slightly shifting his body to evade effortlessly, while his right arm, enveloped in armed haki, drove forward with a punch straight towards Zifa's chest. Zifa's gaze sharpened, his muscles tensing instantly. Iron block. He braced to take the hit, the muffled sound echoing in his ears as he was forced to stagger backward several steps, his arm tingling slightly. The two were thus locked in a fierce and heated battle. There were no frills, no unnecessary words, only the purest clash of hockey and the 6 styles offensive and defensive techniques. Zifa's attacks were fierce and relentless, each strike carrying the legacy of a Navy master. Hezo remained composed, adept in both offense and defense, blocking, dodging, and counterattacking seamlessly, showing no signs of falling behind. Zifa's finger gun was met heated by Hezo, while Hezo's heavy punch was stopped by Zifa's iron block. Zifa's storm leg swept in, Hezo sidestepped to evade, then retaliated with a kick, and Zifa dodged with shave, both exchanging blows. The battle officially ignited in the evening. The sun sank into the sea twilight, enveloping the training ground, yet the thunderous sounds of their fists and feet never ceased. As night fell, the moonlight cold and clear, the two continued their fierce struggle, their hockey illuminating the surroundings in flickering light. As dawn approached, the sea breeze howled, and the ground had already been turned into a pockmarked battlefield strewn with debris. With the sky lightening, the sunrise rising, their violent clash showed no signs of stopping. By noon the next day, the blazing sun hung high, and this earth-shattering duel had persisted for an entire night and a whole day. After more than 10 hours of frantic combat, the training ground was utterly transformed, a site of desolation, as if it had endured countless bombardments. Zifa was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily and rapidly, his arms trembling slightly, his strength and hockey exhausted to their limits. Even so, his gaze remained sharp, his fighting spirit unyielding as he fixed his eyes on his opponent. In contrast, Hezo had only a slight dirt stain on his clothing, his breath still steady, and his demeanor calm, as if he had merely participated in a casual spar, showing no signs of fatigue or disarray. He looked at the still indomitable Zifa before him, his gaze reflecting genuine respect, as he spoke in a calm and sincere tone. Black Arm Zifa, indeed, lives up to the name. Just a simple statement, yet it caused Zifa to feel a jolt of shock. After a full day and night of intense battle, he had exerted all his strength, while this man before him remained composed and unflustered, showing no sign of weakness. In this moment of realization, Zifa's heart surged with tumultuous waves as he finally understood. This man before him, though merely the cook of the Roger pirates, possessed unfathomable and terrifying strength. The reason Sakaski had been knocked out with a single kick and remained unconscious was not due to underestimating his opponent, but because Hezo himself was this formidable. With this thought, Zifa's fighting spirit soared even higher, while Borsalino, watching from the side, had already turned pale, filled with despair and worry over future funding and salaries. Under the blazing sun, the training ground had been reduced to ruins. Zephyr's breath was erratic, drenched in sweat, his arms felt so heavy that he could hardly lift them, and his domineering aura was on the brink of exhaustion, relying solely on a single will to keep him standing. Hezo looked at him, a hint of mild fatigue flashing beneath his calm gaze. After a fierce battle lasting a whole day and night from dusk until noon, he felt it was about time to conclude. He slowly withdrew his offensive, his tone flat and devoid of arrogance, simply feeling that he had had enough. "I've had my fun, let's call it a day." As his words fell, the tense aura surrounding Hezo gradually dissipated, as if the brutal slaughter just witnessed was merely a prolonged amusement for him. Zephyr was taken aback, his complexion shifting between shades of blue and white. As a dignified Vice Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr had roamed the seas for many years, yet he found himself unable to gain the slightest advantage over such a young opponent. The opponent was even a chef who had not announced any bounty. A sense of indescribable defeat and shock surged within him, leaving him frozen in place. Beside him, Kizaru felt an immense sense of relief, his entire being relaxing significantly, wiping away non-existent sweat and trepidation. Oh, that was frightening. Finally, thank heavens. If this had continued, not just Zephyr, but the entire Navy's annual budget and salaries would have been in jeopardy. Zephyr clenched his teeth, watching the composed Hezo, and understood clearly in his heart. This contest was merely Hezo having his fun. The opponent had never shown a hint of pressure. Hezo shifted his gaze to Kazan and Borsalino nearby, his tone casual, yet somewhat scrutinizing. "So these two are your Navy's rising stars. They seem capable. Let's see what you can do together." Burgess' expression changed, but he knew he couldn't intervene at this moment, so he could only nod gently to the two. Kazan and Borsalino exchanged glances and nodded slightly in return. However, when their eyes fell upon the unconscious Sakazuki, an indescribable unease instantly. Yet they were the future of the Navy, the promising new generation, with no reason to retreat. Kazan took a deep breath, unleashing the power of the ice fruit, cold air wrapping around his fists, ice crystals cracking. Borsalino also held nothing back. As a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, he transformed into a dazzling beam of golden light, his speed skyrocketing. In the next moment, both moved simultaneously, one ice and one light, launching their full force assault towards Hezo. Hezo stood still, not even shifting his feet. His gaze turned cold, and an invisible pressure suddenly erupted around him. Conqueror's haki thundering forth. In an instant, the overwhelming force that surpassed all else swept across the arena. Kazan and Borisolino, halfway through their charge, froze their eyes, instantly losing their luster. They couldn't even let out a scream before collapsing like marionettes with severed strings, fainting on the ground. The training ground fell into immediate silence. Hezo looked at the three future admirals sprawled haphazardly on the ground, displaying a nonchalant demeanor as he mockingly said, "Youth is wonderful, they just fall asleep." Burgess' eyelids twitched as he witnessed this, secretly horrified, unable to restrain himself from thinking, "Aren't you not much older than them?" When the intel came in about a young chef appearing on Roger's ship, he was only around 13, yet he already possessed such strength. Hezo brushed off his sleeves, his expression cold, casually stating, "Burgess, arrange a place for me. I need to." He glanced at the three unconscious figures on the ground, expressing a mix of disappointment and sternness. "Tomorrow, everyone will undergo intensified training, especially these three, who are so weak." Lastly, he turned to Zephyr, his tone chilling slightly, every word calm, yet imposing. "You should take a few days off. With your current training, if a celestial dragon were to die due to your negligence, do you think the Navy could withstand the wrath of the world government?" Hezo left the silent Navy behind, turning and striding back to the residence arranged for him by Burgess. He casually closed the door, lifting his finger to retrieve a neatly folded list from his ring. He lowered his gaze, his eyes lightly scanning a line of text. "Beat Sakazuki." He raised an eyebrow, crossing out the words "beat" and changing it to calmly, "Put Sakazuki to sleep with a kick." His gaze moved again, landing on another line calmly, "Put Borisolino to sleep with a kick." He paused for a moment, then crossed out the previous words, rewriting it as "Stun Borisolino with Conqueror's haki." After a moment's thought, he added two more words at the end, "Kazan." After completing these, he added a brand new line at the top of the list, single-handedly challenged the three admirals without falling behind. He then checked off the three lines. Hezo looked at the list, a faint smile of satisfaction flickering in his eyes, a lightness that was uniquely his after a fulfilling day. He casually stored the list back in his ring and turned to lie down, sinking into a contented sleep. The next day before dawn, as the morning light had yet to appear, the training camp was still shrouded in a cool dimness. Hezo had been leisurely lying on a wooden chair here, resting with his eyes closed, his relaxed posture revealing his eagerness to play, quietly waiting for the recruits to arrive one after another. Among the crowd, Kazan, Borisolino, and Sakazuki were also in line. The moment they caught sight of Hezo lounging on the wooden chair, their expressions instantly stiffened, and they instinctively averted their gazes, deliberately avoiding his line of sight, fearing to attract the attention of this fearsome figure. They fully believed that today's training would still be led by Instructor Zephyr, completely unaware that their supervisor had already changed. Hezo took in their elusive manner, a hint of a teasing smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he languidly spoke, his voice not loud, but resonating throughout the entire training camp. "Is everyone here? If everyone is here, let's get started." The three were taken aback, instantly looking up at the instructor's position, where Zephyr should have been standing, only to find it empty, not even a shadow. In an instant, an extremely ominous premonition struck their hearts, and the three exchanged glances, seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes, finally realizing with hindsight that the person leading the training today was likely not Zephyr at all. Hezo sat up leisurely, his gaze landing on Kazan, asking in a flat tone, "How do you usually train? What are your warm-ups and basic training?" Kazan's heart tightened, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. He straightened up and respectfully reported, "Loudly report, sir. We usually do 200 push-ups for warm-up, followed by a 10-lap island run, and then proceed to other special." After hearing this, Hezo responded nonchalantly, lightly tapping the armrest of his chair, and then casually threw out a statement that rendered the entire camp silent. "All right, let's increase the warm-up to 40,000 push-ups. After that, run 2,000 laps." These words struck like thunder. All the recruits showed expressions of horror, and Kazan, Borisolino, and Sakazuki turned pale, frozen in place. Even their breathing became difficult. Such a terrifying amount greatly surpassed their usual limits, far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Seeing the crowd's faces filled with despair and shock, Hezo suddenly raised an eyebrow, as if recalling some crucial matter, his tone playful, as he slowly said, "I forgot, not all Navy personnel are geniuses who put in 200 times the effort. Forget it, I won't make it difficult for you. Just add 10 times to the basics." While it seemed like he was easing the burden, even just adding 10 times still exceeded the usual warm-up strictness. Fortunately, it was still manageable, and they could continue with the subsequent training, though it was clear that Hezo's intention was to challenge them. However, given the strength he displayed yesterday and his identity as a celestial dragon, everyone present lacked the courage to refute. Since Hezo took over the training camp, more than 10 days passed in extreme strictness and occasional teasing. Originally, Kazan, Borisolino, and Sakazuki, who avoided him like the plague, gradually deciphered the personality of this unconventional instructor through day-to-day devilish training and were pushed to break through their own limits. The gathering was to start before dawn, and Hezo always arrived earlier than all the sailors, lazily lying on a wooden chair watching as everyone dragged their weary bodies to arrive, occasionally playing tricks. Once Sakazuki was so absorbed in his training that he was half a minute late. Hezo didn't even lift his eyelids and directly tripled his training load, mockingly saying the future of the Navy can't even be punctual. How can you catch pirates in the future? Sakazuki's face turned red with anger, but he could only grit his teeth and complete the training, holding back a surge of determination, daring not to slack off again. From then on, he was always the first to arrive at the training ground, without any delay. Kazan, with his calm temperament, always persisted silently during training, never complaining or begging for mercy, even when his arms trembled and his legs felt as heavy as lead. Hezo watched closely and would occasionally ease up slightly, yet still remained hard on them, saying, "Don't think that just practicing hard is enough. The freezing power of the ice fruit can't even break through the sea surface. If you encounter a strong pirate, you'll be taken captive." However, in private, he would intentionally release a faint trace of Conqueror's haki to interfere with Kazan during training, forcing him to stabilize his mind and more accurately control the fruit's power. In just a few days, Kazan's usage of the fruit became much more adept, and he clearly sensed his own transformation as the range and intensity of his freezing power significantly increased. Polyusilino, who was usually slack, always thought of taking shortcuts with the speed of the light fruit. Just as he was about to transform into golden light to catch his breath, Hezo's sharp gaze would lock onto him, or he would be pressured back to his original position by the overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki. "Want to be slippery? You either run double the laps or take a punch from me, your choice." Hezo's tone was light, yet carried an unyielding dominance. Polyusilino could only accept his fate with a bitter face. In his heart, he lamented, "A punch. That's a punch imbued with armament haki. Whoever wants to take it can go ahead." Over time, not only did his speed and reaction time drastically improve, but even his usual slack demeanor was reined in significantly. During training, he no longer dared to entertain any notions of luck. Throughout the 10 or so days, Hezo never blindly forced them. He would occasionally stop his lazy pose and give them a few pointers on the tricks of fruit development and the use of armament haki. His words were few, yet hit hard, never soft-spoken, but always accurately targeting their weaknesses. What was once a hopeless training load, the three of them gradually adapted from barely enduring and collapsing to the ground to persevering through it, achieving a qualitative leap in their physical strength, fruit control, and foundation of haki. Even the overall quality of the surrounding ordinary sailors improved significantly. When Zephyr returned after his recuperation, he silently stood in the corner of the training camp, watching everything with an undeniable sense of shock and recognition in his eyes. He originally thought Hezo was just messing around, tormenting people in an extreme manner, but didn't expect that this seemingly harsh training had worn down the arrogance of the three geniuses and forced out their hidden strengths. The training results were far better than his previous step-by-step teaching. Watching the originally impatient Sakazuki become steady and decisive, the slack Polyusilino learned focus, and the reserved Kazan grow even more resilient and reliable, Zephyr privately marveled that although Hezo's teaching method was unconventional, it precisely hit the key points of Navy training. This insight and method truly made him admire. Meanwhile, Hezo remained nonchalant, comfortably lying on the wooden chair, observing the three below, who were sweating profusely. His playful nature occasionally resurfaced as he pondered what new training fun to add for the next day. The training camp continued its orderly training, and the drenched sailors had long adapted to Hezo's devilish training. The sounds of heavy breathing and training echoed all around, but this tranquility was suddenly shattered. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened, a suffocating pressure spread down from the horizon, causing everyone to instinctively stop their movements and look up at the sky, their eyes filled with shock and panic. In the distance, a small black appeared on the horizon, growing at an astonishing speed amidst the howling sound of tearing air, rapidly approaching Marineford. It was a massive island akin to a meteor descending from the sky. If it crashed down, the entire Marineford would be leveled. What is that? Such a huge island. How can it fall from the sky? The sailors instantly became chaotic, frantic cries rising one after another. Even the usually calm Kazan, Polyusilino, and Sakazuki turned pale, staring fixedly at the colossal object, plummeting, their hearts tightening. Zephyr quickly stepped into the arena, his expression serious. He immediately saw through the identity of the intruder and shouted at Shiki, the Golden Lion, the user of the float fruit. How dare he launch a solo attack on Marineford? Amidst the chaos, Hezo still lay lazily on the wooden chair, showing no signs of panic. He glanced up at the approaching island, then turned to the three beside him, his tone carrying a hint of playful expectation as he slowly spoke. "Perfect. Let's see the results of your training over the past 10 days. "Yes, Instructor Hezo." The three responded simultaneously. As their voices fell, Polyusilino was the first to move. He restrained his usually slack demeanor, and a dazzling golden glow enveloped his body. He transformed into a streak of rapid light, soaring into the air, his speed so fast that only a golden afterimage remained, and in the blink of an eye he reached directly above the falling island. This is terrifying. If such a large object falls, it will be troublesome. His tone remained somewhat nonchalant, but his hands were already raised and countless dazzling light bullets swiftly condensed. With a thunderous explosion, the 8-shaku jewel erupted fiercely, and densely packed light bullets rained down like a torrential storm upon the massive island. The deafening explosion sounded continuously, engulfing the entire island in light, which shattered into countless fragments of varying sizes, raining down to the ground. Kazan followed, closely stepping forward with a calm expression. He suddenly pressed his hands against the ground, declaring Ice Fruit Ice Age. A wave of extreme cold instantly spread out, reaching into the sky. The fragments of the fallen island that splattered upon contact with the cold air were instantly frozen, transforming into ice meteorites suspended in midair, no longer capable of posing a threat. Sakazuki, with a sharp gaze, ignited his body with blazing magma, the temperature around him soaring. He swung his arms fiercely, and the meteor volcano erupted, sending countless columns of lava soaring into the sky, precisely striking those frozen fragments, incinerating them in an instant, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. The threat in the sky was completely neutralized in an instant by the combined efforts of the three. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly with a perfect coordination that showcased the transformation after 10 days of devilish training, leaving behind any signs of past awkwardness and negligence. Only at this moment did Shiki the Golden Lion's figure slowly appear in the sky. He hovered in the air using the power of the float fruit, dressed flamboyantly and exuding a fierce aura, ready to call Sengoku out. Below, Hezo had already slowly stood up from his wooden chair. He looked up at Shiki in the sky, sizing him up, and first lightly praised not bad. Then his gaze fell on the helm atop Shiki's head, his tone suddenly turning, teasing, his sharp tongue coming into play as he quipped, "I say, Golden Lion, what's that style? A ship's helm on your head. Quite unique. Indeed, a self-disciplined, trendy man shows off above the Navy headquarters at 8 in the morning." His words abruptly disrupted Shiki's aggressive entrance. The once imposing Golden Lion's face darkened instantly, and his aura stiffened. Hezuo's mocking jibe clearly floated into the ears of the Golden Lion. The imposing Golden Lion Shurji, once hovering in the sky, suddenly halted, his arrogant expression freezing as a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Instinctively, he activated his observation haki and swept his gaze towards Hezo. When he finally saw the person, the Golden Lion's whole body jolted, and his expression changed dramatically. Hezo. It is this man who once defeated him, pitifully causing him to end up with a ship's rudder stuck on his head, resulting in his current state. Fury surged to the top of his head, but at the same time a deeper sense of dread gripped his heart. The Golden Lion felt a chill in his heart. It just had to be this guy here. If today he were to be suppressed by that sword again, I fear I wouldn't even be able to fly away, and my wings would be broken on the spot. He stared fiercely at Hezo, gritted his teeth, and almost squeezed the words out from his throat. "It's you." Hezo. Just then hurried footsteps thundered in. Sengoku burst out with great strides, his righteous coat billowing wildly, his face dark with anger as he roared, "Golden Lion, you dare to invade Marineford? What do you take the Navy headquarters for? Come and go as you please." Before his words fell, a huge cannonball wrapped in haki shot towards the Golden Lion like a meteor. The Golden Lion's eyes narrowed, and both hands gripped his twin swords. Sakura Ten and Withered Wood crossed horizontally as he swung down fiercely. Clang! The cannonball was forcibly split in midair, and the explosion stirred up a storm. Although the Golden Lion had cut through the cannonball, his arm sank, slightly showing signs of strain. As the smoke cleared, a towering figure walked out slowly. It was none other than the Marine hero Monkey D. The Golden Lion's hand holding the sword trembled slightly as he looked at Garp, who was walking out, his face growing increasingly grim, a perfect opening act. Garp exchanged glances with Sengoku, and without needing to say much, their haki surged violently, immediately forming a pincer attack to take down the Golden Lion, intending to send this invading pirate into impel down. Hezo watched this scene, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes, his desire to watch the show instantly surfacing as he quietly mused, "So this is how they capture the troublemaker at Marineford, right? Now this is going to be a good show, a truly historic moment." He not only didn't step back, but instead took half a step forward, adopting a look of someone who loves a ruckus, then turned to look at Zifa, not far away, deliberately putting on a weak and timid appearance, his voice tinged with a hint of feigned grievance and pressure from his identity, as he loudly called out, "Admiral Zifa, you must protect me well. I'm just a weak celestial dragon who can't bear the fear brought by pirates. Don't let me be scared." As soon as these words were spoken, Zifa's mouth twitched violently, and the veins on his forehead couldn't help but throb as he quietly muttered, "Protect you? You need protection? How is that possible? You fought me for a day earlier and handled it with ease like a game. Now you act weak. Who would believe your nonsense? Zifa felt a deep sense of helplessness. He knew all too well how terrifying Hezuo's strength was. Hezuo's power was unfathomable. Not to mention a golden lion, even the top powers across the vast seas might not gain an advantage before him. This guy is not someone who needs protection. He merely finds the chaos amusing and is deliberately putting on. However, during these days, Hezuo's training of the Marines has yielded significant results, genuinely helping the Navy cultivate talent, so he couldn't just ignore it. Thinking of this, Zifa could only suppress his urge to complain, quickly moving in front of Hezo, opening his arms to shield him, firmly adopting a posture of strict defense. Seeing this, Hezo quickly reached out and gently tugged at Zifa's sleeve, whispering, "No need to guard so closely, don't block my view, I'm still waiting to watch the legendary duel of the three." While saying this, he tiptoed to peek in the direction of Sengoku Garp, and the golden lion, his eyes filled with an eager desire to watch the show, completely disregarding the dangers of the battle. His nonchalant demeanor left Zifa, who was protecting him, feeling exasperated. The golden lion stared intently at Hezo, noticing that he remained lazily standing in place, showing no intent to suppress him with the hunting, merely folding his arms to watch the fun. His heart, which had been hanging in his throat, relaxed significantly, secretly rejoicing that he was not targeted by this demon today. At least, he wouldn't be suppressed to the point of having no ability to fight back. Suppressing the dread in his heart, he focused his mind and turned to Sengoku and Garp, his aura surging once again, tightening his grip on Sakura Tin and Withered Wood, and shouted fiercely, "I have come to Marineford today not for anything else, but for Roger. I don't believe you Marines have the capability to truly capture him. Either hand him over, or give me an explanation. Do not tarnish his dignity as my only rival." Just as the golden lion finished his harsh words and was about to take a stance to confront Sengoku and Garp, suddenly Hezuo's lazy yet sharp voice rang out from below, "Hey, Golden Lion, did my move rudder impact hurt your brain?" The Golden Lion was taken aback and turned to look. Hezo, arms crossed, wore a look of disbelief and leisurely added, "If our captain really was captured by those two old men, would I still be here watching the show? I would have long been fighting them. How could it be your turn to shout here?" As soon as these words were spoken, Sengoku's face darkened, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, filled with anger, but not daring to utter a word in rebuttal. And Hezuo's taunt directly shattered the last traces of rationality in the Golden Lion. He could no longer hold back his dread, and was completely consumed by fury, letting out a violent roar that poured all his hostility towards Sengoku and Garp. "Everyone go to hell." The ability of the float fruit erupted violently, and the debris, bricks, and broken pillars around the square were instantly lifted, raining down like a torrential downpour towards the two. Immediately after, the Golden Lion gripped his sword Sakura Tin and Withered Wood, slashing out horizontally. At the same time, two waves of dark haki cutting through the air, following the debris straight for Sengoku and Garp. Faced with this violent assault, Garp remained unperturbed, his fists already enveloped in layers of armament. He stepped forward instead of retreating, launching a punch with great force. The haki-wrapped galaxy impact met the slash waves and debris flood heated. At the same time, Sengoku no longer hesitated, his whole body radiating dazzling golden light, instantly transforming into a colossal golden Buddha form, raising his arms to firmly block the flying debris, halting all the residual waves in front of him. One attack, one defense, their synergy was as harmonious as ever. Meanwhile, Hezo merely leaned against the side, arms crossed, watching with great interest, showing no intention to intervene. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, three waves of Supreme Conquerors haki collided violently, causing a tempest that engulfed the entire Marineford. The ground cracked, and the air seemed to be distorted under the pressure. The surrounding Marines were already shaken by this terrifying aura, swaying unsteadily, with pale faces struggling to breathe, as they could only retreat far away, unable to approach this legendary battlefield. The Golden Lion's eyes burned red with fury, wielding his twin blades Sakura Tin and Kuroki in a wild dance. The power of the float fruit was pushed to its limits, with countless massive stones and shattered pillars floating behind him, resembling a storm of destruction. He roared again, his form surging forward as the light of his blades intertwined with his haki, an unending wave of slashes pouring forth like a tsunami, vowing to utterly crush the two before him. Kapu's foot shattered the ground as his muscles tensed, the armament haki enveloping him like a black arm. He stood firm and did not evade, unleashing a barrage of punches, each one carrying the power to shatter mountains and split seas. The bone-shattering punches and the shockwaves of the Milky Way erupted continuously, smashing the incoming slashes and boulders with explosive sounds that resounded deafeningly. The giant golden Buddha embodying Sengoku stood unyielding, radiating golden light, merging spiritual pressure with Conqueror's haki. He swept his massive palm, blocking all remaining stones and slashes, then concentrated terrifying power in his palm, releasing a colossal Buddha shockwave that shot forth the golden light, piercing the sky towards the golden lion. In an instant, the light of blades, the shadows of fists, and the golden light intertwined with explosions ringing throughout the air above Marineford. The ground trembled, and the sea and sky changed color. At this moment, the three legendary figures of this era engaged in a life-and-death struggle that could shake the world. At this level of confrontation, mere ordinary means could not secure victory. It was a battle to the last breath. Three waves of Conqueror's haki clashed fiercely, shaking Marineford to its core with howling winds and shattered bricks. Fortunately, you have Kapu here, otherwise the Navy headquarters would truly be torn apart today. Zifa replied solemnly, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Indeed, so fierce. Fortunately, you have Kapu here, otherwise the Navy headquarters would truly be torn apart today. Zifa replied solemnly, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Indeed. However, the Navy has many talented individuals. Even without Kapu, we would all fight with all our strength to stop him. Upon hearing this, Hezo scoffed lightly, mockingly, saying, nice thought, but look around you. How many can stand up? Just the Conqueror's haki from the Golden Lion has stunned 99% of your Navy. The rest can't even get close. Zifa could only sigh helplessly at Hezo's words. He understood better than anyone the terror of Conqueror's haki, an innate aura that cannot be attained through training. Ordinary people can't even resist it. He turned to Hezo and suddenly remembered something, his gaze sharpening. Speaking of which, that day you faced Kazan, Borsellino, and Sakazuki alone, you used Conqueror's haki to bind them, rendering them immobile. Yet when you fought me, you didn't release a hint of Conqueror's haki. Zifa paused, his tone complex and filled with disbelief. You actually went easy on me. Hezo shrugged indifferently, replying lightly, you weren't of any use either. I was just trying to keep it fair. Yet deep down he silently complained. That requires me to actually have Conqueror's haki to use. In the heat of battle, Kapu's aura suddenly surged, his aged face brimming with exhilarating battle intent. He threw his head back and burst into a hearty laugh, his fists locked onto the Golden Lion, roaring across the plaza, ski, take this hit. As his words fell, a pitch-black armament haki intertwined with crimson Conqueror's haki on his fists, and the violent air surged with the punch, showcasing the peak power of a top-tier fighter, wrapping Conqueror's haki around his fists. Each flash of lightning contained the pressure to crush everything, filled with a fervent desire for this pinnacle duel, igniting the blood that had long been dormant. The Golden Lion's eyes burned red, showing no sign of fear. Instead, his battle-intent soared. Gripping Sakura Tin and Kuroki tighter, he pushed the float fruit's power to its peak, his hair standing on end as he coldly retorted, Kapu, do you think you're Roger? I won't hold back. Faced with this earth-shattering punch, he stepped off the ground, his body suddenly leaping up, slashing horizontally, with his twin blades pouring all his haki into the blades, bravely confronting Kapu's punch, showing no fear towards the two legendary Navy powers before him, his eyes filled only with the pride of a longtime rival. At the moment of their collision, Sengoku's golden Buddha form exerted its power again, the golden light in the center of his palm, surging, gathering all his strength, as a colossal Buddha shockwave shot out the golden light, like a pillar charging towards the Golden Lion, attempting to cooperate with Kapu to completely suppress him. The Golden Lion's pupils narrowed sharply. Caught between two attacks, he dared not be careless, quickly contemplating a way to counter. Seeing Kapu's iron fist and Sengoku's shockwave arriving simultaneously, he abruptly activated his fruit powers, manipulating dozens of massive building debris and broken pillars to block in front of him. Utilizing the float fruit's levitation power, he quickly retreated, while simultaneously unleashing several waves of slashes with his twin blades, attempting to offset the assaults of the two formidable powers. However, the combined assault of Kapu and Sengoku was too ferocious. The debris and waves were instantly shattered, and the residual force struck the Golden Lion hard, causing him to grunt and be sent flying. As the Golden Lion was propelled by the impact, his fury intensified. In a fit of rage, he fully activated his fruit powers, lifting the walls, watchtowers, and stone structures surrounding Marineford's plaza, raining them down like a meteor shower, creating continuous deafening explosions as large sections of Navy buildings collapsed and dust and debris filled half the plaza. The violent turmoil of battle turned Marineford upside down, warping the air from the intense collision as if the very heavens and earth were trembling. Hezo watched Kapu, who was becoming increasingly frenzied and filled with battle intent, and couldn't help but mutter, that guy Kapu is simply a battle maniac. All he cares about is the thrill of fighting. Only a madman like him could match the Golden Lion in a death struggle. I just don't understand why Ski is so fixated on my captain, insisting on making him his right arm. How annoying. Hezo watched and lightly clicked his tongue. It's getting a bit tiring to watch. Zifa, go gang up on him. As soon as he finished speaking, Zifa's tense body relaxed. Suddenly, the battle intent that had been building up for a long time bursting forth, a sharp and exhilarating smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. In that smile, there was no trace of fear in facing a legendary pirate. It was all the urgency of a long-awaited battle, the corners of his lips slightly curling upward. His fists, which had long been unable to contain themselves, were instantly enveloped in a layer of darkened armament hockey. Had it not been for Hezo specifically asking him to stand by, he would have charged into battle long ago. How could a dignified admiral watch as an arrogant pirate invaded the Navy headquarters? Now there were no more reservations. He stomped fiercely, the ground shattering violently as he shot into the sky like a cannonball, shouting loudly, "Ski, I'm coming. Black Arm put you in bomb." As soon as the words fell, Zifa charged into the fray with overwhelming might. The Golden Lion, having just withstood a punch from Garp and a great Buddha shockwave from Sengoku, breathed heavily. As he adjusted slightly in midair, a loud roar echoed from a far Black Arm purgatory explosion. This was the culmination of armed color hockey, its sharpness bearing down upon him. The Golden Lion's expression changed dramatically as he panicked, cursing inwardly, "What the hell? Another Marine Admiral is here, and they're going all out right from the start. How am I supposed to deal with this?" With Garp's mad punches and Sengoku's giant Buddha now adding Black Arm, Zephyr's unreasonable ultimate move, even with the Golden Lion's dominance over the seas, he felt a prickling fear at this moment. Today at Marineford, it truly felt like they were determined to trap him to death. Zephyr charged into the battlefield with the might of the Black Arm purgatory explosion, breaking the balance of power that had previously been evenly matched with Garp and Sengoku. The scales of victory slowly tilted without hesitation towards the Marines. However, the Golden Lion was a legendary pirate reigning over the New World. Even when surrounded by three opponents, he fought fiercely with his bizarre ability from the float fruit and top-tier hockey. This earth-shattering battle lasted from day to night, and from night until dawn, fighting tirelessly for an entire day and night before finally suppressing the exhausted Golden Lion. As the smoke gradually cleared, Garp panted heavily, his clothes in tatters, yet he could not hide the gleeful smile in his eyes. He walked up to the collapsed Golden Lion and patted his shoulder, laughing heartily. "Shiki, is that all you've got? I'm not done yet." Just as he finished speaking, Sengoku, frowning like a dark pot, raised his hand, without saying a word, and struck down hard on Garp's head, his tone filled with exasperation. "You have the nerve to say you're not done yet? Look at Marineford, it's been half destroyed by this battle. If we keep going, the entire Marine headquarters will be flat." Garp rubbed the bump forming on his head, chuckling lightly, without a rebuttal, completely unfazed by Sengoku's accusations. Zephyr stepped forward, quickly pulling out the sea stone handcuffs he had prepared in advance, firmly restraining the Golden Lion's hands and feet. The power of the sea stone instantly suppressed his float fruit ability. Zephyr dragged the half-dead, injured Golden Lion, turning to walk slowly towards Impel Down. The dragged Golden Lion, with nearly all his bones broken and strength completely spent, had no power left to even raise his hands. He exuded an air of despair, yet his defiant spirit remained unchanged as blood dripped from his mouth, still gritting his teeth and shouting, "You Marines only know how to use numbers to bully the few. What kind of skill is that? Compared to Roger, you're far behind. Indeed, only someone with Roger's towering spirit is worthy to be my opponent." Ha! His voice was hoarse, yet carried a sense of relief echoing above the broken Marineford. Ultimately, he could not escape the fate of being imprisoned in Impel Down. Zephyr, dragging the exhausted Golden Lion, looked at the ruined Marineford and sighed softly. "The legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki will fall to dust here, ha!" From a distance, Hezo's sharp tongue chimed in, "Hurry up and lock him up." "What do you mean, fall to dust? This is called being thrown into prison. Fighting without even checking the enemy's military strength, really thinking you're invincible. You brought an entire island just to casually invade Marine headquarters. So stupid." The Golden Lion at this moment had no energy left to be angry, merely gasping for breath, speaking hoarsely with a hint of relief. "To be locked up with Roger is not so bad." Hezo shook his head, gently, silently mocking. "Is this the power of a white moonlight? As expected of you, Captain Roger." Even when reduced to being imprisoned and unable to move, just the thought of being held together with Captain Roger seems to diminish his resentment by more than half. Just as Zephyr had dragged the barely alive Golden Lion a few steps, Garp caught sight of Hezo nearby, who was hugging his arms. He paused for a moment, realizing he had been too focused on enjoying the battle. "Who just arrived?" He then walked over, slapping Hezo's shoulder with his bloodied hand, his tone carrying a hint of surprise as a glimmer of gold flickered in his murky eyes. "It's you, Hezo. What brings you to Marine headquarters?" Hezo glanced at him with a disdainful smile. "I've been here for almost 10 days, living here for nearly half a month. You old man must have been having a blast chatting with the captain in Impel Down. If it weren't for the Golden Lion attacking, you probably would have planned to hide away and never come out right." Upon hearing this, Garp scratched his head, wearing a goofy smile and promptly skipping over the topic. His eyes suddenly lit up with anticipation. "Let's not talk about that. I've been fighting for so long, I'm starving. Quickly prepare a few delicious dishes for me to taste." He counted on his fingers for a moment, his tone slightly pitiful. I can't even remember the last time I had your cooking. It's been 1,682 days. Hezo looked at his gluttonous expression and couldn't help but chuckle, replying gently, you call that forgetting? You've been counting the days clearly. Don't worry, you'll get to eat it every day from now on. I've already improved the meals at Marine Headquarters cafeteria. As soon as these words fell, the glint in Garp's eyes became blinding, and he nearly jumped up in excitement, exclaiming loudly, that's great. It's truly wonderful. After fighting with the Golden Lion for so long, I need to feast well. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Sengoku, who was still dealing with the aftermath of the battle, without regard for Sengoku's dark expression, slinging his arm around Sengoku's shoulder and half dragging him in the direction of the cafeteria, continuously muttering about wanting to eat several bowls of rice. The next day, the incident of the Golden Lion Shiki charging into Marineford alone was like a breathtaking tsunami instantly sweeping across the entire world, igniting an unprecedented media frenzy. As one of the three overlords dominating the new world, the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki dared to storm Marine Headquarters Marineford alone. Such an extreme, audacious act immediately seized the headlines of newspapers worldwide, becoming the focal point of discussion among all pirates, marines, and civilians. In every tavern of Reverse Mountain, in the towns of East Blue, or on the many large islands of the New World, everywhere was buzzing with talk of this shocking incursion event at headquarters, and everyone was appalled by the Golden Lion's reckless actions. Following this explosive headline, another significant piece of news quickly spread to every corner of the world. The wildly arrogant Golden Lion Shiki was ultimately subdued by the top three marine powerhouses Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr, and was officially imprisoned in the most secure underground 6th level of Impel Down, never to escape. As the news spread the world, order seemed to shake as well. Some marveled at the legendary combat strength of the Marines, others lamented the fall of a legendary pirate, and some were apprehensive about the terrifying strength the Marines displayed this time. The entire pirate world's public opinion was thoroughly stirred by this battle of invasion at Marineford. The 6th level of the city was cold and damp. The Golden Lion, shackled with Hailu stones, slumped against the stone wall, his once arrogant demeanor completely subdued, resigned to this fate. Hezo stood outside the cell, his tone lightly sarcastic, yet not unkind. Having 3 top naval forces joined together to beat you, at least you made quite a spectacle in your life. Yet after fighting for over half a lifetime, he still couldn't defeat Roger even once. The Golden Lion kept his eyes closed, his expression calm, showing no struggle or howl, having long accepted his fate. Hezo didn't linger any longer and walked straight toward the special cell deep inside. Inside, Roger sat lazily, and upon seeing Hezo he grinned and said, I knew you'd come to see me, you brat. Hezo grasped the bars with both hands, his expression shifting. Do you really have to do this? You know it doesn't have to be. I can find pure gold. Roger waved his hand dismissively. Hezo, all I have left is this regret. The old era needs to turn the page. Hezo looked directly at him. Are we really going to do as we said back then and unveil the age of exploration? Roger nodded heavily, a wild glint in his eyes. Exactly. Let's throw the truth into the sea and let the world embark on the voyage to uncover that truth. Aren't you afraid of the situation getting out of control? Roger scoffed. The sea can never be grasped by anyone. The two fell into silence for a moment. After a while, Hezo slowly spoke. He will be named Ace. Roger was taken aback, surprise and emotion flickering in his eyes as he asked softly, what? My sword? No. How could you know this? I've never mentioned it to anyone. Hezo's tone was gentle, carrying a sense of fulfillment. I foresee the future. I saw that he will be a boy. Hearing this, Roger's brows relaxed suddenly, displaying a genuine smile, filled with relief. After a long time, Roger slowly spoke. I want to eat that bowl of spicy stir-fried pork noodles that everyone approved of one more time. All right, Hezo replied. Roger smiled, and understanding his worries settled. Hezo prepared a meal for Roger and said calmly, eat it after I leave. Ooh, I don't want to refresh the memory of your satisfied smile. They'll be going to Logtown, Captain Roger. Roger nodded with a smile. Having traveled together for many years, Hezo didn't need to elaborate for him to understand. The next day, Hezo silently bid farewell. Alone, he sailed away from the waters, heading toward the East Sea, wandering aimlessly along the old path Roger walked in his youth. The sea was calm, the waves shimmering, and the surroundings were quiet and deserted. In the distance, a solitary boat gently floated on the water. Mihawk's boat had no oars, nor was there anything around to assist. He held the Black Blade Knight, using the supreme sword as a paddle, leisurely gliding through the water. Their eyes suddenly locked. Mihawk's figure froze abruptly, his expression turning stiff, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Shouldn't I be unseen? He immediately turned his wrist swiftly and hastily, concealing the Black Blade Knight behind him. However, Hezo remained standing at the bow, his gaze calm and unwavering, fixated on him, without a hint of distraction. This quiet scrutiny felt like a silent assessment, causing the usually proud and noble Mihawk, who esteemed the dignity of the strong, to feel utterly humiliated, uneasy, and both embarrassed and angry. The two remained locked in a standoff across the sea for a moment, Hezo's gaze unwavering as he quietly observed him. Unable to contain his pent-up frustration and impatience, Mihawk's eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp, drawing the Black Blade Knight once more. With a powerful swing, a domineering and fierce flying slash surged forward with the force of the void, aimed directly at Hezo's direction. As the slash approached, Hezo's expression remained unchanged as he kicked out. In the instant of collision between overwhelming force, the fierce slash was instantly met, and then violently shattered, dispersing into countless streams of air. The slash was brutally kicked by Hezo, instantly bursting into numerous air currents, exploding with a loud bang, raising several white waves on the sea, rocking the two small boats fiercely. Mihawk tightened his grip on the Black Blade Knight, his golden eyes chillingly fierce with the surrounding pressure dropping to an extreme. He was running around the sea searching for powerful swordsmen to duel his innate pride stronger than anyone else's. The embarrassing sight of using the Black Blade as in or had been clearly seen by Hezo, and this felt even more humiliating than being struck by a sword. His face was flushing with heat. Hezo steadily returned to the bow, not even frowning. The previous block of the slash had been as effortless as kicking a small stone, showing not a ripple as he fixed his indifferent gaze on Mihawk. Under such a steady gaze, Mihawk could no longer contain himself. His hand gripping the Black Blade turned visibly tense as he coldly questioned, "Are you done staring?" Hezo then slowly spoke, his tone flat and devoid of mockery, casually stating, "This is the first time I've seen someone use a supreme sword, even a black blade, as a paddle." As soon as the words left his mouth, Mihawk became even angrier, his entire being radiating sword energy. He despised being laughed at more than anything in life, especially in such a humiliating manner, being scrutinized by a strong opponent whose true abilities were unclear. It was utterly degrading. He gritted his teeth, his tone cold and sharp. "Mind your own business." At this moment, his mind was filled with the thought of seeking strong opponents for a duel, and having been provoked by Hezo, the competitive spirit in his gaze flared up, fixing intently on Hezo. Mihawk's surrounding sword energy reached its peak, his fingers gripping the hilt of the Black Blade tightly, his golden eyes ablaze with intense battle intent. His muscles taut the deck beneath his feet, showing shallow cracks from the invisible pressure of sword energy, ready to leap into action with a more powerful strike aimed at Hezo. "It's quite boring with just one person on the boat." Mihawk's movements froze in place, his face in shock, the battle intent in his eyes momentarily "It's quite boring with just one person on the boat." Mihawk's movements froze in place, his face in shock, the battle intent in his eyes momentarily stifled, his brows furrowing sharply, clearly not expecting an invitation to accompany him at this time. He had always been a lone wolf, solely focused on finding strong opponents to duel. Looking down on companionship, he coldly countered with a sneer full of pride and disdain, "Why should I?" Hezo looked at him calmly, stating, "I also wield a sword." These four short words caused Mihawk's expression to change abruptly, the previously hard glint in his eyes subtly lighting up with a trace of barely perceptible excitement. He had drifted across the seas searching for swordsman opponents, and the man before him, who could easily disperse his flying slash, was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. Now learning that the other also wielded a sword ignited a deep desire within him to find a worthy rival. Hezo noticed the shift in Mihawk's eyes and slowly said, his tone firm yet calm, "Follow me, and for a while I can be your opponent, allowing you to hone your skills." These words struck directly at the core of Mihawk's deepest yearning. He trembled slightly, the excitement in his eyes nearly bursting forth, yet he remained inherently prideful and strong-willed, forcibly suppressing his anticipation and exhilaration, maintaining a cold and hardened expression, unwilling to reveal an ounce of eagerness. He tightened his grip on the Black Blade Knight, the blade slightly unsheathing, an inch gleaming with a cold light. His tone feigned indifference, yet could not hide the battle intent surging in his eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. "Even so, you need to have that ability. Come, let me test your sword to see if your sword is fast and sharp enough, or if my Black Blade Knight is stronger." With the words falling, Mihawk's wrist flexed, thoroughly gripping the Black Blade Knight, his surrounding sword energy surging violently, his golden eyes locking on Hezo, his entire being entering a state of readiness, just waiting for the other to draw his blade, prepared to engage in a top-tier duel. Hezo slowly raised his hand, leisurely drawing a plain kitchen knife from his waist, the blade also pitch black. Seeing Hezo pull out an ordinary kitchen knife, Mihawk's expression suddenly darkened, and a surge of hostility erupted around him. He had always regarded the sword as his life, the pride of a swordsman etched into his bones, and he would never allow anyone to treat a duel with such disdain. He clenched the black knife tightly in his palm and coldly shouted, "What do you mean by using that knife?" Hezo said, nothing, instantly moving in front of Mihawk, silently raising his hand to slice down with the knife lacking any named technique, yet the blade's momentum was heavy and fierce. Mihawk immediately leaped into the air, diving down to strike Black Knife Starfall. Under the immense pressure, he barely managed to catch Hezo's seemingly unremarkable strike. The force surged through the blade into his arm, causing his entire arm to feel numb and tremble. The flesh of his palm ached painfully, and his hand shook as he gripped the knife. Shock and fear filled his heart as he stared intently at Hezo, speaking in a low voice. What kind of technique is this? Its power is terrifying. Hezo casually replied, no name, just a casual slice. Hearing this nonchalant response, Mihawk's expression shifted slightly, but he secretly felt that the other party was just putting on a brave front. He had traveled the world challenging countless top swordsmen, but never had anyone so easily deflected his attacks, especially when the opponent wielded nothing but a kitchen knife. As this thought settled, his fighting spirit suddenly surged, determined to thoroughly gauge the opponent's depths. Black Knife New Moon. In an instant, an arc of sword energy swept across the sea, densely packed and overwhelming, rushing toward Hezo. Hezo did not dodge or evade, slightly gathering his armed color and conqueror's haki around the knife, raising his hand to strike down suddenly. A menacing, massive black-red sword energy burst forth, clashing heat-in and instantly shattering the countless sword energies that came rushing at him. Such a powerful strike still lacked a named technique. In Hezo's words, as long as he did not name the technique, it was just a regular attack. The residual force of the sword momentum continued unabated, enveloping him with a terrifying pressure. A strong sense of crisis suddenly seized his mind, and Mihawk's pupils constricted as he dared not hold back any longer. He tightly gripped the black knife, unleashing a series of powerful attacks, with Black Knife Flash stacking layers of defense, barely managing to deflect this terrifying blow. The violent impact surged through the knife bone, causing his arm to throb painfully and his palm to ache, while waves of shock rolled through his heart. Does it even carry Conqueror's haki wrapped around it? As Mihawk barely caught his breath during the brief pause, he found himself still lacking the strength to Hezo had already raised his hand, unleashing a series of sharp sword energies, each one crashing down in succession, instantly reducing the small boat beneath Mihawk to splinters. Due to the previous hard resistance, he had already exhausted his energy from using Black Knife Flash Molt. At this moment, he had no strength left to unleash sword techniques for defense, and could only hurriedly wrap the heavy armed color around the black knife, gritting his teeth to withstand the incoming waves of sword energy. The overwhelming onslaught collided successively, and the immense force came crashing down, completely unstoppable. Mihawk was violently thrown into the air, flying hundreds of meters away and crashing heavily onto the ground of a nearby small island. In the next moment, a figure flashed. Hezo suddenly appeared in front of him, looking down and asking, "Do you want to continue fighting?" At this moment, Mihawk lay collapsed on the ground, his body aching and exhausted, unable to rise. The black knife in his hand had been knocked away by the violent impact, landing on the ground beside him. He looked at Hezo, who was close enough to end him with ease, filled with unwillingness, and slowly closed his eyes. Looking at Mihawk in this state, Hezo said helplessly, "I mean no harm. I was just bored and wanted to find someone to accompany me. Jurakarl Mihawk, follow me." As the evening twilight bathed the deserted island, the setting sun melted like gold, casting a warm, orange glow over the sea. The campfire crackled, warm light flickering. Mihawk, wrapped in healing bandages, leaned against the reef, quietly eating his meal. The tension from the afternoon had completely dissipated. As he savored the delicious dish, a hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. "This tastes amazing. It turns out you are truly a chef." Glancing at the kitchen knife resting beside him, he asked in a deep voice, "That knife of yours must also be a black knife, right?" Hezo's expression was calm as he patiently replied, "Indeed. The beasts and rare sea creatures I usually handle are so strong that ordinary knives cannot cut through. This kitchen knife has been repeatedly tempered with armed color over the years and naturally evolved into a black knife." Mihawk was shaken by these words, slowly speaking with such terrifying strength. "You cannot be an unknown character. Tell me your name, and from now on I will follow you until the day I surpass you with my own hands." Hezo replied lightly, "Hezo, that's my name. As for your ultimate goal of surpassing me, there is someone else for that, and I will take you to meet him in the future." At the same moment, on a distant ship at sea, Shanks suddenly sneezed for no reason, rubbing his nose and muttering, "Strange, why do I have an ominous premonition?" The scene cuts back to the campfire on the deserted island. Hezo looked at the injured Mihawk and said gently, "Rest well." He then took out a delicate small box containing a healing potion and tossed it to Mihawk. This was something he had carefully selected from the Holy Land treasury at the beginning of his voyage, though he had never been in. Mihawk caught the velvet box, looking at the pure medicinal power emanating from the pill, and understood that the person before him was not only powerful, but also held a significant status. He nodded solemnly, "I understand, Captain." Hezo chuckled lightly, "You want suffer following me. A night passed in silence, the deserted island tranquil, only the sea breeze and the crackling embers of the campfire could be heard. The next morning as dawn broke, the sunlight spread over the coast. Mihawk raised his hand to touch his body, and under the bandages from last night, all his injuries had completely healed, his muscles stretched without a trace of pain. He marveled inwardly at the miraculous properties of the potion, his awe and respect for Hezo growing even more. He looked at Hezo, who was sitting quietly beside him, and asked solemnly, "Where are we planning to go next?" Hezo gazed at the boundless sea, his tone casual and relaxed. "It seems there isn't a plan. I just came to sea to clear my mind and wander around. What about you?" Mihawk nodded slightly at this, and then candidly replied, "I've heard that Gold. Roger will be publicly executed in Lobetown in the East Blue. I originally planned to witness this moment marking the end of an era, but unexpectedly, I encountered a formidable opponent like you along the way." Upon hearing this, Hezo's lips curled into a slight smile. "He is the Pirate King. And he is also my captain." At this, Mihawk was taken aback, his pupils suddenly constricting in disbelief. "What? You are a crew member of the Pirate King? But I have been at sea for many years. Why have I never heard of you?" Hezo's expression remained calm, his tone devoid of fluctuation. "Because the world government does not dare to issue a bounty on me. Since you want to witness the end of this era, then I will accompany you to see the beginning of the new era." Not long after, the two set sail, steadily heading towards the East Sea. Along the journey, two youthful figures could be seen in the distance on the sea, those being Shanks and Buggy, who were traveling together. The two young crew members had already parted ways with the companions of the Roger pirate crew, filled with complex feelings, clutching onto their disbelief and determined to reach Lobetown to witness their captain's final moments. Hezo raised his hand to signal the two boys to board his ship, and then proceeded to introduce them to Mihawk, also explaining their background to Mihawk. Mihawk's gaze fell upon the small wooden sword in Shank's hand, and he softly remarked, "Is he also a Hezo smirked with a hint of mischief, leaning closer to whisper in Mihawk's ear, "Indeed, Shanks possesses remarkable swordsmanship talent. Do not underestimate him." This was said so quietly that Shanks, who was nearby, did not hear it. He merely scratched his head and curiously asked, "Mr. Hezo, what are you two whispering about?" Nothing much, Hezo replied evasively. Despite his confusion, he did not press further. Mihawk's gaze landed on the familiar straw hat atop Shank's head, and he instantly understood. This was the straw hat of Pirate King Roger. He knew that the red-haired boy before him had inherited Roger's will and legacy, quietly regarding him as a true rival for the future, while Shanks remained blissfully unaware of it all. At that moment, Buggy could not help but lean forward, his tone anxious and apprehensive. "Mr. Hezo, is Captain Roger really going to be publicly executed?" Upon discussing this matter, Hezo's expression turned somber, a heavy silence flickering in his eyes as he spoke softly, "Indeed, Buggy. This is Roger's own choice. He has a mission he must fulfill." Buggy bit his lip, his eyes slightly reddening, but he held back his tears, clenching his small fists and lowering his head, refraining from asking more. He still found it hard to accept that the captain who led them through the Grand Line, forever spirited and confident, was truly going to walk willingly towards the execution ground. Shanks remained leaning against the ship's railing, his fingers tightly gripping the small wooden sword, the straw hat lowered slightly, hiding the emotions in his eyes. He understood the captain's nature better than Buggy did. He knew the captain would never engage in meaningless acts. Yet even so, the heaviness in his heart could not be suppressed. The straw hat entrusted by Captain Roger felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. Hezo observed the two boys and refrained from offering more comforting words, as some emotions could only be digested by themselves. He raised his hand to adjust the sail, allowing the small boat to sail faster towards Lobetown in the East Sea, driven by the sea breeze. Mihawk stood at the other side of the railing, his gaze fixed on the straw hat atop Shank's head, his expression slight. This seemingly carefree red-haired boy had clearly inherited Roger's will, a legacy that firmly etched Shanks into his heart, confirming him as his destined rival for life. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Hezo, still reeling from shock within. The chef of the Pirate King, a formidable figure whom the world government dared not place a bounty on, even honing kitchen knives into black blades. Hezo's mystery and strength far exceeded Mihawk's imagination, further solidifying his resolve to follow him. Hezo seemed to sense Mihawk's gaze and turned to look, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said nothing, merely pointing towards the sea ahead, signaling that the journey was still long. Mihawk nodded, slightly tightening his grip on the black blade, his aura still steady, but with a newfound anticipation for Lobetown and a stronger conviction about the future. After a brief moment, a raucous shout suddenly erupted from the sea as several ships, flying the Skull pirate flag, quickly surrounded them. The vessels were dilapidated, yet aggressive, clearly belonging to a pirate crew, causing havoc in these waters. Seeing this, Buggy instantly panicked, shrinking back slightly, but recalling that Mr. Hezo was on the ship. He straightened up immediately, gripping his small dagger tightly, feeling much more confident as he muttered, with Mr. Hezo here, these small pirates are nothing. Hezo glanced at the approaching pirate ships with disdain. Turning to Mihawk, he said, "It's up to you, Mihawk." Mihawk nodded slightly, his right hand moving towards the hilt of the black blade, ready to make his move. However, Shanks stepped forward first, his eyes bright and voice filled with determination. "Mr. Hezo, let me handle it. It's a perfect opportunity for you to see the progress I've made during my solo training." Without waiting for Hezo to respond, Shanks exerted force beneath his feet, his form moving so fast, it left behind an afterimage, leaping onto the deck of the pirate ship with swift and decisive movement, showing no signs of youthful hesitation. Before the pirates could react, the foremost pirate, just raising his knife, was swiftly cut on the wrist by Shanks wielding the small wooden sword, causing the weapon to fly from his grip, and he collapsed to the ground, instantly losing his combat ability, all happening in the blink of an eye. The pirate captain squinted his eyes, sizing up Shanks, and scoffed, "Red-haired brat, not bad at all. Ooh, I underestimated you." He pounded his chest, arrogantly proclaiming, "I'm a notorious pirate of the East Sea. Iron Rod Kyle with a bounty of 2 million berries. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and beg for mercy, and you might just keep your life." With that, Kyle's eyes glinted with malice, completely disregarding Shanks, gripping the bloodied iron rod, and lunged at Shanks with the intent to kill the boy outright. Shanks remained calm, neither dodging nor avoiding, sidestepping to evade the iron rod, while simultaneously swinging the small wooden sword, precisely striking Kyle's wrist, causing the iron rod to slip from his grasp. Before Kyle could regain his senses, Shanks took a step forward, thrusting the second sword directly at Kyle's chest, forcefully slamming him against the ship's railing, rendering him completely unable to resist. In just 2 moves, he had completely subdued the pirate with a bounty of 2 million berries. Holding the wooden sword, Shanks chose not to strike a fatal blow, merely looking coldly at Kyle, indicating for him to leave. Kyle, shocked and fearful, looked at the merciful Shanks, his face filled with shame, not daring to utter harsh words, struggling to get up, hurriedly calling to his remaining crew, turning the ship around, and fleeing the area, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Shanks sheathed the small wooden sword and leaped back onto Hezo's ship, scratching his head as he looked at Hezo, a bright smile lighting up his youthful face. "Mr. Hezo, don't you think I've made quite a bit of progress?" Buggy immediately rushed over, his face brimming with admiration, while Mihawk stood nearby, regarding Shanks with increased recognition, his estimation of Shanks' strength growing heavier. Hezo looked at the spirited young man before him, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he nodded lightly. "You've made progress." Buggy, also in high spirits, adjusted the sail, and the small boat continued steadily towards Logtown. The group continued their journey and soon arrived at Logtown in the East Blue, the place of beginnings and endings. The 4 disembarked and walked through the bustling yet oppressive streets, entering an inconspicuous tavern. As soon as they sat down, the tavern owner, polishing a wine glass, initiated a conversation with them. "I see you are outsiders. Recently, more and more people have come to Logtown, all eager to see the Pirate King." The owner sighed and continued, "This tavern was visited several times by the Pirate King Joel D. Roger when he was alive. He even drank at this very spot where you are seated." As he spoke, he glanced towards the execution platform outside, his voice lowering considerably. "Who would have thought? In just 2 days, the Pirate King who once ruled the seas will be publicly executed in this town." The tavern was filled with noise, the owner casually reminiscing about Roger's past visits, while lamenting that in 2 days this Pirate King would meet his end here. As his words fell, the atmosphere at the table grew heavy, each of the 4 lost in their own thoughts, none daring to respond. Even Hers tightly gripped his cup, the calm in his eyes shattered by a profound sense of melancholy that surged. Scenes of the years spent together flashed in his mind. Roger's hearty laughter and the bold adventures on the seas were vivid in his memory. He could hardly accept that their ever-vibrant captain would meet such a fate. His heart was filled with reluctance, yet he understood the captain's decision. He could only suppress his emotions deep within, his fingertips turning pale as he lowered his gaze in silence, unwilling to show any sign of distress. Shanks clenched his hand around his straw hat tightly, his previously cheerful demeanor freezing instantly, his eyes brimming with warmth. He stared intently at the table, the word execution echoing in his ears. Despite being mentally prepared, hearing someone else speak, it still caused his heart to constrict. Memories of the days spent with the captain surged to the forefront, the weight of legacy and the pain of parting suffocating him. He could only forcefully hold back his emotions, his shoulders trembling slightly, silently vowing not to betray the captain's will. Buggy, initially curious about the tavern, instantly wilted upon hearing the owner's words. His lips pouted and his eyes turned red. He dared not cry out loud, burying his head low, his fingers gripping the edge of the table tightly, feeling both anxious and sorrowful. The captain who had taken him to taste delicious food and protected him was truly about to leave them forever. He didn't want to accept it, yet felt utterly powerless, his heart, filled with grievances and reluctance, transforming into silent sobs as he fought to keep his tears at bay. Mihawk held his cup, appearing calm, yet waves of emotion stirred within him. He had come to witness the final moments of this legendary pirate king, and now, listening to the owner's tale, his respect for Roger deepened. Even as this man who ruled the seas approached his end, he could still capture the world's attention. This was the grandeur of a king of the seas. He glanced at the dejected Hers beside him, feeling increasingly certain that following Hers and witnessing the end of this era was the right choice. He silently resolved to carve out his own legendary path in swordsmanship, aiming to become the world's greatest swordsman, just like Roger. On the day of the execution, Lowtown's execution square was surrounded by a throng of pirates, Navy personnel, journalists, and civilians, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere of noise and fervor. Amidst the clamor on the day of the execution, Lowtown's execution square was surrounded by a throng of pirates, Navy personnel, journalists, and civilians, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere of noise and fervor. Amidst the clamor, there was a mix of greed for treasures and curiosity about the fall of a king, all infused with the salty tang of the sea, creating a restless yet oppressive ambience. Hers stood at the very front of the crowd alongside Mihawk, Shanks, and Buggy, a subtle yet undeniable aura of pressure emanating from them, isolating the surrounding noise, while his expression darkened like a cloud heavy with rain. On the high platform, GOLD. Roger was firmly bound to a pillar, clad in simple prison clothes, yet his regal aura could not be concealed. There was no trace of fear regarding death on his face. Instead, he wore a carefree smile, his gaze gently sweeping over the tumultuous crowd below, as if bidding farewell to the vast sea. The executioner stood nearby, his expression grave as he announced that the moment of execution was approaching. At that moment, someone in the crowd could not help but stretch their neck and shouted, "Pirate King! Where is your treasure hidden? Where is the legendary One Piece?" In the face of the crowd's fervent inquiries, Roger slowly raised his eyes, looking over the noisy crowd towards the boundless sea. His voice was not loud, yet it pierced through the chaos like thunder, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. "Do you want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it all. Go and find it. I've placed everything in the Grand Line." As his words fell, the entire square plunged into silence. After a brief pause, it erupted into a frenzied uproar, an extreme desire for treasure igniting in everyone's eyes. Cheers, shouts, and the sound of running feet filled the air, marking the grand opening of the great pirate era. The executioner's expression suddenly changed dramatically, hastily ordering the execution to proceed. The blade fell, marking the definitive end of a generation's legendary pirate king. The crowd erupted into chaos. Numerous individuals, driven by ambitions for treasure, surged towards the coast, preparing to embark on the Grand Line, completely disregarding the fall of the bygone era's king, lost in the fervor of soon discovering the hidden treasure. Shanks could no longer suppress the long-stored emotions. Tears streamed freely from beneath his straw hat, his shoulders shaking violently. The heart-wrenching cries he had held back for so long erupted forth, filled with sorrow for the years spent alongside the Roger pirates, the captain's care, and the passing of his will, all pouring out in this moment, nearly causing him to collapse. Buggy clung to his arm, weeping hysterically, his face smeared with tears, and Snot hoarsely calling out for Captain Roger repeatedly, his small frame shaking uncontrollably, utterly unable to accept that the captain had left them forever. Hers looked at the two boys who were crying uncontrollably and turned to Mihawk beside him, his voice grave and carrying an undeniable charge. "Mihawk, I leave these two to you. I have something I must do." Mihawk nodded slightly, not asking further questions, simply stepping forward to stand protectively beside Shanks and Buggy. In that moment, Hers suddenly vanished, leaving behind a faint trace, barely visible, moving at an unimaginable speed that none in the crowd noticed. On the west side of the crowd, a figure dressed in a pink feather coat, wearing sunglasses and windbreakers, originally wearing a playful smile, while watching the spectacle, suddenly froze upon seeing Hers appear on the execution platform. The smile vanished, instantly replaced by pure fear and oppression. His fingers involuntarily curled tightly, his entire body tensed, even his breath held back, as he did not dare make a sound. His heart was filled with terror as he recognized the suddenly appearing individual. In the crowd, not far away, a young man with a neat short haircut and a cigar in his mouth stared in shock at Hers on the execution platform, frozen in place. Hers had already stood firmly at the center of the execution platform, gently walking to Roger's body, his movements tender, as if afraid of disturbing the captain's eternal slumber. He slowly bent down, cautiously lifting the corpse, his deep sorrow transforming into utmost solemnity, the oppressive aura around him receding, yet carrying an undeniable presence that made it difficult to meet his gaze. The two executioners were taken aback, first stunned, then shouted angrily, reaching for their blades to stop him. But Hers, without uttering a word, raised his hand to reveal a token inscribed with special engravings. The marks and engravings on the token were such that even the high-ranking Navy officials had to bow in respect. The moment the executioners recognized it, their bodies stiffened, their expressions changing drastically. The tension in their demeanor dissipated instantly as they hurriedly sheathed their blades, bending deeply in respect, nearly touching their foreheads to the ground, not daring to breathe, let alone obstruct him, quietly awaiting Herz's actions. Herz ignored the respectful executioners and did not look at the crowd below. Holding Roger's body, he turned steadily and walked down the execution platform, heading towards the square's exit, neither glancing back nor pausing. He wanted to take the captain's body away from this noisy and curious place, seeking a quiet and peaceful location, allowing this king, who had ushered in the era of great pirates, to escape the gaze and discussions of the world, granting him the final dignity and peace that belonged solely to him. Hezo held Roger's lifeless body and walked alone out of Rogtown's coast. A flicker of dark red light suddenly flashed from a crimson ring on his finger. The air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, and the space rippled with an almost imperceptible distortion. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, Hezo had crossed countless seas and landed steadily on the land of Baitala Island in the South Sea. The sea breeze caressed his face, and the palm trees swayed gently, as if he had never experienced a long journey. He cradled Roger and walked slowly towards the familiar thatched cottage on the island. Lugio was standing outside the house, gently caressing her pregnant belly as she gazed out at the sea. Upon seeing Hezo and the person in his arms, she first froze, then a tender, yet painful light appeared in her eyes. "Is that you, Mr. Hezo?" she asked softly. "Roger often spoke of you." She had already understood Roger's choice, showing no panic or questioning, only deep understanding and reluctance. Hezo nodded slightly, saying, "The captain shall rest here." Together they went to the hillside facing the sea to dig a grave for Roger. There was no commotion, no ceremony. Hezo gently placed Roger down, covering him with handfuls of soil. Lugio gathered wildflowers and quietly laid them beside the grave. A simple grave facing the vast sea. The king of the old era finally found his last dignity on this quiet land. Hezo turned to Lugio, his tone deep and powerful. He was more than just the pirate king. He gave this world a chance to open its eyes. Lugio gently wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes and replied softly, "I understand. The world only focuses on his treasures, but fails to comprehend his true intentions. He used his own death to give people the chance to tear apart the darkness hidden by the world government for centuries." Lugio nodded slightly, the sea breeze playing with her hair. "He has always been this way, completely mad, yet profoundly great. He inspired those unwilling to be trampled underfoot to sail forth to resist and to seek the truths that have been concealed. The man you married is unparalleled on this sea." Lugio wore a bittersweet smile. "I have always been proud of him. I cannot change him, nor have I ever wanted to. What I can do is understand him, accompany him, and wait for him." Hezo fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "This place will soon be unsafe. The world government will not spare his bloodline. There is a place in the East Sea called Windmill Village. It is remote, quiet, and free of conflict. The people are simple, and the Navy rarely ventures to such places." He looked at Lugio's swollen belly, his voice softening. "Let's settle there. I believe the child will thrive there." Lugio gazed at the simple grave facing the sea, her fingertips gently brushing her abdomen, her eyes filled with tenderness and determination. She slowly looked up at Hezo, her voice soft yet resolute. "I will go with you, for the child, and to honor his intentions." Hezo nodded slightly, saying nothing more. The crimson ring on his finger glowed with a flicker of dark red light again, and the space twisted silently. He protected Lugio with one hand, while taking a final look at Roger's grave, and in an instant he disappeared into the sea breeze of Baitala Island. When they opened their eyes again, the two stood on the tranquil shore heading to the east, see the journey smooth and without a hint of turbulence. Days passed quietly. On the South Sea, a warship adorned with a dog head insignia cut through the waves, its imposing figure belonged. The warship slowly approached Baitala Island, and Garp quickly walked towards the thatched cottage that Roger had mentioned, pushing open the wooden door to find the interior neat and empty, long devoid of human presence. He looked around and realized that only that man could have such means. Why is he still slower than before? Without a moment's hesitation, Garp turned back to the warship and ordered in a deep voice to change course. Head to Windmill Village. He understood that whoever could protect Lugio and knew Roger's intentions would surely take her to the safest place, and Windmill Village was the most secure refuge he could think of. Windmill Village in the East Sea was tranquil and harmonious, the sea breeze carrying the aroma of cooking as the simple folk toiled diligently, while children's laughter echoed all around. Lugio had settled here for a few days. Hezo found a secluded little house taking care of everything, and the villagers warmly welcomed Lugio as their new neighbor. Life was peaceful and stable. That afternoon, Garp's figure appeared at the village entrance, hastily walking towards the secluded little house. Upon pushing the door open, he saw Lugio basking in the sun in the courtyard, and beside her Hezo stood quietly. Garp did not speak immediately. He first looked at Lugio, and seeing her in good spirits, his worried heart finally relaxed. He then turned to Hezo, his expression solemn. He bowed deeply to Hezo, his tone sincere. Hezo, thank you for giving Roger his final dignity. And thank you for safely bringing Lugio here. Hezo looked at Garp, his expression calm, gently shaking his head. I merely did what a crew member should do. The captain's life was free-spirited, and he should not have met a fate that disturbed him in death. Protecting his rest and ensuring the safety of those he cared about is my duty. Garp straightened up, gazing at the sea outside the courtyard, and then glanced at Lugio's swollen belly, letting out a long sigh. In his lifetime, having a partner like you was Roger's fortune. From now on, I will take care of them and ensure that no one can harm them in the slightest. Hezo waved his hand, a smirk of understanding crossing his face, his tone straightforward yet sharp. Don't play this game, I know exactly what wicked thoughts you have, old man. Don't think just because you're old you can plan for this unborn child to call you grandpa in the future. Let me make this clear, I absolutely will not agree to that. Garp froze on the spot, his thoughts exposed, feeling embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head, his face slightly flushed as he hurried to explain. You are being too harsh. I have no such intentions. Garp exclaimed. Roger and I share a life and death bond. If it weren't for our different stances, we would have sworn brotherhood long ago. There's no way I would force my brother's child to be raised as my grandchild. That absolutely won't happen. Hezo shot him a sidelong glance, disbelief in his eyes, his tone calm, yet imposing. Life and death. That's because you beat him to near death. I know exactly what you're plotting. You just want to keep this child close, ideally training them to become a future hero of the Navy. Garp, realizing he had been hit where it hurt, could only chuckle awkwardly, not daring to meet Hezo's gaze, stammering. I have no idea if it's a boy or a girl, but the child of the Pirate King will be a Navy hero, you just imagining it. Hezo interrupted him, annoyed. Stop right there. This child is Roger's bloodline, and I will never allow anyone to force him onto a path he doesn't wish to take. Garp quickly sobered up, nodding seriously. Rest assured, I will only protect him to grow up safely, and I won't impose anything else. Hezo finally relaxed a bit, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Old man, if you teach this child the infinite fist, I might be willing to overlook that matter. Garp's face lit up at the thought of having a successor, and both men exchanged a smile, words unspoken, yet understood between them. Robin was curled up at the tree roots, biting her lip tightly to avoid crying out. When she saw someone approaching, she instinctively shrank back, her eyes filled with fear. He turned to leave. He walked to the seaside and waved his hand lightly. The sea surged, and several sea kings surfaced, lying on the water and waiting. Hezo leaped onto a sea king's back, and with its perception quickly found Mihawk in a small seaside town. Mihawk was leaning against a wooden post by the shore. Seeing Hezo approach, he spoke up. Those two kids have split up. What happened? Shanks wants to venture into the Grand Line to create his own era, while Buggy just wants to search for treasure and make money. They had a falling out and went their separate ways. Hezo nodded. Everyone has their own path, you let them be. The two of them walked together to the boatyard in the town. A medium-sized single-masted sailboat was docked by the shore with a sign clearly stating 3 million berries. Hezo glanced around. 3 million. After speaking, he directly threw a large bag of money in front of it. The owner's eyes brightened. Seeing Hezo's luxurious attire and generous spending, he quickly changed his tune, smiling broadly. This guessed the price has just gone up. It is now 5 million berries. Hezo said nothing and tossed over a bag of 5,000 berries. The owner's eyes squinted with joy as he hurriedly handed over the boat keys and ropes, feeling pleased to have encountered a big spender. Hezo and Mihawk untied the ropes and boarded the ship. The boat had just sailed out of the harbor when a shadow silently landed on the dock. A figure from CP0 flashed by. The owner didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground. The person swept away all the bags of money on the ground and vanished in an instant. Within a year, I will help you hone your skills in the West Sea, Hezo called out to Mihawk, while reclining in his chair. Mihawk gripped the helm, his gaze resolute. I will reach the pinnacle of swordsman, I surely will. Aren't you all using swords? Mine is a true sword, Hezo teased. Mihawk replied. The two continued their journey to a bustling island in the East Sea, where discussions were rife at the port. Have you heard? Kalen has been active around here recently. That Kalen, the fiercest pirate captain in the area. It's said that his strength is approaching the level of a sword master with a bounty as high as 14 million berries. 14 million. It's better to stay indoors. Being targeted by someone like that could mean not even knowing how you died. Look, those two young men seem to be heading towards Kalen's location. Aren't they afraid of death? Hezo and Mihawk headed straight towards Kalen. Kalen was indeed one of the few ruthless characters of this generation, with numerous pirates under his command, his swordsmanship fierce and domineering, making him untouchable in these waters. When they met before a word was spoken, Kalen lunged forward with his sword, his momentum fierce. Perfect, no need for idle talk, cut him down, Mihawk. The Black Sword Knight swung towards Kalen, but was slightly hindered by the initial aggressive attack, caught up in Kalen's wild moves. Hezo impatiently remarked, "Stop testing the waters, you can finish this." Mihawk focused his mind, and the sword's momentum suddenly stabilized. Black Sword Flash. After this strike, Kalen was struck down like a fallen god. The surrounding pirates and bystanders were all dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. No one expected that a young man wielding a black sword could easily defeat Kalen, who had a bounty of 14 million and was close to the level of a sword master. 2 months later, the two sailed into the West Sea. A name was also circulating here, Guise. He was an old pirate in the West Sea, having long dominated a region with steady and cunning swordsmanship, having reached the sword master realm for many years. Many rookie pirates had fallen at his hands. The islanders shook their heads as they saw two unfamiliar young men approaching. These two dare to challenge Guise. Something bad is bound to happen. Guise struck with heavy ferocity, trying to overpower his opponent. After exchanging a few blows, Mihawk realized that Guy's sword techniques were too aggressive, and continuing would only lead to disadvantage. Mihawk quickly created distance, no longer clashing Hedon, but instead continuously unleashing flying slashes. In less than 20 exchanges, Guise was covered in wounds, completely at a disadvantage, ultimately having to abandon his sword and concede. In the past 6 months, Hezo had taken Mihawk across the West Sea, challenging sword master-level powerhouses all along the way. Mihawk's sword techniques became faster and colder, his mindset increasingly stable, already standing on the threshold of becoming a great sword master. West Sea, in an unknown sea area. The night was quiet, and the small boat swayed gently with the wind. Hezo leaned against the head of the bed, watching Mihawk, who was sitting opposite him polishing his sword, and said softly, "After half a year, your strikes have become much more decisive, Mihawk." Mihawk paused, his fingertips on the spine of the black sword, remaining silent for a moment before quietly saying, "Dealing with those people has become quite easy. But for you, I still." "Captain, what level has your strength reached?" Hezo slowly stood up, the silver light of his ring brightening. "If you want to know, you can test it right now." Mihawk recalled how he had fared poorly in previous challenges, helplessly waved his hand, stating plainly, "No need, I know my own limits." Hezo laughed heartily, throwing an arm around his shoulder. "What are you afraid of? If you want to become the world's greatest sword master, you must have the determination to win." Mihawk gently struggled, replying earnestly, "Becoming the greatest sword master is a process. Overestimating oneself will only lead to shame." Hearing this, Hezo's smile slowly faded, his gaze becoming distant and complex. He looked out at the dark sea, as if seeing many years ago on Rogers Oro Jackson, that same young, strong figure who was forever reckless and competitive, never quite understanding his own limits. Barrett, the stable and discerning Mihawk before him, gradually overlapped with the boy who once felt ashamed just from being seen using a sword to row. That reckless drive also resembled Barrett, who had repeatedly challenged powerful foes, getting beaten and bloodied, yet refusing to yield. A barely audible sigh escaped his lips, tinged with nostalgia and a hint of helplessness. The once fiery boy who drew his sword at the slightest provocation now understood restraint and knowing his limits. This resemblance reminds me of someone from long ago on Oro Jackson. Same talent, same pride, once so reckless and blind to the scale of his own strength, always thinking that sheer will could shake everything. He gently shook his head, his tone filled with the lament of passing time. "Only some learn to restrain themselves, and you have awoken a step ahead." Hezo touched the Sea Hunter ring. Had Mihawk dared to challenge him just now, he would have been controlling the ship personally. After all, wounds do not heal in just 10 days or half a month. The small boat of Hezo made a soft clack sound as it approached the dock of O'Hara. The O'Hara island before them was completely different from the other islands of the seas. There were no pirates cursing while clutching liquor bottles, and even the stone piles at the dock were polished smooth, showing no signs of being cut or hewn. As the wind blew, there was none of the lingering fishy and gunpowder smell of other ports. Instead, it was filled with the fresh scent of leaves and old books mixed together. Hezo could not associate this O'Hara with the one he had seen in his past life. The Demon Slayer Order was truly terrifying, effortlessly erasing such a paradise from existence. Hezo bent down to wrap the boat rope around the stone pile a couple of times, tying a neat knot. Mihawk followed him onto the shore, instinctively tilting his body to avoid the black sword on his back from scraping against the boat. The pitch-black scabbard was snugly pressed against his back, with only a small section of the silver blade handle visible, gently swaying with his steps. He had become used to tensing his spine in preparation for trouble, but upon surveying the dock, he found not a single person who even glanced at them, which made him relax slightly. "Just keep the sword hidden, there's no need for violence here." "I understand, Captain," Mihawk replied, suddenly enlightened. O'Hara was too quiet. It was so silent that speaking too loudly felt inappropriate. The two walked along the stone-paved road into the island with small houses adorned with white walls and wooden windows lining the sides, their doorways either filled with flower pots or stacked high with books. A little girl with braided hair sat on the doorstep reading. Upon hearing their footsteps, she glanced up at them, then lowered her head to continue devouring her book, showing no fear of strangers. On other islands, the mere sight of Mihawk's black sword would cause pirates to think trouble was brewing or civilians would scatter far away. Yet here no one, not to mention questioning them, they couldn't even be bothered to cast a second glance. On other islands, the mere sight of Mihawk's black sword would cause pirates to think trouble was brewing or civilians would scatter far away. Yet here no one took it seriously. The two found a small restaurant by the street and took a seat, ordering some food. Inside the restaurant, all the patrons were scholars in white robes, either bowing their heads to eat or quietly discussing archaeological matters, their voices hushed. Even the sound of bowls and chopsticks clinking was soft. As they were eating, the voices of two elderly scholars at the next table wafted over. Yesterday, another group came and claimed to be from the world government, taking away 3 boxes of ancient texts, saying they were forbidden items. If this continues, it won't be good. The doctor has already received several warnings about not allowing us to touch the contents of the blank 100 years. Sigh, we're just studying history. Who have we offended? Mihawk paused with his chopsticks, frowning as he leaned closer to Hezo and whispered, "Isn't it just reading a few books? Why does the world government interfere so much?" Hezo took a sip from his cup, not lifting his eyelids, and replied calmly, "Some histories are ones the celestial dragons do not want ordinary people to know." Without saying another word, Mihawk didn't inquire further. After all, his only desire was to become the world's greatest swordsman. Just as they finished their meal and stepped outside, trouble found them. 3 men in black suits blocked the alley, surrounding a young scholar clutching a leather bag and reaching for the bag he was holding. "Stop wasting words. Those are forbidden documents. We need to take them back for inspection. This is just ordinary historical material that I copied. You can't take it." The young scholar clung tightly to his bag, refusing to let go, and was pushed back, nearly falling. A few other scholars nearby watched in anger, but dared not speak up, only observing from a distance. Hezo took a couple of steps forward, not issuing any threats, simply standing there and looking at the 3 men in black suits, calmly saying, "Put the items down and leave." The 3 men in black suits had intended to curse some more, but upon meeting Hezo's gaze, their faces turned pale. Not daring to utter a word, they quickly released their hold and scurried away, not even daring to look back. The young scholar hurried over with the bag, bowing repeatedly in gratitude, introducing himself as Lim, an intern scholar from the Tree of Omniscience. "Thank you so much. This bag contains historical materials I painstakingly organized. If they had taken it, half a year of my work would have been wasted." Lim, being quite earnest, insisted on repaying them, saying that outsiders were generally not allowed into the Tree of Omniscience, but he could take them inside for a look. Hezo did not refuse, and Mihawk was curious as well. The two followed Lim towards the Tree of Omniscience. From a distance, they had thought the tree was large, but upon getting closer, they truly understood what it meant to overshadow the sun. The trunk was so thick that 10 or more people could not encircle it, and the crown resembled a vast green cloud covering a good portion of the island. There were rows of windows carved into the trunk, filled with bookshelves inside. As they followed Lim into the tree, Mihawk was utterly mesmerized. Towering bookshelves stretched endlessly upwards from the ground to the treetop, stacked high with books. Countless scholars in white robes moved gracefully between the bookshelves, either absorbed in reading or bent over writing, walking with the utmost care. The only sound in the entire space was the rustling of pages, creating an atmosphere of profound silence. Throughout his life, he had trained with swords, seeing nothing but weapons, pirates, and battles. He had never imagined that such a place existed in the world, filled with so many books, where countless people quietly engaged with words for their entire lives. Lim explained to them that this tree was 5,000 years old and housed the most comprehensive historical documents in the world. These scholars spent their lives searching for the truth behind the blank 100 years. Hezo leaned against a bookshelf, observing the scholars engrossed in their studies, and began to search for a few books that piqued his interest. Mihawk didn't notice that he was gazing upwards, staring at the towering bookshelves that reached the ceiling, his eyes filled with rare confusion and shock. The two stayed in O'Hara for several months. During the day, Mihawk practiced his swordsmanship in a secluded grove behind the island, while Hezo sat on a nearby rock, occasionally reading. Their tacit understanding had reached a point where no excessive words were needed. Mihawk was also puzzled as to why he had never seen Hezo practice. Whenever he asked, he only received Hezo's response of, "It's enough if it works." At night, the two sat by the window of the inn, listening to the sound of the wind outside, along with the occasional distant rustle of turning pages. It was peaceful, completely different from their days of challenging strong opponents at sea. As they were leaving, the boat had already sailed far away, and Mihawk stood at the bow looking back at the ever-shrinking tree of omniscience. He asked Hezo, "Captain, will these people in O'Hara be all right for opposing the world government like this?" And Hezo held the helm, gazing at the sea ahead, and after a long silence he replied lightly, "It depends on their..." The boat sailed further and further away, and O'Hara slowly disappeared beneath the horizon. In the West Sea, in an unknown maritime region. It was the third day since the ship departed from O'Hara, and they had not yet left the waters of the West Sea. The sea was calm, with only the gentle sound of waves lapping against the ship's hull. Mihawk leaned against the ship's railing, his black sword Yoru securely resting against his back, with only a hint of the silver hilt visible. He was focused on polishing the blade's tassel, his fingers moving delicately. Despite Hezo's advice not to always carry the sword, which made him seem dull, Mihawk still frequently took it out to clean, ensuring his beloved sword remained in optimal condition. At that moment, 3 pitch-black warships suddenly emerged at the horizon, their sails marked with the 5-point star insignia of the world government. Not the Navy's seagull emblem, but a symbol exclusive to CP agents. The 3 ships moved swiftly, forming a triangular formation around their small vessel, with dark cannon mouths aimed directly at the ship's hull. Mihawk instantly straightened up, reaching behind his back to grip the hilt of Yoru, his spine tensing in an instant. Having roamed the seas for many years, he understood all too well what this insignia signified. These individuals were even more unreasonable than the Navy, with blood on their hands surpassing that of most pirates. Their arrival could only mean trouble. But in the next moment, something unexpected happened. The gangway of the leading ship came down with a loud clang, and several CP agents in black suits and masks quickly jumped aboard. The one in charge was about to threaten them when he looked up and saw Hezo standing at the helm, freezing in place. The fierce aura that had emanated from him moments before dissipated entirely, and he straightened up with a snap, deeply bowing to Hezo, his waist bending nearly to his legs. The agents behind him were also stunned, quickly following suit and bowing, not daring to lift their heads. The cannons that had been aimed at them were hurriedly turned away, fearing that a single misfire might provoke the person. Mihawk unconsciously relaxed his grip on the hilt, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had seen pirates fear Hezo, and the Navy show utmost respect towards him, but he had never witnessed this group of CP agents who looked down on even Navy admirals act like they were in the presence of a master, not daring to breathe deeply. "Hezo Saint, we are here on orders to investigate the leak of prohibited documents from O'Hara. We were unaware of your presence here and apologize for any offense caused." The leader of the CP0 spoke with a trembling voice, completely devoid of the arrogance he had moments ago. Hezo maintained a neutral expression, casting a faint glance at them without speaking. With just that glance, the CP0 agent bowed, even lower, hastily adding, "We will withdraw immediately. We will not disturb your journey." "Wait a moment," Hezo finally spoke, his voice calm, devoid of any emotion. "Has the order regarding O'Hara been given by the higher-ups?" The CP0 agent hesitated for a moment, not daring to conceal anything, and replied honestly, "Yes, the Gorosei has already approved the extermination order, but the specific date has yet to be determined. The scholars of O'Hara refused to cease their work, and the higher-ups have lost patience." Mihawk's brow furrowed instantly. He had heard of the extermination order, the Navy's highest level of destruction command. Once initiated, the entire island would be reduced to rubble by cannon fire. He recalled the scholars of O'Hara quietly reading their books and the enormous tree of knowledge that shaded the sky, feeling an indescribable discomfort, yet he remained silent. His goal had always been to become the world's greatest swordsman, and such matters were not his concern. After hearing this, Hezo simply murmured an amen, and did not inquire further, waving his hand to indicate they could leave. The CP0 agents, as if granted a reprieve, bowed deeply to Hezo before hastily returning to their ship. The ferocity with which they had arrived was matched only by their rapid departure, disappearing from the surface of the sea in no time. The surface of the sea returned to its previous tranquility, with only the sound of waves lapping against the ship. Mihawk released his grip on the hilt, turned to face Hezo, and after a few seconds of silence finally spoke, "Hezo Saint, what kind of person are you, Captain?" Hezo leaned against the helm looking at him, and without evasion stated, "I am a celestial dragon." These 5 words struck Mihawk momentarily, rendering him speechless, though he did not explode with anger as he had previously. He had heard of the celestial dragon's notorious reputation since childhood, knowing that those who resided in Mariewa, the world nobles, viewed human life as worthless and treated ordinary people as slaves. However, the Hezo before him was entirely different from the celestial dragons he had imagined. Furrowing his brow, he asked again, "You are a celestial dragon, yet you could have easily suppressed the extermination order they just mentioned. Why did you not intervene?" "Those scholars merely wished to read books and seek history," he added. Hezo's gaze remained flat as he stared out at the distant sea, slowly replying, "Only the strong are worthy of rewriting history." The scholars possess only ancient texts and no power to protect themselves. They have stumbled upon secrets that the world government wishes to keep hidden, and the outcome has already been determined. Mihawk found this even more perplexing. He was not trying to advocate for the scholars, he simply could not comprehend. But you are strong. You have the power to change this outcome. Hezo turned his head to look at him, smiled, and said the words that Mihawk would remember for many years. The world is not something that can be changed merely by your desire. It cannot be achieved through a single thought. In the future you will understand that this world is broader than you imagine. However, indeed I could, but if I were to stop it, many things would change. Moreover, Hezo was not the type to meddle in affairs that did not concern. It is simply a difference in stance. Neither side is right or wrong. The celestial dragon's absolute rule is merely to allow future generations to enjoy power. Mihawk found this perspective agreeable, even fundamentally aligned with his own beliefs. Just as he practiced swordsmanship only with sufficient strength could one claim the right to alter fate. Those without strength could shout slogans endlessly, but to no avail. He did not pursue the matter of O'Hara any further, but he had come to understand one thing: the person he had been following for half a year was far deeper than he had imagined. He had previously believed that after rapid progress in the past 6 months, he had no opponents left to fear in the seas. Yet it was only today that he realized he could not even grasp the height at which Hezo stood. This realization filled him with a sense of urgency, not dissatisfaction with Hezo, but a frustration with his own lack of strength. On a cold moonlit night in the west, see the pale white moonlight spread over the rolling waves, and the small boat gently swayed with the current. In these 6 months Mihawk had traversed the West Sea, defeating numerous renowned swordsmen, believing he was ever closer to his goal of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Yet it was only today that he suddenly awakened to the fact that he had yet to grasp where the threshold of the top-tier warriors of this sea lay. He felt no resentment in his heart, only the purest and most intense desire to grow stronger as a swordsman. What he sought was never to be the strongest in the West Sea, but to stand at the very pinnacle of swordsmanship in the entire world. He was the man destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. He turned and approached the helm, standing tall before Hezo, his back straight, without any hint of evasion, and spoke resolutely. "Captain, I want to know what exactly separates me from the top-tier warriors of this sea. What must I do to truly touch the threshold of the world's greatest swordsman?" Hezo glanced at him and replied casually, "First tell me how much you know about Haushika Haki." Mihawk furrowed his brow, his tone reflecting a clear understanding of the rules of the sea. That is the innate quality of a born king, found in 1 in 100,000. Only those who stand at the pinnacle of the sea are worthy of possessing it. It cannot be learned through effort and is bound to one's own spirit. Hezo smiled, his tone firmly devoid of jest. "You are not wrong. But there is something you do not know. You possess this quality as well, though you have never realized it." Mihawk was momentarily taken aback, disbelief written across his face. Just as he was about to refute, he saw Hezo step forward, and the air around him suddenly grew heavy. "If you don't believe me, catch this." As Hezo's voice fell, an overwhelming aura of a king radiated. Caught off guard by the surge of Haushika Haki, countless fish floated belly up on the surface of the sea, and Mihawk was knocked unconscious. "Oops, I forgot to hold back." A muffled sound echoed. At the moment the Conqueror's Haki collided with Mihawk, a nascent form of Conqueror's Haki manifested within Mihawk's body. Before he could unleash it, darkness enveloped his vision, and he fell backward, crashing onto the deck, instantly losing consciousness. Hezo squatted down and poked his face, receiving no response, and couldn't help but facepalm. Damn, there's no strength left. He intended to exert a slight Conqueror's Haki to tease out Mihawk's latent potential, but forgot that the power he wielded was akin to a mountain pressing down on someone who hadn't yet awakened. He slowly turned the ship's bow towards an uninhabited, deserted island he had long set his sights on. After all, with Mihawk already unconscious and the Conqueror's Haki drawn out, it was the perfect opportunity to find a place to dock and gather some ingredients to improve their meals. Mihawk was awakened by the aroma. As he opened his eyes, he saw layers of overlapping leaves above him, and beside him was a crackling campfire where Hezo sat turning sizzling skewers of roasted meat. The dripping oil splattered into the fire, making his stomach growl in response. He propped himself up, still a bit dazed, and asked, "How long did I sleep?" Hezo tossed him a freshly grilled skewer, saying, "Not long, just 3 days and 2 nights." The skewer nearly slipped from Mihawk's hand as he looked at it in disbelief. 3 days? Add more cumin powder. What if I don't? Hezo tossed him a bottle of cumin powder, bit into his meat, and casually remarked, "You look tough, but a mere bit of Conqueror's Haki knocks you out flat." Mihawk's face flushed, not out of embarrassment, but genuine excitement. He finished the skewer in a few bites, sprang to his feet, and rushed in front of Hezo, his eyes shining like a searchlight in the night. "Ah, delicious. But was that really Conqueror's Haki? Did it come from me? Or was it the work of a ghost?" Hezo raised an eyebrow. "I've told you before, you have the potential, you just didn't realize it yourself. Can you teach me how to control it? Mihawk urgently grabbed his arm and shook him. I want to practice. No matter how hard it gets. What's the rush? Hezo swatted his hand away. Let me be clear, training Conqueror's Haki is no simple matter. A certain genius took 2 years under the guidance of an unparalleled master to master the skill of control. Got it, but how could the captain be compared to some mediocre teacher? Mihawk nodded vigorously. You tell me how to train, and I'll do exactly that. The next morning the two arrived at O'Hara, a secluded forest where no one would disturb them. Mihawk's special training began. Hezo's teaching methods were absurdly simple, without a hint of pretense. First step, control your power. Hezo kicked a crab that was crawling sideways. Objective, only stun this crab. The grass next to it mustn't shake, and the pot I've set up must not topple over. Mihawk nodded, took a deep breath, and focused on unleashing his Conqueror's Haki. However, with a buzz, he lost control of the force, causing an explosion. The pot toppled over with a clang, scattering the freshly washed ingredients everywhere, while the crab was sent flying far away, its shell cracking. Hezo. Mihawk. Are you practicing Haki or demolishing the house? Hezo facepalmed. I told you to stun the crab, not blow up the kitchen. If the pot flips again today, you'll be gnawing on raw fish tonight. Can it be salmon? Hezo shot him a fierce glare. Mihawk's face flushed, and he quickly bent down to pick up the ingredients, mumbling, got it. For the next half a month, Mihawk went from causing chaos with his Conqueror's Haki to being able to control it precisely, only stunning a single ant in front of him without disturbing the dew beside it, achieving fluid control that even Hezo couldn't criticize. One day after Mihawk had just retracted his Conqueror's Haki, he turned to Hezo and said, I mastered it in half a month, and that guy really took 2 years. He must have been led astray by a mediocre teacher. Hezo leaned against a tree chuckling, then tossed him a dry twig. Try wrapping your Conqueror's Haki around this. Wrap it around a twig. Mihawk caught the twig, looking puzzled. What else would you do? Hezo picked up another twig. Ordinary Conqueror's Haki just scares off weaklings, it's all for show. What truly makes you the world's greatest is wrapping your Conqueror's Haki around the blade. When that happens, your sword can not only shatter mountains, but also crush the will of your opponents. That is the true skill of a top swordsman. As he spoke, Hezo applied a slight force with his fingertip, an invisible aura wrapping around the twig. He then lightly waved it at a nearby boulder that was half his height. There was no loud noise, no explosion. The twig effortlessly sliced the boulder in half, the cut so smooth it could reflect a person's silhouette. Mihawk's eyes went wide as he drew out his black blade, muttering, wrap it, before striking at a nearby tree trunk. However, either his Conqueror's Haki wasn't secured properly, or it collided with his armament Haki, causing his hands to tingle. Several times he couldn't stabilize it, and the sword flew far away. Don't rush, Hezo watched from the side. Don't think you can achieve it all at once. First, solidify your Conqueror's Haki, then spread it along the blade, ensuring it aligns with your strike. Don't let them act separately. Mihawk nodded, calmed his mind, and followed Hezo's instructions, practicing repeatedly. Hezo didn't hurry him. He used the old method. Mihawk would strike at him, and Hezo would catch it with empty hands, forcing Mihawk to find the feeling under pressure. At first, Hezo could block Mihawk's blade with just one finger. Later, he needed 2 fingers to catch it. Eventually, when Mihawk's sword was wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, Hezo had to kick it away. Mihawk also asked Hezo why he didn't dodge. Hezo replied that it was a low-level behavior, and so they trained for another month. That afternoon, Mihawk gripped the black blade, calming himself, wrapping armament Haki around the blade, and condensing all his aspirations of being the world's greatest into Conqueror's Haki, which he perfectly wrapped around the sword. Another month later, he faced a massive boulder towering 2 men high and struck down with all his might. There was no earth-shattering roar, just a sharp, piercing sound that sliced through the air. The hard boulder quietly split into 2 neat halves. Even the ground behind it was cleaved open, leaving a long, deep trench. Mihawk stood there with the black blade in hand, staring at the scene before him, frozen for 2 seconds before he couldn't help but smile. He had finally touched the threshold of the top powerhouses of the sea. That evening, the two sat by the fire, gnawing on roasted meat. Mihawk devoured piece after piece, his hand occasionally brushing against the hilt of night, excitement shining in his eyes. As he finished the last bite of meat, he suddenly stood up. Hezo, we need to set off. Hezo looked up at him. Where to? The Grand Line. Mihawk waved his fist. There's nothing left to fight in the 4 seas. I need to go to the real sea and find an opponent worthy of my blade. Hezo chuckled lazily, swirling the juice in his hand. There are many opponents in the Grand Line, but there's no need. Mihawk was taken aback. Huh? What do you mean? If you want to find a top swordsman, there are closer places. Hezo nodded toward the sea in the distance, the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Mihawk's eyes widened in disbelief. The Navy headquarters? Are you crazy? That's the Navy's stronghold. So what if it is? Hezo raised an eyebrow. There's an opponent there who qualifies. He's a Navy Rear Admiral, now a future Admiral, and more importantly, he also wields a sword. Is his sword very powerful? It's not about whether he's powerful, he's the kind that erupts lava. Lava. Mihawk's breath quickened instantly as he gripped the hilt of his black blade Yoru with a hand that turned slightly pale from the force. What's his name? Sakazuki. Hezo uttered the name with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. In terms of sheer strength and ferocity, nearly no one in the Navy can surpass him. Aren't you eager to test the sharpness of your blade? He is the perfect touchstone for that. Mihawk's eyes sparkled dangerously, his blood almost boiling. He had trained for so long, sharpened his blade for so long, awaiting such an opponent. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed, we'll set off tomorrow. To Marineford. His mind was consumed by the upcoming duel, filled with thoughts of clashing with this future Marineford. The arena. The ground was riddled with sword marks and scorched spots, a training ground exclusively for the top powerhouses of the Navy. The moment Hezo led Mihawk into the arena, the noisy crowd fell silent. A year had passed, and none of the Marines present could fail to recognize Hezo, even though this high-ranking figure seldom set foot in headquarters. That face, that indifferent yet oppressive aura, had long been etched into the bones of every high-ranking officer in the Navy. I have been waiting for the person you mentioned for a long time. The arena is prepared, and there will be no interruptions from outsiders. Hezo nodded, tilting his chin as he patted. In his immaculate Vice Admiral uniform with a neutral expression on his face, he stepped forward as Hezo entered, performing a flawlessly executed military salute, his voice steady and resonant. Hezo Sensei. I have been waiting for the person you mentioned for a long time. The arena is prepared, and there will be no interruptions from outsiders. Hezo nodded, tilting his chin as he patted the shoulder of the young man beside him. The young man carried an ancient-looking black blade, standing tall and cold, his eyes sharp like an eagle. He was none other than Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk, who had toppled all renowned swordsmen in the West Sea and gained notoriety in the bounty circles over the past 6 months. This is Dracul Mihawk. Hezo spoke casually, yet his words hit the mark. The dilemma you've struggled with for years. Should you persist in swordsmanship developed over a decade, or invest everything into the development of the magma fruit? A match against him will provide the answer. Sakazuki's gaze landed on Mihawk, a hint of recognition in his scrutinizing eyes. He had certainly heard this name before. The bounty hunter who has recently gained the most fame in the West Sea, targeting renowned pirate swordsmen with lightning speed and precision. He has not lost a single match in 6 months. Sakazuki looked at Hezo, speaking candidly. Then it's more about swordsmanship. My fruit ability only envelopes the blade, without causing large-scale destruction, purely testing the true skills of our blades. Hezo nodded, leaning against the railing at the edge of the arena. You two decide. I'll just watch. Sakazuki turned to Mihawk, his hardened face lacking any pleasantries, military-like in its straightforwardness. Dracul Mihawk, you can start when you're ready. Keep it light. The blade must not strike vital points. Mihawk said little, gripping the hilt of Yoru with his other hand, slowly drawing the sword from its sheath. The pitch-black blade glimmered coldly under the sunlight, vibrating slightly as it emitted a low hum. He slightly bowed, his back straight, only saying, I look forward to your guidance. The Marine referee at the edge of the arena immediately raised his arm and loudly shouted the start command. At that moment, both men moved simultaneously. No probing, no feints. The first strike was a genuine killing move. Sakazuki's broadsword came crashing down first, his sword technique fierce and relentless, each strike aimed at direct suppression without a hint of embellishment. The moment he swung, the air was sliced, creating a piercing sonic boom. Mihawk remained calm, Yoru flowing smoothly in his hand, his wrist turning lightly as the blade precisely locked on his Sakazuki's trajectory. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing made ears ring, sparks flying from where the blades met, and the shockwaves from both forces shook the ground beneath them. In the first clash, both retreated half a step, surprise flickering in their eyes. Sakazuki did not expect that this 17 or 18-year-old youth could firmly withstand his full force, strike, his grip steady, without a hint of impatience. Mihawk also did not anticipate that this Vice Admiral, renowned for his fruit ability, had such solid swordsmanship, surpassing all the West Sea swordsmen he had encountered before. With no chance to catch his breath, the second and third strikes followed in rapid succession. Sakazuki's swordplay grew faster and fiercer, each move connecting like a torrential steel storm, providing Mihawk no opportunity to counter. The sword paths, honed over years of battlefield bloodshed, forced Mihawk to meet each blow heat-in with no way to evade. Yet Mihawk remained steady, seamlessly blocking, deflecting, and countering. His sword path, though not as domineering as Sakazuki's, possessed extreme sharpness and precision, always finding minute cracks in the tightly woven sword moves to strike back, forcing Sakazuki to defend. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen moves passed, and the two fought from one end of the arena to the other, the hard volcanic rock floor cracking with intricate fissures, the sounds of clashing metal never ceasing. The Marines at the edge of the arena were already dumbfounded, whispers rising and falling. My gosh, this kid can actually stand toe-to-toe with Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Did you recognize him? That's the bounty hunter Mihawk from the West Sea, known as Hawkeye. He has toppled all the renowned swordsmen in the West Sea in just 6 months. Wow, it really is him. Look at those eyes sharp like an eagle, who just looking at him sends chills down your spine. I had only heard he was fierce, but I never expected him to be this strong. His swordsmanship seems to be subtly overshadowing Vice Admiral Sakazuki. No wonder he dared to challenge an admiral at Marineford. I heard Hertsu brought him in. The last hard challenger is still an impel down. True, this is the Navy headquarters. After exchanging over 20 blows, Sakazuki gradually put aside all underestimations. He could clearly feel that the swordsmanship and control over the blade of this youth had reached an extremely high level. If they continued to purely clash basics, he might not gain the upper hand. Sakazuki took a deep breath, the dark armament haki instantly surging from his palm, wrapping tightly around the entire blade, even the edge gleaming with a layer of matte black. Be careful, he barked coldly, stepping forward fiercely. The volcanic rock beneath him instantly cracked with fine lines as his sword whistled through the air towards Mihawk. This strike was more fierce than all previous attacks, empowered by the haki, even the air distorted, carrying overwhelming force. Mihawk did not dare to be careless. With a thought, the armament haki enveloped Yoru, and he horizontally blocked the blow. Clang! Another deafening roar erupted as the forces empowered by the haki clashed violently. Mihawk felt a tingle in his arm, the ground beneath him shattered, and he found himself uncontrollably retreating 3 steps before barely stabilizing his palms, already feeling a slight burn. He understood clearly that in terms of the thickness of the armament haki and the accumulation of foundational strength, he was still inferior to Sakazuki, who had struggled through the Navy for over a decade. Sakazuki did not give him a chance to adjust. Having landed one hit, he immediately followed up with a relentless. The sword moves empowered by the haki came down heavier with each strike, like a mountain constantly crashing down, forcing Mihawk to gradually fall into a disadvantage, only able to block and retreat with fewer and fewer openings to counter. The Marines began to cheer again. I told you, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, get serious, this kid can't hold on. After all, he's still too young. Holding out until now is already impressive. Mihawk gritted his teeth, blocking the descending blades time after time, his mind racing. His foundational strength was lacking, the thickness of the haki was a step behind. If this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. He must wield something Sakazuki did not possess. At that moment, he heard Hertsu's voice from the sidelines, neither loud nor soft, perfectly piercing through the sounds of clashing metal, clearly reaching his ears. Mihawk, don't forget your blade can do more than just deliver slashes. This statement struck him like a bolt of lightning, awakening him in an instant. He suddenly realized the purpose for which he had come here, to master the kingly aura hidden deep within. Mihawk took a deep breath, abruptly closing his eyes, and when he opened them again, all his anxiety had vanished, leaving only extreme focus and determination. He no longer thought about blocking or deflecting. One thought remained in his mind: he must win. He wanted to become the world's greatest swordsman, and his blade must cleave through all obstacles in his path. This obsession etched into his bones, instantly coalesced into an invisible kingly aura that wound itself perfectly around the blade of Yoru. At that moment, Sakazuki had seized upon a flaw, wrapping the high temperature of the magma fruit around his blade, the pitch-black body of the sword suddenly glowing red, the surrounding air distorted from the heat. His ultimate swordsmanship move erupted forth, canine bite, red lotus, molten iron rock slash. Sakazuki shouted, coldly wielding the heat that could melt steel and the overwhelming force towards Mihawk. The spectators held their breath, thinking this match would soon conclude. But in the next second, everyone was stunned. Mihawk did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward fiercely to meet the crimson blade. A layer of black and red lightning suddenly entwined around the dark blade of Yoru, carrying the sharpness to tear everything apart. He swung it fiercely against Sakazuki's ultimate attack. The deafening roar exploded in an instant. A fierce aura of Conqueror's haki radiated from Mihawk, surging violently along the blade like an invisible tsunami sweeping across the entire training ground. The sailors at the edge of the arena felt a buzzing in their heads, their vision darkened, and the weaker ones fainted on the spot, while even the strong elite officers turned pale, stepping back several steps, not daring to approach the center. At the center where the blades clashed, the sharp spirit of Conqueror's haki collided fiercely with the high temperature of the magma, causing the air to explode with muffled sounds. Herschel watched this scene with satisfaction. It was not because Mihawk had finally managed to wrap his Conqueror's haki around his attack, but because he realized that this kid had learned well, not uttering a single name of technique from start to finish. Who can distinguish whether this is a special move or a simple attack? Sakazuki felt an unprecedented sense of oppression surging into his body through the blade. Not only did it make his entire arm numb and his bones ache, but even his will was violently shaken by this kingly power, unable to help but tremble. He gritted his teeth, trying his utmost to steady himself, but the sword in his hand was still pushed aside bit by bit. After a brief stalemate of 3 seconds, Sakazuki could no longer withstand the force enhanced by Conqueror's Haki, and he uncontrollably retreated 3 steps before barely stabilizing his stance. He looked down at his hand. A deep gash had opened in his palm, blood dripping down the blade, and the hand gripping the sword was still trembling slightly. The arena fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the sailors, still conscious, stared wide-eyed at the young man holding the black sword, slightly panting, disbelief written all over their faces. No one could have imagined that this match, which they had predicted would be overwhelmingly favorable for them, would ultimately see Vice Admiral Sakazuki at a disadvantage. Sakazuki took a deep breath, sheathing his sword as the high temperature of the magma and the haki gradually dissipated. He looked at Mihawk, his cold expression lacking anger, instead filled with a sense of relief and undeniable shock. Conqueror's haki wrapped around the attack. Mihawk sheathed his sword, nodding slightly, his tone sincere. I practiced for 2.5 months. This is the first time I've successfully used it in actual combat. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's pupils shrank sharply. 2.5 months of practice. From awakening Conqueror's Haki to being able to wrap it around the blade for practical use, he only took 2.5 months. Sakazuki looked at Mihawk, his expression completely changed. He finally understood. On the path of swordsmanship, there truly exist geniuses meant to wield the sword from birth. He had practiced swordsmanship for over a decade, yet in the face of such inherent talent, he could not grasp the true pinnacle. In terms of pure swordsmanship competition, I have lost. Sakazuki acknowledged this clearly without a hint of reluctance. He turned to Herschel, walking over quickly, and saluted with a standard military gesture, his tone filled with unprecedented determination. Instructor Herschel, I figured it out. I know which path I should take. Herschel spat out the grass he had been chewing, raising an eyebrow. Oh, you figured it out? I have. Sakazuki nodded. Firmly in the path of swordsmanship, even if I practice for another decade, I may never reach the pinnacle of the world. Rather than dividing my focus, it's better to invest all my energy into the development of the magma fruit and the cultivation of haki and observation haki. This path is what will allow me to uphold absolute justice and go the farthest. Herschel smiled, patting his shoulder. It's good that you can see this. The magma fruit is recognized by the world government as the most powerful natural type fruit. Your potential has never been in swordsmanship. Treating swordsmanship as a supplementary means specializing in the fruit, and haki is the path that suits you best. Sakazuki nodded seriously, the wavering in his eyes completely vanishing, leaving only a resolute determination. On the other side, Mihawk was looking down at his palm, lightly tracing the sheath of the black sword Yoru, his eyes shining with an unsettling brightness. He had finally achieved it. In a true top-level duel, he had successfully used Conqueror's Haki wrapped around his sword. Herschel approached, giving his shoulder a light pat, his tone carrying a hint of caution. Don't celebrate too early. Using it successfully once doesn't mean you have mastered it. Only when you can apply Conqueror's Haki to your blade at will, without relying on desperate situations, will you truly have grasped this power. You have plenty of practice ahead of you. Mihawk raised his eyes, nodding, committing Herschel's words firmly to memory. At that moment, a communications officer in a naval uniform rushed over, looking flustered, clutching a document stamped with the highest level of secrecy, and went straight to Sakazuki, saluting with urgency, in his voice, Vice Admiral Sakazuki. The highest order from the world government. Personally issued by Admiral Sengoku. Sakazuki frowned, took the document, opened it, and after a glance his expression darkened instantly, the aura around him turning cold and hard. He quickly read through the document, turned to Herschel, and walked over, rapidly lowering his voice. With a serious tone, Instructor Herschel, the world government has just issued an order to exterminate the demons targeting O'Hara Island in the West Sea, to be officially launched in 3 days. Admiral Sengoku has appointed me as the commander to lead the operation, along with Vice Admiral Kazan and 5 other Vice Admirals from headquarters: Weasel, Flame, Mountain Ghost, Spider, Stallioberry, and Doberman. He specifically instructed me to ask if you want to accompany us to observe the naval military power. Herschel raised an eyebrow, his expression neutral, and replied calmly, no need. You all proceed according to protocol, though I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Sakazuki was taken aback for a moment, but didn't dare to ask further, only saluting. Understood, Instructor Herschel. Herschel said no more, turning to pat Mihawk on the shoulder. Let's go to another place. Mihawk did not ask further, shouldering the black sword and following Herschel as they walked away, leaving behind a chaotic training ground and sailors still recovering from their shock. That evening, the two set sail on a sloop, leaving Marineford. The bow turned towards the West Sea. The sunset dyed the sea a golden red, the sea breeze making the sails flutter. Mihawk leaned against the rail, polishing his black sword Yoru, and looked up at Herschel, who was standing at the bow, asking, where are we going? Herschel turned back, a faint smile on his lips, gazing towards the West Sea casually, yet with an unexplainable tone. O'Hara. Mihawk paused in his sword polishing, looking at him with confusion in his eyes. Aren't we going with the Navy sh? Herschel leaned against the mast watching the setting sun slowly sink leisurely, adding the Navy will arrive in 3 days, we'll go ahead. To recruit a child worker for our team. The sailboat sliced through the sea heading deep into the west, sea gradually disappearing into the sunset's afterglow. A storm capable of altering the entire maritime landscape was quietly brewing. West Sea. The single-masted sailboat sliced through the surface of the sea at great speed, with several hundred-meter-long sea kings steadily pulling the towline, their tail fins propelling the boat several nautical miles ahead, far surpassing the speed of the Navy's fastest main battleships. Mihawk leaned against the ship's railing, his gaze sweeping over the docile sea kings around the boat, his face showing little extraneous expression, having followed Hezo for the past half-year. He had long grown accustomed to Hezo's various incredible abilities and was well aware of his tendency to always be one step ahead in every situation. 2 days before the demon-slaying order was issued, Hezo had taken Mihawk back to O'Hara. Hezo first scanned a few rows of bookshelves, casually pulling out 2 volumes of notes on the customs of the islands along the Grand Line to stuff into his bag, then flipped through the Sea-High navigation record, but none were core texts regarding the blank century. Hezo had no interest in these matters, they were merely histories written by the victors. Collecting these was just a way to pass the long journey at sea. In the innermost corner, his eyes brightened as he finally found what he was looking for, a stack of bound cookbooks covering the specialties of the East, West, South, and North Seas, as well as the unique dishes of various islands along the Grand Line, even including records of special marine cuisine from the Com Belt. He casually flipped through a couple of pages, stuffing the agreeable volumes into his ring. Mihawk watched his actions and finally spoke, his tone flat and undisturbed. Did we rush to O'Hara just to grab these? Hezo patted the bulging bag and smiled, revealing a rare, relaxed demeanor. It's always good to have more skills, and the pursuit of culinary knowledge is endless. Don't tell me the future world's greatest swordsman doesn't enjoy good food. I do, thank you, Captain. Mihawk evidently realized something and readily agreed. The two turned their gazes toward a corner of the library where commotion was heard. There came the sounds of pushing. A group of young scholar apprentices surrounded a little girl, snatching the imitation book from her hands, shouting at her, calling her a wild seed and monster, claiming she was unworthy to touch a scholar's belongings. The little girl held tightly onto the book, refusing to let go, while the leading boy shoved her harshly to the ground, causing the imitation book to fall into the mud, which was then stomped on several times. She bit her lower lip, her eyes reddening, but refusing to shed tears, her gaze filled with an indomitable spirit. In the next moment, several slender arms sprouted behind her, swiftly snatching the imitation book back from the boy's hands and gently pushing the apprentices back, causing them to stumble over one another. The group turned pale with fright, shouting, "The monster is here," scrambling away from the library. The little girl retracted her arms, carefully brushing off the mud from the cover of her imitation book, before shrinking back into the shadowy corner, hugging her knees as she sat down a small bundle that looked exceedingly lonely. She was 80-year-old Nico Robin. Mihawk raised an eyebrow, then asked in confusion, "At such a young age, she's already a devil fruit user." "The Hana know me, quite a practical ability." "The chosen one," Hezo casually replied, his footsteps already moving towards Robin. Upon hearing the footsteps, Robin immediately looked up, warily clutching the imitation book tightly to her chest, her body retreating slightly, her eyes filled with vigilance. She was used to being ostracized and maligned by others, and whenever someone approached, her first instinct was to evade. Hezo stopped a few steps away from her, not advancing further to avoid startling her. He pulled a fruit candy from his pocket and placed it on the floor between them, his tone light, devoid of any sense of pressure. Those kids earlier were quite troublesome. Robin stared at the exquisitely wrapped fruit candy, then looked up at Hezo, without speaking or moving. Throughout her life, no one had ever stood up for her, let alone offered her candy. "The things you've copied, are they transcriptions of the historical texts?" Hezo's gaze fell on the imitation book in her arms, his tone still gentle, carrying no hint of an investigative pressure. Robin froze for a moment, instinctively hugging the book even tighter. The scholars on the island forbade her from touching these things, saying she was too young and warning that it would invite disaster. Yet this unfamiliar man recognized it at a glance. "Don't be nervous, I mean no harm towards those things." Hezo smiled, pointing to the candy on the floor. "It's not poisonous. I simply saw you were wronged earlier and wanted to give you a candy." Robin's eyelashes fluttered. She looked at the candy on the floor, then back at Hezo's gentle smile. After hesitating for a long while, she cautiously extended her hand and picked up the candy, holding it tightly in her palm. The warmth of the candy wrapper seeped through her fingertips, and she quietly said, "Thank you. After all, she was just a little girl and no one could resist my damned charm." Robin's voice was soft and timid, carrying a childlike purity unique to her age. This was the only kindness she had received in a long time without any conditions attached. She had no friends, ostracized by the town's children and distanced by most scholars. Even Dr. Crocodile, the only one willing to teach her, always advised her to stay away from the historical texts and be a normal child. The man before her showed no fear of her abilities, did not call her a monster, and even offered her comfort, causing the tension in her heart to ease unconsciously, and a small smile crept onto her lips, revealing a hint of uncontainable happiness. Hezo watched her expression, the smile in his eyes deepening, filled with genuine fondness and pity. Poor girl who had done nothing wrong yet bore this fate since birth. Hezo was not one to meddle in others' affairs. He believed everyone had their destiny. However, he had a different perspective on the main characters and wanted to make some slight changes to alleviate the monotony. He did not ask further questions, merely stating, "There are quite a few obscure art books in the library located on the bottom shelf of the third row on the east side. No one will snatch them from you. If you're bored, you can take a look. But you should hurry." Robin nodded vigorously, committing this advice to memory. Hezo did not linger, turning back to join Mihawk as they left the library together. "The child labor you're recruiting is her?" Mihawk asked as they walked, his tone carrying a hint of understanding. "Who else?" Hezo weighed the bag in his hand, casually replying, "She's quick and sensible. In the future, she can help organize books and keep a log of the voyage on the ship. Surely we can't keep letting you, the great swordsman, do all the chores. You, a celestial dragon, need a servant for menial tasks. When she grows up, she'll undoubtedly be a great beauty. Captain, can your observation hockey see that far?" However, Mihawk did not refute further, merely continuing from Hetzo's previous words, "In the Navy, not everyone harbors malice towards her." "Oh, earlier outside the library, I sensed the presence of a giant who had been paying attention to the movements inside, but did not enter." Hezo chuckled, tilting his chin to indicate the nearby shore. On the rocky beach, Robin was sitting there next to a towering giant who was handing her freshly picked wild fruit, chatting and making her laugh, her eyes sparkling as she revealed 2 tiny fangs. The giant's laughter was exceptionally loud, each sentence ending with a signature thunderous laugh. "That giant is Jaguar D. Sol." Hetzo's tone remained flat, as if stating something entirely ordinary, former Vice Admiral of the Navy, an old acquaintance of Kazan. Mihawk's gaze fell on Sol, asking, "How could a Vice Admiral of the Navy be here and so close to her? He is no longer part of the Navy." Hezo scoffed, a hint of mockery in his tone. He was previously tasked with capturing scholars researching history, witnessing the Navy's indiscriminate slaughter of unarmed civilians to silence them. Refusing to carry out this order, he directly freed Robin's mother, Nico Alvia, and defected from the Navy. He had drifted to O'Hara over half a month ago and had stayed with Robin since they met, becoming the only friend she could converse with on the island. He defected from the Navy just to protect a child he didn't even know. Mihawk's tone carried a hint of subtle surprise. "It's not entirely unknown he owes Alvia a favor." Hezo paused, his gaze sweeping towards the faint outline of a Navy ship on the distant horizon, his tone softening. "However, his goodwill can't protect this girl. In 3 days, when the demon-slaying order was issued, he would risk his life to give this girl merely a chance to." Hezo suddenly recalled the person who would provide the chance to escape. This little Kazan, as a Vice Admiral of the Navy, dared to be lenient during such a critical operation. "Oh, let's see how I can give you a delightful experience." An evil plan began to form in Hetzo's mind. The sea breeze blew in with its salty scent as Robin nibbled on the sweet fruit beside, saw her eyes sparkling with delight. She was still unaware that in 3 days this island where she had grown up would become a sea of flames and her life would be turned upside down in that great fire. She also didn't know that someone had already prepared a path for her escape. The next morning, as the morning fog of O'Hara lingered, Hezo and Mihawk sat atop the highest horizontal branch of the tree of all-knowing, enjoying the freshly prepared delicacies. Spread out in a cloth bag were dishes recreated from the library's recipes, featuring fragrant roasted sea fish paired with the island's special wild fruits. Hezo took a bite of the sweet fruit flesh, his gaze lazily sweeping across the distant sea horizon. At that moment, a long, piercing sound of a military ship's whistle shattered the morning tranquility. On the sea surface, 10 main battleships adorned with the Navy headquarters insignia were forming a tight encirclement, slowly approaching O'Hara. The dark cannons were all aimed at the island, and the sides of the ships were lined with armed Navy soldiers. The oppressive aura could be distinctly felt from several nautical miles away. This was the highest level of military action from the Navy, the complete formation of the Demon Slaughter Order. The 5 vice admirals leading the charge, Sakazuki, Kazan, Weasel, Fire Mountain, and Staloberry, were all renowned elites within the Navy. At this moment, they were split among 5 flagship vessels, firmly locking down all of O'Hara's sea exits. The island's residents quickly noticed the massive fleet as the fishermen at the docks paused their work and merchants in town peeked out, gathering in small groups to discuss. "My goodness, so many Navy ships. What major event has occurred? Who knows, perhaps a powerful pirate crew has appeared in the nearby waters, and they are specifically here to capture them. Who cares? We in O'Hara are just a book-loving little island with neither treasures nor pirates. It has nothing to do with us. As soon as the words left their mouths, the first round of cannon fire howled through the sky, accompanied by the shrill sound of the air being torn apart, and crashed violently into O'Hara's land. The deafening explosions followed in quick succession, shattering wooden houses into splinters. Flames spread instantly with the sea breeze, and the residents who had just been chatting were consumed by the cannon fire before they could even scream. As soon as the words left their mouths, the first round of cannon fire howled. On the branch, the shockwave rustled the leaves. Mihawk raised his hand to shield himself from the flying sparks, holding a knife with a piece of meat on it, and turned to Hezo, saying, "The demon slaughter order is here. Aren't we leaving yet?" Hezo steadily held onto his food box, not a single spark splattering inside. He took a bite of the roasted fish, his tone casual, as if the surrounding hell had nothing to do with him. "What's the rush? The show has just begun. Besides, I have prepared a grand gift for my diligent student. We must wait for him to personally receive it." "Your student?" Mihawk raised an eyebrow. "Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Kazan." Hezo lifted his chin, pointing towards the largest battleship in the harbor. "Back at the Navy Headquarters, he was my prized disciple, one I held with care to prevent him from falling. I have 3 such disciples like him. Don't worry, Mihawk, I have prepared something for you as well." "Can I refuse? Whatever you give won't be a proper gift, right?" Mihawk remained silent, quietly watching the island engulfed in flames, waiting for the good show that Hezo spoke of. "Held with care. Trust you. I suspect you might have dropped him instead, as if I don't know you." Meanwhile, cannon fire indiscriminately swept across the entire island. The tree of all-knowing was engulfed in flames from the shelling. Dr. Kuroba fell under the extermination orders from the 5 elders, while Olvia used her life to buy Robin a chance at survival. Saul, holding Robin, attempted to break through, but was intercepted by Kazan at the seaside. Once friends, now turned adversaries, Saul ultimately couldn't withstand the power of the ice fruit. His limbs were entirely frozen by the bone-chilling cold, leaving only his head able to move, becoming an immobile ice sculpture. He looked at Robin, who was trembling and crying behind a tree, and with the last bit of strength he had, he roared at Kazan in front of him. "Kazan, she is only 8 years old. She has done nothing wrong. I beg you, let her go." Kazan stood before the ice sculpture, his hat pulled low, obscuring his facial expression. He looked at Saul, then glanced at the trembling child behind the tree. The cold energy at his fingertips gathered and dispersed repeatedly. He recalled the civilian escape ship that had just been blown to pieces by Sakazuki's cannon fire, remembered the absolute justice of exterminating threats, and recalled Saul's last words, "The sea is vast." Ultimately, he couldn't bring himself to be heartless. He remained silent for a few seconds, slowly lowering his raised hand, turning to use his powers to freeze a path on the sea, allowing Robin to escape. At that moment, a casual male voice emerged from the shadows behind him, clearly reaching the ears of both. "A Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, and yet you dare to privately let go of the remnants of O'Hara that the world government has marked for extermination." Kazan's body stiffened as he abruptly turned around. When he saw the person stepping out from the shadows, his pupils constricted, instinctively standing at attention, his tone filled with disbelief and shock. "Teacher Hezo, how could you be here?" It was none other than Hezo, with Mihawk closely following, standing half a step beside him, exuding no hint of smoke and fire, as if he had just walked out from a tea party rather than being amidst the raging inferno. Saul, frozen in place, was stunned when he recognized Hezo's face, and then the last glimmer of hope in his eyes was completely extinguished. He recognized Hezo, the former chief instructor of the Navy Headquarters, and a person of immense prestige, a celestial dragon. With him here, there was no way Robin could leave alive today. The despair flooded his heart like ashes. Hezo did not look at Saul, his gaze fixed on Kazan, his lips curling into a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, laced with a hint of mockery. "What's the matter? Can I be here? Or are you afraid of me seeing what you're doing?" "Teacher, Kazan opened his mouth, but could not find the words. He understood very well the weight Hezo held in the eyes of the world government. If Hezo reported his intention to let Robin go, his naval career would be entirely destroyed, and he might even be eliminated as an accomplice. Hezo's tone turned furious, filled with disappointment. "Why have you stopped? Is the way of life no longer given? Just now, weren't you planning on leaving this girl a way out? Why is it that as soon as I arrive you dare not act?" "Teacher, my own student dares to defy the world government and let the remnants of O'Hara go free. What do you want to join this traitorous giant on the world government's extermination list as well?" Hezo's tone was relentless, continuing to pressure Kazan. Those words struck like an ice pick, piercing deeply into Kazan's heart. His face paled instantly, his fingers trembled slightly, and he couldn't utter a single word. Because of his momentary softness and confusion, not only would his naval career be ruined, but he would also be treated as a collaborator in the historical records, facing the same fate as everyone in O'Hara. He instinctively glanced at Robin hiding behind the tree, and the flicker of compassion in his eyes was instantly crushed by overwhelming panic. He no longer dared to move or mention letting Robin go, fearing Hezo would seize more incriminating evidence. Playing dumb, are we? Then I will take the person with me and see how you cover it up. In the moment of Kuzan's tight tension and being caught in a dilemma, Hezo subtly glanced sideways, signaling Mihawk, who was standing in the shadows. Mihawk, who had followed Hezo for so long, understood his thoughts without any need for extra instructions. He instantly grasped the situation, moving silently, without a sound, stealthily circling behind the tree. Robin was curled up at the tree roots, biting her lip tightly to avoid crying out. When she saw someone approaching, she instinctively shrank back, her eyes filled with fear. Mihawk halted his steps, uncharacteristically softening his tone, speaking in a low voice to avoid scaring the frightened child. Don't be afraid, come with me. Kuzan's gaze instinctively swept behind the tree, and his pupils suddenly constricted. There was Robin, who had just been hiding there. All that remained behind the tree were scattered fragments of stone and burnt-out embers. There was no trace of a figure. His blood ran cold in an instant, and he turned sharply to look at Hezo. The chill emanating from his fingertips surged uncontrollably, yet he could not muster even a fraction of his usual imposing presence. Before he could speak, Hezo suddenly darkened, his expression, his voice harsh and commanding, striking his ears with an undeniable pressure, each word like a hammer pounding on his taut nerves. Where is he? I only spoke to you for a moment, and you let the remnants that the world government specifically ordered to eliminate escape. Kuzan, is this how you execute the demon extermination order? His tone was cold and severe, yet there was a hint of barely perceptible amusement hidden in his eyes. The fury he displayed was entirely feigned, merely a tactic to intimidate this student who had yet to be fully tempered. Do you enjoy pretending to be aloof? Enjoy being confused? I want you to learn a lesson, and you think righteousness burns brightly, right? Kuzan's face turned pale in an instant, his back soaked in cold sweat, unable to utter even a word of defense. He had no idea when the person had been taken away, nor did he know how to explain it to Hezo. The fleeting thought of letting the person go was completely buried under an overwhelming wave of panic. Someone had disappeared right before his eyes. Even if he hadn't released them himself, this debt would entirely fall on him. Hezo looked at his dazed appearance, snorted coldly, took a step closer, and the pressure in his tone intensified. What? Are you speechless? Letting the remnants of O'Hara go, colluding with the defecting Navy. Just these two charges are enough to strip you of your position as a rear admiral in the Navy and throw you into the lowest dungeon of Impel Down for life. He paused, observing Kuzan's increasingly trembling body, secretly amused, then suddenly shifted his tone to one that carried a casual yet ruthless edge. However, I can pretend I didn't see today's incident. Kuzan suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. But Hezuo's voice turned grave again, each word sealing off all his escape routes. This leverage I have over you will last a lifetime. Remember to reflect on the foolish things you did today and refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. If you behave well, I will act as if I never came to O'Hara, as if I never saw the mischief you attempted. If you dare to be soft-hearted in such matters again, I won't hesitate to let Sengoku and Garp see what their prized new rear admiral has done behind their backs. With that, Hezo turned away without casting another glance at him and strode toward the harbor. The sailboat at the harbor had already raised its sails and was slowly departing from the shores of O'Hara, guided by the sea breeze. Mihawk leaned against the ship's railing, watching Hezo step aboard. The sailboat at the harbor had already raised its sails and was slowly departing from the shores of O'Hara, guided by the sea breeze. Mihawk leaned against the ship's railing, watching Hezo step aboard, nodding slightly and stepping aside to clear the path to the cabin. Is the gift delivered? It has been delivered. That kid can't stop smiling, Hezo replied with a sly grin. As Hezo entered the cabin, Robin was curled up in the corner of the bed, hugging her knees, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, her small face filled with uncontainable worry as she occasionally glanced out the window toward O'Hara. Hearing footsteps, she immediately looked up, timidly meeting Hezuo's gaze, her small hands nervously clutching the bed sheets beneath her. Hezo stopped before her, casually pulled out a chair to sit, his tone significantly softer than it had been before. Kuzan, yet still carrying an undeniable certainty. Stop looking so gloomy. From today on, you are a member of my crew. Robin's lips moved, struggling to speak for a long time, finally managing to ask in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz, will Saul? Will he be okay? He'll be fine. Hezo observed the fear in her eyes and calmly reassured her. Kuzan is too soft-hearted. Even if things have come to this point with Saul, he would never really take his life. At most, he would just freeze him for show. Once the fleet executing the demon extermination order leaves, they will naturally give him a way out. The original plot was indeed supposed to unfold this way, But Hajwa had not anticipated that after his intimidation Akiji would decide to make amends by bringing Saul back to impel down for imprisonment. Robin stared at him in a daze, her worries dissipating significantly, her anxious heart finally finding some respite. Hajwa looked at her expression and couldn't help but smile faintly, then quickly regained his composure, looking at her. I saved you, and your life is now mine. No matter what happens in the future, you must obey me, understand? Robin gazed at his serious expression without a hint of hesitation. She nodded vigorously. Yes, Captain. Seeing this, Hezuo's fingertips brushed over the ring on his hand, and with a flash of light a contract made of parchment appeared in his palm. He opened the contract before Robin handing her a feather pen, his tone casual and devoid of any deceit. Since you've agreed, just sign this contract. He had never intended to take this child in out of any protective instinct. It was purely a momentary whim. As a celestial dragon who had always stood at the pinnacle of the world, he was never short of subservient servants at his side, nor did he have any interest in being a caretaker for an 80-year-old child, shielding her from the storm. He simply found it amusing to think that this future pirate king Nico Robin, who would stir the winds of the world, was now brought onto his ship as a maid to do chores. He had never planned to bind this child for life. He would naturally let her go when she was capable of standing on her own. The writing on the contract was concise and clear, lacking any empty promises nor any commitment of lifelong protection, only stating the core terms clearly from the date of signing. Nico Robin must fully obey Hajwa, serve him, and manage all chores aboard the ship, with no possibility of disobedience or betrayal. During the duration of the contract, Hajwa has complete authority over Nico Robin. There were no additional welfare clauses throughout the contract, nor any guarantees of protection, making it stark. The 80-year-old Robin read each word of the contract. She certainly understood the extreme imbalance inherent in it, and recognized that signing meant embarking on a path of total obedience. Yet she had already lost her homeland, lost her mother, lost the only protector, Saul, and with the relentless pursuit of the world government behind her, this harsh contract was the only lifeline she could grasp after plunging into the vast ocean. She glanced up at Hezuo's emotionless face without a trace of hesitation, took the feather pen, and neatly inscribed her name at the bottom of the contract, Nico Robin. Hajwa watched the little girl before him, recalling Robin's experiences from before his transmigration, suddenly realizing that he seemed to have overlooked a bothersome little character. I almost forgot about this annoying little character. You wish to inherit power, right? They'll just take care of your Haju raised his hand and pulled out a special phone bug entirely black and edged with gold. A device exclusively owned by the highest-ranking celestial dragon of Mariawa, capable of directly dialing the line of the 5 elders. He casually pressed the dial button, and the phone bug rang only twice before it was instantly connected. On the other end, the first sound that came through was an elderly voice carrying an undeniable weight of authority. The speaker was none other than the highest authority of the world government, one of the 5 elders, the god of scientific defense, Jagaruja Satan. As a top-tier celestial dragon who controlled the scientific framework of the world government and held the power of life and death, Satan's status was far beyond that of the ordinary celestial dragon nobles in Mariawa, who merely wielded power. He was one of the few who could directly influence the world's order. A single word from him could determine the fate of a nation standing at the pinnacle of the power hierarchy in this world. Even the Marine Admiral and the highest-ranking CP0 officer had to bow their heads before him, not daring to speak loudly. This is the Panga City dedicated line. State your identity. Satan's tone was devoid of any fluctuation, yet it bore the oppressive weight of someone who had held power for years. Just hearing this voice would cause ordinary people to weaken in the knees. Haju leaned back against his chair, his tone as casual as discussing the weather, showing no hint of respect for the world's highest authority, lightly tossing out 4 words, surprised or not. As soon as Satan's words fell, another voice came through, tinged with surprise and doubt, that of the agricultural god among the 5 elders, Topman Vachali. That voice. Is it Haju? Haju leaned back in his chair, his tone as casual as chatting with an old friend, lacking any respect for the world's highest authority, even teasing slightly. Oh good ol' Vachali, have you missed me? But the one who misses me the most should be Nasashalang, right? You still have the face to call me. Satan's tone revealed no anger or joy, but concealed a familiar helplessness. How many years has it been since you last called the Holy Land? We almost thought you died in the open sea. So what's the sudden call about? Haju leisurely tapped the armrest with his fingers, his tone nonchalant, as if discussing a trivial matter. It's nothing major. There's a minor character in the CP organization called Spandam. He's been bothering me a bit. Could you take care of him? The other end fell silent for 2 seconds. Satan did not immediately agree to this matter, but instead shifted the conversation, his tone growing heavier, each word dripping with the coldness ingrained in the world government. Spandam is a minor issue. But you are currently in the West Sea. The demon-slaying order of O'Hara has just concluded, and we received reports of a mishap at the scene. An 80-year-old girl named Nico Robin has escaped. His tone was displeased, each word carrying a lethal intent toward the child. This girl is the last remnant of those archaeologists from O'Hara and is currently the only living person who can fully interpret the historical texts. The truth of the blank 100 years is an absolute taboo for the world government. If she were to leak it, our 800 years of rule would completely collapse. This child must die. Upon hearing this, Hezo did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he chuckled, his tone as casual as if he had picked up a stray kitten or puppy. Oh, that little girl. I've taken her with me. By the way, she was let go because that spandam made a momentary oversight. Meanwhile, in the distance, Kazan was still feeling guilty about releasing Robin, worried about his future in the Marines. As soon as Hezo's words fell, the other end was plunged into dead silence. Even the sound of breathing was absent. Even the 5 elders accustomed to storms were taken aback by his nonchalant statement. Before they could question him, Hezo leisurely added, "But you don't need to be nervous. Just issue the bounty as usual, pursue her as usual, and treat it as if I didn't take her. I won't interfere with the rules of the world government." After a few seconds of silence, it was ultimately Satan who spoke first. His tone had lost its previous coldness, now instead carrying a sense of complete concession. They knew all too well Hezo's abilities and character. Not to mention taking a little girl. Even if he had truly destroyed 10 warships of the demon-slaying order, they would have no way to deal with him. "All right, we'll do as you say." Satan agreed readily, then asked, "You've been wandering outside for so many years. When will you return to Mariawa? The Holy Land still needs your presence." Hezo yawned, his tone indifferent. "What's the hurry? I haven't had enough fun yet. Whenever I get tired of playing, I'll naturally go back." He then muttered, "It seems Naisishalang is not here, otherwise he would definitely scold me for coming. Don't forget what I instructed you to do, by old folks." As soon as he finished speaking, before the other end could respond, he raised his hand and hung up the phone bug without any hesitation. In Mariawa, within the power corridors of Panga City, the 5 elders looked at the disconnected phone bug in silence, ultimately shaking their heads in helplessness. Satan rubbed his brow and coldly addressed the CP0 agents waiting outside the door. "Go take care of 2 things. First, issue the bounty for Nico Robin, as usual, with a reward of 79 million berries, charged with the crimes of being the demon of O'Hara and the culprit who destroyed 6 Navy warships. A bounty shall be placed across all seas identical to the previously set details." Second, his tone suddenly turned icy. "Handle CP9S Officer Spandam. He was in charge of the O'Hara demon-slaying order, but made a significant oversight, allowing the remnants of O'Hara to escape. He is of no use now." Saint Vacheli beside him added lightly, "He has a son named Spandam of mediocre talent, posing no threat. Leave him be, just let him serve as a pawn for CP." "Understood." The agents bowed and quietly exited. For the 5 elders standing at the pinnacle of the world, a CP officer like Spandam was merely a pawn that could be discarded at any moment. His death was of no consequence. A dog's master will always be discarded when the master is displeased. Meanwhile, on a sailboat in the open sea, Hezo casually tossed the phone bug back into his pocket and looked at Robin, who was sitting in the corner carefully organizing ancient texts, raising an eyebrow, but saying nothing more. Mihawk beside him sheathed his sword and said lightly, "Are you not afraid of the 5 elders taking action against you by laying your cards on the table like this?" Mihawk had only heard of the world government's reputation and the absolute dominion of the 5 elders, but had rarely seen them, let alone knew their true power. Hezo scoffed, leaning back in his chair, his tone full of disdain. "Do they dare? Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't touch someone from Hezo. Besides, I have that treasure that dear Naisishalang has been dreaming of in my hands." Hezo let out a derisive laugh, brushing his fingers over the storage ring, and casually remarked, "I have something that the Nasu's Shurong Holy Heart has been yearning for." As his voice fell, a flash of light flickered from his fingertip, and an ancient-looking long knife with a wooden sheath appeared in his palm. The sheath was crafted from years of hardwood, its patterns rugged and ancient, engraved with bizarre and eerie dark patterns inherited from the Gueche lineage, exuding a chilling sword energy that even the sea breeze could not suppress. Hezo pinched the hilt of the knife with 2 fingers, giving it a slight upward pull, and a blade as dark as ink was revealed. This was a fully refined black knife, its blade radiating a chilling and intimidating gleam, the edge smooth and sharp, and a strand of condensed sword light burst from the sheath, causing the air in the cabin to tremble. Beside him, Mihawk's pupils suddenly constricted, his usually indifferent eagle eyes brightening with astonishment, and he hurriedly leaned closer, his voice trembling with suppressed excitement and shock. This is a black knife. Is it the supreme fast knife? This is a black knife at the level of the supreme fast knife." Hezo flicked his wrist, instantly retracting the knife back into the ring, raised an eyebrow to glance at him, and succinctly uttered 2 words, "No." Since the day Hezo revealed the original Guiche knife before him, Mihawk seemed to have lost half his soul. This young swordsman, who usually remained cold and aloof, caring for nothing other than practicing his swordsmanship, seemed to have found something that captivated him even more than the advancement of the sword path. There was unexpectedly another black knife, the supreme, fast knife, just like Knight. Every time he caught even the slightest opportunity, he would inevitably approach Hezo and earnestly ask if he could take a look at that knife. In the early morning, just as dawn broke, Mihawk practiced swordsmanship on the deck for 3 hours, sweat lightly beading at his temples. The first thing he did after sheathing his sword was to turn and walk into the cabin. Facing Hezo, who was leisurely drinking while leaning against a chair, he spoke with the solemnity of initiating a duel. "Captain, can I please take a look at that knife?" "Just a glance." Hezo shook his wine glass, not even lifting his eyelids, and casually tossed out 2 words. Mihawk was not angered. He merely stood silently for a moment. Seeing that Hezo had no intention of relenting, he bowed slightly. Turning back to the deck to practice his sword, the strength in his swings carried a hint of unwillingness from not having seen the knife. By noon, Robin, following Hezo's instructions, tidied up the cabin and brought the prepared meal to the table. As soon as Mihawk sat down, before even touching the plate with his knife and fork, he looked up at Hezo across the table and spoke again, his tone softer than in the morning, filled with a near-obsessive earnestness. "Just one glance, I promise not to touch the blade. I only want to see the patterns and the edge. Is that okay?" Hezo took a bite of meat, glanced at him, and sneered. "You little brat, usually you can't even muster a coherent sentence, and now you're talking so much just for the knife." "Not happening." Mihawk pressed his lips together, not speaking further, and silently lowered his head to eat. Yet throughout the meal he stole glances at the ring on Hezo's hand more than 10 times. Such scenes repeated every day aboard the sailing ship. The ship sailed through a windless zone, and Hezo leaned against the railing looking at the sea view. Mihawk would quietly approach, standing silently beside him for a moment, but could not help but ask if he could see the knife. Hezo, bored, teased Robin, having her translate the ancient texts he had just acquired, while Mihawk would wait for half an hour until Robin had finished translating, immediately seizing the opportunity to ask. Even at night, when Hezo had just come out of the lounge to enjoy the sea breeze, he would see Mihawk leaning against the corridor, his first word still being, "Captain, let me take a look at that knife." Robin, from her initial surprise, had grown accustomed to it. Every day while she tidied the cabin and cleaned the deck, she would hear Mr. Mihawk finding various ways and opportunities to repeat that request to Lord Hezo. She had even figured out a pattern: as long as Lord Hezo showed even the slightest sign of relaxation, the next second Mr. Mihawk's voice would surely ring out. Once Mihawk even took it upon himself to handle the deck cleaning, a task that was supposed to be Robin's, making the entire ship spotless, even cleaning the seams of the ship's railing thoroughly. After finishing all this, he approached Hezo, his ears slightly flushed, his tone tinged with a clumsy attempt at flattery. "Teacher, I've cleaned the ship. Can I have a look at that knife?" Hezo looked at his rarely lowered posture and almost laughed, but still maintained his stern expression and shook his head. "No. This was originally little Robin's job. I'm not asking you to be my errand boy. If you want to see the knife, it's not impossible." This statement seemed to give Mihawk a shot of confidence. From then on, he practiced swordsmanship even more fervently, rising before dawn to hone his techniques. The sword energy, entwined with the conqueror's haki, churned the surface of the sea, creating huge waves. After every practice, he would earnestly demonstrate his newly realized techniques to Hezo, and after Hezo's comments, he would invariably follow up with that unwavering request. Even though every response was a rejection, he never felt discouraged and would still seek opportunities to ask again, until the night before the ship reached a shelter in the West Sea for supplies. Hezo looked at Mihawk, who once again stood before him, his eyes shining with determination as he asked if he could see the knife, and finally relented. He set down his wine glass, raised an eyebrow at him. "All right, if you want to see it, you can. Take 3 of my strikes, and if you can still stand after that, I'll let you see it to your heart's content." Mihawk instantly straightened his back, the light in his eyes nearly overflowing, and without a second thought, he nodded, eagerly unsheathing the black knife, Knight, and assumed the starting stance for their duel, even his breathing quickening. After 3 strikes, Mihawk was shaken, his palms split open and blood dripped down the hilt his feet, leaving 2 deep impressions on the deck, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to budge, standing firmly in place. He looked up at Hezo, his chest heaving violently, his eyes full of anticipation, forgetting even the pain in his hand. Hezo observed him, and with a sneer ultimately kept his promise. A flash of light from his fingertip revealed the ancient black knife once more in his palm. This time he did not only show the tip of the blade, but slowly drew out the entire sword and offered it to Mihawk. The blade, as dark as ink, glimmered with a chilling light. Even when simply suspended in midair, the overwhelming pressure typical of a supreme fast knife, along with the unique heavy sword energy forged by a top swordsman over a lifetime, still surged forth. Mihawk's breath caught his eyes fixated on the blade, even his fingertips trembling slightly, as if afraid to disturb some precious treasure. He did not dare to reach out. Unfortunately, just as he started to see the imposing patterns flowing along the blade, Hezo flicked his wrist, and the knife vanished back into the storage ring. This original Goeche was entirely different from his Black Knife Knight. It was the first time he had seen another black knife at the level of supreme, fast knife aside from his own. All right, you've seen it. Hezo leaned back in his chair watching as Mihawk snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with lingering desire, and smirked, still want to see it. We'll talk next time. Mihawk pressed his lips together, remaining silent. From that day on, he clung to Hezo even more tightly. Even when Hezo retreated to the lounge, Mihawk would bring a chair to sit at the door, and as soon as Hezo opened it, his first words would be, "Teacher, let me try that knife." Hezo looked at Mihawk, who was blocking the door to the lounge with an intense gaze that shone brilliantly. His fingertips caressed the storage ring, and suddenly a mischievous thought arose. Raising an eyebrow, he leisurely spoke, interrupting Mihawk's almost uttered request for one more look at the sword. "All right, stop following me around like a tail and nagging me every day. This sword has been with me for so many years, and keeping it is of no use. I'm heading to the EC anyway, so you should stop following me. Go out to sea and hone your skills on your own. This sword is for you to use." In order to prevent that old man Garp from wanting to be his grandfather, Hezo had to rush back. As he spoke, he casually tossed the ancient first-generation Kitetsu, which landed steadily in Mihawk's arms, the icy sheath pressing against his palm, carrying the weighty aura unique to the supreme great sword. At the same time it landed steadily on the surface of the sea. Mihawk froze in place, looking down at the first-generation Kitetsu in his arms, his mind blank, filled with disbelief and astonishment. He never dreamed that the treasured sword he had long desired and begged for countless times would actually be handed directly to him by Hezo for him to use. "I agreed to let you play with it, but it all depends on whether you can handle it." Hezo did not look back at his dumbfounded expression and turned to lead Robin back to the main ship. The sails slowly lifted, sailing towards the East Sea with the sea breeze. "I agreed to let you play with it, but it all depends on whether you can handle it." Hezo did not look back at his dumbfounded expression and turned to lead Robin back to the main ship. The sails slowly lifted, sailing towards the East Sea with the sea breeze. This remark hit the mark for Mihawk. He instinctively drew both the first-generation Kitetsu and his black sword Yuru from behind him, planning to use the two supreme great swords as paddles to row further away with the sea breeze. Hearing this, his hand froze midair and a genuine, awkward smile appeared on his face. He quickly put the first-generation Kitetsu back, securing it at his waist, and shouted towards the receding main ship, "I would never do such a thing. Captain, do you think I'm that kind of person? You better not." Hezo's voice drifted back with even more amusement. Hezo knew very well what the kid was thinking. As Mihawk watched the shadow of the main ship grow smaller, he lowered his head to touch the sheath of the first-generation Kitetsu at his waist, his fingertips tracing the intricate and powerful patterns, his eyes shining almost to the point of overflowing. He drew his black sword Yuru from behind him again, using it as a paddle for the first time in a year, rowing through the seawater towards the depths of the West Sea away from the main ship. The young swordsman's back was filled with uncontainable ambition, yet he was unaware that Hezo had also prepared a grand gift for this good disciple. How can one claim to have truly grown without experiencing some setbacks? On the main ship, Robin was quietly sitting in a corner organizing the ancient text she had just printed. Hezo leaned against the ship's railing, a mischievous smile on his face, leisurely taking out the entirely black gold-edged exclusive transponder snail from his pocket and casually pressed the dial button. The transponder snail only made 2 bloop-bloop sounds before it was instantly connected. The first voice that came through was still that of Saint Satan, tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Why are you calling again? Did you forget to mention something?" "It's nothing important." Hezo leaned against the railing, his tone very casual. "Just transfer me to Saint Nezashiro." Saint Satan paused for a moment, but did not ask further. Soon footsteps and voices could be heard from the other end of the transponder snail. An impatient old voice came through, belonging to the highest authority of the world government and one of the 5 elders, the financial martial god, Izangbaron v. Nezashiro. "Who? What do you want with me?" Upon hearing Hezo's light-hearted voice on the other end, Nezashiro instantly exploded, his anger flaring up, and his voice rose several degrees as he gritted his teeth, saying, "Hezo, you little rascal. How dare you call me on the transponder snail? Where are you now?" Hezo paid no heed to his furious outburst and continued leisurely, his tone full of mockery. "Nezashiro, don't be so angry. I just wanted to tell you that the first-generation Kitetsu, which you have long coveted over the years, is now in the hands of a young man who dreams of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. He is currently in the West Sea. If you want to retrieve your sword, you will need to find him yourself. That young man has eyes as sharp as an eagle's, so he should be easy to recognize. He paused for a moment, his tone suddenly growing colder, carrying an undeniable absolute pressure as he stated firmly, "But let me make it clear beforehand, you are only allowed to take the sword. You must not harm his life. If he suffers any loss, I will dismantle the treasury of Panga City and throw all your hidden treasures." In fact, what Hezo wanted to say was to pluck all of Nezuchiro's hair, but upon reflection the old man had no hair at all. Nezuchiro instantly held his breath, suppressing most of his furious anger, and blurted out, urgency evident in his voice, "Is that true? Believe it or not, it's up to you." Hezo scoffed, repeating, "Remember, do not harm his life." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Nezuchiro to utter another word, he raised his hand and hung up the transponder snail without a moment's hesitation. In the Panga city of Mariawa, Nezuchiro held the hung-up transponder snail, his face a mix of shock and anger, but he dared not delay. That first-generation Kitetsu was his beloved sword, and now it had appeared in the hands of a young man. Hezo's theft of his sword was one thing, how dare someone of his status lay hands on his first-generation Kitetsu? It was utterly reckless. In the next moment, his figure shot out of the power city in an instant, not even bothering to greet the other martial gods. He directly activated the highest authority of the celestial dragons and madly rushed towards the direction of the West Sea. After not having touched the first-generation Kitetsu for over a decade, Nezuchiro felt a thrill akin to an online romance turning real, as if the sea breeze was sweet. At this moment, on the vast surface of the West Sea, Mihawk, sitting in his small boat and rowing with his black sword Yoru, suddenly felt a chill run through him, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. An intense sense of foreboding surged up. He stopped his actions, furrowing his brow as he glanced towards Mariawa, feeling that something was off, but unable to pinpoint what it was. He could only mutter softly, and Reg ripped the black sword Yoru as a paddle, continuing to sail towards the distant sea. If Hezo were beside him, he would surely marvel that Mihawk's observation haki had not been in vain. The wind from the East Sea carried a hint of salty moisture, while the windmills by the shore turned leisurely. Hezo hurried towards Windmill Village, unwilling to waste time on the slow voyage, as the ring on his left hand shimmered with a bluish glow. In just a moment, several large sea kings broke through the water. "Hold on tight, little Robin. Things are about..." As Hezo's words fell, the sea kings bit into the ship's towing rope, dragging the vessel at a swift pace. What was originally a journey that would take several days was completed in less than half a day, coming to a steady stop at the port of Windmill Village. Robin, wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat that covered most of her face, quietly followed Hezo, without deviating a step. As soon as they set foot on the shore, they ran into Machino, who was rushing out of the bar, hugging an empty wine barrel. The little girl's eyes lit up instantly as she stopped in her tracks, clutching the wine barrel, and called out cheerfully, "Hezo, you finally came back." Hezo raised an eyebrow, his tone casual. "Miss me? I came back to take a look. By the way, is that old man Kapu around in the village lately? And what about Lady Lugio, who came with me before? The child should have been born by now. How are they doing?" Admiral Kapu has been on leave lately, spending most of his time at Lady Dodon's place on Kolbo Mountain. He occasionally comes down to my place for a drink. Lady Lugio and Little Ace are both doing well. The little boy is growing quickly and can stand up holding on to things for quite a while, but he hasn't learned to speak yet. Every time Admiral Kapu visits, he holds the child and teaches him for quite some time. I know that old man wants Ace to call him Grandpa, which is one of the reasons Hezo returned so quickly. Hezo nodded casually, pulling out a small jar of fruit candies from his pocket and handing it to her, leading Robin towards Kolbo Mountain. The mountain path was not difficult to traverse. In less than half an hour, the two stood at the entrance of Dodon's bandit lair. The yard was clean, herbs were drying in the corners, and a thick soft mat was laid in the center. Kapu was squatting on a stone bench with a wine jug, tilting his head back to gulp down the wine. Ilugio sat on a nearby wooden chair, gazing affectionately at Little Ace, who was swaying while holding onto the wooden railing, while Dayton leaned against the door frame, cursing as he wiped his knife. Hearing footsteps at the entrance, everyone looked up simultaneously. The wine jug in Kapu's hand crashed onto the stone table with a clang, and he suddenly jumped up, the imposing aura of a naval vice admiral instantly tensing up. "Hezo, you actually came back." Lugio quickly stood up, her face showing a warm and grateful smile as she slightly bowed to Hezo. "Lord Hezo, long time no see. I never had the chance to properly thank you. If it weren't for that sacred medicine you gave me back then, I would have perished on the day I gave birth to Ace. That medicine is a rare treasure in this world, not only sustaining my life when I was utterly exhausted from an extended pregnancy, but also gradually replenishing my severely depleted vitality. Without it, I could never have lived to accompany Ace all the way to now. And thank you for arranging everything for us, ensuring that we mother and son live peacefully." Hezo waved his hand and smiled. "It's nothing, Lady Lugio, you don't need to say such things." He took out a few life-prolonging pills that were scarce even in the entire treasure trove. Robin remained quietly standing behind Hezo, her gaze on the swaying little ace. He took out a few life-prolonging pills that were scarce even in the entire treasure trove. Robin remained quietly standing behind Hezo, her gaze on the swaying little ace on the soft mat, a fleeting hint of tenderness crossing her eyes. Hezo ignored the tense cup, who bent down to pick up little ace, who rushed over to hug his pant leg, weighed him in his arms, and chuckled. This little ace has quite a bit of courage, not afraid of strangers. Little ace, held in his arms, didn't cry, though instead he babbled, stretching out his small hands to grab the strap of Robin's hat that was hanging down. Robin smiled and gently supported his swaying little arm, afraid he might fall from Hezo's embrace. Hearing Hezo say this, Lucio chuckled. He might still be shy, or perhaps it's because Mr. Hezo is quite handsome. Hezo looked up at Lucio and casually asked, "Oh, so this child hasn't learned to speak yet? Who is teaching him?" Lucio nodded with a smile, her tone gentle and polite. Yes, he's currently learning, but can only make simple babbling sounds and hasn't really spoken yet. Thanks to Mr. Kapu, he often comes to keep the child company, patiently teaching him to speak, and always brings us food and essentials, helping us a lot. As soon as these words were spoken, Kapu froze on the spot, scratching the back of his head, his gaze drifting to the side, his face clearly showing signs of guilt. Hezo raised an eyebrow, looking at Kapu while holding Ace, his tone filled with obvious mockery. "Oh, so it's Admiral Kapu from the Navy who's teaching him. I thought you had no patience for such things apart from drinking and catching pirates." Of course, Kapu stubbornly forced a reply, but his confidence was clearly lacking. Dayton rolled his eyes dramatically, exasperatedly, tearing down the facade. "Teaching my foot. The last time he came, he held the child and taught him for an entire afternoon, only managing to teach him the word brat. I chased after him and scolded him halfway up the mountain. Fortunately, it was this word he learned." Hezo chuckled softly, returning Ace to Lucio, clapping his hands and gently saying to Lucio, "Lady Lucio, when it comes to teaching children to speak, it's best if you handle it yourself, so that some clueless old man doesn't lead the child astray." As soon as this was said, Kapu's face instantly turned red, his neck stiffened as he wanted to refute, but he opened his mouth and couldn't squeeze out a single word. Deep down, he knew Hezo was speaking the truth. In order to continue enjoying Hezo's cooking in the future, he had no strength to retort and could only sulkily turn his face away, lying back down on the chair, afraid to say another word. The yard fell silent for 2 seconds, and Hezo casually added, "All right, since I'm here, I'll make you all a good meal. Little Robin, come help out." "Yes, Captain." Little Robin's childish voice was filled with obedience towards her savior. As soon as she finished speaking, Kapu instantly forgot his earlier grievances, his eyes shining like a light bulb, jumping up on the spot. He casually tossed the wine jug aside, his voice booming enough to make the yard buzz. "Really? You're going to cook? Hezo, you're not joking with me?" Lucio, holding little Ace, looked at Kapu's unprecedented excitement, her eyes filled with uncontainable confusion. But Kapu was completely oblivious to her gaze, cheerfully rubbing his hands, his smile wide and unhidden, shouting to everyone in the room, "You don't know. Hezo not only looks incredibly handsome, but back in the day, he was Roger's dedicated chef. It's no exaggeration to say that you won't find anyone in the entire sea who can match his culinary skills. Back then, even when Roger's crew fought against other pirate crews, they would fight tooth and nail to protect Hezo's cooking pot." He got more and more excited as he spoke, gesticulating wildly, completely forgetting his earlier vigilance towards Hezo, suddenly pausing mid-sentence and slapping his thigh. "Oh, right? And his unique cumin powder. That's a secret recipe crafted by Hezo himself. There's only this one in the entire sea, and no one can even figure out the recipe, let alone replicate it. Just the meat he roasts is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the juices locked in tightly, and when sprinkled with that layer of cumin powder, the aroma can waft for dozens of nautical miles. Many people sent supplies to the Roger pirates just to get a taste of the roasted meat sprinkled with cumin powder." Kapu was getting more and more greedy, nearly drooling. That guy who later opened a restaurant in the East Sea and became famous for his cooking, the Redfoot Japu, chased the Roger pirates for half a month back, then just to learn Hezo's roasting technique and cumin recipe, but he never even got close to the kitchen. And that was just one of Hezo's dishes. "Back then I chased after the Roger crew, deliberately slowing my pace several times just to savor his roasted meat. Even if Roger and his crew surrounded me and laughed at me, even if Sengoku called me to scold me for neglecting my duties, I didn't care. In my lifetime, the best thing I ever ate was Hezo's roasted meat sprinkled with his unique cumin powder. No matter where else you go, even if you offer mountains of gold and silver, you won't taste this flavor." Everyone in the room was left dumbfounded. Lucio, holding little Ace, wore an expression of disbelief, and after a long while she finally spoke in a tone filled with astonishment. "I never expected that even someone like Mr. Kapu would hold such a high regard for Lord Hezo. That's too exaggerated. Is a piece of meat worth more than one's face and livelihood?" Dayton raised the knife. He was cleaning halfway, his hand frozen in midair, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, and after a long time, he finally came to his senses, mumbling, "I thought this old man feared nothing, yet he would chase after someone for a piece of roasted meat. No wonder the news said cop who chased after the Roger pirates every day. So that's how it is." Meanwhile, Mihawk was on a deserted island toying with the original Yoru, completely unaware that a terrifying world-class swordsman was steadily closing in on him. Hezo disregarded the astonished expressions of everyone and skillfully slipped into the kitchen of the bandit hideout to rummage through the pantry. Inside there was fresh meat brought by Garp, freshly foraged wild vegetables, and seafood stored in the cellar, with Robin closely following behind Hezo. Hezo rolled up his sleeves, moving with decisive and nimble actions, while Robin assisted by washing the ingredients. In less than half an hour, a large table of steaming dishes was served. There was tender falling off the bone sea king meat, a fish soup so fresh it was almost unbelievable, sautéed crisp wild vegetables, and fragrant roasted fish. The aroma instantly filled the entire courtyard, drawing even the bandits guarding the entrance, who couldn't help but come over, swallowing their saliva. Garp was the first to rush to the table, rolling up his sleeves and stuffing meat into his mouth, chewing with grease dripping everywhere, mumbling, "Yes, yes, this is the feeling. So delicious," he exclaimed. "Hey, isn't there any roasted meat?" Hezo, "I just praised your cumin barbecue. I didn't marinate it beforehand, maybe next time." Hezo looked at Garp, who wore a face of regret, and comforted him. "No worries. The food you make is always delicious, ha." Robin, holding Ace, carefully tasted a spoonful of fish soup, her eyes widening in surprise. "I didn't expect Master Hezo's culinary skills to be this outstanding." Dayton and several bandits also dropped their reservations, picking up chopsticks and eating heartily, exclaiming in astonishment. They had initially thought Garp was exaggerating, but now realized that this flavor couldn't even be put into words. The atmosphere was such that saying one more word would mean one less bite. Robin took a small bite of fish, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes, and softly said to Hezo, "Master Hezo's skills are countless times better than any restaurant I used to frequent in O'Hara. This is truly the most delicious food in the world." Hezo leaned against a stone bench, holding a glass of red wine, watching the table full of people eating with great enthusiasm, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Garp ate the fastest, finishing bowl after bowl, even mixing the soup with rice cleanly, and finally looked at Hezo with lingering cravings. "Is there more? Bring me another bowl." Hezo scoffed, lifting his chin. "There's more rice in the kitchen pot. Go serve yourself." The courtyard was filled with the aromas of dishes and the sounds of laughter. Even the usually shy little Ace was reaching out with his hands, drawn by the delicious smell, wanting Robin to feed him a spoonful of soft meat soup. At such a young age, Ace was already indulging in such exquisite delicacies. He would likely become picky in the future. At night, in the bandit hideout of Corbeau Mountain, the bonfire blazed brightly, and the fragrance of food wafted throughout the courtyard. Hezo leaned against a stone bench, holding a wine glass, watching the table of people enjoying their meal with great fervor. Garp, with a bowl in his arms, devoured 3 more bowls of rice, his mouth stuffed with fish, as he mumbled incoherently, engaging in banter with Dayton. Robin sat beside, holding a content well-fed Ace, smiling as she listened to the conversation, while Robin took small bites of vegetables, occasionally glancing at Hezo with soft eyes. Everyone clinked glasses, laughing and chatting in the evening breeze, sharing stories of the sea, filling the courtyard with a relaxed and lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the West Sea, in an unnamed sea area not even marked on official nautical charts, a deserted island was shrouded in the heavy night. The night waves crashed repeatedly against the shore, the salty sea breeze carrying fine grains of sand, while thick clouds obscured most of the starlight. Only a bonfire in the center of the beach burned with a warm yellow light, illuminating a small patch of sand around it. The black blade knight was thrust straight into the sand beside the bonfire, its blade gleaming with a cold. Mihawk sat by the bonfire, holding the first-generation sword Shusue, entrusted to him by Hezo for safekeeping. His fingers repeatedly glided over the cold, smooth blade, his gaze betraying his deep appreciation for the famed sword. He walked to the empty beach, lightly rotating his wrist, and casually executed a slash. The silent sword energy cleaved through the oncoming waves, even splitting the sea breeze, carrying grains of sand in half, leaving a fine, deep, straight mark on the beach. Mihawk stood sheathing his sword, his fingers caressing the hilt, as he murmured to himself, "A good sword, truly a good sword." It was nearly 50% lighter than the Black Blade Knight, the edge more agile, capable of executing even more exquisite and flamboyant sword techniques, contrasting sharply with the heavy and domineering style of the Black Blade. He repeatedly swung the sword and retracted his stance, practicing sword techniques on the beach. The bonfire's light cast long shadows on him, each slash precise and elegant, pushing the agility of the first-generation Shusue to its utmost. Just as he paused to catch his breath, a sound of breaking air suddenly came from above. Mihawk quickly looked up to see a bald old man in a loose white robe slowly descending from the night sky, his feet touching the beach without disturbing a single grain of sand. The old man wore round-framed glasses, his face etched with wrinkles lacking any sharpness associated with a sword master, yet emanating an undeniable aura of pressure. This was none other than Izoamberon V. Nasu Shuro, dispatched with the highest authority of the Celestial Dragons, and tracking Mihawk through CP0. His gaze immediately locked onto the first-generation Shusui in Mihawk's hand. His previously calm demeanor instantly stirred with waves of emotion, first with overwhelming joy at recovering it, followed by an uncontrollable surge of anger. "Hey, you little eye patch." Nasu Shuro called out, his voice hoarse, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. Mihawk frowned, giving him a once-over. Noticing that the old man bore no weapons, he assumed he was just an old pirate from the nearby seas who came to seize treasure, and replied coldly, "Who are you?" Nasu Shuro's gaze never left the first-generation Shusui, his words laced with anger. "Hand over the sword in your hand." Mihawk raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he gripped the hilt tighter. "Why should I? You little miscreants think you can take my sword? Come and get it." "Humph." Nasu Shuro scoffed, raising his right hand palm, facing Mihawk, and lightly grasped the air. In the next moment, the first-generation Shusui in Mihawk's hand suddenly let out a violent hum, forcefully breaking free from his grip and turning into a cold flash, flying straight into Nasu Shuro's palm. At this moment, holding the first-generation Shusui, Nasu Shuro couldn't help but let a smile break through. It was everything had returned. Watching the scene unfold before him, Mihawk's pupils constricted and a storm of fury surged within him. The old man before him, who could snatch the famed sword from his hand, was certainly no ordinary pirate swordsman. His strength was unfathomable. But wasn't this sword given to me by the captain? How could it be drawn away? Is it the ability of a devil fruit? The magnet fruit? Nasu Shuru Shung gripped the familiar hilt, his fingertips tracing over the blades, every line, each groove recognizable, even with his eyes closed, filled with joy at its return. This sword had accompanied him for decades. Even after years apart, the unique bond they shared had never faded. He swung the sword casually, a silent slash cleaved through the distant sea, parting even the thick clouds in the night sky. After so many years, it still feels so natural. He chuckled softly, his tone filled with nostalgia. Meanwhile, Mihawk had drawn the black blade Yuru from the beach, his golden pupils cold and piercing. The blade pointed directly at Nasu Shuru Shung, and the sword intent around him surged to its peak. "Who exactly are you?" Nasu Shuru Shung looked up at him, the smile on his face fading, completely replaced by the absolute pressure belonging to the highest authority of the world government, coldly stating, "Oh, you're running around with my sword and you don't even know who its original owner is." Izoamberon V. Nasu Shuru Shung. Remember this name? Mihawk's pupils shrank sharply. He had certainly heard of this name. The supreme authority of the world government, one of the 5 elders, a legendary swordsman standing at the pinnacle of the sword path. He never expected that for a mere initial version of the blade, the 5 elders would personally come to him. But the shock lasted only a moment, soon replaced by an overwhelming battle intent. In his life, he had pursued the strongest sword techniques in the world, and now the chance to duel with someone legendary who stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship was an opportunity he could never have imagined. "Master, is this the trial you prepared for me?" Mihawk tightened his grip on Yoru, pushing off the beach with a powerful stride, transforming into a shadow, racing forward, delivering a devastating slash infused with all his sword intent towards Nasu Shuru Shung. Nasu Shuru Shung, holding the reclaimed initial version of the blade, showed a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Standing firm, he raised his hand, swinging the sword to meet the attack. The 2 slashes, powerful enough to split the sea, collided violently, instantaneously unleashing towering waves, shaking the entire desolate island. In the dark of night, 2 beams of cold sword light intertwined, marking the commencement of a duel between the world's top swordsmen. The waves crashed repeatedly against the desolate island's shore, the campfire flickering under the intense sword intent radiating from the 2. The initial version of the blade hummed in Nasu Shuru Shung's hand, its body emitting a clear resonance, as if it had finally returned to its master, trembling with joy. The old man's thin fingers repeatedly caressed the cold blade, his knuckles trembling slightly with excitement at the reunion, his murky eyes shining brilliantly, filled with joy at regaining his prized weapon. This sword had accompanied him for centuries, and during the years it was taken by Hezo, Nasu Shuru Shung had longed for it day and night. Now that the blade had returned to his palm, the feeling of complete harmony between man and sword caused his aura to boil. He raised his gaze towards Mihawk, who held Yuru and was brimming with sword intent, his tone carrying a hint of casual amusement, yet underpinned by absolute confidence. "Little brat, you can't handle this sword." This sword had accompanied him for centuries, and during the years it was taken by Hezo, Nasu Shuru Shung had longed for it day and night. Now that the blade had returned to his palm, the feeling of complete harmony between man and sword caused his aura to boil. As his voice fell, the beach beneath their feet erupted simultaneously. Nasu Shuru Shung moved first with no flashy movements, simply executing a straightforward strike, yet the initial version of the blade transformed in his hands into a chilling light that pierced through heaven and earth, cleaving the towering waves approaching him in half. Even the night sky was illuminated pale by this strike. Mihawk reacted swiftly, gripping Yoru tightly, colliding fiercely against the sword light. With a powerful slash, two strikes crashed together. Black Conqueror's haki exploded between the blades, shaking all the sand into the air. The resulting shockwave extinguished the campfire behind him. Mihawk was pushed back 3 steps by the immense force of the strike, his feet carving deep grooves into the sand, and a heavy gravity settled in his golden pupils. He could clearly feel that the same initial version of the blade in the old man's hands was entirely different from being in his grasp. Every inch of the blade was utilized to its utmost, combining agility and dominance. The accumulated essence of swordsmanship over hundreds of years was contained within that seemingly ordinary strike, sealing off all avenues for him to evade. Before he could regain his balance, Nasu Shurushung's second strike was already upon him. The old man's figure moved so swiftly it left only an afterimage, the initial version of the blade twisting and turning in his hands, at times forming an impenetrable sword net, at times delivering devastating heavy slashes, where the aftermath of each strike, past towering reefs, instantly turned to powder, and even the distant sea surface was cleaved into deep chasms that could not close. As Mihawk dodged the lethal edge, he retaliated with a sharp slash, maximizing the weight and dominance of Yoru. Each strike was unstoppable, firmly withstanding the old man's relentless assault. Neither of them shouted their techniques. Nasu Shurushung and Hezo in his youth had learned this the hard way. The two figures darted across the desolate island, battling from the beach to the reef, from the coast to the sky. Each clash of their blades resonated like deafening bells. The scattered sword energy stirred the sea into tumultuous waves. The thick clouds in the night sky were thoroughly shattered, and the brilliance of the stars was completely overshadowed by their intertwining sword lights. Initially, Nasu Shurushung approached with a playful demeanor, but as the battle progressed, his surprise grew deep. Having lived for hundreds of years, he had seen countless exceptionally talented swordsmanship prodigies, yet he had never encountered a young brat who, under the pressure of his pure swordsmanship, not only did not crumble instantly, but grew stronger as the battle continued, never falling into an absolute disadvantage. Except for Hezo, that blood-red great sword from the Holy Land had left an indelible shadow in Nasu Shurushung's mind, marking the only time he retreated without a fight. He suddenly withdrew the sword, his toes tapping upon the crest of the surging waves, watching Mihawk across from him, whose aura remained steady and whose grip on the sword showed no tremor. The playful glint in his eyes faded completely, replaced by utter seriousness and a hint of genuine interest. "Kid, you deserve my full attention." In the next moment, dense black flame clouds suddenly erupted from around him, bones crackling loudly, the lower half of his clothing bursting apart as a formidable skeletal horse began to take form. The terrifying pressure of the awakened Zoan-type beast shrouded the entire desolate island. The night waves crashed against the jagged rocks of the West Sea's deserted island, with thick clouds pressing down on the surface of the sea before dawn. The once smooth beach had long been split apart by sword energy scattered with hardened shards of ice and broken stones. After hundreds of exchanges of pure swordsmanship, Mihawk felt a slight numbness in his hand gripping the black blade knight. The golden pupils reflected an unprecedented seriousness, his breath quickening with excitement. On the opposite side, Nasu Shung maintained a steady breath, his bony fingers repeatedly stroking the blade of the first-generation Gui Che, which emitted a clear humming sound, as if resonating joyfully after fully bonding with its master. The old man's murky eyes sparkled with surprising brightness, intertwining joy from regained strength and the rising battle intent. Looking at the young swordsman who had withstood hundreds of exchanges, he finally set aside all careless amusement. "Little brat, being able to withstand hundreds of rounds of pure swordsmanship, you are worthy of a name in the annals of swordsmanship." Nasu Shung slowly raised his blade, and a dense black flame surged around him, bones cracking with a piercing sound as his lower garments were instantly pushed aside. The jagged skeletal horse slowly took shape, its massive centaur form stepping upon the shards of ice, the terrifying pressure of an awakened beast-type magical creature enveloping the entire deserted island. He gripped the first-generation Gui Che, and the blade instantly formed a layer of bone-chilling ice. Even the surrounding air showed signs of fine cracks from the freezing. "But you have yet to see the true power of this blade. Watch closely." In the moment his words fell, Nasu Shung's figure suddenly disappeared. The extreme speed brought by the horsebone form surpassed the previous pure swordsmanship state by several times. Mihawk's supreme Kinbunchika haki went wild with warnings, yet he could only catch a fleeting pale streak of light flashing before him. In the next second, a slashing strike enveloped in world-destroying freezing air was already upon him. He instinctively tightened his grip on the Black Blade Knight, blocking it in front of him as a thunderous clash erupted. The extreme cold surged up the blade, instantly forming thick, white frost on his entire arm. The sheer force of this strike sent him flying backward, his feet carving out deep grooves in the sand for over 10 meters before he barely steadied himself. Mihawk suddenly shattered the ice on his arm, his golden pupils filled with shock. He understood all too well the difference between this strike and the previous one. Before transforming, the freezing was merely a side effect which he could barely withstand with his haki, but this strike after transformation combined the slash with an ice of the Yellow Springs level seamlessly. Before the blade arrived, the cold had already sealed his movements, even his haki could be frozen to a standstill. This was the true power of the first-generation Gui Che combined with his beast-type abilities. Before he could steady his breath, Nasa Shilangshang's second strike followed closely. The massive skeletal horse stepped onto the beach without disturbing a single grain of sand. The first-generation Gui Che in his hand transformed into a cold ray that pierced the heavens, casually slashing through the towering waves approaching him, which instantly froze into ice walls midair, then were shattered by the residual force of the slash. Mihawk leaped up against the sword light. The Black Blade Knight, wrapped in haki, slashed down fiercely. Yet at the moment their strikes collided, his slash, strangely, appeared to be frozen like stagnant tide, instantly halting in midair before crumbling into pieces. The ensuing exchanges completely overturned Mihawk's understanding of swordsmanship. He unleashed extremely sharp slashes time and again, severing Nasa Shilangshang's body multiple times. However, the regeneration speed of his opponent was several times faster than before the transformation. Even when half his body was cut off, he could instantly recover amidst the swirling black flame clouds without a hint of disturbance in his breath. On the contrary, Mihawk himself, under the relentless freezing slashes, had sustained numerous deep wounds, exposing bone in his waist and shoulders, the bone-chilling cold drilling into his marrow, making his grip on the blade increasingly heavy. He knew very well that if this continued, he might die here. Mihawk abruptly withdrew his blade, his toes tapping on the last remaining intact rock, and the overwhelming haki erupted around him, black lightning coursing along the Blade Knight, enveloping the edge. This was his ultimate skill, the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the Conqueror's haki. He took a deep breath, leaping into the face of the oncoming freezing slash, pouring all his sword-intent haki and desperate resolve into this one strike, fiercely slashing towards Nasa Shilangshang. Interesting, you actually possess Conqueror's haki. Now you are worthy to be my opponent. Yet Nasa Shilangshang remained standing still, showing no intent to evade. Years ago, in the Holy Land of Mariehua, memories flashed of sparring with young Hezo. At that time, Hezo faced his world-destroying slash, without flinching, countering with a blade to his shoulder, while laughing, leaving behind the words, "Dodge? That is something only lowly celestial dragons would do. If you lack the courage to face a slash, how can you claim invincibility?" This phrase was etched into his bones for over 10 years. Even with the little brat before him bringing out his ultimate skill, he would never perform such a lowly act as dodging. However, Mihawk's severe injuries were similarly due to his Captain Hezo's words about lowly behavior, as he chose to face those terrifying slashes time and again. At this moment, the Black Blade Knight struck down with world-destroying might onto Nasa Shilangshang's left shoulder, and Conqueror's haki lightning instantly coursed through his entire body. The muffled sound of the blade penetrating flesh was distinctly audible. For the first time, Nasa Shilangshang frowned, letting out a muffled grunt as he took a half-step back. The black flame clouds at the wound surged frantically, attempting to regenerate, but were firmly suppressed by the overpowering Conqueror's haki. The healing speed slowed to a crawl. Even the flesh and blood at the edges of the wound could not recover due to the pressure. Mihawk's eyes shone with ecstatic light. He had found the way to break the deadlock. "I didn't expect that a novice like you could master Conqueror's haki." Nasa Shilangshang's tone finally lost all condescension, his murky eyes swirling with surprise and ferocity as he tightened his grip on the first-generation Gui Che. He finally began to raise his blade to block seriously, yet still did not retreat a single step, unwaveringly receiving every slash wrapped in Mihawk's Conqueror's haki. Dodging was impossible. Without even the courage to confront, how could one acknowledge a heart of a true warrior? The two figures flashed rapidly across the deserted island, battling from the beach into the sky, from the coast into the depths of the sea. Every clash of blades resonated with deafening booms that echoed across the sea, the Black Conqueror's haki lightning intertwining with the pale frozen sword light, scattering sword energy, stirred the entire sea into a tempest. Even the distant sea surface was frozen into a stretch of ice for miles. The two fought fiercely, and the already fragmented deserted island was completely cleaved in two by their sword energy. Meanwhile, in the bandit den of East Sea's Windmill Village, the revelry of clinking cups was in full swing. Hezo had just set down his wine cup when his fingers suddenly paused, raising his eyes to the direction of the West Sea, unconsciously releasing a hint of Kenbunchika haki that extended across the entire sea. Kapu, munching on roasted meat, suddenly halted, looking at Hezo in confusion. Hezo, what happened? It's nothing serious. Hezo retracted his gaze casually, putting on his coat from the table, his tone nonchalant. Just an old man fighting Mihawk fiercely, even awakening his fruit ability. Both of them are stubbornly refusing to dodge. If this continues, if Mihawk uses his Conqueror's haki to break through defenses and starts getting serious, it would be a problem if he ends up thrown into the sea to feed the fish. I'm going to the West Sea for a bit. You all enjoy yourselves. I'll be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the crimson ring on his finger flashed with a scarlet light. Hezo raised his hand and lightly sliced through the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to twist and tear open a pitch-black spatial rift. He stepped inside, his figure vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving the table full of astonished people behind. Isn't he a buddy? How do you know about the West Sea? West Sea, on an unknown small island. Hezo's figure appeared before the two, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that made all beings tremble. Stop it, give me some face. In the air above the Western Sea deserted island, two strikes, imbued with overwhelming might, were about to collide with a thunderous impact. The white bony hooves of the Saint Mare, resembling the form of Naisashuring, shattered the void, while the pale sword light unleashed by the first-generation Guiche enveloped everything in extreme frost, causing the air around to crack. Opposite him, Mihawk was surrounded by a lightning of Conqueror's haki that wrapped around the black blade Yoru, his golden pupils ignited with a desperate fighting spirit, condensing his lifetime's swordsmanship into this one strike, striking fiercely against the incoming sword light. Just a second before the two strikes collided, a casual voice suddenly exploded across the entire sea. Stop, give me some face. As the words fell, an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki swept across the scene, devoid of any aggression, yet it forcibly shattered the two world-destroying strikes. The surging surface of the sea suddenly calmed, the hardened ice shards melted in an instant, and even the howling sea breeze paused momentarily. A dark spatial rift opened between the two, and Hezo stepped out slowly, his black robe fluttering in the sea breeze, the red ring on his finger still emanating a faint crimson glow. He did not look at the two who were on the verge of conflict, merely brushing off his robe with a hint of amusement on his face. Old Mare, what a stubborn fellow. Upon seeing the newcomer, Naisashuring was initially taken aback, but then reverted from his bony form back to that of an old man in a white robe, loosening his grip on the first generation, Geisha's tone, laced with familiar resignation. Hezo, what brings you here? Afraid this little brat might get killed by me. Don't worry, I know my limits. He had lived for several hundred years and had encountered countless celestial dragons in Mariewa, yet he had no means against this young man in his 20s. Back in the day, Hezo spent over 10 years in the Holy Land, constantly swinging his first-generation Geisha, either slicing offerings or dragging him to spar, and not only did he not get angry, but he also had to wear a smile. After all, this kid even left Lord him without a counter. On the other side, Mihawk also sheathed his black blade Yoru, covered in wounds, his shoulder still oozing blood, and the frostbite on his arm remained excruciating. He looked at the suddenly appearing Hezo, his golden pupils carrying a hint of understanding along with a trace of unwillingness typical of a swordsman. This match had not yet determined a victor. Hezo first walked over to Mihawk, casually tossing him a white jade medicine bottle, his tone carrying a hint of sarcastic jest. Here, take this, it's specially for curing that old man's netherworld frost. All right, kid, you haven't turned into an ice statue to feed the sea kings. You held on longer than I expected. Hey, what do you mean by that look? Don't be discontent. After all, Naisashuring didn't go all out, otherwise I'd be here to collect a corpse. I got it, master, I won't lose again. Mihawk raised his hand to catch the medicine bottle, resolutely declaring his determination to Hezo. As he uncorked the bottle and applied the ointment to his wounds, the biting cold was instantly dispelled by warmth, and the numbness in his arm gradually returned to sensation. Having taken care of Mihawk, Hezo turned to Naisashuring, raising an eyebrow with a smile that was neither fully serious nor fully joking. Not bad, old man, you've even awakened your fruit ability while sparring with a junior. Back in Panga City, I cut a lion raised with this very blade and roasted meat to bring to you. You didn't even dare to glare at me, then, yet now you've gotten bold, striking so fiercely against the one who lent you the blade. Naisashuring chuckled upon hearing this, his frail fingers repeatedly caressing the blade of the first generation. Geisha's eyes filled with the joy of regaining something lost, along with the exhilaration after a fierce battle. This blade has accompanied me for a lifetime. You can play with it. I know you have your limits, so I naturally trust you. With this kid wielding it, I have to come and check it out. In truth, Naisashuring wasn't entirely at ease. After all, Hezo's unpredictable nature had always been a mystery since childhood, but he couldn't say that in front of Hezo, otherwise he would end up on the receiving end of a grudge. Besides, I've lived so long, and it's been ages since I've met a foe capable of taking hundreds of my strikes, and even forcing me to awaken my form. Even more, he's a great swordsman, making for a satisfying fight. He was genuinely exhilarated. With his status as one of the 5 elders, no one in the world dared to truly engage him in combat, either out of awe or due to vast differences in strength. Today's battle with Mihawk allowed him to release the fighting spirit he had been holding back for years. You have a point there, Hezo scoffed, no longer teasing further. Nace assuring raised his hand to adjust his robe, smiling at Hezo. Now that I've retrieved my blade and had a good fight, it's time for me to return to Mariawa. The Holy Land can't afford to lose me. Those old fellows are still waiting for me to return to discuss matters. Before leaving, he turned to Mihawk, his tone holding a hint of genuine recognition. Young Hawk, your swordsmanship talent is quite good, and your conqueror's hockey rapping is decent. If you want to spar next time, feel free to come find me at Mariawa. With that, a faint spatial ripple emanated from his body, and his figure gradually vanished from the surface of the sea. The deserted island returned to tranquility, leaving only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Hezo turned to Mihawk, scanning him up and down, a smirk forming on his lips, carrying a hint of mischievous teasing, yet also genuine recognition. Not bad, you've truly made progress. You actually managed to fight Nace, assuring to such an extent, even forcing him to awaken his mythical beast form. After all these years, you must be the first. But speaking of which, had I arrived 2 minutes later, you'd really have turned into an ice block tossed into the sea to feed the sea kings. If it had continued, you wouldn't have had the slightest chance of winning. Mihawk grasped Yoru, the fighting spirit in his golden pupils still undiminished, yet he did not refute. He knew deep down that Hezo was speaking the truth. After transforming Nace, assuring strength far exceeded his expectations, and if it continued, he would only suffer a complete defeat, even risking his life. All right, stop with that serious face. Hezo patted his shoulder, smiling, as he said, to celebrate your progress today, let's go to Windmill Village. They're having a feast over there, plenty of food and drink perfect for your celebration. As he spoke, he raised his hand and gently sliced through the void, the dark spatial rift, opening once more, from which the sounds of laughter and chatter from Windmill Village could be faintly heard, along with the aroma of food. Hezo was the first to step in, glancing back at the stationary Mihawk with an arched brow. Are you coming? If you wait too long, the food will all be devoured by that old fellow Garp. Mihawk looked at the spatial rift before him, placing Yoru on his back, and then stepped forward to follow. The spatial rift slowly closed, leaving only the empty, deserted island gradually sinking, and the faint sword intent still lingering on the sea surface. East Sea, Windmill Village. A pitch-black spatial rift slowly closed at the entrance of the courtyard in Windmill Village. Hezo stepped out first, his black cloak billowing gently in the evening breeze, while Mihawk followed closely behind, exuding a lingering sharp sword intent. The young swordsman was covered in scars, his dark robe torn by sword energy in several places. Makeshift bandages wrapped around his shoulder and waist, with dried blood seeping through. The exposed parts of his forearm and cheek bore the signs of frostbite, clearly indicating he had endured a fierce battle. Yet his back remained straight, the black sword knight steadily resting behind him. There was no sign of defeat, only the rapid rise and fall of his breath, revealing his current fatigue. The banquet in the courtyard was lively. The roasted pig on the bonfire sizzled with fat, and the aroma of wine mixed with meat wafted throughout the courtyard. Kapu was clutching a half-man-high barrel of wine, his mouth glistening with grease. He lazily raised his eyes upon hearing the noise, his large copper-like eyes first landing on Hezo, then fixing on Mihawk, causing him to pause mid-bite. Oh, isn't that Hawkeye Mihawk? Kapu slapped the wooden table, making the wine glasses clink loudly, his booming voice overpowering the crackling of the bonfire. I heard you had a real fight with that Braddockinu in Marineford not long ago, and you even bested him in swordsmanship. That's you right. The little brats at Marine headquarters are about to grind their teeth when they mention your name. Mihawk nodded, slightly acknowledging the greeting. His golden pupils scanned the courtyard without any unnecessary pleasantries. Upon sitting down, he merely raised a hand to gently adjust the black sword knight behind him, settling into a comfortable position as his sharp sword intent slightly receded. Mihawk glanced at the pill, without hesitation picked it up and swallowed it. In just a few moments, Hezo casually pulled out a chair and sat next to him. With a flick of his fingers, a pearly white pill accurately landed on the wooden plate in front of Mihawk. Take this combined with that pill for treating old horse frostbite, and you'll heal quickly. It's better than just toughing it out. Mihawk glanced at the pill, without hesitation picked it up and swallowed it. In just a few moments, a gentle yet penetrating warmth sank from his throat into his dantian, coursing through his body. The originally bone-chilling frostbite pain instantly dissipated, and the wounds on his shoulder and waist visibly began to close and heal. The bruises faded rapidly, and even his previously numb limbs were revitalized with strength. As his wounds healed swiftly, Mihawk turned to Hezo, nodding slightly with a smile. Captain, you truly have an abundance of treasures. Hezo thought to himself, in the Holy Land that has ruled the world for 800 years, how could there not be many good things? I take one of each good thing I see. It is no exaggeration to say that Hezo is like a blue chubby figure on the sea pulling out everything. Speaking of the blue chubby figure, Hezo currently really needed one to serve as a helmsman. I say, who did you have a fight with to end up like this, say? Kapu set down the half-eaten roasted pig on the table, leaning closer as he exclaimed, to push you to this extent, there are probably only a handful of swordsmen on the sea who can last 100 rounds with you, right? Mihawk took a sip from his cup. His cold voice showed little fluctuation, yet it froze Kapu in place. Nasu Shuru Saint, the highest authority of the world government, one of the 5 elders. The moment the words fell, the courtyard fell silent. The bandits huddled in the corner dared not breathe, and upon hearing the name of the 5 elders, they practically collapsed onto the ground. Kapu's smile vanished in an instant. A piece of meat he was chewing dropped onto the table, without him noticing, his eyes bulging wide as he froze for 3 full seconds before suddenly raising his voice. Who? The 5 elders. You actually fought with one of the 5 elders. He had lived for most of his life and knew better than anyone what the 5 elders represented. Those are the 5 people standing at the pinnacle of the world government, individuals whom even the Marine Admiral must bow to. They rarely even step out of Mariewa, yet they personally engaged in a fierce battle with a young swordsman in his early 20s throughout the night. Otherwise, where do you think these injuries came from? Hezo chuckled, shaking the wine glass in his hand, his tone casual, as if discussing the weather. That old man chased after this kid from Mariewa to the West Sea for the sake of the original ghost, battling him all night long, even awakening his mythical beast form. If I had been a few minutes late, this kid would have been frozen solid and fed to sea kings. What a... Kapu abruptly turned to Hezo, his shock deepening. You went to the West Sea? In such a short time you ran from the East Sea to the West Sea and brought him back from under the 5 elders' noses. The distance from the East Sea to the West Sea crosses the Red Line and the Calm Belt. Even the Navy's fastest ships would take 10 days to half a month. Yet Hezo was back so quickly with him, which exceeded Kapu's understanding of strength. What else? I couldn't just watch this kid get killed by the 5 elders, could I? Hezo took a sip of wine, raising an eyebrow. Both sides are old acquaintances. I just went to mediate and persuade them to stop fighting. Persuade? Persuade the 5 elders to stop fighting. Kapu seemed to have heard the most astonishing tale, and after a moment he slapped his thigh and burst into laughter, disbelief ringing in his voice. Hezo, you really have skills. Those are the 5 elders. Even Sengoku has to be respectful in front of them. You actually managed to talk them down. So it turns out the most respected person on the sea is you. While he laughed, on the surface his heart was turbulent. He had long known that Hezo's strength was unfathomable. He had heard of the chaos Hezo caused in Mariewa years ago, where those celestial dragons didn't dare to release a sound. Yet he never imagined that Hezo's influence could be so great that it could make even the 5 elders back down. Kapu couldn't help but murmur to himself that this kid must have secretly eaten some kind of face fruit. Otherwise, how could even the highest authorities of the world government give him such face? Hezo did not respond to him, but simply shook his head with a smile, clinking his wine glass with Mihawk's. The festivities of the banquet gradually faded. Lugio returned to the room carrying the sleeping Ace, while Robin discreetly retreated with her book. The bandits huddled in the corner had long since slipped away. Kapu drank himself into a stupor, soon leaning back in his chair and snoring thunderously, completely oblivious to his own appearance. Hezo looked at the gradually dozing figures at the table and nodded towards Mihawk. There isn't a single person who can drink. Let's go. Mihawk, accompany me to the seaside for a breeze. Only the crackling of the campfire remained in the courtyard. Hezo picked up 2 bottles of liquor from the table and nodded toward Mihawk, saying, Let's go to the beach and enjoy the breeze. Mihawk said nothing. As he stood up, he casually adjusted his black sword knight and followed Hezo's footsteps. The evening breeze carried the salty scent of the sea while the waves crashed against the rocks, producing a steady sound. Hezo leaned against the wooden railing by the sea, tossed a bottle of liquor to Mihawk, and took a swig himself. What are your thoughts on today's battle? The gap in foundation cannot simply be bridged by talent. Mihawk opened the bottle, his golden pupils gazing at the pitch-black sea. His tone was devoid of any despair, only marked by a clear-headed realization. The centuries of swordsmanship, the near-immortal regeneration ability, and the freezing power embedded in his strikes. Right now, I truly cannot defeat him. He paused, turned to Hezo, and furrowed his brow. His regeneration ability is not solely the effect of the awakened phantom beast species, is it? Even my Conqueror's Haki, which can suppress fruit abilities, couldn't completely halt his recovery. You have some Hezo nodded, his tone calm, yet he revealed secrets that could overturn the entire sea. That is a contract he signed with the ancient white-haired being who has lived for 800 years in the depths of the Holy Land. The authority and immortality of the 5 elders originate from him. Mihawk tightened his grip on the bottle, his pupils constricting. He had lived for 20 years and had never heard such secrets. The 5 elders who stand at the pinnacle of world power are merely subordinates to someone else. How powerful must that ancient white-haired being mentioned by the captain be? Hezo observed Mihawk's tense profile, let out a chuckle, and patted his shoulder. Don't think too much. Your swordsmanship only needs to focus on reaching the position of the world's greatest swordsman. That kind of monster is not a target you should aspire to. As the evening wind swirled with the waves, Mihawk remained silent for a long time before finally tilting his head back and taking a large swig of liquor. His voice was low yet filled with undeniable determination. I will surely claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. As for everything else, I can talk about it later once I stand at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. It's not too late to say it later. At my current level, I could easily take this kid down in 3 moves. However, Hezo felt no fear towards that mere emu. Back when he was in the Holy Land, Emu had once regarded Hezo as possessing unparalleled talent and strength, even wanting to sign a contract of the Abyss with him. However, Hezo's most terrifying Crimson Ring Abyssal Slayer had frightened him into silence. At the moment Abyssal Slayer transformed into a blood-red giant sword, if that earth-shattering strike were to fall, it would erase the entire Mariehua from the map. One strike shattered the contract's soul. Hezo is one of us. Hezo chuckled, not wanting to dampen Mihawk's spirits, raised his bottle and clinked it with Mihawk's. The crisp sound of their clinking mixed with the sound of the waves dissipating in the evening breeze of the East Sea. The next day, as dawn broke, the morning light of the East Sea spilled into the small courtyard through the gaps in the windmill blades. The lingering scent of last night's drunkenness was completely overshadowed by the aroma of a pot of seafood porridge. Hezo, wearing a coarse cloth apron, stood by the large iron pot at the stove, leisurely stirring the thick milky porridge with a long spoon. The rice was boiled soft and blooming, while the tender meat of the Sea King mixed with fresh seaweed rolled in the pot, the steam carrying the fragrant aroma throughout the courtyard. He knocked on the hot edge of the pot, his casual voice piercing through the morning's tranquility. Everyone wake up. Get up and have some porridge to cure your hangover. If you sleep any longer, the sun will shine on your backs. Garp was the first to be awakened by the aroma. Groggily, he leaped up from his chair and hurried to the edge of the pot, exclaiming, "Wow, is this Sea King meat? In the shallow waters of the East Sea, where did such a large creature come from? Did you go out to sea before dawn?" Mihawk, leaning against the courtyard railing with his eyes lowered, secretly curved the corners of his mouth, raising his hand to cover up the smile that almost spilled out. His black sword knight was securely positioned behind him, and no one noticed the smile in his eyes. Before it was even fully light, he had witnessed Hezo standing by the sea, the blue ring on his finger shimmering slightly. In no time, he called forth 3 or 4 Sea Kings, each dozens of meters long, including the infamous Near-Sea King known throughout the East Sea. Hezo's hand had initially reached for the fiercest Near-Sea King, but paused and withdrew casually, selecting the fattest one. With a swift motion, he knocked it unconscious and dragged it ashore, then began to prepare it for everyone to enjoy. Hezo glanced back at the smirking Mihawk, raising an eyebrow to signal him to keep quiet. "I'm sorry, Sea Kings, but I'm just too lazy to go out to sea early in the morning. I can only summon you for a quick meal." However, he couldn't say that he remembered the Near-Sea King would play a crucial role in the future plot. He needed to set up a flag for the future Pirate King and make sure that Shanks would lose an arm, so he couldn't bring himself to slaughter it for breakfast. He ladled out several bowls of porridge and casually said, if you're craving something, there's naturally food to eat. No need for so many formalities. Hurry up and drink it, or you won't be able to shut your mouth." Luffy, holding the just awakened Ace, and Robin, clutching a small bowl, came over. Garp, with a bowl larger than his face, slurped loudly, oil dripping from his mouth, while shouting that next time they should roast 2 more for a more substantial meal. "The Sea Kings thought I'm not a human, but you are truly dogs." While others control Sea Kings for world conquest, with Hezo, it's either to ferry or to make delicious food. Hezo leaned against the corridor, lazily chewing on a blade of grass, while watching. At his feet, the toddler Ace, gripping a crooked piece of wood, wobbled and imitated Mihawk's motion. With his black sword knight securely resting behind him, his movements were clean and swift, each slash landing precisely on the same mark on the wooden post, the wind swirling the fallen leaves without any unnecessary force. Hezo leaned against the corridor, lazily chewing on a blade of grass, while watching. At his feet, the toddler Ace, gripping a crooked piece of wood, wobbled and imitated Mihawk's motions. The little short legs couldn't maintain their balance and plopped down onto the ground, but he didn't cry. He got back up and continued swinging, causing Hezo to chuckle softly. "I say, kid, don't you find it boring watching this little guy practice swordsmanship every day, eh?" Garp, carrying a barrel of wine that was half his height, walked over and sat down next to Hezo. His large round eyes scanned the field before abruptly changing the subject. By the way, Hezo, is that Supreme Blade Ace owned by Roger in your hands? Hezo spat out the grass he had been chewing, nonchalantly nodded, and said, "Yeah, that old fellow gave it to me before his execution. I haven't really had a use for it, but I'm thinking of passing it on to this little one in the future." Garp straightened up instantly, his voice dropping instinctively. "You really plan to give this sword to Roger's son? Do you really believe that? I say, old man, have you drunk too much?" Hezo scoffed, nodding toward Ace, who was still swinging the wooden piece. "This sword is Captain Roger's signature sword. Who in the entire sea doesn't recognize it? If this kid carries Ace around and starts swinging it in less than 3 days, the Marine ships will surround Windmill Village, and who wouldn't recognize him as Roger's son? Just remember to teach him that move when he grows up." "Sure, I'm never stingy with that." Garp was left speechless, gulping down a large mouthful of wine, muttering that while teaching his fine Ace still needs to be raised as a Marine for safety. Hezo smiled and shook his head, returning his gaze to the field, no longer speaking. The next day, the Windmill Village was still drenched in the humid sea breeze. Hezo leaned against the corridor, his fingertips pinching the freshly delivered special edition from the World Economic Society. Glancing at it, he scoffed and nodded towards Mihawk, who was polishing his sword sheath in the courtyard. "Not bad, so this is the Eagle Eye. Now the whole ocean knows your name. You are truly famous now." The bold headline on the front page of the newspaper was dazzling. World Economic Society Extra Edition. The Great Swordsman Eagle Eye's shocking sword duel. An entire island collapsed overnight. The identity of the mysterious powerhouse remains a mystery. The main text was only 100 words long, yet it was filled with sensationalism. This is a report. The newly emerged swordsman Eagle Eye Mihawk, who fought to a standstill against Admiral Sakazuki in swordsmanship, engaged in a nocturnal battle with a mysterious powerhouse on an unnamed island in the West Sea. Their clash of conquerors hockey caused the entire island to collapse, and after the battle, Mihawk vanished along with the mysterious powerhouse, sparking wild speculations across the seas about their identities. Mihawk's fingertips brushed against the sheath of his black sword Euro. His golden pupils scanned the newspaper, revealing no extra emotion, only a faint, indifferent sound of acknowledgement, maintaining his usual cold and taciturn demeanor. Hezo laughed as he flipped to the latter half of the page, but the moment he saw the sentence, "The mysterious powerhouse's strength is unfathomable, possibly a top-tier force hidden at sea," the smile on his face vanished completely, his brow furrowing as he muttered a curse. "Damn it. Why is my business in this? This reckless bird person is risking everything for news. I wanted to keep a low profile, but he is bold enough to expose me for the sake of popularity." As soon as he finished speaking, the crimson ring on his finger glimmered slightly, and his figure vanished from the corridor without a trace, leaving not even a breath behind. In the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters inside the airborne headquarters of the World Economic Society, the roar of the printing press rattled the cabin, and the pungent smell of ink mixed with the scent of paper came rushing in. Morgans was maintaining the albatross hybrid form, frantically snapping pictures of the freshly printed newspaper, excitedly roaring at his subordinates, "Reprint. Print 5 million more copies. Every port from the 4 seas to the Grand Line must be flooded with this. This headline will sell like hotcakes all over the ocean." Before his roar could die down, an inexplicable sense of terrifying oppression suddenly enveloped the entire cabin. The printing press, which had been operating at high speed, seemed to have its throat gripped by an invisible force, coming to an immediate halt, and the cabin fell silent. Morgan's feathers stood on end as he turned sharply, seeing a man in a black robe standing silently less than 3 steps behind him. The man's aura was unfathomable. He stood there yet seemed to completely blend into the air, and Morgan's proud observation hockey failed to detect him even slightly. It must be known that this flying ship was hidden in the sky at an altitude that the Navy's radar could not scan, secured by 3 layers of security, both inside and out. Even the CP organization could not find traces of it, yet this person managed to enter silently, without even a hint of fluctuation in his aura. Morgans instantly tensed up, instinctively shielding himself with his wings. Cold sweat seeped from his hand gripping the camera, and he forced himself to speak, though his voice trembled. "Who are you? How did you get in? What exactly is your purpose?" Hezo leaned against the cold metal pillar of the cabin, casually spinning the silver-white sea hunting ring on his fingertip. His nonchalant tone carried a chilling sharpness, pressing the printing workers in the cabin to the point where they dared not breathe, collapsing weakly to the ground. "You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to write nonsense about me in the newspaper. You bird person sure have more guts than your wings." Morgan's feathers bristled, his hand gripping the camera, drenched in cold sweat. He struggled to maintain the demeanor of the king of news, but his voice betrayed his fear. "What exactly do you want? My reports in the World Economic Society are not for outsiders to meddle in." "What do I want? I want nothing." Hezo chuckled, taking 2 steps forward. The invisible conqueror's hockey spread out with his steps, not knocking anyone unconscious, but pressing down on Morgan's heart like a heavy mountain, leaving him unable to lift his wings. Let me inform you, the one who fought to the death with Eagle Eye Mihawk that night was one of the Gorosei, Saint Nisidru. Do you dare to print a single word of this truth in your newspaper? Morgan's pupils shrank and the camera in his hand clattered to the floor. Having been in the underground world for so many years, he understood the weight of those 3 words better than anyone. He dared to challenge the CP organization and defy the Navy's gag order, but he would never dare to publicly print news about the Gorosei taking action. That would not be a traffic boost, but pure suicide. Why are you not brazen anymore? Hezo raised an eyebrow, his tone filled with mockery. Don't think that just because you have some dirt on those useless celestial dragons you can consider yourself the uncrowned king of journalism, untouchable by anyone. Killing you is easier than squashing an ant. Still dare to call yourself the king of news. You are utterly ignorant of your own insignificance. Before his words faded, the silver light of the sea hunting ring on Hezo's right index finger suddenly flared. Morgan's felt his blood instantly filled with magma. The power of the bird fruit spiraled out of control, causing his hybrid form to collapse in an instant. Every bone in his body felt as if it were pierced by countless steel needles, simultaneously excruciating pain coursing through his nerves. He curled up on the ground, convulsing wildly, unable to emit a complete scream, only managing to produce gasping sounds, his consciousness drowned in agony, unable even to plead for death. In just a few breaths, Hezo withdrew his strength. Morgan's lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his feathers soaked in cold sweat, and his gaze towards Hezo was filled with sheer terror. Remember this. Hezo looked down at him, his tone flat, yet imbued with an unyielding pressure. In the future, not a single word about my movements is allowed to appear in your newspaper. If you dare to disobey, the sensation you just experienced will haunt you constantly. Wanting to die will only be possible by begging on your knees to me. You. Who exactly are you? Morgan's trembled, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Hezo. As the 3 words fell, Morgan's body jolted violently, suddenly recalling the taboo legend that spread through the upper echelons of the world government. A mysterious chef on Roger's ship who, after the dissolution of the Roger pirates, the world government dared not even issue a bounty against him, and the Gorosei privately ordered the Navy never to provoke him no matter where they encountered him. He suddenly raised his head, his voice trembling almost out of tune. You are the one who came out from Mary Geos and boarded Roger's ship back then. You are a celestial dragon. At least you have some discerning eyes. Hezo chuckled, the crimson glow at his fingertips slowly dissipating. But my identity is not important. What matters is I find trouble bothersome. The feeling of being famous is terrible. It always attracts countless buzzing flies, and I have no interest in dealing with them. He looked down at Morgan's, who had yet to recover from his fear, his tone casual, yet carrying an order that brooked no refusal. From now on, your World Economic Society will follow my lead. What can be reported and what cannot be reported will be determined by me. Do well, and I can provide you with more dirt on the celestial dragons that even the CP organization cannot dig up. Do poorly, and you should know what the consequences will be. Morgan's did not hesitate at all, hurriedly nodding and scrambling to get back on his feet, bending so low that his waist nearly touched the ground, no longer having an ounce of the arrogance of the king of news. Hezo looked at him with satisfaction, a smirk playing on his lips. His figure flickered and vanished silently from the 10th San High cabin, leaving behind a ship full of anxious souls and Morgan's, who remained on the ground, unable to regain his composure for a long while. How to ride the heat and get yourself burned. Morgan sat on the ground with a face full of despair. From then on, the fate of the entire World Economic News Society was in the hands of that man. Hezo's figure appeared under the corridor of the small courtyard without any warning, devoid of any fluctuation in aura. It was as if he had been standing there all along, never having taken a step away. In the open space of the courtyard, Mihawk, who was honing his strike with a wooden sword, suddenly halted. His golden pupils swept over, and his brows furrowed slightly, barely noticeable. On the other side, Garp, squatting beside the stone table and happily munching on a half bag of donuts, abruptly raised his head, his eyes wide as saucers, spraying bits of donut everywhere. Hey, where the hell have you been? Garp slammed the donut in his hand onto the table and strode over, his loud voice shaking the leaves in the courtyard. You were just standing here a moment ago, and now you've vanished without a trace. I searched for you with eagle eye for half a day and couldn't detect even a hint of your presence. Mihawk said nothing, merely standing there with his sword, his gaze fixed on Hezo, silently expressing the same confusion. I just visited the aerial headquarters of the World Economic News. Hezo casually raised his hand, twirling the silver-white sea hunter ring on his fingertip, his tone as nonchalant as if he had just strolled around the village. I went to find that mad bird named Morgan's, gave him a piece of my mind, and told him to be more discerning next time and not to print whatever nonsense comes to mind in the newspapers. Wait, isn't that almost like him scolding myself? Garp paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, slapping Hezo on the shoulder. "Huh. You actually want to find that mad bird? Well done. That guy dares to expose the Navy headquarters' dark secrets just for headlines. I've wanted to beat him up for a long time." Hezo smiled as he dodged Garp's hand, turned to Mihawk beside him, and shifted to a serious tone, leaning against a nearby wooden post. "By the way, I need to ask you, that day on the nameless island in the West Sea you fought that old man Nasu Shoro all night. Did every strike hit his vital points, yet he turned around, and his wounds healed completely, without leaving a trace of blood?" Mihawk's grip on the sword hilt tightened slowly, nodding, his voice heavy, as if forged from ice. "7 strikes. Heart, throat, head, all fatal wounds. However, when my strike landed, it was as though it cut through water, leaving no substantive damage at all. This was the root of his relentless practice with the sword ever since he returned. He couldn't understand where his swordsmanship was lacking. Clearly he could go toe-to-toe with Rear Admiral Sakazuki, yet he couldn't inflict even a hint of effective damage on the 5 elders. It's not that there was no substantive damage, it's just that his recovery rate is too fast. Do you want to know the true way to counter his immortal recovery ability? Hezo raised an eyebrow, watching the battle intent igniting in Mihawk's eyes, and slowly let out the answer. "You were right before, it's Conqueror's Haki. However, your Conqueror's Haki isn't strong enough to suppress him at all." Just then the sound of flapping wings echoed in the sky. A pure white seagull larger than the usual news-gathering seagulls landed precisely in front of Hezo on the stone table, holding a neatly rolled newspaper in its beak. At the rolled edge of the newspaper was a small note, the handwriting respectful, completely devoid of the past arrogance of the news emperor. Hezo casually unfolded the note, which read, "Lord Hezo, the headline for this issue of the World Economic News has been drafted as per your instructions, specially delivered for your review." Morgans, he chuckled softly and opened the newspaper. The bold headline on the front page filled the entire layout: World Economic News Special Extra. New top swordsman of the seas. Eagle-Eye Mihawk's earth-shattering battle in the West Sea. The main text exaggerated Mihawk's fierce battle against top-tier powerhouses throughout the night, claiming he was the man most likely to become the world's #1 swordsman, while not mentioning a single word about the events involving Nasu Shoro or Hezo himself. "Not bad, this Birdman is quite insightful. This is how it should be written." Hezo laughed as he tossed the newspaper to Mihawk, teasingly raising his voice. "Hey, future world #1 swordsman, take a look at your exclusive headline. Now the swordsmen across the seas will remember your name, Eagle-Eye." Mihawk caught the newspaper, his golden pupils quickly scanning the layout, his face showing no ripples of emotion, only a faint hum, as he casually placed the newspaper on the nearby wooden post, completely uninterested in the jest. He knew better than anyone that this was merely a hollow title. He was still far from being the true #1 swordsman in the world, from being able to suppress the recovery of immortal abilities. He turned to Hezo and nodded slightly, his tone carrying an unprecedented seriousness. "What must I do to make the Conqueror's Haki stronger?" "The Conqueror's Haki isn't something you can cultivate just by swinging your sword a number of times every day." Hezo leaned against the stone table, casually snatching a donut from Garp's hand and taking a bite, leisurely speaking. "The Conqueror's Haki is the innate aura of a king, something etched in your bones. Its strength has never depended on how many minions you can knock out or how much power you can add to your strikes, but on whether you possess that absolute confidence." He lifted his chin, pointing to Garp, who was squatting on the ground picking up donut crumbs, speaking with certainty. "Do you see this old man? Without saying anything else, his Conqueror's Haki is among the few that can rival across the seas." At Garp's level, during a fight before his fist even landed, the opponent had already taken in 2 pounds of Conqueror's Haki. Mihawk followed his gaze to Garp, his brows furrowing slightly, and said in a low voice, "I once faced off against Rear Admiral Sakazuki, and our swordsmanship and Haki were evenly matched. Are you saying I need to fight Garp again to sharpen my Conqueror's Haki?" In Mihawk's mind, weren't they both Rear Admirals? Was there really a distinction in specialized skills? "Hey, you two brats better not set your sights on me." Garp exploded, jumping up and glaring at the two, his voice booming enough to blow off the roof. "Damn it, Sengoku just called and scolded me, asking if I was hiding dangerous individuals in the East Sea." Hezo looked at Garp's frantic appearance and burst into laughter, waving his hand toward Mihawk. "What made you look at this old man chasing after Roger's pirates his entire life, pursuing the 3 internship emperors in the God Valley battle, even daring to confront the celestial dragons to their faces. He has never doubted whether his fists could win. This unshakable confidence to punch anyone regardless of who they are is the essence of his Conqueror's Haki. Look at this old man chasing after Roger's pirates his entire life, pursuing the 3 internship emperors in the God Valley battle, even daring to confront the celestial dragons to their faces. Once you etch this spirit into your sword, your Conqueror's Haki will naturally strengthen. By then, let alone Nasu Shoro's immortal body, even that one standing before you personally, your sword will still be able to strike true." What Hezo did not say was that whether one could survive after striking down the opponent depended on their luck. However, the Conqueror's haki should rightfully belong to those with absolute confidence and formidable spirit. Mihawk stood silently for a long time. His grip on the hilt of the sword gradually tightened, and a battle intent more resolute than ever ignited in his golden pupils. He nodded slightly at Hezo without uttering another word, turning to Rip his wooden sword. Mihawk's mindset began to undergo a qualitative change. In the past, he only sought to hone his swordsmanship to surpass opponents in the art of the sword. Now he understood that his goal was never merely to be a swordsman, but to conquer all. This was the true essence of the world's #1 swordsman. This time his strikes no longer contained only fierce sword intent, but were imbued with an unwavering spirit, fearless and resolute. The pitch-black Conqueror's haki wrapped steadily around the blade, each strike landing precisely on the same grain of the wooden post with no excess force, yet carrying the certainty to sever anything. Hezo leaned against the stone table, watching him practice swordsmanship, smiling as he took a bite of. Beside him, Garp was still grumbling, saying he wanted to throw these two troublemakers out of Windmill Village, yet honestly pushed the freshly unwrapped donuts closer to Hezo. After all, complaints were just talk. Gaining favor with Hezo was the real benefit. The gentle breeze swept through the tranquil courtyard of Windmill Village, rustling the palm fronds in the corner. Mihawk held a wooden sword shrouded in armament haki, and the suppressed Conqueror's haki flowed steadily around him, exuding a striking aura that could not be underestimated. He raised his eyes to gaze at Hezo, who leaned against the pillar. In his golden eyes, there was a mixture of determination and seriousness as he spoke in a steady tone. "Captain, if you were to fully unleash your Conqueror's haki, I would not be able to withstand it. To refine my Conqueror's haki and enhance its strength, do I need a powerhouse of the level of Admiral Sengoku from the Navy to assist me?" Hezo raised an eyebrow at this and unconsciously stroked the flask at his waist. Before he could respond, Mihawk pressed on with a frown full of confusion. "Mr. Garp also possesses Conqueror's haki. Is he unable to help? Or should I say that my Conqueror's haki has already surpassed that of this Vice Admiral, and I must rely on Admiral Sengoku to provide effective training?" Upon hearing this, Hezo was taken aback at first, then couldn't help but burst into laughter, his voice filled with playful mockery. He quickly covered his mouth to suppress the exuberance of his laughter, taking a while to compose himself. Looking at the serious-faced Mihawk, he spoke with a tone of resignation. "You brat, you should be thankful that Garp didn't overhear this, otherwise he would be so amused that you would be waiting to face his wrath." Mihawk tilted his head slightly, the confusion in his eyes deepening as he spoke solemnly. "I understand that, Mr. Garp is a naval hero, but most of this is merely an honorary title acquired on the battlefield, not a genuine assessment of combat strength, which has little correlation with the intensity of haki or battle prowess, right? After all, he is just a vice admiral in the Navy. In terms of rank and combat power, he should not be on par with Admiral Sengoku. You really underestimate that old man." Hezo straightened up, the smile fading from his face as his tone grew serious. He fixed his gaze on Mihawk's eyes, speaking each word with care. "Never measure Garp's strength by his rank, and never compare him to vice admirals like Akainu. This naval hero did not earn his title through mere honor. He fought his way to glory in the New World one punch at a time." He took a couple of steps forward, standing in the center of the courtyard, his gaze directed far into the depths of the sea, as if he could see through the layers of waves to the earth-shattering battle from many years ago. "Do you really think I was joking when I mentioned the God Valley battle, where that old man chased after 3 apprentice emperors?" Mihawk's pupils were still filled with confusion. He had no clear understanding of the emperors, let alone the fact that they were apprentices. "Those apprentice emperors I mentioned, each one of them is destined to dominate a region in the Grand Line and instill fear in the entire world. Among them is Whitebeard, Edward Newgate." Hezo's voice was calm, yet carried a power that was capable of shaking hearts. In the historic Battle of God Valley, Garp single-handedly confronted that group of future sea overlords, and he carved out the name of a naval hero through sheer force. His strength has long surpassed the limits of a vice admiral. Even when facing Sengoku, he has never been at a disadvantage. His Conqueror's haki has reached its pinnacle far beyond what ordinary powerhouses can compare. Mihawk stood rooted to the spot, utterly stunned. He had always known that Garp was strong, but he had never imagined that this seemingly carefree vice admiral, who always clutched a donut, had such a terrifying past capable of directly opposing powerful figures like Whitebeard in his youth. This level of combat power had exceeded his comprehension. Observing Mihawk's astonished expression, Hezo chuckled softly and patted his shoulder. "Now do you understand why you don't need to seek Sengoku? Garp is more than sufficient to refine your Conqueror's haki, right? With him as your training partner, your Conqueror's haki will grow at an unprecedented speed, far better than if you were to train in isolation." Mihawk slowly regained his senses, a glimmer of realization flashing in his golden eyes. He nodded firmly, speaking with conviction. "I understand. Seeing this, Hezo turned and walked toward the courtyard entrance just in time to bump into Garp, who was returning with a sack full of donuts humming a tune. Garp spotted Mihawk in the courtyard and looked at the serious-faced Hezo scratching his head as his booming voice rang out. "Hey Hezo, what are you two conspiring about this time?" "Old man, I have something to discuss with you." Hezo stepped forward to block Garp's path, speaking earnestly. "This kid's Conqueror's Haki still needs refinement. He requires someone to train him with Conqueror's Haki, and after much thought, I believe you are the most suitable." Garp's eyes widened as he scrutinized Mihawk from head to toe, then glanced at Hezo, forgetting to chew the donut in his mouth. "Huh. You want me to help this kid train his Conqueror's Haki? I'm a vice admiral, who I don't have time to waste on your frivolous— Stop talking nonsense. If you manage to train him, I'll shield you from Sengoku's accountability in the future, and even prepare a dish you've never tasted before." Hezo threw out the bait, watching Garp's expression waver, and added, "Remember, be a bit rough, but don't kill him. Your attacks must be infused with Conqueror's Haki to temper his spirit, but don't engage in a life-and-death battle. Don't leave him in ruins." Garp chewed on the donut, pondering for a while. Thinking about the prospect of tasting new food while getting some exercise, he slapped his thigh and loudly agreed. "All right, I'll begrudgingly help you this once. But I want to make sure that dish is as much as you want. Leave it to me." Hezo turned to Mihawk, giving a slight nod. "You stay and train with Garp. He won't hold back, and your Conqueror's Haki will receive the most profound refinement. Holding back is out of the question. With the lifelong rival of Garp gone, he is in need of a punching bag. He hasn't fully vented from his last encounter with the Golden Lion." Mihawk showed no hesitation, firmly gripping the black sword in his hand. His aura gradually intensified as he looked at Garp, speaking in a calm and respectful tone. "Thank you, Mr. Garp. I am ready." Garp threw the sack of donuts onto the ground, stretching his neck and wrists, his muscles tensing up. A thick and refined aura of Conqueror's Haki enveloped him, instantly reminiscent of a towering mountain. The kingly aura, refined through countless life-and-death battles, enveloped the entire courtyard, far more stable and domineering than Mihawk's own Haki, ready to infuse Mihawk with 2 pounds of Conqueror's Haki. Hezo watched as the two had already taken their stances, confirming that all arrangements were in place. He then turned to leave the courtyard. "By the way, I will be gone for a while, heading to O'Hara." Hezo paused his steps and called back to Mihawk. Mihawk was focused on facing Garp's Conqueror's Haki pressure. Upon hearing this, he slightly turned his head, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes as he asked solemnly, "O'Hara? Isn't the historical literature there already burned to ashes by the world government's demon-slaying order?" "Not entirely. Even if all the books are gone, I'm not going there to read." Hezo gently shook his head, his tone indifferent. "I'm going there to see an old acquaintance and gather some information." What Mihawk didn't notice was that before Hezo departed, he cast a deep glance at Mihawk's Black Sword Knight. Mihawk watched the back of Hezo, asking no further questions, only nodding slightly. He knew Hezo's temperament well. If there was something to say, he would naturally speak up. There was no point in pressing further on matters he wished to keep silent, so he withdrew his gaze and fully engaged in the Conqueror's Haki trial with Garp. "Kid, take this hit." Just as Mihawk turned back, he saw a gigantic fist enveloped in black and red lightning getting closer to his face. Hezo did not linger. His figure flashed and disappeared at the end of the path in Windmill Village, leaving behind a clash of Conqueror's Haki, one strong and one weak, intertwining and creating gentle breezes. On the ocean, waves surged and flocks of seabirds skimmed over the surface, leaving a few crisp cries. Hezo sailed alone, racing towards the West Sea. The ship broke through the waves, advancing rapidly, and after several days of sailing, he finally arrived at the area that had long since turned to ruins. West Sea before him lay O'Hara, no longer resembling the scholarly island filled with books. Only a site of utter devastation remained. The artillery of the Demon Slayer Order had destroyed everything on the island. The towering tree of all-knowing had been burned to charcoal, standing starkly in the center of the island, surrounded by charred debris and scattered stones, with faint embers still flickering. As the sea breeze blew, ashes danced in the air, permeating with a strong, burnt smell, and the entire island was enveloped in a silence of death, devoid of any vitality. Hezo stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the island of ruins with a calm expression, showing no signs of disturbance. He slowly stepped onto the land of O'Hara, the crunch of the debris beneath his feet sounding particularly clear in the silence. He did not look around, only walked slowly towards the tree of all-knowing, his silhouette elongated by the setting sun, blending into the remnants of O'Hara and the ashes. This land of scholars, completely erased by the world government, concealed the person he was searching for, as well as an unspoken past. Hezo stepped over the charred debris, occasionally kicking a half-burnt page, which crumbled to ashes with a gun. The massive trunk of the tree of all-knowing lay across the center of the island, its blackened branches resembling desiccated hands reaching towards the sky, with half of its trunk submerged in murky seawater. On the shore stood a crowd of ragged people, their trousers rolled up as they stood in the cold seawater, carefully fishing out books floating on the surface with nets and wooden poles. Some books were swollen from soaking, their texts blurred, others had only their edges burned barely, allowing the words to be discerned. No expressions adorned any of their faces. They mechanically repeated the motions of salvaging and passing books, silent like a group of shadows. Dragon stood on the highest rock, his black cloak billowing in the sea breeze, gazing at the silence of the ruins before him with suppressed fury roiling in his eyes. Vegapunk stood beside him, holding a half-burnt history book he had just salvaged. His fingers lightly brushed the charred edge of the paper as he spoke in a low voice. The tree of all-knowing contained 5,000 years of human history, and the world government burned it all in one go. What they fear is not these scholars, but the truth. They fear that someone knows what they have done. Dragon's voice was as cold as ice. To cover up that blank 100 years, they would annihilate entire nations, slaughter all scholars, not even sparing the children. Destroying islands, erasing books, obliterating everything they do not want the world to know. He clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. I used to think saving a few survivors would be enough. But the incident in O'Hara made me realize that as long as the world government exists, such tragedies will repeat over and over again. I must establish an army capable of overthrowing them. I want all oppressed people to be able to lift their heads and live. Vegapunk looked up, meeting Dragon's eyes, sensing the passionate blood coursing through this young man's heart. At that moment, Dragon's brow twitched slightly, his observation haki instantly spreading out, scanning the distant sea. He looked towards the western coast, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he raised his hand and waved. In the next instant, a shadow appeared beside the two men, without warning, without the slightest fluctuation of energy, as if he had been standing there from the beginning. Vegapunk jumped in fright, the half-book in his hand dropping to the ground with a thud. He stumbled back 2 steps, nearly falling onto the pile of debris, his eyes wide in shock as he stared at the suddenly appearing Hezo, his face a mask of disbelief. He had studied countless devil fruits and the limits of the human body in his lifetime, even calculating the maximum speed of the superhuman teleportation fruit. Yet he had never seen anyone achieve such near-instantaneous movement without relying on any fruit ability. Let alone perceiving the trajectory of the other party's movement, he had not even caught a glimpse of it. How? How is this possible? Vegapunk stuttered, pointing at Hezo, his voice trembling. This speed. It must be faster than the teleportation fruit. Not a single fluctuation. In fact, Hezo's instantaneous movement was achieved by tearing through space, but the people of the pirate world were generally too weak to perceive the rift in space. Dragon chuckled as he bent down to pick up the book from the ground, dusting off the ashes before handing it to Vegapunk, introducing him. No need to be so surprised, Doctor. This is Mr. Hezo. Back in God Valley, I managed to save so many people and escape smoothly, all thanks to Mr. Hezo's intervention. Vegapunk's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked up and down at Hezo, his tone filled with incredulity. You are the one. The celestial dragon who legend has it boarded Roger's ship. He had long heard of this legendary figure, spoken of only in high circles, a mysterious man of the noblest blood from Mariawa, who left to follow Roger and traverse the Grand Line. But he had never imagined that he would see him in person. What helped me? Hezo leaned casually against the nearby crumbling wall, twirling the silver-white sea hunting ring with his fingers. I wasn't in the main battlefield at that time. I was just watching from the sidelines. Coincidentally, I saw a few celestial dragons pointing guns at you, and feeling that they were making too much noise, I scared them away, that's all. Dragon chuckled, not revealing the truth. Back then in God Valley, he had led a group of unarmed slaves to break out, only to be cornered by 3 fully armed celestial dragon guards. Just as they were on the brink of annihilation, Hezo had suddenly appeared, without even lifting a finger, causing the 3 guards to falter. It was then that he realized that this man who was always calm was actually a celestial dragon. Vegapunk stared at Hezo for a long time, hesitating for a moment before he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Hezo, why do you seem not to have signed the contract? Hezo raised an eyebrow. What contract? This old man knew so much. No wonder the world government, but he couldn't just say it to anyone. It's the contract of the one on the void throne. Vegapunk replied as if it were obvious. The Gorosei and the Knights of God seem to have signed this contract to gain immortality and such great power. You're so powerful, how could you not have signed? In his current understanding, this contract was the highest form of power granted by the world government, a benefit all celestial dragons desperately sought. Hezo scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. I've seen those who have signed it. The side effects are too severe. Not only can you not resign at will, but you also have to work every day just to avoid dying. Such an outrageous clause would only be signed by a fool. Vegapunk replied, but it seems like the Gorosei signed it. Hezo responded, that's exactly why they are fools. Vegapunk was left speechless, his eyes wide like saucers, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, unable to process it for a long time. This is something you can say. His mind raced, contemplating countless possibilities, there being a stronger source of power being excluded by that one, but he never considered it could be this reason. Dragon couldn't help but laugh, patting the frozen Vegapunk on the shoulder. Hezo, uninterested in explaining the convoluted details, directly shifted the topic. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Doctor, I heard you are researching the combination of weapons and devil fruits. Hezo glanced at the crumpled experimental notes tightly held by Vegapunk and casually asked, Dr. Vegapunk, how far along are you in your research on the technology that combines devil fruits with weapons? Upon hearing this, Vegapunk's eyes instantly lit up, and he became animated as he spoke about his research. We're getting close. We're already in the final stages. Previously, I was stuck on issues of success rates and loss of control, but now with the continuous supply of materials and equipment from the world government, I've found the direction for optimization. At most, it will take half a year. I can raise the success rate to over 90% and completely solve the problems of backlash and indiscriminate attacks. By then, not to mention ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits, I will be able to stably implant ancient types in any weapon. Dragon's expression suddenly darkened, a deep seriousness flashing in his eyes. Has the world government progressed this quickly? They're even researching the combination of devil fruits and weapons. He felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Given the vast resources of the world government, once this technology matures, they could endlessly produce weapons infused with devil fruit abilities, massively arming themselves. At that point, not only the revolutionary army, which is still in its infancy, but even the 4 emperors of the new world would face unprecedented pressure. He stepped forward, looking into Vegapunk's eyes, his tone exceptionally serious. Dr. Vegapunk, I formally invite you to join us. Leave the world government with me. Your technology should not be used to create killing weapons, nor should it become a tool for their oppression of the world. Join us, and together we can use your science to make this world a better place. Vegapunk looked up at Dragon, then at the people in the distance, salvaging books, fell silent for a few seconds, and then shook his head very straightforwardly, his tone sincere and irrefutable. No. You're too poor to support my laboratory. The air instantly fell silent. Dragon's solemn expression froze for a moment, clearly not expecting such a blunt and absurd response. Hezo couldn't help but chuckle beside him, leaning against the broken wall, laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up. Huh? Silly boy, did you hear that? He thinks you're poor. Do you really think sheer enthusiasm can accomplish everything? Dragon helplessly glanced at Hezo, but did not refute. He knew deep down that Vegapunk was speaking the truth. The current self-empowered army is still just a loose organization relying solely on a few like-minded individuals to raise funds. Not to mention, supporting a laboratory of Vegapunk's caliber, even equipping the members with weapons, is a struggle. Vegapunk scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and added, It's not that I don't want to join. One of my experiments costs several million berries for just one test, and I need to support hundreds of researchers. You really can't afford it. Moreover, staying with the world government allows me access to more resources and opportunities than joining you. He paused, his gaze becoming extremely serious as he looked into Dragon's eyes, and said, But I am willing to help you. As I mentioned before, Dr. Clover is my friend, and the scholars of O'Hara should not have died in vain. I have long been displeased with the actions of the world government. I will continue to stay with the world government as their chief scientist, using their funds to build my laboratory. I will secretly provide you with weapons, communication devices, and all the technical support you need. As for the military deployments of the world government, the demon-slaying order plan, and any military intelligence I can obtain that would be useful to you, I will pass it on to you at the first opportunity. I can also use my identity to cover your actions, helping you relocate personnel and supplies. If it can overthrow the world government and make this world better, I am willing to do it. Dragon looked into Vegapunk's sincere eyes, silent for a few seconds, then solemnly extended his hand. Thank you, Doctor. The Revolutionary Army will never forget your help. No need to thank me. Vegapunk shook Dragon's hand, smiling. I'm just doing what I think is right. Besides, the world government has plenty of money, why not take advantage of it? Hezo raised an eyebrow beside them, saying nothing more. He was quietly calculating half a year is just enough for Mihawk to train the Conqueror's Haki with Garp. When this kid returns, I can give his Black Blade Yoru a suitable mythical Zoan type, and his strength should be able to rise significantly. By then, even if he encounters an admiral, he will have the power to fight back. And finding Big Mom to imbue Yoru with a soul, by that time Mihawk would no longer be on par with Shanks as he was. Vegapunk seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to Hezo, patting his chest. Mr. Hezo, don't worry. Once my technology is fully matured, I will notify you immediately. By then, whatever weapon you want to enhance, I will get you the best. Got it. Hezo waved his hand, still sound. The sun gradually set in the west, and the golden afterglow bathed the ruins of O'Hara, casting a warm glow over the charred remnants of walls. The people along the shore continued to busy themselves salvaging books, their silhouettes elongated by the sunset like sparks stubbornly burning in the darkness. All right, we finished discussing things, and I should be leaving now. Vegapunk put away his experimental notes and looked at the sky. I can't stay here too long, otherwise the world government will become suspicious. I will deliver the first batch of weapons and intelligence to Baldigo within half a month. After saying that, he waved at Hezo. Mr. Hezo, I await your esteemed presence. Hezo did not respond, but just nodded slightly. Vegapunk felt relieved and turned to walk toward his small boat by the sea. His steps were light and he hummed a little tune, his mind full of the final plan for the experiment. As he watched Vegapunk's figure disappear by the sea, Hezo suddenly took out an old-fashioned camera from his pocket and snapped a picture of Dragon with a click. Dragon was momentarily stunned. Mr. Hezo, what's this about? Just a memento. Hezo shook the camera in his hand, looking at Dragon's clean and chiseled face in the photo, unable to help but smile. You won't be seeing this face again after this. Dragon frowned, not understanding his meaning. What does that mean? Hezo tucked the camera back into his pocket, silently muttering to himself, this should be the last photo of your life without shoe prints. In a year, when Garp lands a punch, that shoe print will stick with you for life. Hezo shook his head and changed the subject. What are your plans now? I am going back to Baldigo. Dragon gazed out at the distant sea, his tone resolute. We will officially establish the Revolutionary Army. From today onward, we are no longer the self-empowered army hiding in the shadows. We are the Revolutionary Army that will overthrow the world government. All right, I have no other business here. I just came to check on the progress of the experiments. Good luck, and I must be off. What Hezo didn't say was that to oppose the world government and the celestial dragons, that would be like making an enemy of himself. Hezo's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaving not even a whisper of wind in his wake. When Long lifted his head again, the rocky outcrop was already devoid of anyone save for a few charred pages of a book gently fluttering down to the spot where he had just stood. Long touched his smooth cheek, recalling Hezo's barely contained laughter while taking a photo, and shook his head, helplessly turning to head toward his ship. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at Windmill Village, warm sunlight bathed the lush green grass as a few goats leisurely grazed on the tender shoots. Laughter and joy from the villagers floated through the air, creating a stark contrast to the desolate ruins of O'Hara. In the clearing at the village entrance, a dark silhouette appeared out of thin air. Hezo patted the ashes clinging to him and took a deep breath, inhaling the scents of grass and seawater. Mihawk, he shouted, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Come out and see what good news I've brought you. After calling for a while with no response, Hezo raised an eyebrow and walked a couple of steps forward, finally spotting the large tree not far away. A boy dressed in a black trench coat lay sprawled on the ground, his hair a messy tangle, a noticeable bruise on his face, while his chest rose and fell evenly, indicating he had fainted. Nearby, the Black Sword Knight lay quietly on the grass alongside a crushed hat. Youth certainly had its advantages. One could sleep anywhere in this environment without fear of catching cold. Hezo approached, crouched down, and gently kicked Mihawk's arm with his toes. Hey, wake up. If you sleep any longer, the sun will set. After several nudges, Mihawk slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was dazed as he blinked, taking a long moment to focus on Hezo's face before suddenly sitting up sharply, clutching his aching head and complaining bitterly, Captain, did you not say I was only to practice my conqueror's hockey with Mr. Garp? My. Hezo raised an eyebrow, looking innocent. Did that old man not use conqueror's hockey against you? He did. Mihawk rubbed his throbbing temples, his tone growing more and more aggrieved, but he was completely unrestrained. Mr. Garp. His left hand is high damage and his right hand is even more damaging. I couldn't block even a few of his attacks. Moreover, his conqueror's hockey was like an ocean, overwhelming. I pushed with all my might for 3 minutes, and in the end I still fainted. He said that if he had truly fought me, I would have been lying in the sea feeding the fish by now. Hezo couldn't help but burst into laughter, leaning against the tree trunk, unable to stand upright as he chuckled. Huh. But to be knocked out by old Garp's conqueror's hockey, you've really made a name for yourself. That just means you still need to practice. To be knocked out by conqueror's hockey, what difference is there between you and those weaklings? Mihawk's face instantly flushed with embarrassment as he clenched his fists, defiantly stating, I have improved a lot. I couldn't even withstand a minute against him. But you are still a weakling, Hezo retorted mercilessly. When you can stand firm against Garp's conqueror's hockey for 10 minutes, then come back and tell me about your progress. Mihawk lowered his head, not rebutting. He knew deep down that Hezo spoke the truth. Garp's strength was beyond his current understanding, and Hezo was far stronger than Garp. Hezo observed Mihawk's dejected demeanor and suppressed his laughter, pulling out the old-fashioned camera he had just used to take a picture. Glancing at the recently captured photo, a smile creeping back onto his face. He tucked the camera back into his pocket and said, All right, stop moping. Let's discuss something serious. Mihawk lifted his head looking at Hezo. You no longer need to worry about the original sword Shichibukai. Hezo said flatly. That sword is not suited for you, its malevolence is too heavy and will only hinder your swordsmanship. I understand, Mihawk replied after a brief silence, nodding slightly. I've actually come to terms with it. Black Sword Knight is the sword that truly suits me, and it is the only sword I will use in my life. As he spoke, he reached out to grasp the Black Sword Knight beside him, his fingertips grazing the cold blade, his eyes filled with determination. This sword had accompanied him for many years, and it had long since become one with him. It's good that you can understand that, Hezo nodded. So I plan to upgrade your Black Sword Knight. Upgrade? Mihawk paused, looking at Hezo in confusion. How can the Black Sword be upgraded? I just visited O'Hara and met Dr. Vegapunk. He is currently researching the technology for merging devil fruits with weapons, and it is expected to mature in about 6 months. At that time, I will go to Mary Geos and obtain the highest quality mythical Zoan devil fruit to fuse into your Black Sword Knight. Then I will make another trip to Whole Cake Island to ask Charlotte Linlin to bestow a soul upon your blacks. In this way, your sword will possess its own consciousness and power, able to fight alongside you. Mihawk's expression darkened instantly. He suddenly stood up, looking at Hezo with unwavering determination. No way. I firmly believe in the purity of the sword path. Relying on devil fruits and others' powers is not what true strength is about. The purity of the sword path. Hezo scoffed lightly, raising his eyes to meet Mihawk's, a hint of subtle mockery in his gaze. The purity of the sword path is undoubtedly important. But do you think you will ever have the chance to surpass me in your lifetime? Those words pierced into Mihawk's heart like a sharp blade. He stood there trembling, slightly enveloped in a long silence. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a pattern on his face, half bright and half shadowed. Since childhood, he had aspired to become the world's greatest swordsman, and Hezo was the strongest swordsman he had ever encountered, his only goal. Yet he knew better than anyone that the gap between him and Hezo was as vast as the distance between heaven. After what felt like an eternity, Mihawk slowly lifted his head and with a hoarse voice asked, Does that mean, if I fuse with a devil fruit and granted a soul, will I have the chance to surpass your swordsmanship, eh? Hezo shook his head, his tone almost cruelly flat. Still not possible. Mihawk's gaze instantly dimmed. But if you do not pursue this, Hezo looked at him, enunciating each word, you won't even qualify for me to draw my true sword. As he spoke, he pulled out a palm-sized black kitchen knife, twirling it at his fingertips. Right now, you only deserve to duel me with this small knife. Even if I only use this small knife, you won't last 10 moves. Mihawk's fists clenched, his nails digging deep into his palms. He stared fiercely at the small knife in Hezo's hand, his face filled with humiliation and resentment. But he could not refute it, for he knew that Hezo spoke the truth. The last time he sparred with Hezo had used this very kitchen knife, and he hadn't even managed to touch Hezo. I know you are proud, wanting to become the world's greatest swordsman through your own pure strength, but I do not want you to stop there. Hezo put away the small knife, his tone softening somewhat. But this world has never been black and white. A true strong person knows how to utilize all available strengths. The Black Sword Knight is your sword, its power is your power. The abilities granted to it by the devil fruit and the soul endowed by Big Mom will ultimately become part of your sword path. This is not taking shortcuts, it is another form of cultivation. He looked at Mihawk, his gaze incredibly earnest. I teach you swordsmanship not to turn you into a fool who can only swing a sword. I want you to stand at the pinnacle of the world and see the sights I have seen. Mihawk lowered his head, remaining silent for a long time. The wind rustled through the grass, creating a soft sound. In the distance, the voice of Machino calling everyone to eat could be heard, along with the laughter of children. Finally, Mihawk slowly lifted his head, the confusion and resentment in his eyes gone, replaced by an unprecedented resolve. I understand now, he said, looking at Hezo, speaking each word deliberately. I will follow your guidance. Hezo nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to pat his shoulder. That's more like it. You have 6 months. Just train well with Old Man Garp. When you can withstand 10 minutes of his conqueror's haki, I will go to the Holy Land and fetch that mythical Zoan fruit. Mihawk nodded heavily, gripping the black sword knight at his waist. He could feel a slight tremor from the blade, as if it was responding to his determination. East Sea, Windmill Island. Beneath the large oak tree at the village entrance, the sharp sound of the black knife knight, slicing through the air, had persisted for an entire morning. Mihawk stood with his sword sheathed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he gazed at the uneven sword marks on the tree trunk, his brow furrowed tightly. Under Hetz's guidance, he had trained with Cap for half a month in the Conqueror's haki, and his strength had indeed surged remarkably. However, the higher he climbed, the more he felt the gap between him and Hetz was like an insurmountable chasm. No matter how desperately he practiced his swordsmanship, Hetz could effortlessly knock him down using just a branch. Stop chopping. If you cut this tree any further, you'll break it. Hetz leaned against the tree trunk, a blade of grass in his mouth, lazily saying, "You've hit a bottleneck. Chopping trees for 100 years won't help." Mihawk turned his head, confusion filling his dark eyes. "What should I do then?" "Go out for a walk." Hetz stretched lazily. "See the world fight with different swordsmen. It's much better than aimlessly practicing on this deserted island. Coincidentally, I just drove that old man Cap away yesterday, and now little Ace isn't playing with me. He paused and looked at Robin, who was quietly reading on the steps not far away. "Let little Robin stay here. She can keep Ace company. Two unloved kids can at least talk to each other." Mihawk nodded, showing no objection. That afternoon, the two packed their things and boarded a small boat. Robin stood on the dock, waving her little hand. "Lord Hetz, Mr. Mihawk, be careful on your journey." "Got it." Hetz waved his hand. "Keep an eye on that little brat. Don't let him climb trees and break his legs." The boat slowly departed from Windmill Island, heading deep into the East Sea. They walked and stopped along the way, visiting several small towns before finally docking at Rogue Town. Rogue Town truly lived up to its name as the town of beginnings and ends, with crowds of people filling the streets. Pirates, navy merchants, and bounty hunters, all jostling together, the sounds of shouting arguments and clinking glasses from taverns echoing. Mihawk gripped the Black Knife Knight, vigilantly scanning the surroundings while Hetz appeared relaxed, munching on a skewer of grilled octopus. "Captain, look over there." Mihawk suddenly stopped, pointing his chin towards the street corner. Hetz followed his gaze and saw a large crowd gathered at the corner, accompanied by the sounds of fighting and screaming. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Let's go see the commotion." The three pushed their way through the crowd, only to find a man dressed in a deep blue kimono standing in the center of the yard, holding an ordinary wooden sword. Another swordsman. This is a bad matchup. He was tall and had a square face with a faint scar on his forehead and bright-spirited eyes showing no signs of the later blind admiral. Scattered around the yard were a dozen thugs wielding machetes, each one bruised and battered, their arms and legs twisted at odd angles, writhing in pain on the ground. The man sheathed his sword, his tone calm and unflustered. "Return the stolen money to the villagers, then get out. If I see you bully anyone again, it won't just be broken bones next time." The thugs scrambled to pick up the money bags from the ground, tossing them to the nearby villagers, and ran away without looking back. The surrounding villagers applauded and thanked him, but the man merely waved his hand and turned to leave. "Hey, that uncle," Hetz suddenly called out. Actually, Hetz recognized him as the future admiral of the Navy, Fujitora Isho. Though both names Isho and Fujitora are used, the author believes that using Isho as a name is inappropriate, so he opted for Fujitora. The man stopped and turned to look at Hetz, his eyes filled with a hint of confusion. When his gaze swept over Mihawk's Black Knife Knight, his pupils slightly constricted, but then he returned to calmness. "Do you have any advice?" He bowed slightly, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. "Nothing in particular." Hetz finished the last bite of grilled octopus, casually tossing the skewer to the ground, wiping his hands. "Your recent swings were quite good. Steady base, precise strikes, and perfect timing. But your mercy is of no use." The man frowned slightly at his words. Hetz leaned against a nearby post, casually saying, "Today you save these villagers in Rogue Town. Tomorrow someone next door will be robbed, and the day after that a whole ship will be slaughtered by pirates at sea. This world is rotten to the core. The wicked will never perish, and you alone can never save them all." "I know," the man replied after a few seconds of silence, his tone flat. "But if I see it, I can't turn a blind eye." "Tisk's stubborn." Hetz clicked his tongue in frustration and said no more. At that moment, Mihawk stepped forward, his dark eyes fixed intently on the man, his voice cold as ice. "Are you a swordsman?" The man looked at Mihawk and nodded. "I have some understanding." Mihawk tightened his grip on the hilt of Black Knife Knight, his knuckles turning slightly white. "I want to spar with you." Hetz raised an eyebrow beside him, shrugging his shoulders at the man. "Don't mind him. This kid is like this. When he sees a decent swordsman, he gets all excited." If Hetz weren't strong enough to deter Mihawk from pestering him for a spar, every day Hetz would have become more hardened himself. Of course, that meant his fists had become hardened. The man observed the pure fighting intent in Mihawk's eyes, then glanced at the amused Hetz, smiling. "All right. There's an open space not far ahead. Oh, let's go there." Mihawk nodded and followed the man towards the open space without further ado. Hetz found a stone bench by the roadside, pulled out a packet of sunflower seeds from his pocket, and sat down munching while waiting to watch the show. In the open space, the two stood facing each other 3 zhang apart. Mihawk's gaze fell upon the unremarkable wooden sword in Isho's hand, his dark eyes slightly shifting, his voice still cold. "Good sword." Hetz beside him scoffed, as if that wasn't an ordinary sword. You could see such a sword anywhere when you stepped out. This battleman truly had incredible luck, always picking the right opponents. Isho smiled faintly at the comment, raising his hand to grip the hilt. "Your Black Knife Knight is indeed the only supreme black knife in the world. To see it today is truly a name well-deserved. Only those who truly understood swords could see the intricacies within." Isho smiled faintly at the comment, raising his hand to grip the hilt. Your Black Knife Knight is indeed the only supreme black knife in the world. To see it today is truly a name well-deserved. Isho clearly recognized this young great swordsman Mihawk the Eagle Eye who had emerged in the world. He too wanted to see the gap between them. As soon as the words fell, both figures moved simultaneously. Shing! The wooden sword was drawn, the sound crisp, like jade striking, carrying a chilling aura. Buzz! Black Knife Knight was drawn, the deep humming sound akin to a dragon's roar, the blade as dark as ink reflecting a cold sheen under the sunlight. The wooden sword and the black knife clashed in the air, producing a deafening crack. The shockwave spread outward, sending dust swirling into the sky. In the very next moment of their clash, Mihawk's expression suddenly changed. Without any unnecessary words or tests, he forcefully pushed off the ground, propelling himself like a cannonball. With a low rumble, the Black Blade Knight was drawn from its sheath. A sword chi 3 zhang wide shot up from the ground, entwined with strands of Dark Conqueror's haki, resembling a lurking black dragon charging towards Ikkyo with a destructive momentum. This was the result of him enduring beatings on Windmill Island for half a month, compressing and refining all of his Conqueror's haki, welding it tightly into the sword chi, making its power more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary slash. Mr. Garp's fists taught him that as a true man, giving it your all is the greatest respect you can show. Herzog, sitting on a nearby rock, paused his seed snacking and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Wow, this kid is starting off big, quite the flair of Zifa." Ikkyo's expression instantly darkened. He could clearly sense the terrifying power contained in that sword chi, the overwhelming pressure pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. He dared not show any carelessness, gripping his wooden sword tightly, channeling all his strength and fruit abilities into it, and swung it forward with force. Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. A purple gravitational shockwave howled forth, resembling a fierce tiger, with its gaping jaws rushing towards the dark green dragon. Boom! The sword chi and gravitational wave collided violently, producing a deafening sound. The ground instantly cracked open, debris and dust flying everywhere, as nearby small trees were directly snapped in half. The dark green sword chi cleaved through the purple tiger, maintaining its momentum as it charged towards Ikkyo. His pupils constricted, and he hurriedly sidestepped to evade. But it was still a moment too late. The sword chi grazed his left arm, tearing through his kimono and leaving a bone-deep wound. Blood surged out, instantly dripping from his arm and staining the ground. He staggered back 3 steps, barely steadying himself, looking down at his wound in shock. He had traveled the world and seen countless strong warriors, yet he had never encountered such a young and powerful swordsman. "Your techniques are formidable, sir." Ikkyo raised his head to look at Mihawk, his tone filled with genuine admiration. "What is the name of this technique?" After witnessing its effects, Mihawk sheathed his sword and couldn't help but smirk slightly. However, he quickly suppressed that hint of pride, maintaining his cold demeanor, and said blandly, "It has no name, just a casual strike." Ikkyo was taken aback, then shook his head helplessly. In his 35 years of life, it was his first time encountering someone so shameless. "In that case, I won't hold back any longer." Ikkyo tightened his grip on the wooden sword, his gaze becoming incredibly serious. "I will get serious now." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot. Gravity suppression. An invisible force of gravity instantly enveloped the ground beneath Mihawk. Mihawk felt a sudden heaviness beneath his feet, as if a small mountain had been placed on his back, causing his movement to slow down. Seizing this opportunity, Ikkyo lunged forward, swinging the wooden sword with a whistling sound towards Mihawk's head. Mihawk's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly infused his Conqueror's haki into his feet, breaking free from the gravitational restraints, leaping back to evade Ikkyo's strike. Simultaneously, with a flick of his wrist, the Black Blade Knight traced a graceful arc in the air. A dark green sword chi held forth, aiming directly at Ikkyo's face. Ikkyo hurriedly crossed his sword to block it. With a loud clang, he was pushed back repeatedly by the impact of the sword chi. Mihawk did not pursue, but instead continued to create distance. He had already realized that in close combat, Ikkyo's gravitational fruit would put him at a significant disadvantage. However, if he maintained distance and used aerial slashes for ranged attacks, he would hold an absolute advantage. The ensuing battle transformed into a thrilling tug-of-war of offense and defense. Ikkyo constantly manipulated gravity to restrict Mihawk's movements. At times, he would suddenly impose 5 times the gravity beneath Mihawk's feet, nearly causing him to fall. At other times, he would form a gravitational shield in front of him, deflecting Mihawk's slashes, or he would use gravity to pull distant stones towards Mihawk. Meanwhile, Mihawk maintained a distance of about 10 zhang, continuously launching high-speed aerial slashes from different angles towards Ikkyo. Dark green sword chi descended like raindrops, some slicing downward, others slashing horizontally, while others approached from the sides, forcing Ikkyo to dodge back and forth with no chance to get close. They exchanged blows for a full 60 rounds. Sweat beads formed on Ikkyo's forehead. The wound on his left arm still throbbed, and his stamina was nearly exhausted. Although Mihawk was also somewhat out of breath, his gaze remained sharp, showing no signs of fatigue. Another dark green sword chi struck, and Ikkyo hurriedly defended with his gravity blade. However, this time Mihawk's sword chi was denser than any before. 3 sword chis flew in a triangular formation, blocking all of Ikkyo's escape routes. Ikkyo gritted his teeth, suddenly increasing the gravity to 10 times, forcefully pinning the first 2 sword chis to the ground. However, the third sword chi still broke through the gravitational restraints, grazing his shoulder and adding another wound. Before he could catch his breath, Mihawk's figure appeared right in front of him. The tip of the black blade knight lightly pressed against Ikkyo's neck. The cold blade against his skin made Ikkyo shiver. The battle was over. Mihawk sheathed his sword, looking at the panting Ikkyo, and said calmly, "You are strong. You are the second strongest swordsman I have ever encountered." Of course, Herzog wasn't counted, since he would never raise his sword against his old mentor unless he had lost his mind. Ikkyo wiped the sweat from his forehead and bowed deeply to Mihawk, saying, "You are superior in skill, and I concede willingly. It is an honor for me to spar with a strong person like you." At that moment, Herzog clapped his hands, stood up from the rock, and walked over slowly. Herzog pulled out a large bag of heavy gold coins from his pocket and tossed it to Ikkyo. The coins clinked as they collided, sounding particularly clear in the quiet clearing. "Take this." Herzog leaned against a nearby broken tree and said nonchalantly, "I see you wandering around all day without even decent clothes. This money should suffice for your food and drink for a while. Buy some medicine for your wounds and get yourself some new clothes." Ikkyo received the gold coins, stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, "No, I can't accept this money. The spar was voluntary on my part. How could I take your money?" "Just take it." Herzog waved his hand, appearing indifferent. "I don't lack this little bit of money. Remember, keep up that spirit of yours. Although this world is rotten to the core, there will always be someone needed to stand up and address the injustices." Ikkyo looked at the heavy gold coins in his hand, then glanced at Herzog and Mihawk, his expression becoming incredibly complex. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately said nothing, only bowing deeply to both of them. Herzog smiled and turned to Mihawk, saying, "Let's go. It's time to head back to Windmill Village, otherwise little Robin will start to worry." Mihawk nodded and followed Herzog, walking towards the direction of the port. On the way, Mihawk couldn't help but say, "Captain Ikkyo's fruit ability is quite impressive. If I hadn't caught him off guard with my Conqueror's Haki at the start, I might have really struggled against him. In close combat, I have no advantage at all." Herzog scoffed and glanced at him sideways, saying, "You still have the nerve to say that? He was sparring with you, and you immediately unleashed a powerful technique, then claimed it was just a casual strike. You've really become worse at learning." Mihawk chuckled, scratching his head. "Isn't that your good teaching? You once said that one must not hold back against enemies, nor show mercy to friends." Herzog straightened his back, adopting a serious demeanor, nodding earnestly, and said, "Indeed, indeed. And don't forget who your master is. Maintain this attitude. Don't back down in front of anyone. If you can't win, just call me. I'll help you beat them up." As the sun set, the golden afterglow spilled over the streets of Rogue Town, casting long shadows of the two men. They walked side by side through the bustling crowd, one nonchalant, the other resolute. Not far away, Ikkyo still stood there, tightly clutching the bag of gold coins, watching the direction the two had disappeared for a long time without leaving. But he deeply remembered Herzog's words and the young swordsman named Mihawk. Not far away, Ishao stood there, tightly clutching the bag of gold coins, gazing at the direction in which the two had disappeared, lingering for a long time. The wind swept up the fallen leaves on the ground, brushing against his pant legs. A complex light flickered in his bright eyes, and he ultimately turned around, walking away from the dock. Just as he turned the corner, Hezo suddenly stopped, stroking his chin with a glint in his eyes. "Wait, why go back to Windmill Village? Since we're here, shouldn't we play a few rounds at the biggest gambling house in Rogue Town?" Mihawk frowned and pressed his hand against the Black Blade Knight. "Captain, we came out to help me break through my bottleneck. Robin is still waiting for us in Windmill Village. Come on, I finally got a bit of interest. Are you sure you want to kill my vibe?" Hezo insisted as he dragged him towards the gambling house. "If we win, I'll split it with you. If we lose, it's all on me. Just consider it your pocket money." Mihawk couldn't argue with him and could only follow reluctantly. He was already accustomed to Hezo's carefree nature. After all, this person always managed to find a way to justify himself. The wooden door of the Black Sails gambling house creaked open, and a deafening clamor surged in. The acrid smell of tobacco mixed with the sour stench of cheap rum, along with sweat and a faint hint of blood, formed a murky wave that hit their faces. The crisp sound of dice clashing, the shouts of gamblers, and the sounds of glasses shattering made the temples throb painfully. The hall was packed to the brim. Pirates with bare backs tied their shirts around their waists, revealing tattooed backs. Overweight merchants gripped their chips, their fingers turning white from the effort bounty hunters with evasive gazes huddled in corners drinking while sizing up their surroundings. Everyone's eyes were as red as rabbits fixated on the gambling table, as if it concealed the wealth of the entire world. Some people won money tossing gold coins into the air with hearty laughter. Others lost their last chip crouching on the ground sobbing only to be dragged away by the casino's enforcers. Hezo squeezed through the crowd and immediately locked onto a solitary gambling table in the corner. Around that table a wide space was cleared resembling an invisible forbidden zone. A man dressed in a black fur coat sat there alone leaning against the wall, a thick cigar dangling from his mouth. Amidst the swirling smoke, half of his face was illuminated while the other half lay in shadow, and his left sleeve hung empty, revealing a golden hook that glinted coldly. With his slick-back hair, not a single strand was out of place. Even in the noisy gambling house, he emanated a chilling aura that warned others to keep their distance, like a venomous snake lurking in the desert. This was the warlord of the Seven Seas, Sir Crocodile. At that moment, he was 22 years old, still bearing the remnants of youth on his face, yet his gaze was unsettlingly vicious. 2 years ago, he had entered the New World with great ambition only to suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of Whitebeard, losing his left hand. After Roger's execution marked the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the world government immediately established the warlord system, and at the age of 20 he was selected due to his formidable strength, becoming one of the earliest warlords. However, this did not quell his resentment. He searched the world for clues about the Underworld King, but found nothing. His anger had nowhere to vent, so he came to this remote place in the East Blue to unleash it. Open. 2349 points small. As the dealer lifted the dice cup, Crocodile slammed his fist on the table, his golden hook nearly piercing through the solid wood surface. Wood splintered, startling the dealer into a shudder. Damn it. Another small. The pile of coins in front of him was already half empty, and he hadn't noticed the ash that had fallen all over him. The ember of the cigar burned his fingers, snapping him back to reality. He irritably tossed the butt on the ground and crushed it underfoot. This sand crocodile must be cursed today. A nearby scar-faced pirate muttered quietly, gulping down a large mouthful of rum. I've been watching him since noon. He's lost almost 10 million berries. Who knows? Maybe he lost his luck in the New World. Another person chimed in. But he's a warlord. Losing this much is nothing to him. He can earn it back with just one finger. Chill. Keep it down. Don't let him hear, or he might turn you into sand. The scar-faced pirate immediately shut his mouth, shrinking his neck in fear. For the next half hour, Crocodile's luck plummeted. He bet big and lost small, bet small, and lost big, even betting triples, and lost a full 12 rounds. The several boxes of gold coins he had brought were now reduced to a mere handful, scattered on the table, looking particularly pitiful. He smoked one cigar after another, creating a small pile of butts at his feet. His face grew darker, and the golden hook tapped rhythmically on the table, causing the dealer to tremble with each knock. Damn it. After losing again, Crocodile slammed his last gold coin onto the table, his teeth grinding against the cigar. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and his chest heaved violently a few times. When he opened them again, the irritation had vanished, replaced by a cold glint in his gaze. One more round. He pushed the last small pile of coins forward, his voice deep, like distant thunder, big. The dealer sighed in relief, smiling as he shook the dice cup. With a snap, the dice cup was heavily placed on the table. Open. 4, 5, 6, 15 points big. Crocodile expressionlessly collected the gold coins he had won. What happened next sent the entire gambling house into an uproar. The man with the golden hook, who had just been plagued by misfortune, suddenly seemed to be possessed by the goddess of luck. He consistently bet big, and it opened big, bet small, and it opened small. He even bet triples and hit every time. In just a quarter of an hour, he not only won back all his lost berries, but the pile of coins in front of him grew higher and higher, soon forming a small mountain, the golden glow dazzling to the eyes. Damn, this is too bizarre. How does he win every time? Is he cheating? Don't talk nonsense. Did you see him touch the dice cup? He didn't even lift a finger. Can luck be this good? I've gambled for 20 years and have never seen anything like this. Maybe being a warlord gives him special abilities. How could we compare? The gamblers whispered among themselves, all craning their necks, their eyes glued to Crocodile's hands. Some began to secretly follow his bets. When he bet big, they bet big with him. When he bet small, they followed suit, and they surprisingly won a good amount of money, instantly cheering with joy. The dealer's face had turned as pale as paper, his hands trembling with the dice cup, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks, dripping onto the table and spreading into a small water stain. He discreetly signaled to the back, but the people there just shook their heads. No one dared to provoke a warlord. Mihawk frowned, leaning close to Hezo and whispering, Captain, something's off. He just lost 12 rounds in a row. How could he suddenly win so much? Hezo took a sip of rum, looking at Crocodile with a smile that was not quite a smile. Luck. How can luck be this good? You should use observation hockey to see what he's doing. Mihawk paused for a moment, then closed his eyes, slowly releasing his observation haki. A pale blue ripple spread from him, enveloping the entire gambling table. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. He clearly saw that at the moment the dealer rolled the dice, an invisible aura emanated from Crocodile, penetrating the wooden dice cup, accurately sensing the numbers and positions of the 3 dice inside. With each bet, he already knew the outcome in advance. I see. Mihawk opened his eyes, a hint of surprise in his tone. He's cheating with observation haki. What else would it be? Hezo scoffed, placing his empty cup on the table. This kid already knows observation haki. He just thought it was beneath him to win this way. At first, couldn't bring himself to do it. But in a fit of desperation, he didn't care about his pride anymore. Isn't anyone going to stop him? Stop. Who would? Hezo pointed at the surrounding rowdy gamblers, then at the dealer, who looked like he was about to cry. In the entire East Blue, there are hardly any who can sense observation haki. To them, this is just good luck. Even if someone suspects, who dares to confront a warlord looking for death? Mihawk nodded, falling silent. He watched Crocodile win round after round, quietly noting down this method. So this is how observation haki could be used. This is amazing. I've learned so much. Hezo stretched, patted Mihawk on the shoulder, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. All right, we've seen enough. Let's go join in the fun. Hezo stretched lazily, patted Mihawk on the shoulder, and a playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. All right, I've seen enough. Let's go have some fun. The noise was abruptly cut off, as if silenced by an invisible hand. All sounds vanished. The dice ceased their clattering, the shouts fell silent, and even the breathing became cautious. All eyes were fixed on Hezo, each person holding their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment. They all wanted to see this boy who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, daring to sit opposite Crocodile. It was as if he was courting death. Crocodile lifted his head, his sinister gaze sweeping over Hezo, before landing on the black blade Yuru at Mihawk's waist, his pupils narrowing slightly. He stared at the pitch-black sword for a full 3 seconds. The blade reflected no light, but exuded a chilling aura of death that could be felt clearly even from a distance. A glimmer of undisguised greed flashed in his eyes. What do you want to wager? His voice was low, the golden hook tapping lightly on the table. I don't have time to play house with you. Hezo pulled out a large bag of heavy gold coins from his pocket and dumped it onto the table with a clatter. The crisp sound of the coins clinking was particularly clear in the dead silence of the gambling house. Let's wager this pile on your table. He spun a gold coin rapidly between his fingers. If I win, this will all be mine. If I lose, this bag will be all yours. Fair enough. Crocodile sneered, glancing Hezo up and down. His recent winning streak had inflated his confidence. This little money isn't even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. His gaze fell again on the black blade Yuru, licking his dry lips with an air of undeniable arrogance. If we gamble, let's wager that sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding gamblers began to murmur in low tones, their voices suppressed, yet still audible to everyone. I knew it. Crocodile has his eyes on that sword. Just looking at it, it's clearly an extraordinary blade. That kid definitely won't dare to gamble. He should just admit defeat and scram, or he might lose his life. Hezo raised an eyebrow and glanced back at Mihawk. Mihawk's expression remained unchanged as he slightly nodded. He never opposed anything Hezo said. Not to mention a mere sword. Even if it was his life at stake, Mihawk wouldn't bat an eye. Of course, if it really was about his life, Mihawk would still run like the wind. You certainly have good taste, Hezo chuckled, tossing the coins onto the table. But you need to offer something of equivalent value in exchange. Equivalent value? Crocodile scoffed, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed. Gold, jewels, or a territory in the East Sea. As long as you can win, I can give you any of these. They are all at my fingertips. I don't care for those things. Hezo shook his head, speaking clearly, but softly, his voice carrying throughout the gambling house. You should have recognized him by now, right? Dracula Mihawk. Bang! The entire gambling house erupted instantly. It was as if a bomb had exploded in the crowd, and everyone stood up, letting out a series of gasps. What a Dracula Mihawk. Isn't that the Hawkeye's Dracula Mihawk who has been making headlines in the world newspaper every day? My God, I actually met the living Hawkeyes. Last time I heard on the Grand Line, he sank 3 pirate ships with a single sword. No wonder that sword looks so formidable. It turns out to be Yuru, the only supreme-grade black sword in the world. I heard the world government has already sent 3 waves of envoys to invite him to become a warlord of the sea, but all were sent back. He doesn't even stoop to be the dog of the world government. I heard they even invited him to be a celestial dragon. The rumors among the onlookers became increasingly exaggerated. A person dropped their wine cup with a crash, shattering it on the floor, spilling wine everywhere without noticing. The scar-faced pirate who had just been discussing was so frightened that he slumped to the ground, his face pale. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Mihawk, their expressions filled with awe, fear, and disbelief. Mihawk remained expressionless, as if everything around him was irrelevant. He quietly stood behind Hezo, gripping the hilt of Yuru, his cold gaze fixed ahead. Crocodile's expression changed instantly. He hadn't expected that the silent young man before him was actually the world-renowned Hawkeye's Mihawk. He had long heard of Mihawk's great name and knew the value of Yoru. It was the unparalleled sword coveted by all swordsmen in the world. Not to mention exchanging it for gold and jewels, even trading an island for it would find someone willing. I see now, Crocodile said slowly, biting his cigar, his greed intensifying in his eyes. No wonder that sword looks familiar to me. Since it's Yoru, what do you want in exchange? Anything I have I can give to you. Hezo leaned back in his chair nonchalantly saying, Yoru, the only supreme-grade black sword in the world. To trade for gold and jewels is too demeaning. With your status as a warlord of the sea, only your life is worthy of wagering against this sword. The air instantly thickened. The entire gambling house fell silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone gaped at Hezo in disbelief. Wagering one's life. Is this kid insane? He actually dares to gamble his life against a warlord of the sea. Crocodile's eyes turned icy in an instant. The golden hook moved slightly. A fine sand began to flow silently beneath the table. He stared fiercely at Hezo, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as if he would turn him into a pile of dust in the next second. You're seeking death, he enunciated deliberately. Meanwhile, Mihawk, hearing this, already had his hand on the hilt of Yoru, only to be stopped by Hezo. Don't be so agitated. Hezo waved his hand dismissively, looking nonchalant. I didn't say I wanted your life. What I mean is, if you lose, your life will belong to me from now on. You will do whatever I ask of you. So what do you say? Dare to gamble? Crocodile stared intently at Hezo, calculating rapidly in his mind. He knew that the value of Yoru was absolutely worth this gamble. Moreover, he possessed Kinbunshika Haki, making him invincible in the gamble of dice. Although the man before him looked mysterious, he didn't believe the other's Kinbunshiku could surpass his own in the entire East. See, only a handful possessed Kinbunshiku, let alone one stronger than him, the warlord of the sea. Although the man before him looked mysterious, he didn't believe the other's Kinbunshiku could surpass his own in the entire East. See, only a hand. The surrounding gamblers gasped in shock. He's insane. They're all insane. He's actually betting his life. This is going to be a spectacle. I wonder if this kid can survive today. Most people believed Hezo was doomed, with some already starting to discreetly pack their things, preparing to run as soon as Crocodile made his move. Hezo smiled at the trembling dealer, saying, What are you waiting for? Roll the dice. The dealer shivered and hurriedly picked up the dice cup, shaking it vigorously. The sound of the dice clattering in the cup was particularly clear in the quiet gambling house, each sound striking like a hammer on everyone's heart. Crocodile closed his eyes, elevating his Kinbunshika Haki to its peak, fixating intently on the dealer's dice cup. The numbers and trajectories of the three dice clearly appeared in his mind. A victorious smile curled at the corners of his lips. It was a sure win. Hezo leaned back in his chair, a lollipop in his mouth, his gaze a mix of amusement and mischief. No one knew that a far more powerful Kinbunshika Haki than Crocodile's was silently crashing in line. Bang! The dealer slammed the dice cup heavily onto the table. The gambling house fell into a terrifying silence. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the small dice cup. Crocodile opened his eyes, just about to place his bet, when his expression suddenly changed. The once clear numbers in his mind had become a jumbled mess. No matter how he concentrated, he could only sense a blur, utterly unable to distinguish any of the numbers. What was happening? Crocodile's heart sank heavily, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He abruptly looked up at Hezo, only to see him gazing back with a smirk, his eyes laced with mockery. It was him. He disrupted my Kinbunshiku. Crocodile's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't believe that this man who had seemingly emerged from nowhere had such an astonishing level of Kinbunshika Haki, capable of easily interfering with his perception. The dealer looked at the two cautiously, asking, Gentlemen, who bets first? Crocodile clenched his teeth, the golden hook creaking under his grip. He looked at Yoru, which was so close on the table, then glanced at the relaxed Hezo across from him, and for the first time a trace of fear arose in his heart. He realized that his earlier arrogance had led him straight into a trap. A storm of disbelief surged within Crocodile's heart. He could hardly believe that this man who had emerged from nowhere possessed such a formidable observation Haki, capable of easily disrupting his perception. The dealer glanced at the two cautiously, asking, Gentlemen, who will place the bet first? Crocodile gritted his teeth tightly, the golden hook in his hand making a clicking sound. He stared at the black knife knight, which was so close on the table, then glanced at the relaxed hers, feeling a tinge of fear for the first time. But he had no way out. How could a dignified warlord of the sea concede without a fight in such a place? He took a deep breath and casually bet small. Hers chuckled casually and said, Then he'll bet big. The dealer trembled as he extended his hand and slowly lifted the dice cup. 556, 16 points big. Wow! The entire gambling hall erupted in chaos. Everyone stood up, expressing waves of incredulous exclamations. He lost. Crocodile actually lost. My god. This kid actually defeated a warlord of the sea. Unbelievable. This is simply the biggest news of the day. Crocodile slammed his hand on the table, instantly cracking the solid wood surface. He suddenly stood up, the golden hook pointing directly at Herz's throat, his eyes filled with raging fury. You cheated. You absolutely cheated. I cheated. Herz innocently leaned back in his chair, saying, the dice were rolled by him, and he opened them. I didn't even touch the table at all. How could I cheat? It can't be that I controlled the dice with my mind, right? The surrounding gamblers nodded in agreement. Indeed, Herz had been sitting in his chair without raising a hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Crocodile exclaimed excitedly, I clearly. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He couldn't say in front of everyone that he had seen the results with his observation hockey, for if he did, it would mean that all the money he had won before was through cheating. He would completely lose face as a warlord of the sea. Best of 3. Crocodile gritted his teeth and said, deciding the outcome in one round is too rash. If we're betting, it should be best of 3. Herz scoffed and leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, looking at him coldly. Why should I? The first round has already determined the outcome. According to our agreement, from now on your life is mine. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Crocodile was at a loss for words, his face turning red. He knew Herz was right. He had agreed to a single round for the outcome. But he was unwilling. How could he lose to a nameless nobody? I have gold. I have territory. Crocodile said urgently. I have hidden an entire ship of gold in Alabasta and the entire underground forces of the West Sea. As long as you agree to a best of 3, if I lose, all of this will be yours. Herz raised an eyebrow, sizing him up, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He originally just wanted to dampen Crocodile's arrogance, but he didn't expect this guy to be so bad at losing. However, it was fine if finding some amusement wasn't a bad thing. Fine then, Herz said slowly, I'll give you a chance. Best of 3. If I win the first round, it's mine. If you can win one of the remaining 2 rounds, all previous agreements will be void. If you lose both rounds. He paused, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Aside from your life and the gold of Alabasta, you also have to kneel and bow 3 times in front of everyone. How about it? Do you dare to bet? I bet with you. Crocodile nearly shouted. He had no way out. This was his last chance. The surrounding gamblers erupted in excited cheers. No one expected that this gambling match would escalate to such an extent. Second round. Herz waved his hand at the dealer. The dealer hurriedly picked up a new set of dice and shook it vigorously. This time Crocodile had learned his lesson. He didn't use his observation hockey again, but quietly activated the power of the sand fruit. A nearly invisible fine sand slipped through the cracks of the table and stuck to the bottoms of the 3 dice. With this, no matter how the dice turned, the result would ultimately show 6 on top. After doing all this, a sly smile crept onto Crocodile's lips. Even if you can interfere with my observation hockey, so what? I'll directly control the dice with my fruit ability. Let's see how you can win. I bet big. Crocodile said confidently. Herz glanced at him and said with a smirk, is that so? Then I'll also bet. Crocodile's smile instantly froze on his face. What do you mean? I mean nothing, Herz shrugged. I just think this round will be big. Is that a problem? Crocodile grit his teeth, cursing inwardly. But it didn't matter. The dice were already under his control. No matter what Herz bet, the final outcome would still be big. At worst, this round would end in a tie, and they could proceed to the 3rd round. The dealer took a deep breath and slowly lifted the dice cup. Everyone was stunned. There was nothing on the table, only a pile of whitewood shavings. The 3 dice had all shattered into powder. What? What is happening? The dealer's face turned pale with fright. I didn't do anything. Crocodile's face instantly turned ashen. He could feel a powerful hockey exploding just now, directly shattering the dice. And this hockey came from Herz across the table. Oh dear, I'm truly sorry, Herz said innocently. I accidentally released a bit of Conqueror's hockey and shattered the dice. This round doesn't count. Let's start over. The surrounding gamblers gasped in shock. Conqueror's hockey. This seemingly unremarkable guy actually possessed Conqueror's hockey. Moreover, to shatter the dice into powder from across the cup without anyone noticing, just how powerful must his Conqueror's hockey be? Crocodile's heart sank heavily. To intimidate me with Conqueror's hockey. He finally realized that he had grossly underestimated the man before him. This man's strength was likely far more terrifying than he had imagined. What's wrong? Afraid to continue? Herz raised an eyebrow, looking at the pale-faced Crocodile. I will. Why would I be afraid? Crocodile forced himself to say. At this point, he had no way out. The dealer replaced the dice with a new set and shook it again. Smack. The dice cup slammed heavily onto the table. This time Herz showed no mercy once again. A wave of even stronger observation hockey surged over overwhelming Crocodile's senses, and Crocodile strained with all his might to see the number in the dice cup, but his mind was still a chaotic blur, unable to see anything. Sweat poured down his forehead, and his back was already soaked. I bet small. Crocodile gritted his teeth, randomly stating a number. Hers smiled and said, "Then I'll bet big." The dealer extended his hand and slowly lifted the dice cup. 5, 6, 4, 15 points big. Crocodile's body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. He lost. He had completely and utterly lost. He lost both of these rounds. It's over. Everything is over. The surrounding gamblers fell silent, their eyes wide, watching the incredible scene unfold before them. The formidable warlord of the sea sand crocodile actually lost 2 rounds in a row to a nameless nobody. Crocodile stared intently at the dice on the table, his eyes vacant. He could not fathom why he had lost so miserably. After all, he was a warlord of the sea, a renowned powerhouse. How could he lose to someone whose name he didn't even know? Hers leaned back in his chair leisurely, saying, "A bet is a bet. According to our agreement, your life is now mine, and all your gold and alabasta is mine as well. And 3 bows." Crocodile suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with humiliation and rage. He longed to strike and tear the arrogant kid before him into pieces. But he didn't dare. He could sense the faint, killing intent emanating from hers, which was more terrifying than anyone he had ever encountered. If a fight broke out, the outcome wouldn't be much better than facing Whitebeard. Just as Crocodile found himself in a dilemma, wishing he could find a crack to hide in, hers suddenly waved his hand. "Forget it," hers said. "The bows can be waved. It's pointless. After all, your life is now mine." Crocodile abruptly looked up, his expression filled with surprise. Hers looked at him, speaking clearly. "However, your life is still mine. As for the thing you've been searching for 2 whole years." He paused, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, his voice low but clear as it reached Crocodile's ears. "Aren't you curious about the location of the Pluton?" Crocodile's body trembled, and the cigar fell from his mouth to the ground. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide like copper bells, staring fixedly at Hezo, his breath quickening. The name King of the Underworld struck his heart like a thunderbolt. He had searched the seas for 2 whole years for this legendary ancient weapon, yet he had found not a single clue. He had even begun to doubt the very existence of the King of the Underworld. Yet now this person before him casually uttered those 2 words. The surrounding gamblers exchanged glances, unsure of what Hezo had said. They only saw a crocodile who had just been like an enraged crocodile, now standing there, as if all his strength had been drained away. After a full half-minute, Crocodile slowly regained his senses. He looked at Hezo, his eyes filled with longing, doubt, and a hint of final struggle. He knew that this might be the closest he would ever come to the King of the Underworld in his lifetime. Crocodile took a deep breath and straightened his back. Then, amidst the incredulous gazes of the gamblers, he bowed deeply to Hezo. "I concede." His voice was low and hoarse, yet exceptionally firm. "From now on, my life is yours. This is definitely the biggest news of the day. I need to write to the World Economic Journal immediately." Some jumped up with excitement, others frantically took notes. "This is definitely the biggest news of the day. I need to write to the World Economic Journal immediately." Some jumped up with excitement, others frantically took notes, while some secretly took out cameras, eager to capture this historic moment. Crocodile ignored the ruckus around him. He raised his head to look at Hezo, his gaze devoid of the previous arrogance and anger, replaced only by calm. He was a smart man, losing was losing. Moreover, the other party likely held what he desired most. As for reneging on his words, Crocodile knew he was in over his head. He realized that he couldn't even surpass Mihawk, let alone this man who commanded the great swordsman Hawkeye. Hezo nodded, stood up, and brushed off non-existent dust from his clothes. "Very well, you needn't worry too much. I'm not someone who is capricious. As long as you serve me well, I won't take your life lightly. Following me, you won't suffer." Hezo said this to everyone, but if you really did suffer, what could you do about it? He paused, a faint smile playing on his lips. "As for the King of the Underworld you're looking for, I might tell you if imminent. However, with your current status, you aren't yet qualified to know." Crocodile nodded and said nothing more. He understood that Hezo was right. At present, he did not even possess his own life, let alone the right to negotiate terms. "Let's go." Hezo waved at Mihawk and turned towards the door. Mihawk followed him expressionlessly, casting a cold glance at Crocodile as he passed by. The chill in that gaze made Crocodile shiver. Crocodile silently followed. The 3 of them exited the gambling den, leaving the noise behind with only the sound of their footsteps echoing on the street. Along the way, no one spoke. Crocodile lowered his head, lost in thought. His emotions were a tangled mess filled with the humiliation of losing the bet, confusion about the future, and above all, a yearning for the King of the Underworld. He secretly vowed to perform well and obtain clues about the King of the Underworld from Hezo as soon as Mihawk walked closely beside Hezo, gripping the handle of his black sword tightly, occasionally turning to glare back at Crocodile. He felt quite displeased this guy dared to covet his sword. Earlier, he had the audacity to disrespect his teacher. If Hezo hadn't stopped him, he would have unleashed a devastating sword strike that would have left Crocodile with hooks for hands. Soon the 3 arrived at the dock. Hezo jumped onto the small boat and waved to the 2 get on board. We're heading to Windmill Village. Mihawk also jumped on, sitting at the stern. Crocodile hesitated for a moment, then followed and sat at the bow of the boat. Hezo untied the rope paddled, and the small boat slowly departed the dock heading towards Windmill Village. The sea breeze gently blew, carrying a faint hint of salty seawater. Seagulls circled overhead, emitting sharp cries. After about half an hour of sailing, Mihawk finally couldn't hold back. He leaned closer to Hezo, lowering his voice with a hint of displeasure. "Captain, that guy, just now, actually wanted my sword. Should I just fight him now to show him who's boss?" Hezo casually replied, while paddling the boat. "No need. He's just a natural fruit user, what's there to fight about? But there's nothing to discuss." Hezo interrupted him. "With your current strength, fighting him would be like child's play. With your armament haki, as long as it's on your sword, his sand won't hold up at all. Besides, with your Conqueror's Haki-infused strike, with one swing, he won't even be able to elementalize, and hell be split in half." Mihawk's eyes lit up. Although he had always believed himself stronger than Crocodile, hearing Hezo praise him made him feel secretly pleased. After all, this was the recognition of his strength from the captain he respected the most. He stole a glance at Crocodile sitting at the bow, and his lips involuntarily curled upward. However, he quickly suppressed that pride, returning to his icy demeanor. "Fine," Mihawk said lightly, "since you say so, I'll let him off for now." Hezo smiled, not exposing his little scheme. He understood Mihawk too well. This kid appeared aloof, yet was like a child inside, particularly concerned about his evaluation. The boat continued to sail across the sea. The sun gradually set, turning the sky a bright orange. In the distance, the outline of Windmill Village could be faintly seen. "By the way," Hezo suddenly said after we returned, "don't trouble him. He still has his use. Once he's no longer useful, you can deal with him however you like." "Understood." Mihawk nodded. He silently put away his thoughts and stopped looking at Crocodile. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. For now, he would let this guy live a few more days. Crocodile sat at the bow, turning his back to the two. He could feel Mihawk's hostile gaze behind him and could hear their conversation. His fists clenched tightly, filled with reluctance. He hadn't expected that as a dignified warlord of the underworld, he would be looked down upon by a younger man. Even more unexpected was that in Hezo's eyes, he seemed so easily defeated. Yet he had to admit Hezo was right. Just moments ago in the gambling den, he couldn't even withstand one of Hezo's moves. If it really came down to a fight, he certainly wouldn't be a match for Mihawk. "Just you wait," Crocodile silently vowed. "One day, I will prove my strength. One day, I will obtain the king of the underworld and become the strongest person in this world." Just then, Mihawk suddenly furrowed his brow and looked into the distance. "Captain," he pointed towards Windmill Village and said softly, "Look over there." Hezo followed his gaze and saw a naval warship with a flag docked at Windmill Village. A few people in naval uniforms were standing on the dock, looking towards the village. Hezo's expression darkened slightly. Why would the Navy come to Windmill Village? Could it be targeting Garp or Ace? Crocodile also turned his head to look in the distance. When he saw the naval warship, a flicker of confusion passed through his eyes. The small boat slowly approached the dock. Hezo looked at the naval ship, a playful smile tugging at his lips. "Interesting," he said softly. "It seems we returned just in time. I haven't seen that kid in a long while." The small boat docked, and Hezo jumped down first. Mihawk followed closely behind, the Black Blade Knight resting on his shoulders, surrounded by an aura that warned others to stay away. Crocodile walked last, his hat pulled low, hands tucked into the pockets of his coat, not speaking to anyone. As he entered the village, he saw two people standing under the large oak tree. Kapu was munching on a meat bun, leaning against the tree trunk while swinging his legs. Across from him, Kazan stood in a crisp Navy Major General uniform, standing straight, with unabashed admiration in his eyes. The Navy Admiral was the goal he had dreamed of all his life, and this carefree old man before him was the most qualified person in the world to hold that position. "Teacher Kapu," Kazan's voice was more respectful than usual. "Admiral Sengoku said that our headquarters has unanimously approved your promotion to Admiral. As long as you nod, you can go to Marineford next week." "I won't go, I'm still on vacation," Kapu said, spitting the bun core into his hand and casually throwing it into the nearby trash can. "What's so good about being an admiral? Every day is spent in meetings and writing reports, and I have to watch the celestial dragons' faces. I'd rather catch some pirates in the East Sea and bask in the sun. Oh, it's much more comfortable." But Kazan wanted to persuade him. "The great pirate era is becoming more chaotic, and the headquarters really needs you." "Need? Nonsense," Kapu waved his hand dismissively. "With Sengoku and Zephyr around, I have nothing to worry about. You go back and tell Sengoku that if he brings up the Admiral issue again, I will tear down his office." Kazan sighed but couldn't help but admire him, muttering quietly, "Did he refuse? Truly impressive. When will I also become such a man?" Kazan sensed someone approaching and turned around, his gaze first falling on Mihawk. His pupils contracted sharply, and he halted his steps. "Dracul, Mihawk. What are you doing here?" Mihawk raised his eyelids, but said nothing. Kazan felt puzzled, This legendary swordsman had been approached by the world government 4 times to become a warlord of the sea, yet he had turned them all away. Let alone such a remote place as the East Sea, even in the Grand Line it was rare to see his presence. How could a person whom even the world government could not persuade appear in Windmill Village? Following Mihawk's gaze, he finally noticed Hezo walking behind him at a leisurely pace. Kazan's expression changed instantly. His earlier doubt vanished, replaced by overwhelming anxiety and tension. Oh no, no wonder Mihawk is here. He instinctively straightened his body, unconsciously tightening his grip on the hem of his clothes. Even his breathing became lighter. Years ago at the naval base, Hezo had easily overpowered instructor Zephyr, becoming the shared teacher of the 3 of them. After the O'Hara incident, he had been avoiding Hezo, fearing responsibility. He never expected to meet here under such circumstances. Even the Hawkeye's Mihawk willingly followed teacher Hezo. The charm of a teacher truly remains immense. Kazan thought to himself. Instructor Hezo. His voice dropped, clearly uneasy. Kapu, munching on his bun beside him, mumbled, Kazan, you finally see him. Hezo was just saying that out of you 3 back in the day, you were the one who feared him the most. Kazan's face flushed slightly, and he lowered his head further. Mr. Kapu, please don't make fun of me. How can I not be afraid? The Demon Slayer Order targets allies. This is even more serious than being seen killing someone by him. Hezo walked over, his gaze piercing into Kazan. What brings you to the East Sea? I was ordered to invite Rear Admiral Kapu to the headquarters, Kazan said, pausing before quickly adding, about the O'Hara incident. I know I was wrong back then, so I personally led the team to capture Saul back to impel down. Hezo raised an eyebrow. It finally dawned on him. Back during the Demon Slayer Order, after Kazan turned away, he had never expected that Kazan, having seen Robin run, would actually capture Saul to atone for his mistakes. It truly was a comical blunder. He had previously said that Saul was fine, assuring the little girl. His observation Haki had already sensed that not far away in the wooden house, Robin was pressed tightly against the door panel, holding her breath, her body trembling slightly. Hezo sighed and patted Kazan's shoulder. You're quite sincere. I just want to make amends, Kazan said softly. I won't make the same mistake regarding O'Hara again. Ooh, I really know I was wrong. All right, stop fussing around. Hezo said, go back and release Saul immediately, or let him go to Elbaf. Hearing this, Robin inside the wooden house slowly relaxed, her tightened hands, warmth surging in her heart. It's still Mr. Hezo's words that carry weight. Even the world government gives him face. But, Kazan hesitated, the world government has urged several times to hand him over for direct questioning by the Gorosei. Tell them the person is under my protection, Hezo said lightly. If anyone has an issue, they can come to me. The trouble you got into, I found a scapegoat for it. Kazan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Yes, thank you, teacher. I will arrange it right away. I will personally oversee this matter. A huge weight had finally been lifted from his heart. The O'Hara incident had pressed him down for so long. By the way, Kazan glanced at the sky. I have been urgently summoned back to headquarters and can't stay long. Since Mr. Kapu doesn't want to come along, he'll be leaving first. Hurry up and go, hurry up and go. Kapu waved his hand. Tell Sengoku that if there's nothing, don't disturb my vacation. Just call if there's something. Understood, Kazan nodded. He glanced again at Mihawk standing beside. Hezo, unable to suppress his admiration. He then slightly bowed to his 2 teachers and quickly walked toward the dock. Watching Kazan's figure disappear at the village entrance, Kapu immediately turned around, threw his arm around Hezo's neck and laughed heartily. Good job, kid, still so impressive. Even the Gorosei have to look at your face. What's so special about that? Hezo pried his hand away. Besides, I'm not like those weirdos in Mariewa. That's true, Kapu nodded, then patted his chest. By the way, I did my best with the training you asked me to do for him. I taught him everything I know. If you don't believe me, ask him. Mihawk's face instantly darkened. He recalled those days when Kapu used him as a punching bag, chasing him around the village like a thief, and the corners of his mouth twitched, rendering him speechless. Hezo couldn't help but laugh. Thank you for your hard work, Kapu. Come on, I'll cook. There will be plenty of meat. Sure. Kapu's eyes lit up immediately, pulling Hezo towards his home. I've been wanting to eat the meat you grilled. What Dayton grilled was nothing compared to it. It was like chewing on wood. The setting sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. The distant windmill turned leisurely, and the sea breeze brought the aroma of grilled meat. Watching the crowd disperse, Crocodile trailed behind, his gaze uneasy as he observed the noisy group ahead, yet he continued to follow in their footsteps. He had already resigned himself to fate. From the moment he lifted the dice cup at the gambling table, his life was no longer his own. He just hadn't anticipated that Hezo's power was far beyond his imagination. The man could command the respect of a Navy Rear Admiral, earn the favor of the 5 elders, and have a swordsman of Mihawk's caliber willingly follow him. There were too many secrets hidden within him that Crocodile did not know. Arriving at the small courtyard where Garp resided in Windmill Village, Crocodile came to a halt. He stood at the courtyard entrance, one hand holding a cigar, his hat brim pulled low as he observed the children running around and the clothes hanging out to dry, feeling completely out of place. He had never set foot in a commoner's courtyard in his life, let alone eat with a group of strangers. "Hey, what are you doing standing at the door?" Garp turned around and waved his hand. "Come in. The barbecue will be ready soon, plenty for everyone." Crocodile paused for a moment, hesitated for a few seconds, and then stepped inside. He did not walk towards the dining table, but leaned against the nearby wall, trying to shrink his presence. Garp squinted his eyes, sizing him up, and suddenly slapped his thigh. "Oh, I remember now. You're the sand crocodile, right? One of the 7 warlords of the sea. What are you doing here?" Mihawk, leaning against the doorframe on the other side, spoke casually. "He lost his life in a bet at Logue Town. He is now the captain's man." "Ha ha ha." Garp laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. "Lost your life in a bet? Is that even possible? No wonder you look so honest just standing there without saying a word. I've lived quite a long time, and this is the first time I've heard of someone betting their life for another." Crocodile's face darkened, but he dared not retort. Throughout his time following Hezo, many had thrown him scornful words or glances, but he never grew angry. It wasn't that he had a good temper, it was simply that no one could defeat him. If he couldn't fight back, he could only endure it. It's fine, it's fine." Garp walked over and patted his shoulder, the force nearly knocking him down. "That kid Hezo is quite decent. Following him will lead to a brighter future than wandering aimlessly. So many people wanted to follow him back in the day, but never got the chance." Saying this, he pulled Crocodile towards the large dining table. "Come sit. Today Hezo himself is grilling. I guarantee you this meal will leave you without regrets for a lifetime." "Don't pull him." Hezo emerged from the kitchen with a large platter of grilled meat, the golden pieces sizzling and the aroma instantly filling the courtyard. He glanced at Crocodile with a hint of a smile. "Let him sit at the kids' table." Crocodile's movements instant. He abruptly turned his head to look at Hezo, disbelief filling his eyes. The kids' table. He, the formidable 7 warlords of the sea, sand crocodile, was actually being sent to sit at the kids' table. Mihawk's lips twitched as he averted his gaze. The kids' table." Garp paused for a moment, then laughed even harder. "Huh? Yes. Go sit at the kids' table. Just right, Ace and Robin have no one to accompany them." Crocodile gritted his teeth, his fists clenching and cracking. He wanted nothing more than to turn around and leave, but thinking of Hezo's strength and the clues to the One Piece that he desperately sought, most importantly the fact that his life was no longer his own, Crocodile ultimately relaxed his fists. He lowered his head and silently walked to the small table in the corner of the courtyard, pulling out a chair and sitting. Across the table, Ace was munching on a big bone, looking at him curiously, while Robin quietly sat beside him, holding a piece of bread, also glancing up at him. Crocodile turned his face away, staring at the ground, feeling completely uncomfortable. Hezo placed the large platter of grilled meat on the big table and set a small plate on the kids' table, smiling at the two. "Eat up, ask for more if it's not enough." He then reminded Crocodile, "Eat less, don't compete with the kids." Crocodile looked at the shiny grilled meat on the plate, swallowed hard, and at that moment his mind was completely overwhelmed by the aroma, rendering him deaf to Hezo's words. He had tasted countless delicacies and the finest ingredients, yet no food had ever emitted such an enticing aroma as this ordinary platter of grilled meat before him. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up a fork and speared a piece to put in his mouth. In the next second, his eyes widened in shock. The crispy exterior and tender meat, perfectly seasoned along with an indescribable, unique flavor, erupted in his mouth. "Delicious," he unconsciously murmured, his voice not loud, yet clear enough for everyone to hear. Immediately after, he could no longer care about the image of the 7 warlords grabbing the fork and devouring the food. "So tasty," he exclaimed between bites, realizing this was the best thing he had ever eaten in his life. At the big table, Garp watched him gobbling down the food, a proud smile on his face. "How is it? I told you I wasn't lying. Following Hezo is the right choice. To be able to eat such delicious grilled meat, you'll have no regrets in this lifetime." Crocodile's mind was already taken over by his taste buds, completely focused on eating. "You heard that too, right?" Garp took a sip of wine, speaking leisurely. "Hezo is not just a celestial dragon. He was also the chef on Pirate King Roger's ship." Clang! The fork in Crocodile's hand fell into the plate. He abruptly lifted his head to look at Hezo, who was passing grilled meat to Garp, his eyes filled with shock. The chef on Pirate King Roger's ship? That man who conquered the Grand Line and became the Pirate King actually had Hezo on his ship. Mihawk also paused, looking at Hezo with newfound complexity in his gaze. He had always thought Hezo was merely a powerful, mysterious celestial dragon. He never expected that he had actually been on Roger's pirate ship. No wonder he knew the location of the One Piece. That made sense that he was so knowledgeable about everything at sea. Leaning against the doorframe, Mihawk watched Hezo and Garp laughing and joking, silently pondering perhaps following this man his future would be far more hopeful than the path he had originally planned. Little Ace, gnawing on a bone, curiously leaned closer to Crocodile, blinking his big eyes and asking, "Hey, did you really bet your life to Hezo, brother?" Little Ace gnawed on a bone, curiously leaning closer to Crocodile, blinking his big eyes and asking, "Hey, did you really lose your life to brother Hezo?" Crocodile's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He stared at Ace, who was leaning in front of him. His lips moved, yet he couldn't utter a single word. To admit it would be too embarrassing, to deny it would be cowardly. Even a little brat had to humiliate him. This was even more shameful than losing to Whitebeard and being mocked by his sons. "Why aren't you speaking?" Ace blinked again, leaning in closer. Could it be false? "But Brother Hawkeye said, it's true." Crocodile squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth, turning his face away to avoid looking at him. "Wow." Ace's eyes brightened. "Then is brother Hezo really powerful? Is he even more powerful than you?" "Of course." Crocodile replied irritably. "If he weren't powerful, would he willingly wager his life?" He had long since left. Robin chuckled softly beside him and said quietly, "Mr. Hezo is indeed very powerful. He always knows how to help others at the most critical moments." She recalled the words she had just heard behind the door, feeling warm inside. Sorrow would soon be free. This was the best news she had heard in a while. Usually you would only hear such good news at the entrance of the vegetable market. Of course. Ace puffed out his chest proudly. Brother Hezo is the strongest person in the world. He can also grill the tastiest meat. Crocodile said nothing, silently forked a piece of roasted meat and stuffed it into his mouth. It had to be said, everyone was right. This roasted meat was indeed the best thing he had ever tasted in his life. Hezo walked over with a plate of roasted vegetables, placed it on the children's table and smiled. "Don't just eat meat. Eat some vegetables too." Then he glanced at Crocodile, raising an eyebrow. "How is the food at the children's table? Is it to your taste?" This question nearly made Crocodile spit out the meat in his mouth. He raised his head, but met Hezo's half-smiling eyes. In an instant, all his anger dissipated, and he could only lower his head and mutter, "It's delicious." "Ha ha ha." Garp laughed loudly at the big table, slapping the table. "Crocodile, even you the warlord have reached this point. From now on, just sit at the children's table with Hezo." "Mr. Mihawk." Mihawk raised his cup and took a sip, saying faintly, "If you keep talking, I won't be polite about the meat." "No, no, no." Garp immediately reached out to cover the plate, grabbing a large piece of roasted meat and stuffing it into his mouth, mumbling, "I won't say anything. I won't say anything. Leave me a piece. Just one piece." Saying this, he quickly grabbed 2 more pieces of meat, fearing that Mihawk would snatch them away. Hezo smiled and shook his head, turning back to the kitchen to fetch another plate of roasted meat. Just then there was a rapid knocking sound from outside the yard. "Knock, knock, knock." "Mr. Garp. Mr. Hezo, are you there? There's an urgent newspaper for you." It was the village postman, his voice clearly filled with excitement and anxiety. Hezo raised his voice. "Come in, the door isn't locked." The postman pushed the door open, holding a stack of freshly printed world newspapers, gasping for breath and saying, "My goodness. You guys are on the front page?" The entire East Sea is in an uproar. He handed over the newspaper, his hands trembling. Hezo took the newspaper and glanced at the front page. The huge bold red headline nearly filled the entire page. Breaking news. Warlord Crocodile of the 7 warlords wagered his life in Roguetown, submitting to the mysterious powerhouse Hezo. The article was accompanied by a blurry, candid photo taken outside the Black Sail Casino just now. In the photo, Hezo walked at the forefront, hands in his pockets, looking casual, yet undeniably handsome. Mihawk and Crocodile followed him closely, one with a cold face and the other with a low hat, both exuding strong presence. The report was extravagant, claiming that Hezo was an emerging sea emperor with unfathomable strength who had wagered his life and all his wealth against Crocodile at the Black Sail Casino in Roguetown. As a result, Hezo won against Crocodile with a single roll of the dice, leaving the once invincible warlord speechless, forced to bow his head in submission. Even a legendary swordsman like Mihawk was following him. That Morgan's guy is quite well informed. Hezo flipped through the newspaper, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. They even fabricated the details of the dice game. In fact, with Hezo's style of operation, it was hard not to become famous, but with these 2 as his subordinates, no one would dare to provoke him. Now the World Economic Society belonged to him, so let it be known, after all, reporting it however they wanted only required a bit of manipulation of public opinion. He tossed the newspaper to Mihawk and took a bite of roasted meat. Mihawk took the newspaper, glanced at it, smiled without saying anything, and tossed the newspaper to Crocodile. Crocodile took the newspaper, and the more he read, the darker his face became. The report painted him as a desperate gambler, saying that he had turned pale and his hands trembled, and after losing, he almost flipped the table, but was eventually frightened into submission by a single glance from Hezo. "That damned Morgan's." Crocodile gritted his teeth and said, "If I see him again, I will sink his newspaper office to the bottom of the sea." "Ha ha ha." Garp leaned over to take a look and laughed, slapping his thigh. Losing at dice and losing your life. That's even more embarrassing than losing a fight. I wondered why you didn't just fight him back then. I was gambling with him, Crocodile said gloomily. To each their own, I am not that type of person. Oh, you still have some spirit. Garp patted his shoulder, nearly knocking him down. But to become the pirate king, you must first defeat me. I will defeat you eventually. Ace said defiantly. If you can't beat me, just obediently become a marine. Ha ha ha. Crocodile sat quietly nearby, listening to their conversation, watching Hezo and Ace laughing together, feeling a mix of emotions. He had never imagined that the man with the cold gaze and powerful aura at the gambling table could have such a gentle side in front of friends. Robin also listened quietly, a faint smile on her lips. Looking at the brightly lit yard and everyone chatting and laughing, she felt a sense of home for the first time. The night gradually deepened. The moon rose, casting soft moonlight. The roasted meat in the yard continued to sizzle, and the aroma wafted far away. Garp was still loudly recounting the fun stories of fighting with Roger, while Ace occasionally chimed in, already a little fan of Roger at this moment. Mihawk occasionally took a sip of wine, while Crocodile silently ate meat beside him, occasionally glancing at Hezo. As he gradually understood Hezo's strength, Crocodile began to realize that there was no such thing as losing to him. It was all part of Hezo's plan. However, following a man who was not inferior to Whitebeard in background was also an honor. At this moment, the night in Windmill Village was quiet and warm. The next day, an unexpected world's strongest figure descended. The following noon, the warm sun bathed Windmill Island, and the air was still filled with the lingering aroma of last night's barbecue. On a small hillside outside the village, Mihawk had risen early, practicing his swordplay, while everyone else was still asleep. The Black Blade Knight drew a sharp arc in his hand, and the dark green sword energy sliced through the air, cleaving the rocks in front of him into neat fragments that fell like dust. His aura was steady, each slash precise to the millimeter, causing even the passing villagers to steer clear, not daring to make a sound. Suddenly, a tearing sound reverberated through the sky. A massive black shadow plummeted from 10,000 meters above like an out-of-control meteor. The dark in his vision rapidly enlarging, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of pressure. Boom! The deafening sound shook the entire Windmill Island. The ground trembled violently, and dust and debris were sent soaring into the sky, forming a smoke column dozens of meters high. The towering figure crashed heavily on the other side of the slope, creating a massive pit over 10 meters in diameter and 7 or 8 meters deep, with dust swirling up, causing even the distant windmill blades to shake thrice before stopping for several seconds. As the dust began to settle, a 7-meter strong man stood up from the bottom of the pit. He was bare-chested, his bronze skin adorned with bulging muscles, and his body was crisscrossed with menacing scars, each one telling the tale of a deadly battle. A pair of thick bull horns stood out prominently on his head, marked with several old scratches. In his hand, he held a massive polished wine gourd, swaying as he walked, exuding a boorish aura mixed with the scent of alcohol. TSK, not dead again. The strong man shook his heavy head, his tone filled with resignation and irritation. He tilted his head back and took a large gulp of strong liquor, the liquid flowing down his chin and wetting the scars on his chest. Wiping his mouth carelessly, he unabashedly released his oppressive aura, intending to see if there was anyone nearby he could fight to alleviate his boredom. The earth-shattering tremors woke Garp, who had been napping inside. The old man sat up abruptly, nearly banging his head against the beam. His brows furrowed, and the sleepiness in his eyes dissipated instantly. His nose twitched as he caught the familiar boorish scent mixed with low-quality liquor and blood, prompting him to roll out of bed, slipping on one shoe, incorrectly snatching the coat draped over a chair, and rushing outside. In the next moment, a heavy, overwhelming conqueror's haki surged from the direction of the village, crashing like an invisible wall pressing down on the hillside. At the moment of impact, Mihawk swiftly sheathed his sword and turned to look at the approaching Hezo, his brow furrowing slightly. Master, who was that just now? One of the 4 emperors of the New World, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Hezo raised his eyes towards the pit, his tone calm. Famous for his immortality, he enjoys jumping from sky islands to seek death. In Hezo's words, he has a pure embody, always seeking to suffer a bit. However, it is said that he became like this because he heard the legend that the sun god awakens in the moments before death, so he constantly seeks to die, but not genuinely wanting to die, otherwise he would have consumed a second devil fruit long ago. A hint of surprise flickered in Mihawk's eyes. He had long heard of the title of the 4 emperors, individuals standing at the pinnacle of the seas, usually stationed in the New World. How could one suddenly appear in such a remote place as the East Sea? Before he could ask further, Hezo suddenly chuckled lightly and pointed towards the village. Ha ha, but it seems he's out of luck. He just landed and disturbed the greatest nightmare of his life. Nightmare. Mihawk had just uttered 2 words. Buzz. Garp's Conqueror's haki surged suddenly, distorting the air slightly. The grass on the hillside flattened, and the distant birds scattered in panic. Kaido at the edge of the pit abruptly halted his movement, nearly dropping the wine gourd from his hand. He suddenly looked up in the direction of the village, the nonchalance on his face vanishing without a trace, replaced. This aura. Not good. It's that man. Without a second thought, Kaido pushed off the ground and jumped out of the several-meter-deep pit. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. His azure and blue scales rapidly emerged, his dragon horns elongated, rising into the air as he transformed into a gigantic azure dragon, his tail flicking as he prepared to soar into the sky. He didn't want to linger for even a second longer. He could never forget the beating he took in God Valley back then. But just as he flapped his dragon body, the air above him suddenly stagnated. A figure appeared above him like a ghost, moving so fast that even the dragon's eyes couldn't keep up. Where do you think you're going? Garp's voice rang from above, filled with a carefree laughter. This bold laughter in Kaido's ears felt more like a death warrant at that moment. Without waiting for Kaido to react, Garp grabbed the thickest dragon horn atop his head, his arm muscles bulging, the dark haki instantly enveloping his entire arm, and with overwhelming force he slammed down into the sea. Owl! The azure dragon let out a painful roar, its massive body smashed down to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Boom! An explosion louder than before erupted, the ground cracked again, and countless fragments were sent flying into the air. The original pit was made even deeper, with the surrounding land sinking significantly, shrouded in clouds of dust. After a full 10 seconds, the dust slowly began to disperse. Kaido, holding his throbbing head, groggily crawled out from the pit. The pain forced him to revert to his human form, covered in mud, with his horns slightly askew and his wine gourd nowhere to be found. He was still in a daze, staring blankly at Garp before him. He couldn't fathom how he simply jumped off a cliff and ended up facing Garp. Was there anything more unfortunate? Strictly speaking, there was indeed something worse, as at this moment, he not only landed in front of Garp. Garp stood at the edge of the pit with his arms crossed, looking at Kaido's disheveled state, snickering. Kaido, you little brat, it's been 7 years. Have you forgotten the pain after the scars healed? Did you not get enough beating back in God Valley, and now you've come to wreak havoc in the East Sea? Kaido opened his mouth, but after a long pause, not a single word came out. He wanted to explode in anger, but looking at Garp's fists that cracked ominously, the harsh words that reached his lips were swallowed back. It was precisely this unrestrained old man before him who made him fully believe in the saying, only haki can surpass everything. At that moment, Hezo strolled over leisurely. Leaning against a cracked rock nearby with his hands in his pockets, he looked at Kaido's disheveled appearance, a rich, mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, isn't this Kaido? Back then you got a new skin in God Valley and opened a peak match. Now you want to adapt and open another one. As Hezo's words fell, Kaido's gaze suddenly locked onto him, his pupils contracting sharply. He recognized the casually leaning man before him. During the cataclysmic battle in the Valley of the Gods, right after obtaining the Qinglong fruit, he attempted to challenge the demonized Captain Rocks, only to be sent flying by a devastating strike imbued with a sense of destruction. It was this strikingly handsome man before him who had effortlessly blocked the attack that could have cleaved him in two, allowing him to crawl out from the pile of corpses. He could never forget that flash of blade that saved his life. Fear crawled up his spine in an instant, and even the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He quickly stood upright, brushing off the dirt on his clothes, waving his hands at the two, and forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a cry, his tone laden with obvious flattery and panic. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Vice Admiral Garp, Mr. Hezo, I'm drunk. My mind is not clear. I didn't realize it was you here. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to come, even if I had 100 lives. At this time, Kaido was not yet the true strongest creature in the world, and his fighting power was comparable to that of Admiral Aokiji during his peak, completely unable to confront the two before him. Drunk? Hezo raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with mockery. If you're drunk, why aren't you rolling away, waiting to be served a meal? Garp nodded in agreement, crossing his arms with an expression of, you're right, exactly. Hezo doesn't have any extra food to give you. Kaido was frantically cursing in his heart. As soon as I landed and sensed Garp's presence, I wanted to run. Who the hell flew over my head and smashed me back into the ground? If I could run, I would have vanished long ago. How could I still be here, subjected to your ridicule? But he only dared to murmur these words in his heart, maintaining a stiff smile on his face, nodding like a rattledrum, afraid of offending the two. Humph. Garp scoffed, sizing him up from head to toe. What's the matter? Is the new world not enough for you to wreak havoc? You've come to the East Blue, this impoverished place, to cause trouble. I thought you were quite comfortable being a local emperor in the New World, seizing territories every day. How magnificent. No. Kaido quickly shook his head bobbing like a rattledrum. I was just passing through, purely passing through. How could I dare to act mighty in front of you two? He stole a glance at Hezo, seeing no change in his expression. He hurriedly moved in closer, bending slightly, his tone filled with pleading. Mr. Hezo, please spare me this time. I promise I'll never dare to come to the East Blue again. I'll stay put in the New World and won't run around recklessly anymore. Spare you? Hezo chuckled lightly, standing upright and brushing off the dust from his clothes. Back in the Valley of the Gods, I already saved your life once. And now you've come crashing down, shattering my freshly baked cookies and disturbing my enjoyment of the sun. How do you propose we settle this account? What? Cookies? Upon hearing that Hezo's baked goods were ruined, Garp immediately exploded. Kaido's face turned pale. Before he could plead further, Garp had already rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, flexing his wrists with a cracking sound. How else? Let's just give you a beating. Before he finished speaking, Garp's fist had already collided with Kaido's face, and seeing Garp strike, Hezo rushed. The sounds of his screams echoed across the hillside, startling the birds in the distance to flee in all directions. Half an hour later, Garp and Hezo clapped their hands, satisfied with their work. Kaido lay on the ground, bruised and battered, one eye swollen shut like a panda, the other barely open. His horns were even more crooked, his hair a wild mess, his clothes torn to shreds, not a single good spot left on him, groaning on the ground, without even the strength to lift a hand. Mihawk leaned against a tree not far away, his black sword Yoru plunged into the soil beside him, observing this scene with a barely noticeable twitch at the corner of his mouth. Crocodile stood beside him, utterly shocked, his cigarette falling to the ground. He could hardly believe that the fearsome Kaido, known for his reign of terror in the New World, could be beaten so badly. This was one of the four emperors, renowned alongside Whitebeard, the so-called strongest creature in the world. He had heard of the might of marine hero Garp, but how could Hezo intimidate this strongest creature into such a state? Wasn't it said that the East Blue was the weakest sea? Who spread such rumors? If I had known, I wouldn't have come here to vent my emotions. After a considerable time, Kaido managed to prop himself up, panting as he looked at the two, cautiously asking, Vice Admiral Garp, you should be on vacation now, right? You can't take me back to Impel Down, can you? Garp rubbed his chin, suddenly enlightened. Oh, I almost forgot. Perfect, taking you back will earn me a bounty enough to buy me a few years' worth of drinks. There's no need to doubt Kaido's bounty, and no need to doubt Garp's drinking capacity. For specific examples, see how the broke really operates. No. Kaido was so frightened that his soul almost left his body, ignoring the pain all over. He leaped up from the ground, turning to flee like a dragon. I truly realized my mistake. I'll never dare again. All right. Garp waved his hand, yawning. A vacation should look like a vacation. Catching criminals is exhausting. Besides, if I take you back, Sengoku will keep pestering me to return to Marine headquarters. What a hassle. Kaido's heart, which had just begun to settle, felt weak in his legs and almost fell again. But before he could relax, he heard Hezo leisurely say, Since you're here, it's perfect. Accompany me to the New World. I need to see Lingling about something. Kaido's eyes lit up instantly. He forgot all the pain and grievances. Having endured that beating, he could finally leave this hellish place. Forget just going to the New World. He would be willing to run 3 laps around the Grand Line. Without another word, his blue and green scales rapidly appeared, enveloping his entire body. His dragon horns elongated and sharpened claws shimmering with a cold light. Without the exaggerated wings of a Western dragon, Kaido soared into the sky, transforming into a nearly 100-meter-long Eastern dragon. He lowered his head, the enormous dragon head leaning towards Hezo, his voice trembling with excitement. Mr. Hezo, hurry up. I can fly the fastest. I promise we'll reach Whole Cake Island in half a day. Definitely faster than any ship. Hezo leaped up in one stride, landing steadily on Kaido's massive dragon head, his clothes flapping in the sea breeze. Kaido shook his head, cautiously asking, Mr. Hezo, are you ready? Hezo nodded slightly, saying nothing more. In the next moment, swirling azure and white clouds enveloped Kaido, and his massive dragon body slowly ascended. The dragon tail swept across the ground, stirring up clouds of dust before transforming into a streak of blue lightning that shot into the clouds, disappearing in an instant, leaving only the faint sound of dragon roars in the distance. Garp, hands on his hips, watched their receding figures, turning to glance at Crocodile, who was still in a daze, and waved his hand with a casual demeanor. Hey, you sand brat, your fruit can control the earth, right? Quickly restore this bumpy lawn and hillside for me, otherwise my fist will land on your head. Crocodile said nothing, silently extinguishing his cigarette. With one hand, he manipulated the golden sand that flowed slowly across the pitted ground. The shattered rocks began to gather again, and the sunken lawn gradually smoothed out. In just a moment, the hillside that had been ravaged by the two earlier restored to its original state. Mihawk sheathed his sword. The Black Blade Knight let out a soft chime. He raised his gaze towards the depths of the clouds, his expression contemplative. Garp clapped his hands and nodded in satisfaction. Well done, let's go back and have some barbecue. Meanwhile, high above at 10,000 meters, Kaido was exerting all his strength to hurry. He dared not slack off for a moment, fearing that a second's delay would displease Hezo. Wherever the dragon passed, the clouds were torn apart, howling winds followed in its wake. Hours later, in the distance on the sea's surface, a massive island built of cream and candy appeared in sight. Alarm! Alarm! An unidentified powerful being is invading. The alarm on Cake Island suddenly blared, echoing throughout the island. The children of the Charlotte family quickly assembled, armed and standing at the coast ready for action. Countless candy soldiers surged from the ground, forming a dense formation. A voice both authoritative and furious resonated like thunder from deep within the castle. Kaido, you bastard! How dare you invade my nation? Are you tired of living? I haven't settled the score with you yet. Charlotte Linlin's fury nearly overflowed. She despised uninvited guests, especially this ungrateful little brat. At that moment, a calm voice came from above the Azure Dragon, clearly resonating in everyone's ears. Lin, stop shouting. I have something to discuss with you. Kaido is just a gopher. The entire venue fell into an instant silence. Was there someone else? The children of the Charlotte family exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. No one could believe that the beast Kaido, who was rampant in the new world, could be referred to as a gopher. Lin in the castle paused. She was all too familiar with that voice. The barbecue and desserts made by this man were the most delicious things she had ever eaten in her life, 100 times more delicious than all her chefs combined. Hezo! Lin exclaimed, immediately soaring out on Zeus, her massive form, floating in midair, looking around with excitement. Hezo, where are you? Is it really you? Hezo leapt from Kaido's dragon head, landing steadily on the ground, dusting off his clothes. It's me. Oh, it really is you. Lin landed right in front of him, her anger disappearing without a trace, replaced by a radiant smile. I thought that kid Kaido was coming to attack my nation. You scared me. What brings you here? Come in. She enthusiastically grabbed Hezo's arm and turned to her children behind her, loudly instructing Perospero, quickly bring out the best snacks. Smugglers, go fetch my treasured ingredients. Tell all the chefs to stop working. Today Hezo is here, and we are having the grandest tea party. Yes, Mama. The crowd hurriedly responded, not daring to delay. Lin pulled Hezo into the castle, completely ignoring the Kaido following behind. As they passed by him, she waved her hand impatiently. You can come in too, don't just stand at the door. Kaido's face darkened at Linlin's double standards, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. Hezo is really someone who gets treated well everywhere. Even this old woman welcomes him warmly. Since plundering the fruit, he had fought with Charlotte Lin for 7 years and had never submitted to this madwoman. If it weren't for Hezo being here, the two would have already clashed. But at this moment, he could only suppress his anger, sulking behind the two shoulders, slumped, looking like an unwelcome guest dragged in against his will. The members of the Charlotte family in the castle looked at this scene, each one aghast, their weapons forgotten. Half an hour later, in the banquet hall on the top floor of the castle, the long table was filled with an array of exquisite desserts and barbecued meat. Cream cakes were piled like small hills, and the sizzling meat released a fragrant aroma that filled the entire room. Kaido plopped down in the farthest corner, grabbing a whole roasted leg of beef without a word and shoving it into his mouth, wolfing it down, completely ignoring the wary gazes around him. He still harbored resentment, eating while cursing his own bad luck, how a leisurely jump could bring him face-to-face with two fiends, but at least he had escaped with his life. Lin dismissed all her children. Only the 3 of them remained in the vast banquet hall. She personally poured Hezo a cup of black tea, her face beaming with a bright smile. Hezo, did you come to the nation for something specific? As long as you ask, I will agree to anything. Even if you want half of my nation, I won't bat an eye. Hezo picked up the teacup and took a sip, then set it down, suddenly slapping his forehead, looking bewildered. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. I was so busy dealing with this guy Kaido that I forgot the most important thing. As soon as he finished speaking, the crimson ring on his left hand suddenly flashed with a strange red light. In the next moment, Hezo vanished from his seat without leaving a trace. Charlotte Linlin's smile froze in an instant, her eyes wide, unable to believe she was looking at an empty seat. Her observation hockey covered the entire nation, yet she couldn't even catch a glimpse of Hezo's departure, as if he had never existed at all. The roasted beef leg in Kaido's mouth dropped with a thud onto the plate. He suddenly looked up, still chewing the meat, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in East Sea Windmill Village, Mihawk was sitting on a stone bench in the yard, carefully wiping the blade of his black sword knight. Garp sat at the wooden table beside him, gnawing on a large piece of barbecue, his mouth smeared with grease. Crocodile leaned against the door frame, smoking, his gaze vacant. Suddenly, a figure silently appeared behind Mihawk, gently patting his shoulder. Mihawk's whole body stiffened, and he reflexively reached for the blade's handle, but grasped at nothing. He turned sharply to see Hezo standing behind him, holding the black sword knight, which had just been resting on his lap, the blade glimmering with a cold, dark sheen. Let me borrow this sword. Hezo's voice was ordinary, and before he finished speaking the crimson ring on his left hand flashed red again, and he disappeared once more, leaving only a faint sea breeze. The yard was instantly plunged into silence. Mihawk remained frozen in the posture of reaching for his sword, stunned, his eyes full of shock. He hadn't even seen how Hezo took the sword, not capturing a single movement. He just took it from me. So the original ghost / is. Garp spat out his meat with a puff, his eyes wide as he stared at the empty yard, scratching his head. Did I see that wrong? Did that guy really come by just now? Crocodile's cigarette burned down to his fingers again, and he snapped back to reality, extinguishing the butt, his face still filled with disbelief. Seconds later, in the banquet hall of the nation, Hezo reappeared at his original seat, the black sword knight resting on the table beside him, and the red tea in the cup still steaming, as if he had never left. Charlotte Linlin inhaled sharply, her massive form trembling slightly. She had lived for nearly 50 years and had faced countless powerful beings, but she had never encountered such a terrifying ability. Kaido swallowed the meat in his mouth, rubbing his eyes vigorously to confirm he hadn't seen wrong. He looked at the black sword knight on the table, then at Hezo, muttering to himself, "So soon. You still consider me a steed? If I had known, I could have just teleported here, saving me from flying half the Grand Line. No, wait, I volunteered. I wouldn't have made it without being a steed." He said nothing, silently picking up the roasted beef leg that had fallen on the plate, continuing to eat, though his pace had noticeably slowed, his eyes occasionally glancing at Hezo with a hint of undisguised reverence. Hezo raised his head, looking at Charlotte Linlin across from him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "All right, now we can talk business." Upon the conclusion of Hezo's words, the banquet hall fell into a dead silence. Ling Ling and Kaido were still reeling from the unbelievable scene they had just witnessed, both fixated on the Black Blade Knight beside Hezo, and then at the faintly glowing red ring on his finger, their faces filled with disbelief. Kaido was the first to break the silence, his voice trembling slightly. Having lived for 37 years and encountered countless peculiar devil fruit abilities, he had never seen anything so outrageous. Traveling thousands of miles in mere seconds, even observation haki couldn't catch a trace of it. This had far exceeded his understanding of ability users. Ling Ling nodded, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at Hezo, saying, "Yes, Hezo, what kind of ability is this? It's faster than the light fruit. It's as if you vanished into thin air." "It's nothing, just my ability," Hezo said as he sipped from his teacup, his tone so flat it sounded as though he had merely taken a stroll in the courtyard. "Is it the superhuman type teleportation fruit?" Kaido blurted out the only explanation he could think of. Hezo waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with disdain. "I don't eat those kinds of fruits. They are of no use to me. They have significant limitations." For Hezo, regardless of how powerful an opponent's fruit ability might be, once the hunting sea was released, it would all become ineffective. This statement left both of them stunned. Not a devil fruit. Then what is it? They opened their mouths to ask again, but saw that Hezo had already set his teacup down, his gaze carrying an undeniable coldness. Ling Ling quickly swallowed the words she was about to say. Having known Hezo for many years, she understood his temper. Things he did not wish to discuss were futile to inquire about. Moreover, Hezo had never been an enemy. In fact, he had helped her quite a lot in the Valley of Gods back in the day. Kaido wisely kept his mouth shut. Though he was notoriously ungrateful, he knew when to discern the gravity of a situation. Hezo's strength was unfathomable. Even Garp had to give him some respect. If he pressed further, he might end up with another beating. Hezo, seeing that both had fallen silent, picked up the Black Blade Knight and pushed it in front of Ling Ling. "Help me with something, Ling Ling." He pointed at the black blade. "Give this supreme great knife named Knight a soul." Ling Ling's eyes lit up with interest. "Give the knife a soul." "No problem. Leave it to me. I've never given a supreme great knife a soul before. It's a perfect opportunity to try." Without hesitation, she extended her right hand, her fingertips glowing with a soft white light. This was the ability of the soul fruit, which could extract souls and infuse them into lifeless objects, granting them consciousness and life. The light from Ling Ling's fingertips grew brighter as a soul fragment the size of a fist and radiating warmth separated from her fingertip. This soul was pure and free of any negative emotions. It was the gentlest part she had specifically extracted. She carefully cradled the soul fragment in her palm before gently pressing it against the blade of night. Soul infusion. With a low shout from Ling Ling, the white soul fragment instantly melded into the black. The originally cold, pitch-black blade suddenly emanated a faint white light, vibrating slightly, producing a long, low hum, as if the sword spirit that had slept for 1,000 years had finally awakened. As the light gradually faded, the Black Blade Knight returned to its original appearance, though it seemed more refined than before, subtly exuding a hint of spirituality. Ling Ling withdrew her hand, watching the black blade, expectantly waiting for it to speak. The items she had previously infused with souls, whether chairs, tables, or trees, would chatter endlessly. However, after waiting for a long time, the Black Blade Knight remained completely, still lying quietly on the table, without even the slightest tremor. What's going on? Ling Ling furrowed her brows, scratching her head in confusion. This doesn't make sense. I've clearly infused a soul, so why isn't it speaking? Could it be that the infused soul is too weak? Just as she was about to extract a bit more soul to infuse, Hezo reached out to stop her. No need. Hezo picked up the Black Blade Knight, his fingertip gently tracing the blade's surface, feeling the weak, yet distinct spirituality, a faint smile, playing on his lips. It might just be waiting for its master. Ho 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 ho. Ling Ling burst into her signature laughter, slapping her thigh, her round figure shaking with glee. What kind of person could make you? Hezo travel halfway across the world just to have me give his weapon a soul. That's some serious face. Rubbing her chubby hands together, her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Hezo. Standing behind her, Perospero leaned slightly forward, licking his lips with his long tongue, adjusting his monocle, and spoke with certainty. Mom, I recognize this blade. It is entirely black, has a crossguard, and is one of the 12 supreme great knives knight. Its master should be the one recently rising to fame in the West Sea, known as Hawkeye Dracula Myhawk. Oh, so this kid has already become famous in the New World. Hezo raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride creeping onto his lips. Indeed, he's my disciple. He will undoubtedly become the world's greatest swordsman, renowned across the seas. Ho 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 ho. So that's how it is. Ling Ling laughed even harder, rubbing her hands together, her face filled with anticipation as she looked at Hezo, her eyes sparkling with excitement. To give the future world's greatest swordsman's weapon a soul is such an honor for me. Hezo, you are truly generous. You thought of me for such a wonderful opportunity. Hezo looked at the never-before-seen hypocrisy on the ant's face, her flattery too obvious, instantly guessing her thoughts. No need for flattery. Hezo laughed heartily. I was already prepared before I came. As soon as he finished speaking, countless steaming delicacies flew out from the ring, a whole roasted cow, golden and juicy sizzling axe steaks, seafood platters piled high, like small mountains, pasta drizzled with rich sauce, and a variety of fragrant desserts and barbecued meats instantly covering the long table of the banquet hall, even spilling onto the floor. The rich aroma instantly enveloped the entire room, making everyone's mouths water. Kaido's eyes widened. He had long been craving this, and while Ling Ling was still drooling over the food, he stealthily reached out, grabbing a roasted chicken with lightning speed, ready to shove it into his mouth. Bang! With a loud crash, Ling Ling's fist as large as a clay pot landed squarely on Kaido's head, sending him crashing face first into a nearby cream cake. Kaido, you scoundrel! Ling Ling yelled with her hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger. Back in the Valley of Gods, you stole my fish fruit, mythical beast type Azure Dragon form, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. And now you dare to steal food made by Hezo. Are you looking for death? Saying this, she lifted her foot and kicked Kaido in the backside, sending him flying through the banquet hall's floor-to-ceiling window. Get out of here. You have no place here. Kaido, covered in cream and cake crumbs, got up from the ground, not daring to argue back with Ling Ling, and could only awkwardly smile at Hezo in the banquet hall, shouting, Orahoho. Then Hezo, I'll take my leave. I suddenly remembered I have urgent matters to attend to on Onigashima. With that, he transformed into 100-meter-long azure dragon, enveloped in swirling azure flames, soaring into the sky and flying off into the distance. High in the sky, Kaido flew while rubbing his swollen head, grumbling resentfully, damn it, what is this? Not only did I not taste Hezo's cooking, but I also got beaten up. Isn't the East Sea supposed to be the weakest sea in the world? How could there be monsters like Hezo and Garp? Even Roger came from the East Sea. And now there's talk of a future world's greatest swordsman. This place is nothing but a den of monsters. I swear I'll never go to the East Sea again. As Kaido transformed into the silhouette of a blue dragon and disappeared beyond the clouds, the banquet hall finally fell into silence. The air was still filled with the fragrance of cream and roasted meat, and the long table was piled high with steaming delicacies. Hezo picked up the cold red tea from the table, drank it in one gulp, and casually placed the empty cup back on the table. He then took up the Black Blade Knight, which vibrated slightly, producing a faint clear sound, as if responding to him. All right, I have finished my business, Hezo said, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes and looking at the beaming Ling Ling. You can keep these dishes to enjoy slowly, and I must take my leave. Ho 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 ho. That's a deal. Ling Ling laughed, her eyes squinting into slits as she patted her chest loudly. Hezo, if you ever have such matters again, feel free to find me. Don't mention just imbuing a single blade with a soul. Even if it were 10 or 100, I would take care of it. She was practically overjoyed. To her, it was merely a trivial task of infusing a bit of soul into a blade, yet it had exchanged for a mountain of exquisite food prepared by Hezo himself. This was undoubtedly the most lucrative deal she had ever made in her life, bar none. Perospero stood aside, gazing at the feast laid out before him, unable to resist swallowing hard. He had heard for a long time that Hezuo's cooking was the best in the world, and today, he finally had the chance to taste it. Hezua smiled, choosing not to say much more. Suddenly, the scarlet ring on his left hand flickered with an eerie. In the next moment, Hezuo's figure along with the Black Blade Knight vanished into thin air within the banquet hall. Not a trace of his presence was left, as if he had never been there. Lingling looked at the empty seat, then at the table full of mouth-watering dishes, and burst into thunderous laughter again. Ho 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 ho. This is a huge win. Parasparrow, quickly call over the younger siblings. We can eat freely today. Far away at the summit of the Red Earth continent. In the Holy Land Mariehua, a figure silently appeared in the empty square. Hezua stood on the pristine marble floor looking up at the towering cloud-piercing 5 Elder Stars palace, a symbol of the world's highest authority. What a familiar scene from my memories. I have returned. The CP0 agents and members of the Holy Knight Corps halted in their tracks. No one stepped forward or spoke, simply watching as the young man in black walked unimpeded toward the Hall of Power. He pushed open the heavy golden doors with one hand, which creaked ominously. Inside, 5 elderly men were seated around a table discussing matters, and they all simultaneously looked up at the sound. Saturn Saitan's documents scattered across the table, and he stared wide-eyed at the newcomer, Hezua. Hezua casually closed the door behind him, pulled up a chair to sit, and glanced at Mercury Topman, virtually Saint, who had been standing in the corner raising an eyebrow at Pete. How many years has it been, and you're still standing there? Is our household lacking such conditions? Vorchulus' lips moved, but he remained silent, still standing. Jupiter Shepherd Pete rubbed his brow, his tone exasperated. You who can disappear at will, how come you suddenly returned to the Holy Land today? I came back to fetch something. Hezua lightly brushed his fingers against the hilt of the Black Blade Knight, speaking as casually as if he were in his own backyard, and to see you all on the way. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. You returned to Mariehua surely for a reason, or just say it, what do you have your eyes on? Saturn laughed heartily, showing no surprise. The underground treasury. Ooh, I want to pick a devil fruit. Mars Maz adjusted his glasses, his tone steady, yet laced with teasing. The treasury door isn't locked. You can go straight in and no one would dare stop you. However, 4 years ago, 5 sacred medicines vanished from the treasury. Even if it were locked, I doubt it could stop you. Venus Izambaron V. Nejeru Saint nodded faintly. Do you need a list? I can have someone fetch it for you. Ha ha, you couldn't hide this from me either. Ooh, I'll pick it myself. Hezua stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. All right, since I'm passing by to see you all, as long as you're still breathing, I'll go fetch my goods. Shepherd Pete took a sip of tea. Rest assured we will handle things well with that esteemed individual on our side. Hezua waved his hand carelessly, as if he could do anything to me. Just take what you want, just don't empty the treasury. You took Nejeru Saint's blade without us saying anything. Saturn waved his hand. Hezua glanced at him indifferently. That's his blade, not yours. You all were just watching the excitement. What else? Saturn laughed heartily, not refuting. Yes, you are right. Hurry and get your things, don't delay our meeting. Hezua said no more, turning towards the inconspicuous dark door at the end of the hall. These old fellows even knew how many pills I stole the last time I came back. They really grow more cunning with age. As soon as his hand touched the doorknob, the lock clicked open with a soft sound. Hezua stepped into the dark passage, and the dark door slowly closed, completely shutting off the view from the outside. The hall returned to silence, and after a few seconds someone finally spoke. Shepherd Pete sighed softly. His temperament hasn't changed at all. It can't change. Saturn picked up the scattered documents and tossed them back onto the table. What he wants to do, who can stop him? Besides, we don't need to stop him either. Maz adjusted his glasses, flipping through the treasury list. Fortunately, he only chose one fruit. Otherwise, we really wouldn't know how to explain it to that esteemed individual. Izambaron Nejeru Saint looked in the direction of the dark door, his expression complex. What Hezua takes, Lord him can't do anything about it. Let's continue with the discussion. Hezua walked through the dim and deep treasury passage, lightly tapping the hilt of the Black Blade Knight, whispering, Hawkeye, it seems that only that fruit is worthy of your sword, don't you think, Knight? As soon as the words left his mouth, a cool, yet somewhat pleasing voice slowly emanated from the blade. Of course, whatever Lord Hezua chooses, Knight is always satisfied. Hezua walked through the dim treasury passage, lightly tapping the hilt of the Black Blade Knight, chuckling. Your nature is quite similar to your master Mihawk. The blade hummed slightly, and a cool yet entirely submissive voice slowly echoed. To receive the favor of Lord Hezua is my honor. It is only natural to admire such an unparalleled powerhouse. I didn't bestow you with a soul for nothing. You do have a sweet tongue. It seems my thoughts were not wrong. You truly deserve that fruit. As soon as the words ended, the passage reached its end, revealing the vast Holy Land treasury before him. Hezua stepped forward, slowly stopping right in front of an unremarkable, ancient-looking chest. He casually lifted the chest lid. Inside, there was not an ounce of extravagant decoration, just quietly lying a fruit. Covered entirely with dark golden feather patterns, and uniquely shaped it was indeed the phantom beast fruit he had specifically come to retrieve. Hezo casually opened the ancient wooden chest, revealing a fruit that shimmered with an inky golden luster, its surface adorned with layers of feather-like patterns, each resembling a creation of molten gold radiating a chilling brilliance in the dimly lit treasury. This is the bird fruit, mythical beast species, golden-winged rock form. A top-tier mythical beast species that can rival Kaido's fish fruit azure dragon form, said to be capable of stirring a storm that blocks out the sky with a flap of its wings and can tear mountains apart with a single claw, its speed surpassing all devil fruits. The world government has hidden it deep within the Holy Land treasury, sealing it for over 400 years, fearing that this fruit capable of overturning the maritime balance might fall into the hands of outsiders. The blade trembled slightly, and a cold yet clearly respectful voice spoke. No wonder Hezo boss has such keen insight. With a divine fruit like this, I feel unworthy of it myself. Knight's tone carried flattery, but more so a deep yearning for the fruit. Hezo laughed heartily, patting the scabbard. Cut it out with the flattery. Knight's tone carried flattery, but more so a deep yearning for the fruit. Hezo laughed heartily, patting the scabbard. Cut it out with the flattery. Arm of Hezo boss. Knight gradually fell silent, the blade warming slightly, as if it had just been touched upon, a hidden sentiment obediently quieting down. Hezo shook his head with a smile, reaching for the golden-winged rock fruit. A flash of scarlet light passed over the ancient ring on his left hand, and the fruit vanished into thin air stored in the spatial storage. Hezo waved his hand, and the air before him shattered like glass, revealing a pitch-black spatial rift. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from the treasury. East Sea Windmill Village. The evening twilight filtered through the giant windmill blades, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Mihawk sat cross-legged on the rocks by the sea, his eyes tightly closed, his aura contained to the utmost, immersed in the comprehension of observation haki. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly. Without any warning, the space beside him rippled slightly, and a familiar figure appeared next to him. Having such speed to silently penetrate his observation haki, there was only one person in the world capable of this. Mihawk immediately stood up, slightly bowing, his tone carrying unmistakable respect and pride. Master. Hezo casually tossed the black sword knight from his waist. Mihawk reached out to catch it steadily, the familiar cold sensation transmitting from his palm, yet there was an underlying hint of something different. He frowned slightly, looking at Hezo. You're back from the 10 Nations already. What do you think? Hezo leaned against the windmill, arms crossed. Here, take a closer feel. What's different about Knight now? Mihawk closed his eyes, slowly infusing haki into the blade. At that moment, a voice, cold and aloof yet identical to his own, clearly rang in his mind. Master. Mihawk's whole body trembled, abruptly opening his eyes, staring incredulously at the black blade in his hand. This? Has it been granted a soul? His voice trembled slightly. I actually heard your voice. Knight's voice remained cold, devoid of any excessive emotion, yet exuding absolute loyalty. It was Hezo boss who bestowed me with a soul. From now on, I am not only the blade in your hand, but also a comrade who can fight alongside you. Knight's tone always carried a hint of pride, very similar to how Mihawk was when he first met Hezo. Mihawk gently traced the blade with his fingertips, a tenderness flickering in his eyes that had never been there before. All these years, he and Knight had been inseparable, merging as one, yet he had never thought that one day he would truly hear the voice of this black blade that had accompanied him through countless battlefields. Thank you, Master. Hezo looked at the tacit understanding between the man and the sword, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Don't get too emotional just yet. Once Vegapunk's experiments are perfected and the power of the devil fruit is integrated into Knight, then you'll understand how technology changes life. Days passed, and even Mihawk and Crocodile, who had previously been at odds with each other, had developed a strange camaraderie. Mihawk was currently standing at the counter preparing ingredients. The Black Blade Knight quietly leaned against the stone pedestal at his feet, so still that it emitted not a single breath. He drew a simple knife from his waist, and with a flick of his wrist, silver light flashed, and the fish on the cutting board was sliced into fish fillets as thin as a cicada's wing, without a single bone. The carrots and potatoes were also cut into perfect cubes, perfectly sized. He maintained an expressionless face the entire time, moving with the fluidity of a precise swordsmanship practice. Crocodile stood at the stove, stirring the pot. He still wore a grim expression, his left hand's iron hooks skillfully frying the potatoes and beef stew, while his right hand sprinkled salt and pepper inside the measurements just right. Without needing to speak, as soon as Mihawk finished preparing a dish, Crocodile would serve the previous one. A Mihawk would pass over a clean soup spoon, and Crocodile would take it without even lifting his head. The Black Blade Knight never once cast a glance at him, appearing to completely disregard his presence. Tisk, now you're actually coordinating quite well. Hezo tossed the empty wine jug onto the stone table, pulled up a stool, and sat down to watch the commotion. I remember how terrible the beef someone grilled back in the day was so charred it could be used as coal. I never expected that now it would actually suit my palate. He paused, deliberately elongating his tone, but it's mostly thanks to Mihawk's knife skills. The ingredients cut evenly and seasoned just right. The flavor can't be too far off. Crocodile's face darkened for a moment, the iron hook in his hand stirring the pot with a forceful clang. He huffed in annoyance, but didn't refute. Yet the fingers holding the iron hook unconsciously relaxed the corners of his mouth, curving up slightly, due to Hajwa's change in attitude. He lowered his head, watching the broth bubbling in the pot, secretly feeling a warmth rise in his heart. As long as he could continue to earn Hezo's approval, as long as he could show his worth, perhaps soon he would receive leads about the Pluton from him. The ancient weapon Pluton, which he had pursued for many years. Mihawk silently passed over the chopped green onions, and Crocodile casually sprinkled them into the nearby seafood soup. White steam rose gently, carrying a delicious aroma. They didn't even realize that once two prickly individuals who could hardly stand each other were now able to quietly finish cooking a meal together without a single unnecessary argument. Dinner was soon ready. The three of them sat around the stone table, and Marjorie brought over the freshly baked bread, smiling as she said, "The soup smells particularly good today." Hajwa took a big spoonful of seafood soup, nodding in satisfaction. The soup is also good." Crocodile said nothing but silently served an extra piece of tender beef into Hezuo's bowl. After dinner, Marjorie tidied up the dishes. Mihawk sat in the yard polishing the black blade knife, while Crocodile leaned against the wall cleaning his iron hook. Hajwa, on the other hand, was leaning on the bar, idly flipping through the old newspapers piled up by Marjorie. These newspapers had been sent over in batches a while ago, and he had been too lazy to read them until today, when he was extremely bored. He finally took them out to pass the time. Sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating the newspapers, dust slowly floating in the beams. The entire tavern was so quiet that only the sound of the windmill turning and the rustling of pages being flipped could be heard. Suddenly Hajwa paused in flipping the newspapers. From beneath a stack of crumpled old papers, he pulled out a newspaper from half a month ago, the bold black headline on the front page instantly capturing his attention. "The biggest prison break in history. Gold Lion Shiki severed his own legs and successfully escaped from impel down." Hajwa slammed the newspaper onto the table, producing a loud bang. He stood up, a long-lost excited smile emerging on his face, turning to nod at Mihawk and Crocodile in the yard. "Pack your things, we're setting sail tomorrow. There's going to be some fun." This old man, still at his age, has stepped onto stilts. The next morning, the three of them packed their belongings. Machinoa stood at the door of the tavern waving as she stuffed a bag full of freshly baked bread and jerky into their hands and handed Hezo 2 jars of newly brewed fruit wine. An unremarkable single-masted sailboat quietly docked by the seaside. Hezo jumped onto the boat and casually tossed a wine jar onto the deck, saying, "Let's go." Mihawk untied the ropes and raised the white sail. The sea breeze filled the sails, and the small boat slowly departed from the harbor of Windmill Village, heading towards the boundless sea. The boat drifted leisurely over the sea without a clear direction or urgency to hurry. Hezo continued to lie on the side of the boat, every day drinking and sunbathing, occasionally tossing a piece of bread to feed the seagulls flying alongside. Mihawk sat at the bow of the boat with the black sword knight resting against his back, gazing silently at the distant horizon. Crocodile leaned against the mast, twisting his iron hook, increasingly puzzled, but never daring to ask Hezo where they were headed. 2 days later, the calm sea suddenly sank sharply. A Sea King-class creature comparable to a warship surfaced from the deep sea. Its massive shadow instantly enveloped the entire small boat, and icy seawater flowed down its rough scales as a pair of copper bell-sized eyes fixed intently on the people aboard. Crocodile's pupils constricted sharply as he stood up straight, his right hand raised with yellow sand gathering at his fingertips to form a sharp sand blade. Just as he was about to unleash his powers, his wrist was suddenly held down by Mihawk beside him. "No need." Mihawk's voice remained flat, devoid of any ripple. "It's the captain's ability." Crocodile paused, slowly retracting the sand blade, looking at the Sea King-class creature with a puzzled expression. He had seen countless ferocious Sea Kings, but he had never encountered one so docile. It merely floated quietly on the water's surface, lacking any trace of aggression, as if waiting for some command. At this moment, Hezo, who had been lying down, lazily sat up and nodded towards the Sea King-class creature, saying, "Have you found its location? Take me there." The Sea King-class creature seemed to understand human speech, letting out a low roar and slowly swimming to the side of the boat, gently supporting the boat's bottom with its massive fins, speeding off into the distance. The originally leisurely sailing speed suddenly increased several times as the boat sliced through the waves, leaving a long white trail behind. Within an hour, a solitary unnamed island appeared in the distance. The island was covered in dense tropical vegetation, and a bonfire burned on the beach. The aroma of the roasted meat drifted in the sea breeze. Hezo jumped ashore first, brushed off the sea breeze clinging to him, and cheerfully shouted towards the bonfire, "Shiki long." The aroma of the roasted meat drifted in the sea breeze. Hezo jumped ashore first, brushed off the sea breeze clinging to him, and cheerfully shouted towards the bonfire, "Shiki, long time no see." Hezo raised an eyebrow, sizing him up, and leisurely adding, "Hey, you don't look too well. What's with this new look?" He paused, his gaze fixed on Shiki's legs, which were fitted with long swords, and teasingly elongated his tone, "Oh, have you developed a fondness for stilts lately? Looks like your time in Impel Down has been quite pleasant given you've cultivated such a new hobby." Shiki, hearing the voice behind him, abruptly halted with the piece of meat in his hand. This voice, could it be? He slowly turned around, the helm wobbling on his head, and when he saw the face of the newcomer, his fierce eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. Why is it this plague again? Shiki cursed inwardly. Back then he had personally gone to recruit Roger, which was supposed to be a sure thing, but this unexpectedly appeared. Hezo sabotaged it. Not only did he fail to recruit Roger, but he also got hit on the head by a helm during the tsunami, which he couldn't pull out. Later, in a fit of rage, he made a scene in Marineford, almost breaching the naval headquarters, but it was again this Hezo that led the 3 top Navy officers to beat him up, directly throwing him into the deepest part of Impel Down. He ended up spending so many years in the dark prison that in the end, he had to sever his own legs to barely escape. He had stumbled countless times in his life, but the worst and most humiliating falls were all thanks to Hezo. Now he couldn't even think about fighting Hezo, just seeing that handsome face made his heart thump with fear. Shiki suppressed the anger in his heart, using his sword to prop himself up, and asked in a stiff tone, "What do you want?" "To capture me for a bounty." Hezo scoffed, casually picking up a stone nearby to sit down, and unceremoniously took a big bite of the meat skewered on a wooden stick. "Capture you for a bounty." He chewed the meat, speaking indistinctly, "What are you worth for that?" Shiki's face instantly turned a shade of pig liver, the veins on his hand gripping the sword bulging. He glared at Hezo, wishing he could rush up and tear him to pieces, but reason firmly suppressed his impulse. He knew too well Hezo's strength, not to mention he had lost his legs. Even at his peak, it would be difficult to be. "What exactly do you want?" Shiki gritted his teeth and asked, his tone laced with repressed anger. Hezo threw the clean bone into the bonfire, clapped his hands, and nodded towards Mihawk behind him. "It's nothing serious," he said casually. "It's just that during your time in prison I took on a disciple. This kid has some talent in swordsmanship, and now across the seas there aren't many who can exchange blows with him. Thinking you were somewhat famous with the sword back, then I specifically came to find you to serve as a sparring partner for my disciple." "Shiki, I was more than just somewhat famous, I was nearly invincible, okay?" As soon as Hezo finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze. Shiki's entire body stiffened, staring incredulously at Hezo, then turning to look at the expressionless young man. "Sparring partner?" The Golden Lion Shiki, once renowned alongside Roger and Whitebeard, a legendary pirate who ruled the seas, is actually being treated as a mere sparring partner for someone else's disciple. A wave of indescribable humiliation surged over him, drowning out his fear of Hezo. Shiki let out a furious roar, and 2 long swords at his feet suddenly unsheathed, slashing towards the ground with a fierce wind, instantly splitting the sand into a bottomless chasm. "Hezo, don't go too far." Mihawk remained standing in place, not even lifting his eyelids. Only the Black Sword Knight behind him trembled slightly, emanating a hint of cold, killing intent. Crocodile, standing nearby, was also stunned. He originally thought Hezo was here to witness the Golden Lion's joke, or had some other plan, but never expected he was actually here to bring Mihawk to fight. He looked at Shiki's furious demeanor, and then at the calm Mihawk, silently sweating in his heart. This was the legendary Golden Lion. Yet Hezo seemed oblivious to Shiki's rage, smiling even more happily. "Don't be so worked up." He stood up and dusted off his clothes. "If you defeat my disciple, I won't disturb your rebuilding of the pirate crew. If you lose, even if you lose, you'll have to be a sparring partner. That position as a technical advisor is..." With Shiki having lost his legs now, Hezo only needed to slightly restrain his devil fruit powers, and the outcome for Shiki. He paused, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. "Then you will have to obediently be my disciple's sparring partner for 3 months until he finds his next opponent." Shiki's chest heaved violently a few times as he stared at Hezo for a full half-minute, ultimately suppressing the murderous intent that nearly erupted. He was acutely aware of the gap between himself and Hezo. Even at his peak, he couldn't defeat him, let alone now with his legs broken and his strength severely diminished. Shurji understood that if Hezo restricted his powers, he would truly be standing there to take a beating with his current state. "Fine." Shurji squeezed out a word through clenched teeth, his tone as cold as ice. "If I can't provoke you, can I not avoid you? Then let me test how much weight your disciple Hezo truly carries." Lion's Might Earthquake. As the words fell, the entire nameless island suddenly began to shake violently. Countless massive rocks and sturdy trees rose from the ground, suspended in midair, blocking out the sun. This was the terrifying power of the float fruit. Even when casually unleashed, it carried the might to obliterate the heavens and earth. Crocodile's expression changed dramatically, instinctively taking a step back, the yellow sand around him flowing slowly, ready to activate his abilities for defense. He finally understood why this man could be mentioned in the same breath as Roger and Whitebeard. The oppressive aura that spilled out unintentionally was far more terrifying than all the pirates he had encountered before, excluding Whitebeard. Mihawk, however, remained standing in place, expressionless. He slowly raised his hand and drew the Black Blade Knight from his back. The moment the cold blade was unsheathed, a sharp, killing intent soared into the sky, forcibly cleaving through the thick rock clouds above. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, illuminating the blade of night and reflecting a chilling gleam. Supreme Great Blade? Shirji sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Kid, I advise you to bring out all your strength. Otherwise you won't even be able to take one of my strikes. Before his words fell, Shiji's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. The two long swords beneath his feet cut through the air, instantly arriving in front of Mihawk. There were no flashy moves, just the simplest and most direct slash, yet it carried the murderous intent and power of countless temperings, the air ripped apart by the blade, emitting a piercing shriek. Mihawk's pupils constricted sharply as he hurriedly raised his sword to block. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing rang out. Mihawk felt a massive force transmitting from the blade, causing his entire arm to go numb, his palm splitting open, blood dripping from the hilt onto the beach. He was jolted back, sliding several meters as the sand beneath his feet was carved into deep ruts. Too slow, your power feels like a mere itch. Shiji's voice coldly echoed from above him. Mihawk looked up and saw Shirji suspended in midair, the ship's wheel above him swaying slightly with the sea breeze. He inexplicably held a long sword in his hand, its tip aimed at Mihawk's throat. Is this the swordsmanship you pride yourself on? Shirji scoffed. Too immature. Your swordplay is filled with technique, but lacks killing intent, and you have never truly experienced life and death combat. In my eyes, it's no different from a child's play. As soon as his words fell, Shiji's wrist twisted and countless sword chi shot towards Mihawk from all directions. Mihawk gritted his teeth and swung the Black Blade Knight to fend off the onslaught. The sword chi collided with each other, producing a continuous explosion sound. The beach was bombarded with deep craters, debris, and sand flying through the air. Yet defending became increasingly strenuous. Shiji's swordsmanship was exceptionally seasoned, having experienced the chaotic era of rocks and battled countless top-tier powerhouses. Every move was precise and ruthless, targeting vital points. The sword chi collided with each other, producing a continuous explosion sound. The beach was bombarded with deep craters, debris, and sand flying through the air, angles reaching extreme precision. Mihawk could only defend passively, unable to launch a single proper counterattack. Do you see? Hezo leaned against a rock, slowly speaking to the serious-looking crocodile beside him. This is a true great pirate. Shirji now has less than a third of his peak strength. Back when he rampaged through Marineford, even Sengoku and Garp struggled to subdue him together, and it was only with Zephyr's addition that they managed to capture him in a day. If it were his peak at Mihawk's current level, Shirji could take his head within 10 moves. Though Mihawk had already vaguely reached the level of the world's greatest swordsman, facing a legendary pirate still seemed naive. Crocodile remained silent, but his grip on the iron hook tightened. Since joining the 7 warlords, his jealousy had swelled. It was only today, seeing the man comparable to Whitebeard, that he truly understood the vast difference between him and a genuine legendary powerhouse. And such a terrifying man before Hezo didn't even have the courage to strike. He looked at Hezo's indifferent face, and his awe deepened. At that moment, the situation on the battlefield changed. Shirji lost his patience, snorting coldly as he suddenly unleashed his conqueror's haki. Black lightning crackled in the sky, an invisible pressure sweeping across the entire island like a tsunami. The birds on the island instantly plummeted from the sky, the fish in the sea flipped onto their backs, and even the distant waves seemed to freeze. Crocodile let out a muffled groan, his face turning pale as he gritted his teeth, barely managing to stay upright without passing out. Mihawk too was shaken back a step by the oppressive force, a glint of shock flashing in his eyes. This was the second time he felt such a powerful conqueror's haki rivaling that of Captain Garp. It's over, kid, Shirji coldly declared. He covered his sword with armament haki and launched himself at Mihawk like an arrow. This strike condensed all his power, carrying the determination to kill, as if he aimed to cleave open the very fabric of space. Mihawk took a deep breath, infusing all his haki into the Black Blade Knight. His gaze was firm, showing not an ounce of retreat, as he met Shiji's sword with his own. Clang! Another deafening crash echoed. This time Knight was directly sent flying, embedding deeply into a distant rock. Shiji's sword tip halted before Mihawk's throat, poised to pierce through with just a thought. The cold sword chi sliced through Mihawk's skin, a trickle of blood streaming down his neck. Mihawk stood motionless, his expression devoid of fear, only filled with unwillingness and stubbornness. I told you you're not my opponent. Shurji looked at him, his tone lacking any joy of victory, only a deep fatigue and loneliness. If it weren't for Hezuo's presence, you would already be a dead man. I've won. Now you can go. After recently crushing Mihawk, the inflated Shurji shrank back upon seeing Hezo. Don't rush, Shurji. Hezo stood up, dusting off his clothes with a smile. You won, but how many moves did it take? 17 moves. Shurji, you know yourself that if it were your peak, you could have dealt with him in 10 moves. Right now you're too weak. With your legs broken, and having spent so long in prison, your reflexes are slow, your strength diminished, and even your haki is less pure than before. You think that by rebuilding the flying pirate crew you can dominate the world. Don't kid yourself. The seas today are nothing like they used to be. If you go out now, you'll just be used as a stepping stone by those rising stars. Why not obediently be my apprentice and train with me for 3 months? During those 3 months, it'll help you condition your body, restoring about 70 to 80% of your strength. After 3 months, if you want to do anything, I won't stop you. What do you say? Shurji fell silent to say he didn't want to. He feared he would be beaten by Hezo and would end up wanting to. He looked at the black blade knight embedded in the rock from afar, then glanced at the steadfast Mihawk finally, turning his gaze to the smiling Hezo. Hezo spoke the truth. Right now he was indeed too weak. If he went out like this, let alone dominating the world, even surviving would be a question. It definitely wasn't, because he didn't want to be beaten up again. After a long pause, Shurji finally snorted coldly, turning his head away. You're not wrong. But I'll say this first, I will only be a sparring partner for 3 months. If I don't see this kid making progress in 3 months, I'll take you down with him. Don't worry. Hezo smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. As for trying to take me down, if you don't want to get killed in the wilderness while standing on stilts, go ahead and try. He turned to Mihawk, tilting his chin. What are you waiting for? Go get your sword back. Starting tomorrow, train with Shurji for 12 hours a day. If you dare slack off, I'll toss you into the sea to feed the sea kings. Understood, master. Mihawk nodded and walked towards the distant rock. He drew out knight, his fingertips gliding over the cold blade, a fierce fighting spirit igniting in his eye. This was his first time facing a pirate so powerful that it seemed insurmountable. Although his previous opponents were strong, they all held back due to Hezuo's influence. But this old yellow-haired man was completely unleashing his fury on Hezo. Crocodile watched this scene with anticipation in his heart. He sensed that by following Hezo, he could not only obtain clues about the king of the underworld, but also become more powerful than he had ever imagined. The next morning, as the sun rose from the sea, the beach erupted with the sound of clashing steel. Shiki stood at the waterline, balancing on 2 long swords while the helm of the ship swayed in the sea breeze. He scoffed, looking at Mihawk across from him, his eyes filled with casual indifference. Are you ready to be beaten by me? Mihawk remained silent, his black sword knight positioned in front of him, reflecting the cold light of the morning sun. After being defeated in 17 moves yesterday, he had not uttered a word, and spent the entire night sitting by the sea, his fingertips subconsciously stroking the hilt of his sword. Since Night gained a soul, he had not yet tried true combat side by side. Shiki clicked his tongue in impatience, and in an instant his figure vanished. With a swift motion, his longsword pierced towards the heart, executing the same opening move as yesterday, moving so fast that only an afterimage remained. Mihawk sidestepped and retaliated with a sword strike aimed at his side. Clang! The two retreated a step simultaneously. Shiki raised an eyebrow, the mockery in his smile fading slightly. Not bad, it seems yesterday's beating wasn't in vain. Before the words left his mouth, he suddenly stomped his foot. 3 boulder-sized rocks floated up from thin air, crashing toward Mihawk from 3 directions, while he himself charged forward holding his sword. Mihawk's gaze sharpened, his pupils reflecting the multitude of flying stones. Gripping his sword with both hands, he infused his entire body with armed color and slashed at Shiki. The dozens of meters-long black sword aura cleaved through the approaching rocks, its residual force slicing towards Shiki. Shiki blocked with his sword, but the impact forced him to stagger back 2 steps, his palms tingling from the shock. At that moment, Mihawk flicked his wrist, hurling the black sword knight straight out. Shiki instinctively raised his sword to block. In the next second, his pupils constricted. The thrown black sword paused in midair. No one controlled it, the blade itself curved away from his sword edge, aiming directly at his throat. Shiki hurriedly sidestepped, the cold blade grazed his neck, severing a lock of golden hair. He stumbled back, fixated on the black sword hovering in midair, genuine surprise flickering in his eyes. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a low hum, its tip pointed at him, adopting an aggressive stance. Oh! Shiki licked his lips, a spark of battle intent igniting in his eyes. This is interesting. It must have been that woman Lingling, right? Only you, Hezuo's disciple, could make her imbue a sword with a soul. The black sword knight had already attacked. The sword light was sharp, each move identical to Mihawk's. Even the angle of the strikes was flawless. Shiki swung his sword to defend sparks from the metal clash splattering across his face. But just as he focused on the black sword, Mihawk had already circled behind him. A punch infused with armed color struck fiercely at his back. Shiki let out a muffled grunt, turning to block a dull pain radiating from his arm. He looked at the unarmed Mihawk, and then at the black sword beside him. The disdain on his face completely vanished. One man and one sword, one on the left and one on the right. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, the rhythm unerring. The black sword was responsible for the frontal slashes, while Mihawk engaged in close combat, his fists and feet precise, targeting every opening. Mihawk no longer needed to guard the distance for his sword strikes. With Knight by his side, he could finally unleash his full potential to cover his weaknesses. Shiki became increasingly alarmed as he tightened his grip on the sword hilt. He initially thought that simply forcing Mihawk to drop his sword would secure victory, but now he realized that Mihawk without a sword was even more difficult to deal with. "You little brat," hiding quite deep, Shiki roared, both swords striking out as he simultaneously controlled the floating debris to crash down upon the man and the sword. The battle escalated instantly. The beach was filled with sword aura debris flying, the sound shaking the sea surface into ripples. Not far away, under a coconut tree, Hezo lounged in a hammock drinking. Crocodile leaned against the tree trunk, twirling his iron hook, his eyes fixed on the battlefield without blinking. He thought today would be just like yesterday, with Mihawk unable to last more than 20 moves. But he did not expect that overnight this young man's fighting style had completely changed. He watched as Mihawk got injured by the sword aura on his arm, yet did not frown, turning to deliver another punch. Seeing how he and the black sword communicated effortlessly, knowing exactly where to attack, with just a glance, watching him wielding a sword capable of fighting on its own while still honing his martial arts with punches and kicks. Crocodile's fingers, which had been twirling the iron hook, tightened slightly. He recalled the blow from Whitebeard in the New World. That strike shattered all his pride. Since then, all he saw was the king of the underworld. He believed that only by relying on external forces could he defeat Whitebeard and dominate the world. But now, looking at Mihawk before him, he suddenly felt he was wrong. This young man in front of him, wielding only a sword and an indomitable spirit, was able to force the Golden Lion, who was on par with Whitebeard, into a fluster. He looked down at his right hand. That hand, which once could stir up sandstorms, had not thrown a serious punch in too long. A wave of long-lost blood surged in his chest, making his fingertips tingle. Crocodile extinguished his cigarette, crushing it underfoot. He walked over to Hezuo's hammock. Hezuo opened one eye, watching him with keen interest. "What's wrong? Aren't you watching the show?" Crocodile ignored him. His gaze was resolute, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "I want to join in." Hezuo was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Oh, do you want to go up and take a beating too?" "I want to become stronger," Crocodile said, each word deliberate, his eyes filled with an unprecedented determination. Hezuo stopped laughing, nodding. "All right, it's just getting dull with Shiki fighting alone." He completely disregarded that Shiki was about to face both Mihawk and Knight by himself. He shouted towards the beach, his voice cutting through all the sounds of battle. "Shiki, add another one." Shiki drove back Knight with one sword and elbowed Mihawk away, turning his head to see Crocodile, who had taken off his outer coat and was eager to try. Shiki's face darkened instantly. His dual swords abruptly halted, and the surrounding sand and debris floated up, swirling around him at high speed, the air slicing through with a shrill whistle. "Hezo, don't push your luck." Shiki roared, veins popping on his forehead. "I agreed to train your disciple for 3 months, but I never said I would train this crocodile too. Don't be so stingy." Hezo shook his wine flask, grinning mischievously. "It's just helping you stretch your muscles, so you won't get bullied by the juniors when you go out." Shiki was furious, grinding his teeth in frustration, yet he had no choice. If he truly refused Hezuo's proposal, in the next moment, he would be forced to stand there, swords in hand, facing attacks from all directions. He fixed his gaze on Crocodile, who was stepping closer, then glanced at the rearranged stance of Mihawk and the floating black sword Knight. A cold and frenzied smile crept onto his lips, the battle intent in his eyes nearly overflowing. "All right, very well. Since both of you like to play the lovers, then I will grant you both in one go today. Take this hit." The moment Shiji's conqueror's haki swept across the small island, Mihawk's sword and Crocodile's hook were simultaneously positioned before him. In the next second, the dual swords of the Golden Lion had already slashed towards his face. The harsh sound of collision reverberated painfully in their ears. Both men were pushed back, their feet sinking half a foot into the sand. Shiji hung in midair, chuckling. "What does it matter if it's 2 against 1? In my eyes, you 2 kids together aren't worth much." Before his words faded, the Golden Lion suddenly waved his hand, sending countless fragments of stone flying like bullets. Crocodile instinctively raised the swirling yellow sand in front of him, but just as the sand rose, he heard a faint cold snort from behind. Mihawk's figure burst forth from the yellow sand, his black sword deflecting the approaching stones, while strands of hair on his forehead were matted with sand, his brow knitted tightly. Don't use that broken sand to block my vision. His voice was as cold as ice. Crocodile's face immediately darkened. He dissipated the sandstorm, spinning the hook in his palm, his knuckles turning white. If you find it troublesome, defeat him yourself. The two stood on opposite sides, ignoring each other. Shurji watched this scene, laughing uncontrollably. "Ha! I thought you two had some passionate combination technique. In my opinion, you should first have a fight, and the winner can come to fight me." Although he said this, Shiji's figure flashed, directly pouncing towards the closer crocodile. Crocodile hurriedly transformed into yellow sand to evade, but Shurji had already anticipated this, slashing his sword where the sand gathered. The sand scattered and Crocodile revealed his form, a new wound appearing on his arm. At that moment, Mihawk moved. His black sword infused with a fierce sword aura struck at Shiji's back, forcing Shurji to turn and block. But just as he blocked the sword, Crocodile's hook lunged in from the side. This should have been a perfect pincer attack, yet Mihawk suddenly withdrew his sword and dodged the hook. Seizing the opportunity, Shurji kicked Crocodile in the chest, sending him flying. "What are you doing?" Crocodile climbed out of the sand, brushing off the grains, glaring at Mihawk, the veins on his forehead bulging. "Your hook nearly grazed me," Mihawk replied expressionlessly, wiping the blade of his sword without even lifting his eyelids. "You." Crocodile gritted his teeth in anger, his hook carving a deep mark in the stone, yet he found himself speechless. Not far away under the coconut tree, Hezo lay in a hammock, bursting into laughter and spitting out the wine in his mouth. "Ha ha ha." He laughed so hard he slapped his thigh, swaying in the hammock, not caring that the wine jug spilled all over him. "This is too interesting. I've never seen a two-known fight turn into mutual sabotage before. Are you two here to perform a comedy for me?" "Ha ha ha." Shurji also laughed, growing more pleased, even whistling at Hezo. "Hezo, is this the level of these two brats? With such little skill, do you still think you can make a name for yourselves at sea? You might as well release them back into the ocean." Hezo's laughter abruptly stopped as he watched the two's antics. He slowly sat up, shaking the wine jug in his hand, the smile in his eyes gradually fading, leaving only a casually cold demeanor. "Try saying that again. Believe it or not, I'll seal your float fruit. Let them treat you like a wooden stake." Shiji's smile instantly froze on his face. He looked at Hezo's disingenuous expression and shivered. He knew all too well that Hezo could say and do such things. This broken body of his was more a result of his own arrogance, but it was mostly due to Hezo's influence. "Tch." Shurji reluctantly turned his head, mumbling, "I was just joking, you handsome guy." Mihawk's face grew even colder. It was the first time in many years at sea that he had faced such ridicule. He tightened his grip on the black sword, his knuckles turning white, and charged forward once more. This time he completely ignored Crocodile beside him, focusing solely on the battle with Shurji. The black sword clashed with the dual sword, sparks flying. But with one less person to restrain him, Mihawk quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Shurji deflected his punch with one sword while the other pierced towards his shoulder. At that moment, a wall of sand suddenly appeared in front of Mihawk. With a thud, Shiji's sword stabbed him. Crocodile stood not far away, his face still gloomy, yet he did not look at Mihawk, his voice muffled. "Don't die, or else no one will help me." Crocodile knew very well that relying solely on himself, he was no match for the Golden Lion. Mihawk paused for a moment. He said nothing, but took advantage of Shiji's moment of drawing his sword to slash at Shiji's wrist. Shurji hurriedly retracted his hand, stepping back 2 paces. He looked at the two in front of him, the smile at the corner of his mouth fading a bit. Oh, finally not sabotaging each other. The ensuing battle continued to be clumsy. Crocodile's sand would still occasionally drift into Mihawk's eyes, while Mihawk's blade would still nearly strike Crocodile. But they no longer dodged each other's attacks, nor did they bicker. Crocodile gradually grasped Mihawk's rhythm. He no longer blindly raised the sand, but instead, in the moment before Shurji launched an attack, he would bind Shiji's ankle with sand. At the instant Mihawk was about to strike, he used a sandstorm to obscure Shiji's vision. When Shiji's fragments shot towards Mihawk, he would block with a wall of sand. He became Mihawk's strongest shield, and also the most covert spear. Meanwhile, Mihawk gradually grew accustomed to having such a person by his side. He would block Shiji's pursuing sword with the black sword when Crocodile transformed into sand to evade attacks. He would launch an attack from the side when Crocodile was cornered by Shurji, forcing Shurji to defend. He remained taciturn and aloof, yet he never uttered the words, "Don't be a hindrance" again. The pressure, he had originally thought that even with 2 people teaming up he could easily win. But he did not expect that these 2 fellows had such strong learning abilities. In less than half a day their cooperation had already taken shape. One had to admit Hezo had an exceptionally Crocodile sand was everywhere, always able to interfere with him at the most crucial moments. Meanwhile, Mihawk's sword became faster and heavier, each strike imbued with deadly resolve. and that self-motivated black sword would occasionally launch sneak attacks from behind, driving him mad. Damn it! Shurji roared, suddenly exerting force to shake off the sand around him. He crossed his dual swords in front of his chest, a terrifying pressure emanating from his body. This time he unleashed 80% of his strength. Shiji's figure instantly vanished from the spot. His speed was so fast that only afterimages remained, leaving Mihawk and Crocodile only able to see flashes of black sword light before them. Clang, 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 clanged. The sound of metal clashing resonated in a continuous chain dense enough to make one's scalp tingle. Mihawk's arms bore 3 more wounds, blood streaming down his arm and dripping onto the beach. Crocodile's chest was also cut open by the sword, yellow sand continuously oozing from the wound. Yet neither of them retreated. Crocodile stomped hard, causing all the sand on the beach to boil. Countless sand hands reached up from the ground, tightly binding Shiji's feet. Now's the time, Crocodile growled. Mihawk's eyes narrowed. He and the Black Sword Knight moved simultaneously. One person, one sword, one to the left, and one to the right. The 2 black sword auras intersected, forming a giant cross that slashed straight toward Shurji. Shiji's pupils constricted. He exerted force, breaking the sand hands, binding him, crossing his dual swords with all his might to defend. Boom! The cross sword aura struck against his dual swords, producing a deafening roar. Shurji was sent flying backward 5 or 6 meters, blood dripping down the sword handle. He raised his head, looking at the 2 before him, his eyes no longer filled with mockery and disdain, but only gravitas. Not bad. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of a mad smile. You 2 are finally somewhat capable. Not far away, Hezo finally sat up straight. He held a grape in his hand, watching the 3 on the beach, first chuckling softly, then laughing louder and louder, eventually erupting into thunderous laughter. Ha! That's right. Now this is interesting. He laughed until tears streamed down his face, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, shaking his empty wine jug, excitement gleaming in his eyes. I told you it wasn't in vain to bring you all together. At this rate, in 2 months you might really be able to challenge Shurji. As the sea breeze blew, stirring up the sand, Shurji gripped his dual swords tightly, the air around him starting to vibrate slightly. Mihawk wiped the blood from his sword, and the Black Sword Knight hummed softly by his side. Crocodile moved his wrist, the hook glinting coldly in the sunlight. The next more intense battle was about. The sea breeze, laden with the scent of blood and sand, has been blowing on this deserted island for an entire month. The farce of mutual sabotage has long since settled in the daily life and death struggle. The rocks on the island were cleaved to mere stumps, the beach carved into intersecting ravines by sword energy and sandstorms. Even the deeply rooted coconut trees had toppled over, their broken trunks glinting with a cold metallic sheen. No one mentioned the word cooperation anymore, but as soon as Shiji's sword moved, Crocodile's sand would accurately ensnare his landing point, and Mihawk's blade would simultaneously strike at his openings. The battle on this morning felt different from the very beginning. Shurji hung in midair, the helm above him swaying slightly with each breath. His previously nonchalant demeanor completely vanished, his brows tightly knitted into a deadlock. With a sudden swing of his hand, the sand beneath him erupted, transforming into a golden lion over 10 meters tall, opening its massive jaws to pounce on the 2 lions. Might earth roll. Crocodile did not move his feet, his right hand pressed to the ground, his voice as cold as ice desert prison. Quicksand suddenly rose beneath Shiji's feet, tightly binding his sword's edge. At the same time, torrents of yellow sand precisely obscured Shiji's vision, yet as if possessing a will of its own, it left a clean gap beside Mihawk. Without any warning or shout, a 30-meter-long black blade of energy appeared out of thin air, striking directly at the lion's head. Clang! Shurji hurriedly swung his sword to block the tremendous force numbing his arm. He cursed inwardly. This was the most annoying thing about Mihawk. The kid never called out any technique names. His strikes were always silent, making him hard to predict. In the blink of an eye, what was 10 meters away was now at his back. How many times had he predicted Crocodile's attacks, only to be caught off guard by Mihawk's unpredictable blade? Such a sinister strike. Who taught him this? Before he could steady himself, Crocodile's iron hook had already lunged at him with 3 sharp sand blades, crescent sand dune. Shurji quickly sidestepped to avoid, but just as he turned, another finer, sharper blade of energy grazed past his ear, severing a few strands of his golden hair. The Black Blade Knight hovered not far behind him, its blade humming slightly akin to a panther poised to strike. Damn it! Shurji roared, his twin swords dancing, scattering all the surrounding grains of sand. You 2 brats, is this all you know how to do? Play these dirty tricks? Mihawk said nothing, merely gripping the black blade and stepping forward. The air around him began to quiver slightly, a concentrated aura of Conqueror's haki silently spreading out. This aura was not overwhelming like Shiji's, but exceptionally sharp, piercing straight toward one's spirit. Shiji's movements paused for a moment. In that instant, Crocodile's right hand pressed down again the ground instantly, becoming bottomless quicksand corrosive reincarnation. Shurji hurriedly lifted his body, but just as he rose half a foot off the ground, Mihawk charged in front of him. The dark armor of Haki enveloped his fist, crashing heavily into his abdomen. Uffed! Shurji spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward for over 10 meters, crashing heavily onto the beach. He clutched his abdomen as he stood up, blood still at the corner of his mouth, disbelief filling his gaze. Uffed! Shurji spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward for over 10 meters, crashing heavily onto the beach. He clutched his abdomen as he gritted his teeth, the aura around him suddenly surging. Countless massive rocks detached from the mountainside, floating in midair, obscuring the sky. His hair stood on end. A maniacal laughter filled with rage erupted. Since you seek death, I will grant it to you. Lion's might, earth roll. All the rocks simultaneously crashed down, bearing the might to destroy the heavens and the earth. Crocodile stomped heavily, raising a storm of yellow sand, forming a thick wall of sand above the two sandstorm burial. The rock struck the sand wall, producing an earth-shattering roar. Yellow sand danced in the air, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Shurji smirked, his figure flickering, passing through the sand wall and heading straight for Crocodile. He knew that as long as he eliminated this annoying support facing Mihawk, Hedon would be nothing to fear. But just as he burst through the sand wall, a 100-meter-long dark green blade of energy, like a cleaver splitting heaven and earth, struck directly at him. No shout, no warning, only that cold blade light, causing his pupils to constrict. What? Shurji hurriedly crossed his twin swords in front of his chest, exerting all his strength to block. Boom! The blade energy struck his swords, creating a deafening explosion. Shurji was thrown backward for dozens of meters, his feet carving deep furrows into the sand. His hand gripping the sword hilt trembled slightly, his palms split open, blood dripping from the sword hilt onto the beach. The clouds of yellow sand gradually settled. Mihawk stood at his place, the black blade resting on the ground, his breath slightly disordered, yet his gaze remained cold and resolute. Crocodile stood beside him, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his iron hook still dripping with sand. They had won this round. Shurji looked at the two before him, a surge of unnameable anger rising from the depths. He suddenly swung his sword, cleaving a nearby boulder in half, roaring, back in the day, I stood alongside Roger and Whitebeard, dominating the seas, while you two were still sucking on your mothers. His roar echoed across the entire beach, filled with frustration and reluctance. Once a legendary pirate, now he was being forced into such a corner by two fledglings. This disparity struck him like a dagger to his heart. Mihawk and Crocodile said nothing. TCH, this old man doesn't seem that impressive after all. The earlier awe they had for Shurji diminished further. The battle came to an end. The sun set in the west, staining the entire sea red. The four sat on a rocky outcrop by the sea, eating grilled fish and drinking rum. Shurji sat alone in a corner, drinking sullenly, occasionally glaring at Mihawk and Crocodile. Crocodile leaned against the stone, smoking a cigar, gazing at the distant sea. Mihawk sat nearby, quietly polishing the black blade night, its blade shimmering with a cold light in the sunset. Hezo took a sip of his drink, looking at Shurji, smiling. Shurji, it's about time. What did you say? Shurji suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. I said it's about time. Hezo put down the wine jug, took out a small black bottle from his pocket, and tossed it to Shurji. I promised you after training with my disciple for 3 months, I'd cure the helm on your head. Now that a month has passed, and you've fought sufficiently, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Shurji caught the bottle in one swift motion, his hands trembling slightly. He stared at the bottle in his hand for a long time. The helm on his head was the greatest humiliation of his life. Over the years, he had tried countless methods to remove it. Now he finally had the chance to rid himself of it. He looked up at Hezo, his voice a bit hoarse. This thing. Can it? Hezo chuckled, taking another sip of his drink. When have I ever lied to you? Drink it, and by tomorrow morning the helm on your head will vanish. But I must say in advance, even if your injury is healed, your strength won't return to its peak. After all, a severed leg cannot be reattached. Shurji remained silent, gripping the bottle tightly in his hand. After a long while, he suddenly twisted open the cap and drained the potion in one go. The potion was bitter, yet it carried a strange warmth that flowed down his throat into his stomach, then spread throughout his body. He could feel the helm that had troubled him for over a decade beginning to loosen. Why was he getting sleepier? Shurji slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The empty medicine bottle in Shiji's hand crashed against the reef with a clang, rolling twice before sinking in. He shook his head, his once sharp gaze now clouded, his eyelids heavy as if weighed down by lead. An overwhelming drowsiness surged from his bones, causing even his sword-holding hand to go limp. Why is this medicine so potent? Before he could finish his sentence, his body went weak, and he slumped against the reef, emitting a heavy snore. Even after being completely sedated by the strong anesthetic, his brows remained tightly knitted, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, as if he were still battling someone in his dreams. Hezo watched Shurji, who was sound asleep, a wicked smile slowly creeping across his face, revealing a set. He brushed off the dust from his hands and waved at Crocodile, who was leaning against a coconut tree, smoking not far away. Hey Crocodile, come lend a hand. Use your fruit to build a stone platform about half a person high over there and drag this old man up. Crocodile raised an eyebrow, turning his cigar around in his mouth, releasing a puff of smoke. Wasn't it said that once you drink the potion, the ship's helm will fall out by itself? Mihawk also lifted his gaze, his golden pupils reflecting a hint of obvious confusion. Both believed that the black potion was some miraculous elixir capable of directly dissolving the helm embedded in the skull, only to find out they still had to take action. No good thing comes so cheaply. Hezo shrugged, his tone matter-of-factly. That broken thing has been embedded in his brain for almost 10 years. The bone has grown around it. The potion can only numb his nerves, so he won't feel pain. If we don't remove it, are we just going to wait for it to rot inside? The two exchanged glances and asked no. Having spent so much time with Hezo, they had long figured out his character. They knew that the captain wasn't one to shy away from getting his hands dirty. Crocodile extinguished his cigar and walked to the open ground, pressing his right hand against the warm sand, quietly saying, "Desert construction." Instantly, the sand beneath his feet surged and gathered, as if alive, stacking layer upon layer. In just a few seconds, a solid and flat stone platform was formed. Mihawk stepped forward, grabbing Shurji by the back of his collar, as if lifting a drunken chicken, and gently placed him on the stone platform, his movements swift and decisive, not even blinking. Hold his shoulders and legs. Hezo rolled up his sleeves and walked to the edge of the stone platform. Use some force, don't let him move wildly in pain. If we pull it wrong, he'll have to look at the sea with a crooked head for the rest of his life. Mihawk and Crocodile each took a side, firmly holding down Shiji's limbs. Despite being unconscious from the anesthesia, the legendary pirate's body still radiated a fierce strength. Both of them secretly used a bit of haki to keep him pinned down on the stone platform. Hezo took a deep breath, firmly stepping on Shiji's head with his right foot and gripping the wooden helm that had been embedded in his head for years with his right hand. The helm was cold and hard, its edges completely grown into the skull, feeling uneven to the touch. Hezo's arm muscles slowly tightened, his gaze sharpening as he suddenly pulled back with all his might. Crack! A painful sound of bones cracking pierced the night sky. Both Mihawk and Crocodile's pupils constricted simultaneously. They saw the helm fused with Shurji being forcibly pulled out of his skull by Hezo. In the next moment, hot blood gushed from the wound on Shiji's head like a fountain, splattering all over Hezo. Shurji on the stone platform jerked violently. Even in deep sedation, his face contorted into a hideous shape, his teeth gritting against each other, veins bulging on his forehead and the vessels on his neck protruding clearly in excruciating pain. Damn, that's a lot. Hezo cursed, quickly pulling out a dark green pill from his pocket, prying Shiji's mouth open and stuffing it inside before casually patting his chin. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a cool, warm current that flowed down his throat. Almost instantaneously, the spurting blood ceased, and the gaping, hideous wound on his head healed and scabbed over at a visibly rapid pace, leaving behind only a shallow, nearly invisible scar. The entire process took only a few seconds, but it left Mihawk and Crocodile feeling alarmed. Crocodile, with the cigar he had just extinguished in hand, nearly dropped it to the ground, swallowing hard as he spoke with a dry throat. So it turns out drinking the potion isn't enough. This is how it's done. Mihawk also rarely frowned, glancing at the bloodstains on Hezo, then at the now calm Shurji on the stone platform, his eyes filled with shock. That's brutal. He had witnessed countless cruel battles, but he had never seen such a ferocious method of. Hezo casually wiped the blood off his face, unconcerned, and then waved his hand, causing the still blood-dripping helm to vanish into thin air stored in the silver ring on his finger. Haha, this is Shiji's lifelong nemesis, the Supreme Helm. All right. He clapped his hands and said to the two, "Let's carry him back to the tent. By tomorrow morning, he'll be completely rid of this broken thing." Mihawk and Crocodile complied, lifting Shurji into the tent by the sea. As the two exited the tent, they couldn't help but glance back, the astonishment on their faces lingering. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, a deafening scream pierced through the tent. My head. Shurji sat up from the ground, clutching his head, feeling as if countless needles were stabbing into it. Instinctively, he touched his head only to find smooth skin. Shurji was suddenly taken aback. He touched again, from top to bottom, left to right, over and over. The helm that had embedded itself in his head for years, subjecting him to ridicule and humiliation, had truly vanished. Shurji was suddenly taken aback. He touched again, from top to bottom, left to right, over and over. The helm that had embedded itself in his head for years, subjecting him to. The island was desolate, with no mirrors to be found. Shurji searched for a long time, without success, growing increasingly anxious. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he ran behind a large rock, not far away, unfastened his pants and urinated. The morning urine was murky, topped with a thick layer of foam, making it impossible to see his reflection. Shurji frowned, and with a thought activated the powers of the float fruit. In an instant the foam soared into the air, drifting towards the distant sea. The water surface became incredibly clear. Shurji leaned in cautiously to look at his reflection in the water. On the water's surface the face of a golden-haired man emerged. Although his face was still somewhat fatigued, his head was clean, no longer bearing that unsightly helm. Ha! Ha! Shurji erupted into a thunderous laugh, doubling over with joy, tears streaming down his face. He stood behind the large rock laughing for a full 2.5 minutes, his laughter echoing throughout the small island, startling the seabirds in the trees. The supreme helm that had accompanied him for nearly 10 years had just disappeared like that. Hezo! Hezo! Shurji laughed as he ran back to the camp, throwing his arms around Hezo, overly excited and rambling. It's really gone. It's really gone. Thank you so much. Hezo was nearly suffocated by the embrace, pushing Shurji away and waving his hand, feigning calmness as he said, "It's nothing, just a small matter." Yet the smile at the corner of his mouth was impossible to hide, and he nearly burst into laughter. Not far away, Crocodile leaned against the coconut tree, his mouth twitching, ultimately unable to hold back, bursting into laughter. Mihawk also turned his head away, his shoulders slightly shaking. These two men, usually as cold as ice, couldn't help but laugh at Shiji's ecstatic state. Hezo quickly shot them a glance, and they immediately suppressed their laughter, returning to their aloof demeanor. After laughing for a long time, Shurji finally calmed down. He looked down at the dried, dark red blood stain on the ground, frowned, and asked, "By the way, what's this blood doing on the ground? What happened last night?" Hezo followed his gaze, maintaining a straight face as he replied, "Oh, a little lion came by last night, ran into the camp to steal food, and I took care of it. The blood splattered everywhere, and I didn't have time to clean it up." Shurji stared at the puddle of blood on the ground for a long time, then touched his smooth, bald head, ultimately choosing not to ask any more questions. Hezy, that kid has never played by the rules, yet everything he has said has always been true. Years ago, he was forced into impelled down by the combined forces of Garp and Sengoku, and to escape, he had to sever his own legs. He was then ridiculed by the world for being trapped by that damned ship's wheel for many years. As for the legs he severed back, then he has never cared about them. The float fruit is one of the top fruits on the sea. As long as his abilities remain, not having legs does not hinder his navigation across the ocean. Thus, avoiding provoking Hezy, who could limit his fruit abilities, became one of his survival rules. However, the ship's wheel on his head was different. It felt like a thorn that had pierced him for years, constantly reminding him of his miserable defeat at Marineford and the humiliation of not being able to claim Roger. Many spoke of wanting to help him, yet turned around to make jokes about the supreme ship's wheel. Only Hezy, who could have taken advantage of his weakness to kill him, truly kept his promise and helped him remove this lifelong burden. As for the slight headache after waking up, Shurji touched the shallow scar on the back of his head and grinned. Compared to getting rid of that damned ship's wheel, this little pain was nothing. From that day on, the training on the island took on a completely different flavor. Previously, Shurji had been somewhat perfunctory and resentful, always holding back in fights and occasionally mocking his opponents. But now he seemed to have unlocked some emotional, not transforming entirely. He no longer complained, nor was he lazy, arriving at the beach every day before dawn, waiting for Mihawk and Crocodile to come. "Hey, you two brats, I won't hold back today." Shurji hung in the air, his golden hair blown wild by the sea breeze, his eyes filled with unprecedented sharpness. "Don't come crying to Hezy when you get beaten." Hezy lay on a nearby hammock, swinging his legs and sipping wine, and upon hearing this, he chuckled, "Haha, lordships, well, you better not end up crying when these two brats get you." "You brat." Shurji's face darkened, and he casually picked up a stone and threw it at Hezy. "Mention the ship's will again, and it'll take you down first." Before the stone could reach the hammock, it was sliced in half by a black blade aura. Mihawk stood on the beach holding the black sword knight, his golden pupils coldly observing Shurji, the air around him beginning to tremble slightly. Enough chit-chat. Before the words left his lips, the battle had already begun. Shurji's figure flickered, instantly appearing in front of the two, his double swords swirling as he struck down with a fierce wind lion slash. Quickly, Crocodile hurriedly pressed his right hand to the ground, quietly commanding desert prison. Quicksand rose beneath Shurji's feet, but this time Shurji did not dodge at all. With a thought, he floated lightly into the air, simultaneously waving his hand as countless tiny sand grains were controlled by his abilities, shooting back towards Crocodile. What? Crocodile's pupils contracted sharply, hastily transforming into yellow sand to have. Only then did he realize that Shurji, free from the ship's will, not only moved 10 times more agilely than before, but also wielded the float fruit with greater ease. The ship's will had been not just a burden physically, but also a psychological shackle. Now that the shackles were removed, the true strength of this legendary pirate finally began to reveal itself. At the moment Crocodile dodged, a black blade aura over 30 meters long appeared out of nowhere, slicing straight towards Shurji's chest. There was no warning, no preamble. It was as fast as lightning. Shurji hurriedly sidestepped the blade aura, grazing his shoulder and cleaving a massive rock behind him in half. He cursed inwardly. What he hated most was this about Mihawk. That kid was getting more ruthless with each attack, aiming for a kill, no longer holding back or intimidating him. Each strike carried a cold, murderous intent, and any misstep could lead to a fatal injury. Come on. Shurji cackled, swinging both swords simultaneously. Lion's might, thousand cherry blossom. Countless shards of sword energy flew like cherry blossoms, enveloping the two. Each shard of sword energy carried lethal power, and a slight mistake could lead to being torn to pieces. Crocodile stomped his foot, raising a cloud of yellow sand to form a thick sand wall in front of them. Sandstorm burial. The sword energy struck the sand wall, producing a flurry of puffing sounds. Yet this time the sand wall only held for 3 seconds before being shredded by the sword energy. The remaining sword energy still shot towards the two. At that moment Mihawk made his move. He swung the black sword knight forward. A black blade aura over 100 meters long cleaved through the sky, forcefully cutting through all the flying sword energy. The residual force continued unabated, slicing directly towards Shurji. Shurji's expression changed, hurriedly crossing his swords before his chest, exerting all his strength to block. Boom! The blade aura struck his swords with a thunderous sound. Shurji was knocked back several meters, his feet carving deep grooves in the sand. His hand gripping the sword hilt trembled slightly, his palms split open, blood dripping from the sword hilt onto the beach. He lifted his head to look at Mihawk, who stood firm, his eyes filled with shock. This kid's progress was astonishing. Previously his blade aura, though sharp, still carried a hint of naivety, but now each strike bore a decisive, murderous intent, devoid of any unnecessary movements or hesitation. Not bad, not bad. Hezo's voice drifted from the hammock. You finally look a bit like the world's greatest swordsman. That soft blade before felt like a tickle when it hit someone. Don't get cocky. This is just the beginning. Shurji snorted, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He swung his hand vigorously, causing countless massive rocks to detach from the mountainside, hovering in midair, blocking out the sun. Lion's might, earth-wrapping roll. All the rocks came crashing down simultaneously, carrying an earth-shattering momentum. Crocodile's eyes narrowed as he pressed his hands to the ground. Erosion, reincarnation. The beach beneath Shurji's feet instantly transformed into bottomless quicksand. Yet Shurji paid no mind, floating in the air, controlling the rocks to continue their descent. At the same time his figure flickered constantly, his dual swords striking like venomous snakes towards the openings of the two. Mihawk and Crocodile stood back to back, one focused on offense, the other on defense. Crocodile used the Desert Diamond Blade to disrupt Shurji's attacks, employing sand walls to shield Mihawk from lethal strikes, while Mihawk wielded the black sword, unleashing a series of black blade auras to sever the falling rocks. The battle grew increasingly intense. Shurji's offensive escalated, becoming more relentless. He no longer merely trained them in coordination, but truly treated them as opponents. Every move and technique exuded the oppressive aura of a legendary pirate. Mihawk and Crocodile found themselves increasingly fatigued. Their clothes were soaked with sweat and blood, and their bodies bore countless wounds. Yet the more they struggled, the faster their progress became. Crocodile became increasingly adept at wielding his fruit ability, managing to interfere with Shiki's control of rocks, using his own sand particles. Mihawk's sword grew faster and fiercer, his conqueror's haki continuously refining through life and death pressures, allowing him to release a powerful aura in the moments of their clashes, momentarily halting Shiki's movements. Coconut trees on the island fell one after another, while the beach was carved deeper by sword energy and sandstorms. The coastal rocks were shattered into powder, and even the sea turned a murky yellow. After each day's battle, both men collapsed onto the beach, utterly exhausted, lacking the strength to move a single finger. Yet the next morning they would appear punctually on the beach, ready to face Shiki's more ferocious attacks. Hezo still lay on his hammock each day, drinking and watching them fight. Occasionally he'd offer a comment, though his words were few, yet always accurately pointed out their deficiencies. Crocodile, your sand is too scattered. Focus it a bit more, aim for his lower body. Mihawk, make your sword a bit faster. Hesitate for a second, and it will be you who dies. Time passed day by day. Before long, another month slipped away. Only 10 days remained until the 3-month. On this day, the battle raged from dawn until dusk. When the final black blade aura struck out, forcing Shiki back several meters, Mihawk and Crocodile both collapsed on the beach, gasping for breath. Shiki also breathed heavily, looking at the two before him, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He had to admit that these two kids were the most talented young individuals he had ever seen. In just 2 months, they had grown from two reckless brats who couldn't withstand even 3/10 of his strength to being able to spar evenly with him. Not bad. Shiki sheathed his twin swords into the sand. In a few more years, you two will definitely carve out a name for yourselves on the high seas. Hezo jumped down from the hammock, brushed off the dust from his clothes, shook his empty wine bottle, looked up at the fiery sunset on the horizon, and unconsciously tapped the black ring at his waist, as if silently calculating something. He turned to Shiki, his tone casual, as if commenting on the weather. All right, let's end the training here. Tomorrow morning, we'll part ways, Shiki. Shiki's hand that was wiping his sword halted, and he looked up at him. Part ways. Where are you two going? Me. Hezo smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. Calculating the time, it should be getting lively over in Wano country. I plan to head over and see what kind of mess the Kazuki family is causing. Shiki raised an eyebrow, but didn't ask further, simply inserting his twin swords back at his waist. All right. After all, I have nowhere else to go, so it's a good time to return to my flying sky pirates and reorganize my crew. Once I build up my strength, I'll come find you two little brats for a proper battle. Don't be taken down by me then. That evening, the four of them built a roaring bonfire by the sea, roasting the small sea kings they had just caught, while drinking the last few bottles of rum. Fat dripped into the fire, sizzling and sending aromas wafting far away. Shiki rarely, without mocking someone, kept pouring himself drink after drink, occasionally clinking glasses with Hezo. Crocodile leaned against a rock, smoking a cigar, lost in thought as he watched the flickering flames. Meanwhile, Mihawk sat nearby, silently polishing his black blade knight, its blade glimmering coldly in the firelight. The sea breeze blew, carrying a salty, damp scent. The bonfire crackled, casting long shadows of the four on the beach. The training camp for the beasts had finally come to an end. For pirates, farewells were always a part of life. Oh, as long as they remained on this sea, there would always be a day to meet again. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight pierced the ocean, Hezo woke up first. The bonfire had turned to ashes, with only wisps of blue smoke rising up. The place where Shiki had lain was now empty, leaving only a faint trail of footprints in the sand leading towards the sea. Clearly, the two's technical supervisor had left, hiding his talents and fame. Hezo stretched lazily and kicked Crocodile, who was sleeping soundly beside him. Wake up, that old man really left quickly. Crocodile abruptly opened his eyes, his iron hook tensing instantly. Only upon seeing Hezo did he relax, frowning in displeasure. He left this fast. Hezo nodded, calling out to Mihawk not far away. Mihawk, let's go. Mihawk had long since awakened, leaning against a coconut tree, polishing his black blade knight. Upon hearing this, he merely nodded slightly, sheathing his sword. The three walked to the shore, but the small boat that had been anchored there had indeed vanished. Hezo looked at the empty sea, unable to help but curse. Damn. Where's my ship? That old man who can clearly fly still took our ship away. Oh, what a scoundrel. Mihawk looked at the distant horizon and suddenly asked, are there any formidable swordsmen in Wano country where we are headed? Hezo paused for a moment, then thoughtfully nodded. Yes, that person's swordsmanship is indeed formidable, though few can match him across the entire sea. However, that guy's talents are mostly focused on brute force, and his mind is a bit. Mihawk frowned, but he didn't press further, simply gripping the black blade at his waist, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, released a smoke ring. Those who aren't sharp upstairs are easily used as guns by others. Hezo chuckled, not responding. He also stopped dwelling on the ship's matter, simply clapping his hands. Forget it, this is actually faster. Before his words fell, Hezo casually waved his right hand. Before them, the air twisted like torn fabric, rippling with distorted waves as a pitch-black spatial rift appeared out of nowhere, through which could be vaguely seen buildings with flying eaves and bustling crowds. Keep up, Hezo said, stepping into the rift. Mihawk, clearly accustomed to Hezo's sudden and ghostly travel methods, followed him expressionlessly. Crocodile raised an eyebrow, looking at the illogical spatial rift before him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he hesitated little, extinguishing his cigar and stepping inside. After a brief moment of dizziness, the three suddenly found themselves on a lively street. Surrounded by residents of Wano wearing kimonos, street vendors shouted about dumplings and sake, while the air was filled with the fragrance of cherry blossoms and the aroma of food. On the distant hillside, cherry blossoms bloomed in shades of pink, and a massive castle stood atop the hill, the capital of Wano, Flower Capital. Crocodile observed the bustling crowd around him, then looked back at the empty space behind him, his brow furrowing. He had seen countless bizarre devil fruit abilities, but had never encountered one capable of directly tearing space and performing intercontinental teleportation. What kind of ability is this? He whispered. Hezo walked ahead without looking back. Don't ask, just know that it's invincible. Mihawk walked beside Hezo, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. The air here was thick with a stifling smell of blood. Beneath the seemingly calm street, dark currents surged. Hezo, with his hands in his pockets, strolled leisurely ahead, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Alright, stop looking around," he said without turning back. "The real show has only just begun." Hezo walked leisurely with his hands in his pockets, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Alright, stop looking around," he said without turning his head. "The real show is just beginning." Mihawk paused, his golden pupils narrowing slightly as his observation haki quietly spread out. He pointed toward the bustling end of the street, his voice calm and unruffled. "Are you referring to that ahead?" There over 100 people were gathered, packed so tightly that it was impossible to get through, and faint sounds of laughter and whistling could be heard along with loud cheers. "Yes, no rush." Hezo waved his hand, turning into a nearby alleyway. "Dressed like this, we would stand out too much on the street. Let's first get some new clothes. You know, when in Rome, do as the Romans do." Crocodile raised an eyebrow, glancing down at his black coat covered in dust and blood, and said nothing, silently following along. Mihawk also withdrew his gaze and followed behind the two. At the end of the alley was a small clothing store with a few wind chimes hanging at the entrance that jingled in the breeze. Mihawk also withdrew his gaze and followed behind the two. At the end of the alley was a small clothing store with a few wind chimes. By the time Mihawk and Crocodile entered the store, Hezo had already changed into new clothes. He wore dark blue shorts adorned with cherry blossom patterns, white flip-flops on his feet, and a loose cream-colored linen jacket draped casually over his shoulders. A pair of black sunglasses rested on the bridge of his nose, obscuring most of his face. He looked lazy, a stark contrast to his earlier imposing presence. Hezo waved to the two, holding two pieces of clothing. "Here, Mihawk, this dark one seems to suit you well. And Crocodile, this floral shirt is for you. It perfectly matches your temperament." Mihawk frowned, clearly uninterested in such flamboyant attire. But after glancing at Hezo and then at his own black outfit, he ultimately accepted the clothes. Crocodile also disdainfully picked up the shirt adorned with large hibiscus flowers and turned to head into the fitting room. After about 10 minutes, the three of them emerged from the clothing store. Mihawk wore knee-length black shorts paired with a loose black t-shirt draped in a similarly dark linen jacket. He also donned a pair of sunglasses that obscured his signature golden pupils, softening his previously sharp aura, though he still emitted an air that discouraged approach. Crocodile, on the other hand, wore the red hibiscus shirt with only the bottom two buttons fastened, exposing his muscular chest. He had casually slicked his hair back, sunglasses perched on his nose, playing with the iron hook in his hand, looking every bit the vacationing mob boss. "Not bad, not bad." Hezo looked the two up and down, nodding in satisfaction. "This outfit is really comfortable. Let's go see what the commotion is about up ahead." The three walked side by side toward the center of the street. The summer sun filtered through the gaps in the cherry blossom trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Pedestrians passed by, yet none noticed these three casually dressed handsome men. The further they went, the denser the crowd became, and the laughter grew louder. Hezo pushed through the crowd, leading the other two to the front. In the center of the gathering, a tall man, wearing only a loincloth, was dancing oddly. His hair was disheveled, his face smeared with dirt and food particles, and he muttered incoherently while dancing, "Seaweed, seaweed, seaweed won't cook down. The broth for Odin needs radish to taste good. Why does tofu take so long to cook?" The surrounding people laughed uncontrollably, throwing rotten vegetable leaves and stones at him, but he seemed completely oblivious, continuing to dance with a vacant expression. "What is this person doing?" Mihawk frowned, his tone laced with undeniable disgust. "It's truly not." Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke, twirling the iron hook in his hand. "Is this the way of the samurai in Wano?" Hezo chuckled softly, leaning in to whisper to Mihawk, "You can't tell, can you? This guy is the great swordsman I mentioned to you. The heir of the general of Wano, Kazuki Odin." Crocodile abruptly halted, staring incredulously at the man in the center, his voice rising in disbelief. "This pervert dancing in a loincloth is Kazuki Odin." He understood all too well what that name signified. When he learned about the Whitebeard pirates, he had heard legends of this man. Once the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, later boarding Roger's ship and completing the Grand Line with him, one of the most dazzling powerhouses of that era. Is this really that legendary figure? Moreover, wasn't he once a crewmate of yours, Captain? Mihawk was also taken aback, reevaluating the man in the center. His eyes held no admiration, only deep disappointment. He slowly shook his head, his tone icy. "A person like this doesn't even pique my interest in drawing my sword. A dignified swordsman has lost even the most basic respect. Living is no different from being dead." Hezo merely smiled faintly and said casually, "I don't know him well." He understood why this seemingly madman was acting this way. He was not insane, but was trading his dignity for the lives of the people of Wano for 5 years. Clearly, he could have sought help from the Roger pirates or the Whitebeard pirates, and even recently could have allied with Moria to repel Kaido, yet he chose to humiliate himself with this behavior. Hezo could only say he wasn't familiar with such a person who had no backbone at all. Hezo always upheld the supremacy of strength. He garnered respect wherever he went because people feared his power. Even though Hezo did not personally take action as a celestial dragon, his very presence required at least an admiral-level combatant as accompaniment. Before long, Odin finally finished his dance. He picked up the clothes from the ground and draped them over himself, lowering his head and slowly leaving. People around continued to point at his back, laughter ringing out incessantly. Crocodile spat on the ground, muttering, "What the hell is this? This is simply an affront to my eyes." Hezo watched Odin disappear around the corner and withdrew his gaze. He patted Mihawk and Crocodile on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "All right, the show is over. Let's go. Accompany me to Onigashima for some food and drinks." Hezo's visit was not for Kazuki Odin, but rather for his son, Kazuki Momonosuke. In a new world above a sea shrouded in ominous clouds, a massive island with rugged rocks and overwhelming pressure hung in the air. This was the base of the beast pirates known as Onigashima. Inside the main hall at the center of the island, the air was thick with the scent of alcohol, and large barrels of fine wine were scattered haphazardly, while the core members of the beast pirates were lined up on both sides. Kaido, a towering figure covered in deep black dragon scales, lounged on the main seat, with his bare torso chugging strong liquor directly from a wine jug, the liquid streaming down his chin and soaking his chest, visibly intoxicated. He threw his head back and let out a raucous laugh that reverberated through the hall, shaking the beams and pillars, his imposing presence making everyone present too intimidated to look up. Standing beside him was Kaido's subordinate Black Maria, who hunched his small frame, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, continuously pouring wine for Kaido, with an unmistakable ambition in his tone. "Master Kaido, once we completely conquer Wano, don't forget your promise. Allow me to be the general of Wano and wield the power of life and death over this land. The resources of Sea Stone in Wano are exceptional. Once we control Sea Stone and leverage your beast pirate's influence, even the Navy will have to heed our commands." Kaido took a swig of his drink, mumbling in agreement, his mind consumed with thoughts of world domination, completely oblivious to the scheming hidden in Mariah's words. As the two were deeply engrossed in conversation, a subordinate from the beast pirates burst in, tumbling and rushing to report in a panic, "Master Kaido, it's bad. 3 people have invaded from outside the island, breaking through the defensive line and reaching the camp entrance. The brothers can't hold them back." Kaido's eyes widened in fury, a mix of drunkenness and rage surging within him as he grabbed a spiked club and stood up, his massive frame exuding a crushing aura. "How dare these ignorant fools invade my Onigashima? I will personally take care of them." Black Maria, seeing this, hurriedly trailed behind, running while flattering him, shouting intimidatingly towards the camp's direction, "Master Kaido, please don't be angry. These punks are simply seeking death. How dare they offend your authority? They must be made to vanish without a trace. We cannot leave any survivors." As soon as they stepped out of the main hall, they spotted a clearing at the camp entrance where Ash was standing with arms crossed beside Hezo, looking at Hezo with evident respect as they whispered to each other. Kaido furiously raised his eyes, intending to swing the spiked club at them, but froze in place the moment he recognized the face at the front of the crowd. His eyes, filled with drunkenness and fury, widened in shock, the heavy intoxication instantly lifting to reveal his astonishment. "Hezo, you were just in the Land of Nations. How did you end up here?" Ash noticed Kaido's reaction and slightly turned, bowing respectfully, his tone courteous. "Big brother Kaido, Mr. Hezo has come to visit. I was just about to take him into the hall." Hezo also raised his eyes to look at Kaido, a lazy smile tugging at his lips as he waved his hand. "Sasuke, don't mind it. Kaido." Black Maria, trailing behind Kaido, still hadn't sensed the strange atmosphere between them, tiptoeing and shouting, "Master Kaido, stop wasting time with these kids. Go take them down. How dare they invade the beast pirates camp? They must be..." Before he could finish, Kaido's expression darkened, not giving Maria the chance to speak. "Thunderbagwa." He swung the spiked club with tremendous force, striking Maria squarely in the face with a devastating blow. Boom! With a muffled sound, the small Black Maria was sent flying like a rag doll, soaring 1,000 meters away and crashing into a pile of rocks, not even having the chance to scream before completely vanishing. Hezo regarded the flying clown with a slight smirk, hoping that with the guidance of this dear teacher, Maria could awaken the conqueror's haki. The other core members of the beast pirates witnessed this and quickly lowered their heads in silence, afraid to even breathe. Everyone knew that although Kaido was a heavy drinker, he showed a different attitude towards those who truly made him apprehensive. Kaido, however, seemed unconcerned about Mariah's fate, casually tossing the spiked club to a subordinate nearby, completely retracting his violent aura. His originally fierce demeanor transformed into one of restraint and respect as he quickly walked towards Hezo, his tone softening. "Hezo, what brings you here?" In the tent of Onigashima, the scent of alcohol was overwhelming. Kaido sat cross-legged on the main seat, his massive body resembling a mountain of flesh, holding a gigantic wine gourd. With alcohol on his face, the liquid dripped down the corners of his mouth, landing on his bare chest. Roar, roar, roar. His laughter shook the dust from the top of the tent. Hezo sat across from him, wearing a white shirt with sunglasses resting at his collar, holding a small porcelain cup. He took a sip, frowned, and set the cup down, finding it truly undrinkable. Mihawk sat to Hezo's left, his floral shirt unbuttoned, the black blade Yoru leaning against his shoulder. Crocodile sat to his right, biting on a cigar, his golden hook resting on the armrest, his eyes half flitted behind sunglasses. Another top figure of the sea, ever since joining Hezo, had truly seen the world wherever he went. Kaido took another swig of his drink and wiped his mouth. What brings you to my Onigashima? Just came to take a look, Hezo replied, casually. Are you preparing to take Wano? Roar, roar, roar. Just some minor skirmishes, not worth your attention. Despite saying this, his fingers around the wine gourd tightened slightly. Who is Hezo? During the battle at God Valley, when rocks had been sent flying by a slash, he thought he was doomed. It was Hezo who saved him. It was Hezo who at that time was merely a teenager. He had rescued him casually amidst the chaotic battlefield. It was not a great kindness, just a casual act, but that casual act allowed him to live to this day. What mattered more to Kaido was that Hezo and Odin had once been crew members of the Roger Pirates. Although Hezo seemed indifferent to everything, what if he held on to past sentiments? What if his reason for coming this time was related to Odin? Kaido's intoxication had not faded, yet his mind was unusually clear. Who did you come for this time? He asked directly. Hezo picked up the porcelain cup and set it down again, still finding it undrinkable. Kazuki, Odin's little son. Kaido tapped his fingers on the wine gourd. The kid, named Momonosuke. No seat. Kaido fell silent for a moment, then leaned back against the chair, his massive frame causing the chair to creak under his weight. Do you need me to spare his life? His tone remained calm, but a hint of barely perceptible tension flickered in his eyes. If Hezo said yes, he would have to make a very difficult decision today. To fight Hezo, he wasn't foolish enough to go that far. But simply handing over Odin's son would completely disrupt his plans in Wano. I will definitely give you this face, Kaido added, setting his attitude first. Hezo glanced at him. Not really. Not really. I find that kid a bit displeasing. Hezo said casually, don't rush to kill him just yet, I have something important to give him. Kaido was taken aback for a moment. Then he threw his head back and laughed loudly, his laughter 10 times louder than before. Roar, roar, roar. Good. Let's do it your way. The weight on his heart lifted, and he felt much more relaxed. As long as it wasn't to help Odin, it was all good. At that moment, the curtain of the tent rustled. A pair of eyes peeked in from behind the curtain. It was a little girl with white hair, around 7 or 8 years old, her hair messy and her face smeared with dirt. She hid behind the curtain, exposing only half her face, timidly scanning the few people in the tent. Her gaze passed over Kaido. She shrank her neck as Kaido often scolded and imprisoned her. Her gaze moved past Mihawk and Crocodile. She showed no reaction. Then her eyes landed on Hezo, and the little girl's eyes widened slightly, her mouth unconsciously opening a little. She stared at Hezo as if she had seen something extraordinary. The firelight reflected off Hezo's floral shirt, illuminating his relaxed yet noble profile, and the fingers casually resting on his knee. Those 3 rings of different colors sparkled with fragmented light. The little girl's eyes brightened. Kaido noticed the commotion and turned his head to glance at the curtain, frowning. Who let you come here? Get out. The white-haired little girl. Yamato trembled at his roar, pulling her head back behind the curtain. But less than 2 seconds later, the curtain crackled open a line. Those eyes were still peering at Hezo. Hezo lifted the undrinkable wine cup, turned his head, and glanced towards the curtain. Yamato's face flushed red, and she darted away like a startled rabbit, the curtain falling shut with a rustle, and hurried footsteps echoed outside as she ran away. Hezo withdrew his gaze and set the cup down. Your daughter. Kaido grunted, his expression a mix of irritation and something else. That unruly little brat. Kaido took another swig of alcohol, the liquid dripping from his chin onto his chest, and he couldn't be bothered to wipe it away. Hezo set down the porcelain cup and casually said, I'll stay here for a while. Kaido paused for a moment, then grinned. Of course you're welcome to stay as long as you like. He shouted towards outside the tent, someone. Arrange a courtyard for Mr. Hezo. The subordinates immediately ran off. Kaido turned back and took another drink from the wine gourd. Let him stay, Ghost Island has plenty of space as long as he isn't here to help that guy Yutian. Kaido felt relieved. If it weren't for Yushin's poor judgment in recently teaming up with that Moria, he would have been in. He had just begun to familiarize himself with the sea-floor stone veins of Wano, and at this time the last thing he wanted was any unexpected variables. If Hezo was just here for a few days to handle some business, then he could be well taken care of. Hezo picked up the porcelain cup this time, drinking from the wine unearthed from the depths of Kaido's wine cellar. It went down smoothly, and his brow remained unwrinkled. Mihawk, as usual, did not touch his wine cup and sat upright, the black blade knight leaning against his shoulder, remaining perfectly still. Crocodile, on the other hand, took a couple of sips, the cigar pinched between his fingers, the smoke dispersing into a bluish-gray mist in the candlelight. Kaido was only dragged out by Jean and Quinn in the middle of the night, still mumbling happily as he left. The curtain fell and silence enveloped the tent. In the following days, Hezo stayed on Ghost Island. The courtyard was elevated, and when he opened the window, Mihawk changed all the bedding in the room. It wasn't that he was diligent, it was that Knight had been persistently complaining, saying the original bedding was unworthy of Hezo. Crocodile's evaluation of this was a cold snort. He would normally hack at anyone who touched him, yet he was so obsequious towards Hezo. What a despicable double standard. However, Hezo hadn't spent much time in the courtyard these days. Not because Ghost Island was particularly entertaining, but because every afternoon a little girl with white hair hid outside the courtyard wall, secretly watching him. On the first day, Hezo was basking in the sun in the courtyard. His floral shirt was open, sunglasses perched on his nose, and a cup of wine from Kaido's cellar sat beside him. At the corner of the courtyard wall, a few strands of white hair peeked out from a crack, moving slightly. Mihawk stood in the corridor, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, glancing in that direction. Should I chase her away? Hezo raised his cup, eyes still closed. Let her be. The next day, the little girl had grown bolder. She had gone from hiding in the wall crack to lying at the courtyard entrance, showing only half her face. Her big round eyes stared intently at Hezo. Hezo turned a page of the book in his hand without lifting his head. Crocodile passed by in the corridor, glancing at the courtyard entrance. The little girl shrank back in fear, only to slowly peek out again after a while. On the third day, the little girl was directly sitting on the stone steps at the courtyard entrance. She didn't come in, but sat there resting her chin on her hands, openly watching. Mihawk glanced at her without saying a word. Was this girl enamored by her teacher? Why did she come every day? In the afternoon of the fourth day, Hezo closed his book. At the entrance of the courtyard, Yamato sat on the stone steps, as usual, her little legs dangling outside. She wore a faded kimono, her hair messy, and her face smudged with dirt. Seeing Hezo stand up, she froze for a moment, instinctively wanting to run, but as soon as she lifted her bottom, she sat back down. Hezo walked to the entrance of the courtyard, looking down at her. Yamato looked up, her white hair messy around her face. She stared back at him without fear or avoidance. Hezo studied her for a few seconds. Are you very interested in me? Yamato nodded vigorously, her hair flying. Yes. Yamato's voice was crisp and bright. Because you are the most handsome person I've ever seen. Hezo raised an eyebrow, slightly glancing at the two men. Crocodile coughed as a cigar lodged in his throat, spluttering a few times. What an annoying model creature. Mihawk stood expressionless, but his fingers on the hilt of his sword twitched. Hezo bent down, scooping Yamato up from the stone steps with one hand, letting her sit on his arm. The little girl was light as a feather, like lifting a small cat. That guy Kaido doesn't let you go out to play, does he? Yamato, being held by him, stiffened for a moment, then nodded vigorously, her whole body shaking. Father never lets me leave Ghost Island. He says I can only stay here. Her tone was filled with frustration, not as a complaint, but simply feeling it was unfair. Hezo turned and walked out of the courtyard. Let's go. Yamato blinked. Where to? To Flower City. Yamato's eyes lit up like they had been turned on as she had heard that Flower City was full of fun things. Mihawk followed silently behind Hezo as he walked down from the corridor. Looking at the little girl in Hezo's arms, Crocodile silently extinguished his cigar. The black sword Knight trembled in its sheath, emitting a faint buzzing sound, as if saying it wanted to go out and play too. When Hezo carried Yamato out of the courtyard, all the subordinates of Ghost Island widened their eyes. Some clever ones had already dashed off to inform Jean, while the rest lowered their heads, pretending to be busy, stealing glances at the man in the floral shirt carrying Kaido's daughter, as casually as if she were his own child, walking with such swagger. Yamato was cradled in Hezo's one arm, her little hands carefully resting on Hezo's shoulders, her fingers still dirty, leaving several shallow gray marks on Hezo's shirt. She saw this and quickly retracted her hands, rubbing them on her clothes before placing them back. Hezo didn't look at her, but the corner of his mouth moved slightly. Reaching the edge of Ghost Island, they faced jagged reefs and surging waves, the sea breeze blowing Yamato's white hair into a disarray, covering her face. The scarlet ring on Hezo's left thumb flashed a faint red light, like blood moving within the depths. Then the space before them was torn open. Yamato's mouth fell agape in surprise, and before she could ask what was happening, Hezo had already stepped inside while holding her. Mihawk followed closely behind without hesitation. Crocodile did as well, the two men acting like bodyguards following Hezo wherever he went. On the streets of Flower City, people came and went wearing various kimonos, the sounds of conversations, laughter, and vendors blending together as they filled the air. Yamato had never seen so many people in her life, though she unconsciously tightened her grip on Hezo's shirt. Hezo lifted her slightly in his arms and stepped into the crowd. Yamato's head spun around, endlessly pointing at candied apples, dumplings, and goldfish, exclaiming, "That one, that one, that one. Buy it. This one, this one, this one. Buy it. That one, that one, that one. Buy it. This one, this one, this one. Buy it. That. Ha ha ha." Dude, for a moment, but soon Hezo grew increasingly skillful at tossing gold coins onto the stalls while Mihawk was responsible for receiving the items from behind and handing them to Crocodile, who wore an expression of "Why am I here?" Hezo approached a stall, pulled out a few coins, and tossed them onto the counter, retrieving the largest candied apple to hand to her. Yamato held it with both hands, took a lick, her eyes wide with excitement. So sweet. So delicious. Mihawk walked to Hezo's right rear, his gaze scanning the crowd, and the citizens of Flower City moved aside at the sight of the sword behind him. Crocodile walked on the left, his eyes half squinted behind his sunglasses, as if he was both basking in the sun and assessing whether this place was worth a second glance. Yamato licked the candied apple and suddenly asked, "What's your name, brother?" "Hezo." "Hezo, brother," she called out, giggling to herself before turning her attention back to the candied apple. Hezo glanced down at her. The 80-year-old girl was seeing the outside world for the first time, and just holding a candied apple made her so happy. Kaido as a father was indeed not great. Suddenly the crowd ahead stirred. It wasn't crowded, everyone was retreating, as if something was coming from the other end of the street. Those retreating had complex expressions on their faces, a mix of disdain, mockery, and an indescribable pity. Yamato peered out from the hole of the Tengu mask. A tall man was striding down the street wearing only a loincloth, barefoot, with both hands raised above his head, twisting in a comical dance, mumbling incoherently in a hoarse voice. "Seaweed. Seaweed. Yutian is an idiot. Seaweed." Some people threw vegetable leaves at him, others turned their heads, and some children were pulled away by their parents. Crocodile was covered in black lines of annoyance. Oh, how was this perverted man back again? Was he addicted? How could he be seen every time? Yamato watched in a daze. She stared at the dancing man for a long while, forgetting to lick her candied apple. She had never seen someone like this before. She didn't understand why he was dancing on the street dressed like that, nor why the people around him were laughing and scolding. "Brother Hezo," she tugged at Hezo's shirt collar, her voice lowered. "Who is this person?" Hezo replied casually, "Kazuki Yutian." Yamato looked at him a few more times, her brow furrowing. "It seems like everyone around is laughing at him. Did he do something wrong? What do you think?" Yamato pondered seriously for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't know, but he dances very poorly and sings very badly." Hezo chuckled and ruffled Yamato's hair. "Children shouldn't watch such inappropriate things." "Exactly. What kind of normal person would admire and imitate such foolishness?" Hezo chuckled and ruffled Yamato's hair. "Children shouldn't watch such inappropriate things." "Exactly. What kind of normal person would admire and imitate such foolishness?" from Hezo. Hezo did not turn to look back at him, treating him like a passerby. Yamato lay on Hezo's shoulder, watching the swaying figure disappear around the corner of the street. She popped the candied apple back into her mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "Does brother Hezo know him? Is he a good person or a bad person?" Hezo did not pause his steps. "Neither good nor bad, just a fool." Yamato tilted her head, pondering this statement for a while, but couldn't understand it, so she decided to let it go. What brother Hezo said must be right, as she would understand slowly over time. She bit into the candied apple, the crunch echoing as the sweetness made her eyes squint. The sunlight in Flower City shone on her white hair, warm and 1,000 times better than the gray, dreary courtyard on Ghost Island. Mihawk silently followed behind. Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze returning from the direction Yutian had disappeared. "Did that perverted man just bump into me? When I get back, I must wash 10 times. Yamato pushed the Tengu mask up to her forehead, looking up at Hezo's chin. "Brother Hezo, will you take me out to play again in the future?" Hezo glanced down at her. "It depends on your behavior." Yamato nodded, vigorously shaking her whole body. "I will definitely behave well." She buried her face in Hezo's shirt, rubbing against it, leaving sugary residue on his shoulder. Hezo did not flinch or wipe it away. Mihawk watched all of this, feeling a sense of wonder. Hezo's tolerance towards children is truly high. Tama, is this true? When Hezo returned to Ghost Island, carrying Dahi, the sky had already turned dark with Mihawk and Crocodile following closely behind. Dahi was sound asleep on his shoulder, remnants of apple candy stuck at the corner of her mouth, and her drool had dampened a small patch of Hezo's shirt. Kaido was sitting in the courtyard, holding a wine gourd with more than 10 empty jars rolling at his feet. Upon seeing Hezo carrying Dahi enter, he grinned broadly and laughed. "Rororo, this girl is sleeping like this." His voice was loud enough to shake the torches, but Dahi stirred in Hezo's arms without waking up. Hezo glanced at Kaido, carried Dahi inside, placed her on the tatami mat, and pulled a blanket over her. When he came out, he sat down in the corridor, fingers resting on his knees. Kaido took another swig of his drink, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and asked, "Mr. Hezo, did this girl cause any trouble today?" "No, the little girl is quite adorable," Hezo replied casually. "Rororo, that's good." Kaido waved his hand nonchalantly, took another gulp, thinking that this child was a nuisance, afraid that if he angered Hezo it would affect his plans. Not long after, a hurried and heavy sound of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Jin pushed the door open, his armor clanking, nodded at Hezo, and quickly walked over to Kaido to whisper a few words. Kaido listened slowly, placing his wine gourd on his lap, fell silent for 2 seconds, then threw his head back and laughed. Rororo. That fool finally got the hint. Jin stood up straight and replied, Odin has returned to Kuri with the Akazaya 9, and it seems they are preparing for battle. Kaido slammed the wine gourd down on the ground, making a dull sound as the gourd's bottom sank an inch into the muddy earth. He stood up, his massive figure casting a large shadow against the firelight, and waved at Jin. Get Quinn and Jack. Tell them to prepare. This time, even Odin and his 9 subordinates won't escape. Jin accepted the order and left. Kaido stepped outside, pausing at the gate of the courtyard, turning his head to look at the corridor, and said, He's with things will get a bit chaotic on the island in the next few days, but no one dares to disturb this courtyard. As long as the girl doesn't cause any trouble, Kaido won't say a word. After finishing, Kaido strode away, and the courtyard fell silent again. Mihawk opened his eyes, his eagle-like yellow gaze turning towards Hezo in the corridor, his voice low. It's that samurai, right? Should we get involved? Hezo waved his hand, his tone laced with frustration. Not our concern. It's his choice. Don't think just because we were once crewmates that I should help that fool clean up his mess. Mihawk didn't ask further and closed his eyes again. Crocodile flicked the ash off his cigar and grunted, These people from Wano, each one more troublesome than the last, but this really is a good place. Hezo stood up and walked back inside, pausing at the doorway to glance at he who was sleeping on the tatami. The little girl rolled over, kicking the blanket off, one hand hanging outside the tatami, and the corner of her mouth still had some remnants of apple candy. Hezo gently patted his head, covered her with the blanket, and sat down at the other end of the room. In the following 3 days, the atmosphere on Ghost Island clearly changed. Kaido's tent was brightly lit with senior officers above the level of real combat coming and going. Quinn's loud voice could be heard even from 2 corridors away, while Jack stood in the corner with a gloomy face, and Jin stood close to Kaido, not leaving his side. The entire beast pirates were preparing for battle, and the underlings dared not speak loudly, their pace hastening compared to usual. Hezo's courtyard, however, remained as quiet as ever. Mihawk sharpened his sword in the corridor every day, while Crocodile leaned against a pillar, smoking one cigar after another, neither of them speaking, each in their own world. Hezo came this time partly to prevent Dahi from idolizing that fool, and partly to see Momonosuke. Dahi visited Hezo every day as if she had taken root in his courtyard since returning from Flower Capital. In Dahi's words, Hezo was completely embedded in her heart. Even her father Kaido had to show him great respect. Kaido was too busy preparing for battle to pay her any mind, and she was happily free, running over every morning, sitting in the corridor, swinging her legs, waiting for Hezo to wake up. Sometimes she brought 2 rice balls snatched from the kitchen. Sometimes she brought a handful of candy stolen from the underlings, piling them beside Hezo's pillow, then squatting beside him, eagerly waiting. When Hezo opened his eyes, he saw a pile of candy and 2 flattened rice balls by his pillow, along with a white-haired little face that was too close. What are you doing? Waiting for brother Hezo to wake up. Dahi's voice was crisp and loud without an ounce of shame. Mihawk's hand paused while sharpening his sword, not looking up, while Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke and turned his face away. Damn that charm of the captain. Hezo sat up and took a bite of the rice ball. It's cold. Dahi immediately jumped up. I'll bring hot ones tomorrow. After saying that, she squatted back down, resting her chin on her hands, watching Hezo eat the rice ball, her eyes sparkling like a little dog waiting for its master to eat. On the evening of the 3rd day, Jin came personally. He stood at the gate of the courtyard without entering, bowing to Hezo and saying, Mr. Hezo, tomorrow is the final battle. Lord Kaido asked me to inform you that there will be some commotion tomorrow. Please bear with us. Also, that Momonosuke you mentioned will also appear then. Hezo was sitting in the corridor drinking tea with he lying at his feet eating candy. He didn't even raise his head. Got it. Jin bowed again and left, his footsteps gradually fading away. Dahi stuffed a piece of candy into her mouth and asked with a mouthful, Brother Hezo, what is the final battle? One person kills another on the spot. Is it father against someone else? Hezo put down his teacup and glanced at her. Kazuki Odin. Dahi paused her. She remembered this name. The man who danced in the streets of Flower Capital that day, wearing a loincloth, twisting around, while everyone laughed at him. Brother Hezo said he was a fool. Will that person be killed by father? Hezo smiled and patted Dahi's head. Unless something unexpected happens, yes. Dahi swallowed the candy in her mouth and took another piece, but did not put it in her mouth, just turning it between her fingers. She lowered her head, her white bangs covering her eyes, making it hard to see her expression. After a while, she stuffed the candy into her mouth and looked up, smiling again. Tomorrow, they'll bring hot rice balls for brother Hezo. The uncle in the kitchen said he would teach me how to make them. Hezo glanced at her and reached out to press down on her head. Don't put too many ingredients in. Ooh, I'm very picky. Dahi remembers. Dahi nodded vigorously, her hair brushing against Hezo's palm. But brother Hezo, this isn't being picky. This is your eating habits. After Kaido announced preparations for war, the atmosphere in Onigashima changed. The tents were brightly lit with high-ranking officers above the combat level coming and going. Queen's loud voice could be heard across 2 corridors while Jack stood in the corner with his face tense, and the subordinates walked faster than usual. Hezo's yard remained as quiet as ever. Yamato came as usual to deliver rice balls, accidentally added too much salt, resulting in a salty mess. Hezo took a bite and put it down while Yamato squatted beside, eagerly watching, and rushed to remake them after hearing it salty. The next day, Kaido's forces lined up at the western beach of the island. Countless subordinates stretched from the coastline to the rocky slope, with flags flapping in the sea breeze. Queen paced in front of the formation, shouting loudly, while Jack had already revealed his mammoth form, his gigantic body shaking the ground as he stood on the beach. Jean stood beside Kaido, who was at the front of the formation, a kanabo resting on his shoulder, not having drunk any alcohol, his eyes fixed on the sea. Hezo stood with Yamato on a high rock in the distance, positioned perfectly to overlook the entire beach. The sea breeze blew Yamato's white hair across her face, and as she brushed her hair aside, she tiptoed to look down, holding tightly onto Hezo's pant leg. Yamato's ship burst forth from the mist. There was no fleet, only one ship, with Kazuki Oden standing at the bow, followed by the Red Scabbards, Kanjuro, Kinemon, Reizo, Kiku, Inurashi, Ashura, Doji, Komatsu, Nekomamushi, and with the latecomer Shinobu, there were a total of 11 people. 11 pairs of eyes shone brilliantly in the mist. The ship charged directly onto the beach, the keel scraping against the rocks and creating sparks. Before it could even steady, Oden had already jumped down, filled with fury as he charged at Kaido. As Oden drew his sword, he resembled a blazing fire, his twin blades carving arcs in the morning light, sending the subordinates in front of him flying. The Red Scabbards followed closely behind. The 11 of them pierced into Kaido's formation, tearing a path. Yamato stood on the high rock mouth agape, forgetting to eat the candy in her hand, having never witnessed such a battle. The subordinates could not stop Oden. He cut through the formation all the way to Kaido's front. Kaido grinned, slammed his kanabo down to the ground, and his figure suddenly swelled. Blue scales emerged from under his skin, his limbs transformed into sharp claws, his body elongated, and a blue dragon soared into the sky, coiling above the beach. Dragon claws dug into the rock, while the dragon's head lowered, its vertical pupils locking onto the man holding twin swords below, with dragon breath swirling in its throat. Oden looked up at the dragon, flames igniting on his blades. As he charged forward, the rocks beneath him shattered. Kaido's dragon breath erupted from its mouth, and Oden crossed his blades to forcefully split the dragon breath in 2 flames, bursting out on either side of the blade as he passed through the fire, driving his swords deep into Kaido's dragon body. The two fought for a long time, and ultimately, with the heavenly feather slash and Enma crossing down, the dragon scales shattered and blood sprayed from the blue dragon's body. Kaido's massive dragon form fell from the sky, crashing onto the beach, causing the ground to crack with spiderweb patterns. In his human form, he transformed back, a cross-shaped wound running from his chest to his side, blood dripping down his abdomen. Kaido knelt on one knee. The entire beach fell silent for a moment. In the distance, Yamato stood frozen, her fingers gripping Hezo's pant leg tightly. At that moment, an old woman moved. The power of the mimic fruit activated amidst the chaos, and black carbon Makaku's form twisted, transforming into that of an 80-year-old boy with black hair tied into a small bun around face and wearing a faded kimono. A subordinate lifted the boy she transformed into and held him in the air. The boy's legs kicked wildly, his cries piercing through the chaos of the beach. "Father, save me." Hearing the call for help, Oden turned back. It was this turn that allowed Kaido to spring up from the ground, his kanabo crashing down from behind. Oden's body flew away, crashing onto the rocks, the sound muffled like a bag of wet rice hitting the ground. His twin sword slipped from his hands, bouncing twice on the rocks before sliding far away. His chest caved and blood gushed from the corners of his mouth, mixing with rainwater and flowing into the crevices of the stones. He was not dead yet, but that one blow shattered the string in his mind, his eyes half open, reflecting the chaotic firelight and shadows on the beach, utterly still. On the high rock, Crocodile switched the cigar from the left side of his mouth to the right. He had done this more than 10 times this afternoon, each time due to the bewildering actions of Oden that left him speechless. Is that perverse observation hockey, just for show? His tone was as cold as his golden hook, laced with sarcasm. Mihawk leaned against the rock wall, arms crossed over his chest, his yellow eyes scanning Oden before Night emitted a low hum behind Mihawk, resembling a cold laugh or a sigh. That two-bladed sword actually followed such an idiot. His strength is truly terrifying. No wonder he was once the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, directly injuring Kaido. What was the meaning of his previous dancing? Mihawk's voice was not loud. He paused, the latter half of his sentence stuck in his throat, but the meaning was clear. How did someone like him survive? And Crocodile took the cigar out of his mouth, flicked the ash with slightly more force than usual. That child is a fake, I could tell from half the beach away. He was so close and couldn't tell. The ash was blown away by the sea breeze landing on the rocks. He put the cigar back in his mouth and squeezed out the last sentence through his teeth. And Mihawk is not wrong. If he has that strength, why perform such a dance? That damned pervert. Maybe he's just a simple addict. Hezo, standing at the forefront of the high rock, had his floral shirt filled by the wind flapping loudly and spoke lightly. From Odin turning back to Kaido striking, then to Odin crashing onto the rocks, Hezo watched the whole process with cold eyes, yet his tone held some admiration. His observation haki is not weak, at least here I am above him. Mihawk and Crocodile turned to look at him simultaneously, as the captain rarely spoke for others. When he was on Roger's ship, he could sense the weather of the next island, even with his eyes closed. Hezo pulled his right hand from his pocket, brushed off the dust on his pants, his tone casual. The moment that child appeared, his observation haki was turned off. It's not that he couldn't see, he simply didn't want to look. I don't understand why he chose to act as if it were real when he knew it was fake, just like when he saw me in the flower capital, but pretended not to know me. Crocodile's mouth twitched slightly around the cigar. He didn't speak again, but internally felt utterly speechless. If he had truly teamed up with Hezo, Kaido would have been roasting on a spit by now. At that moment on the beach, Kaido was twisting Black Carbon Macaca's neck almost to breaking point, the movement small, as if wringing a chicken. The old woman's toes left the ground, her smile frozen in the wrinkles of her face, a brief crisp sound emitting from her throat, and then she went limp, being tossed onto the rocks by Kaido. Kaido glanced down at Odin, then at the cross-shaped wound on his chest. His kanabo planted firmly on the ground, blood dripped from its tip. The next day in the Flower City at the execution ground. Before dawn, the square was already packed with people. Vendors selling dumplings, fish, and straw sandals abandoned their work, pushing their carts to the front while cracking sunflower seeds, eagerly waiting for the event to begin. Several children rode on their parents' shoulders, stretching their necks to peek into the center of the execution ground. A thug maintaining order knocked one back onto a cart with a blow, causing the child to pout without daring to cry. In the center of the execution ground stood a giant cauldron. The fire beneath it had burned all night, and the oil inside had long since boiled, bubbling vigorously with steam, making the entire execution ground feel like a larger pot. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning oil mixed with smoke from the fire, causing those in the front rows to squint. A thug stumbled past the cauldron and slipped, half of his body falling into the pot. The scream lasted only half a moment before it was silenced, a skeleton floating up, bobbing on the oil's surface before sinking again. This scene frightened the onlookers, who stepped back several paces. Some covered their children's eyes, others gagged, and after a moment of stunned silence, the murmurs grew louder. The foolish prince is going to end up like this too. Serves him right. Kaido sat on a high platform in front of the execution ground, a kanabo resting at his side, the cross-shaped wound on his chest still unhealed, with bandages peeking out from his collar, faintly stained with blood. He fixed his gaze on the entrance of the execution ground, his face taut with tension. Beside him sat the black charcoal snake, half of his face hidden behind a fan, his pea-sized eyes darting behind it. When Yuta was brought in, the sound of chains dragging against the stone slabs was louder than his footsteps. He was barefoot, the iron ring on his ankle had rubbed his skin raw, mixing blood and mud, leaving a faint red imprint on the stone with each step he took. The portion of his chest that had caved in had yet to heal, and one could see the unnatural indentation of his ribcage with each breath. But when he entered the execution ground, his spine was straight. The red scabbard 9 were chained in a row behind him. Kinnaman's lips were bitten raw. Transcendence's gaze was fixed towards the direction of the 9 Li, while the Cat Viper and Dogstorm were bound by the same chain, glaring at each other. Kiku was silently crying. Ashura Boy was with his eyes closed, and Kawamatsu was murmuring something, while Reizo's knuckles turned white from tension. Kanjuro kept his head down, his right fingers unconsciously curling by his leg. The thugs pushed the 9 to the cauldron's edge, making them line up and kneel on the ground. The boiling oil gurgled, the heat wafting against their faces. Yuta stepped to the front of the cauldron, feeling the hot wave of oil hit him, causing the hair on his forehead to curl and scorch. He glanced down at the roiling oil, and then turned to look at the 9 kneeling on the ground. Finally, he raised his head to face Kaido on the high platform. "Kaido, give me a chance." His voice was hoarse, as if his throat were filled with sand. "Let me bear the responsibility alone." Kaido slammed the kanabo onto the ground. The snake closed his fan. "I and they will all enter this cauldron. You set a time. If I survive the time you designate, then let the living go free." The execution ground fell silent for a few breaths. Kaido laughed. Hoo. "I get dizzy just soaking in a bath for an hour. If you can endure an hour, then we shall talk." Yuta said no more. He slipped the chains off his wrists and turned towards the cauldron. The red scabbard 9 shouted in unison, "Lord Yuta." Their expressions changed dramatically, and as they rushed forward, Yuta raised his hand to stop them. He grabbed a piece of wood from the execution ground and propped it against the edge of the cauldron, bending down to push all 9 of them up. Then he stood up, bracing his back against the bottom of the board. One person, one cauldron of oil carrying 9 lives on his back. At this moment on the roof, there were no Mihawk or crocodile accompanying him. Hezo lay on his back, one leg bent, the other resting on the edge of a tile, his head cradled on his arm. Watching the farce alone, he held an old camera in his hand, recording the scene. Meanwhile, Kanjuro, being pressed beneath the crowd, twisted his hand, holding the brush, seemingly drawing something on the board. This small action made Hezo chuckle. The sound of boiling oil echoed across half the execution ground, sizzling like rain hitting palm leaves. White smoke billowed up from the cauldron's mouth, dispersed by the wind of the Flower City, only to surge back up. Yuta's back remained perfectly still. The crowd fell silent for a few breaths, then a buzzing murmur erupted as if a dam had broken. Why isn't he dead yet? The foolish prince is indeed a fool. Dancing naked for 5 years, and now he's acting tough. The little shinobu in the crowd could no longer contain herself. Oh, she looked at the back, carrying 9 people, her lips trembling. Then she began to explain to the people why Yuta had to dance naked, stating that each dance could save 100 lives. Every batch of hostages taken by the snake over those 5 years, each dance of Yuta brought back hundreds of lives. Her voice trembled as she spoke, at times nearly faltering, yet she managed to convey the entire truth. The crowd began to quiet down. Some put down the sunflower seeds in their hands, some lowered the children riding on their shoulders, and others bowed down. Then someone began to cry. Both in the front and the back rows, those who had just been laughing and cracking seeds now were united in weeping. So that's how it is. Lord Yuta has always been protecting us. Some knelt down, shouting towards the direction of the snake. Please spare Lord Yuta. More people knelt down. The snake's fan slapped onto the ground. With a wave of his hand, archers sprang forth from both sides of the execution, ground arrows swiftly piercing the chests of the first few people. Those few people fell, blood splattering onto the stone slabs. The cries of the crowd were drowned out by screams, and those kneeling scrambled to their feet, fleeing toward the edges of the execution ground, creating chaos. The corner of the snake's mouth twitched. Whoever pleads again will meet the same fate as them. Yuta endured in the cauldron for nearly an hour. The fire beneath the cauldron had turned to charcoal, but the boiling oil continued to bubble. When Yuta stood up, the hot oil poured down his body, pooling at his feet and hissing with smoke. His flesh was rolling, revealing some bones in places. Seeing that time was running out, the snake's face twisted as he shouted, "I've changed my mind." Execution. The gun muzzles on either side of the execution ground aimed squarely at Yuta in the cauldron. Yuta glanced at the snake and then threw the board along with the 9 people on it towards the edge of the execution ground. Run. Don't look back. The red scabbard 9 fell to the ground as Kinemon got up to rush back, only to be pulled back by Transcendence. A few of them stumbled through the thugs, running towards the direction of Ninely. Yuta stood in the cauldron, his flesh rolling, enveloped in white smoke as if wrapped in a bundle of charred remains. He faced the Flower City, facing Wano. Let this country be founded. Kaido pulled the trigger. The gunfire shattered the sound of boiling oil in the cauldron. Yuta's body tumbled over the edge of the cauldron, blood mixing with boiling oil, crashing to the ground. On the roof, Hezo watched the pool of blood and boiling oil mingling at the edge of the cauldron. Yuta lay at the edge, his flesh rolling, blood flowing from beneath him, soaking into the stone slab. The crowd that had just been crying out was blocked by Kaido's men outside the execution ground, arrows still embedded in the bodies of those who had begged for mercy. Hezo adjusted his sunglasses and stood up to look in the direction of the fleeing figures, the tiles creaking light. As a chef witnessing this scene, Hezo couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, what a waste of a good pot of oil by that lad Kaido." A flash of red light flickered. The roof was empty. The sea breeze swept over the spot where he had lain, carrying embers, the tiles still warm, but cooling quickly. When Hezo reappeared, he was above a cluster of rocks in the direction of Ninely. He stood on a protruding rock, his floral shirt billowing in the sea wind. At the end of the mountain path beneath him, the figures of the red scabbard 9 were stumbling deeper into the woods. Kinemon was being supported by Transcendence. Hezo was clutching his bruised fingers. Kowamatsu was carrying Kiku, while Cat Viper and Dogstorm continued to run and scold each other, the chains dragging loudly behind them. Kanjuro ran at the back, holding off the thugs for the others. 9 miles. The Red-Sheed 9 heroes ran all the way. From the execution ground in the flower capital to the Jioli Mountain Road, the shouts of the pursuers bit at their heels, and the light of the torches flickered in the forest. Kazuki Momonosuke ran at the forefront, his lips bitten, raw blood dripping down his chin, yet he never loosened his grip on the knife. Saranosuke followed closely by his side, his face devoid of expression. Raizo's 10 fingers were all bleeding, the nails ripped and ignored. Kikuno's knife was held horizontally in front of her, the tip trembling. Kawasumi held Nika in his arms at the back, her face buried in his shoulder, and she hadn't cried since earlier. Kanjuro ran at the edge of the group, his head lowered, the fingers of his right hand curled up inside his sleeve, moving stroke by stroke. The Cat Viper and the Dogstorm had vanished. Along the way, 2 people were caught by the barbarian overlord due to internal strife, chained together and taken away. Saranasuk and Ashura were also left behind midway, failing to catch up. Of the 9 people, only 5 remained when they reached the territory of Jioli. The capital of Wano was ablaze. The fire originated from the lower level of the castle, wooden beams crackling as they collapsed in the flames, sparks swirling up into the sky with the mountain wind. The banner of the beast pirates on the city wall flickered in the firelight. Jinzai stood atop the city wall, his armor reflecting a cold light in the flames, while the minions poured oil down to the ground. He arrived before Kaido, having already surrounded the entire city. When Kazuki Momonosuke and the others rushed into the city, the roof of the main hall had not yet collapsed. Lady Shizuka stood at the innermost part of the main hall holding Nika in her arms, while Momonosuke clutched her sleeve, his 80-year-old fingers turning white from the grip. A wooden bucket filled with water was at her feet. Kawasumi had just handed Nika over from this very bucket. Lady, please hand over Master Momonosuke to us. Kazuki Momonosuke knelt on one knee, using his knife as a crutch. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Just as he finished speaking, a massive sound of something tearing through the air rolled from the horizon. The azure dragon emerged from behind the ridge, its scales glimmering with a ghostly blue light in the fire. Its claws dug into the roof of the castle, smashing a wooden beam, and debris along with sparks fell down. Kaido transformed back from his dragon form, landing on the open ground before the castle, leaving a spiderweb pattern on the ground. He was unarmed, his weapon the kanabo not in hand, and the bandage on his chest was still seeping blood. He strode into the city, and the minions stepped aside, bowing their heads, not daring to look at him. Outside the city, under the cedar tree, Hezo leaned against the trunk, one leg bent, and resting on the roots, his hand in his shorts pocket, sunglasses perched on his nose. The red light of the Demon Slayer ring had just dissipated from his fingertips. He arrived a step ahead of the red-sheathed 9 heroes from the execution ground to Jioli. The wind billowed the hem of his floral shirt. From this angle, he could just see inside the main hall, where the firelight elongated everyone's shadows. He had no intention of entering, leaning against the trunk as if watching a play. Hezo believed that the protagonist should always make a dramatic entrance, only revealing their savior's true colors by rescuing people from peril. Kaido stepped into the main hall just then. As soon as Kazuki Momonosuke raised his knife, it was swatted away by Kaido with a single slap, crashing him into a pillar. Raizo lunged forward, but Kaido countered with another slap, sending Raizo flipping through the air to crash beside Kazuki Momonosuke. Kanjuro was kicked aside, and before Kikuno could raise her knife, she was swept into the corner along with her blade. Kawasumi pounced on Kaido's leg. Kaido glanced down at him, raised his foot, and Kawasumi was sent flying, knocking over the wooden bucket and spilling water everywhere. 5 people, 5 strikes. Only the crackling of burning wooden beams and Kawasumi's suppressed gasps remained in the main hall. Kaido approached Lady Shizuka. Lady Shizuka tightened her embrace around Nika, pushing Momonosuke back, with her other hand raising her head to look at him. Her face showed no fear, her lips pressed into a thin line. Kaido slapped forward. Lady Shizuka's body flew against the wall, sliding down it. Nika fell to the ground and cried out as she tried to stand up, but her arm trembled and she collapsed back down. Momonosuke stood frozen, his mother's sleeve torn from his grasp. He looked down at his empty fingers, his lips trembling. Kaido grabbed him by the throat, lifting him up. The 80-year-old child hung in midair, legs flailing, fingers trying to pry Kaido's fingers apart, but to no avail. His face turned crimson, tears and snot smeared across half of it. You are the son of Kazuki Oden Momonosuke, aren't you? Momonosuke's lips moved, but only a few muffled gasps came from his throat. He stopped kicking his body, resembling a chicken caught by the neck. Kaido stared at him, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. The son of Oden shows such weakness. Just then the firelight at the entrance of the main hall dimmed. Hezo walked out from the flames, his floral shirt rustling in the heat, sunglasses resting on his nose. His gaze fell on the suspended Momonosuke held by the neck and paused for an instant. Then he turned his head to Kaido. Kaido, give me some face. Hezo's tone was heavy, laced with fear as he attempted to challenge Kaido's authority. In the corner, Lady Shizuka observed this, seeing her heart stirred. Kaido looked at Hezo, still gripping Momonosuke, who was shaking. After a moment of silence, the corner of his mouth twitched. Hezo's appearance here did not surprise him. He had already mentioned wanting to keep Momonosuke for future use in the hall. He initially thought that Hezo would take him away immediately after the execution. He didn't expect it to happen in such a manner, in front of all the minions, in front of Lady Shizuka and those few retainers. To ask for face. Kaido's mind turned for a moment. Then he understood Hezo's intent. Who was Hezo to ask for face? He was likely acting for show in front of the Kazuki family. He had just killed Oden in front of all of Flower Capital. Now, if he didn't eliminate the entire Kazuki family, where would the beast pirate's face be? With Hezo speaking up in public, if he let them go now, it wouldn't mean Kaido was afraid of the remnants of the Kazuki family. It would mean he was giving face to Hezo. Kaido smirked. Hehehe. Hezo, you know what I'm talking about. He still held on to Momonosuke, his voice. If I don't kill their entire family, now they will come for me later. This brat is the son of Odin. Keeping him will inevitably lead to future trouble. Hezo remained silent, his expression unreadable behind his sunglasses. Kaido stared at him for a while, then glanced down at the trembling Momonosuke in his grip. He paused for a moment. His fingers tightened for an instant. A short gasp escaped Momonosuke's throat. Then he released his hand. He tossed Momonosuke to the ground, who fell onto the stone floor, scraping his knee, curling up into a ball, his shoulders shaking violently, too afraid to look up. Kaido looked at Hezo, gritting his teeth. Fine, Hezo. I will give you this face. He turned and strode out. He paused at the doorway, not looking back. Kaido will spare the life of Odin's son. Hezo, you owe me a favor. The sound of armor and footsteps mixed together, shaking the ground as he walked away. Only the crackling of flames remained in the main hall. Lady Shizuka pushed herself up from the wall, staggering over to scoop Nika up from the ground and pull Momonosuke into her embrace. Momonosuke was still trembling, his fingers stiff, his face buried in his mother's arms, not crying out. Kazuki Momonosuke crawled over from beside the pillar, picking up his knife to prop it against the ground. Raizo, Kanjiro, Kikuno, and Kawasami gradually got up, forming a circle around Lady Shizuka and the two children. Crossing 20 years of time, I will send you into the future to greet the dawn that is to come. Lady Shizuka pushed Momonosuke into Kazuki Momonosuke's arms and raised her hands. A silvery light surged from her palms, enveloping Kazuki Momonosuke, Raizo, Kanjiro, Kikuno, and Momonosuke. Wait a moment. Hezo's voice was not loud, but everyone in the main hall heard it clearly. Lady Shizuka's hands paused, the silvery light still swirling in her palms. Hunt the sea demon suppression. A streak of silvery light glimmered from Hezo's right-hand index finger. Lady Shizuka's hands froze in midair. The fruit's ability felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, yet remained, but could not be moved. Then an overwhelming presence of Conqueror's haki surged from Hezo, unmatched and extremely precise. It passed through Lady Shizuka's body, as if ignoring her. She didn't even have time to feel any impact before the haki flowed through her, like passing through a layer of air. It passed through the silvery light orb in her palms, through Kazuki Momonosuke's arm, and into Momonosuke's body. In less than an instant, Momonosuke's body bent sharply, his mouth opening, and he let out a whimper. Two fragile eggs shattered in that moment. Then the Conqueror's haki vanished. Not disappeared, but receded and resided within Momonosuke. The remaining power sank deeper within him, becoming dormant. If he ever encountered life-threatening danger, that power would explode and help him escape the pain of the mortal realm. In the next moment, the suppression of the Hunt Sea was lifted. The power of the time fruit surged back fiercely, the silvery light orb contracting violently before bursting open. The figures of Kazuki Momonosuke and the others twisted and faded in the flame, vanishing. Momonosuke didn't even feel pain. He had already been transported to a time 20 years later. Only Lady Shizuka remained in the main hall, her hands still outstretched. She slowly turned her head. Hezo stood at the entrance of the main hall, flames dancing by his side, the last vestiges of light from the Hunt Sea ring on his right index finger just fading away. Lady Shizuka looked at him, her lips moving. Hezo, what was that just now? Hezo put his fingers into his shorts. I placed a trace of Conqueror's haki within him to help Momonosuke escape pain in times of danger. Lady Shizuka fixed her gaze on his eyes. Thank you for doing this for the Kazuki family. Hezo's mouth curved slightly, a hint of mischief flashing across his face, his tone almost regretful as he said, after all, he was once a companion, but Odin never really cared for us companions, even pretended not to recognize us when we met on the street. Lady Shizuka looked down at her scraped palm, remaining silent for a moment. Odin was too foolish. Thank you for still considering him a partner from the same ship. Hezo turned his head, looking at the still burning roof of the main hall. Just now, I owe Kaido a favor for saving Momonosuke. This is all I can do in Wano. Lady Shizuka gathered Nika closer in her arms and bowed to Hezo. Thank you, Hezo. Her tone was not heavy, but the bow lingered for a while before straightening up. Hezo looked at her. It's fine, I respect Odin's choice, but it feels cold. Lady Shizuka raised her head. Hezo's face showed no expression, his sunglasses obscured his eyes, but the curve of his mouth had flattened. I have things to attend to, I must go, I have done all I can. Lady Shizuka watched his back. Hezo, no need to thank me, this is what I should do. Hezo did not look back. Meanwhile, in another timeline, a thin layer of snow covered the ruins 20 years later. Peach Boy crawled up from the pile of rubble, the sound of his knees hitting the ground swallowed by the wind. He did not immediately stand up, remaining on his knees with one hand covering his groin, his mouth agape, producing only a faint sound from his throat, his voice slightly different. It felt as though something had twisted within him, pain radiating from his lower abdomen to his spine, spreading to every finger and toe. He arched his back, curling up into a ball, pressing his forehead against the cold rubble. Pain. Pain so intense he could not cry out. This pain was not from a wound or a fracture. It exploded from the deepest part of his body, leaving behind a hollow, fiery ache, the kind that lingers after something vital has been brutally taken away. At this moment, Peach Boy dared not move. He did not dare to breathe deeply. He did not want Jean Wayman and the others to see his face. So he pressed his forehead against the rubble, his fingers digging into the crevices of the stones, ignoring the fact that his nails were breaking. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, dripping onto the rubble, quickly dried by the wind. A long time passed, so long that his knees lost all sensation and the rubble left white imprints on his forehead. Peach Boy slowly lifted his head. Jean Wayman was several steps away, supporting himself on his sword, panting. Leizong knelt on the ground, wrapping cloth around his fingers. Lang leaned against a broken wall with his head down, and Xiao Ju sat on the ground holding her shoulder. No one noticed him. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Then he slowly removed his hand from his groin, bowed his head, and looked at his pants. Empty. No bloodstains, no external wounds, but the pain radiating from that area told him that something had changed inside. He reached out to touch it. When his fingers brushed there, his face went pale. No, it's gone. Something he had never truly valued in 8 years was just gone. Peach Boy's hand froze on his groin, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. The wind blew through the gaps in the ruins, chilling his back and causing him to shudder. He did not cry out, did not scream. He simply withdrew his hand, slowly placing it on his knees, his fingers curled, as if holding onto a ball of air. His gaze remained fixed on his pants, as if looking through them at something else. The white on his face faded little by little, replaced by a different color, not fear, but something heavier than fear. He was a bloodline of the Kazuki family, the son of Odin, the only legitimate heir to the general of Wano. The position of general has been passed down through generations from Sukiyaki to Odin, from Odin to him. Now Odin was dead, and so was Lady Toki. The Kazuki family was left with just him and his sister Hiyori. Hiyori was a girl, and according to Wano's customs, the position of general could only be inherited by a male. He was the only male of the Kazuki clan, the last spark, the only key to reopening Wano. But this key was now missing a piece. Peach Boy removed his hand from his knees, slowly propping himself up on the ground, and gradually stood up. His legs trembled, blood seeping from his scraped knees, but he didn't care. After standing up, he adjusted the hem of his kimono, smoothing out the wrinkled parts caused by the rubble and brushing off the dust. His movements were slow and deliberate, as if he were doing something very important. Then he let his hands fall from the hem of his kimono to his sides. His face was expressionless. He could not let anyone know. No one could know. He was Kazuki Momonosuke, the son of Kazuki Odin, the future general of Wano. He had to appear whole, had to be legitimate, had to stand before everyone, and as Odin's son led Wano in its... If anyone found out he was no longer a complete male, if they discovered that the last male of the Kazuki family could not continue the line, then he would be nothing. Not the heir to the general, not the young master of the Kazuki family, not that key. Just an 80-year-old child who had just been choked and lifted by the neck, unable to speak. Peach Boy stood there, the wind lifting the hem of his kimono. He glanced down at his pants again, then looked at Jean Wayman, who was panting in the distance. Then he pulled his gaze back, forcing himself to stand upright despite the excruciating pain in his lower body. On Onigashima, the Great Hall, Kaido was pouring wine from a jug when he saw Hezo appear out of thin air, placing the jug on the table with a thud. Immediately standing up, Hezo, you're back. You finally made it. I just had someone heat up the meat. Come sit. Hezo chuckled and leaned against the table. I just heard you say that I owe you a favor, right? Kaido immediately froze, his face turning red, and quickly waved his hands. No, that was just for fun. How could I let you owe me a favor? You're a smart kid, ha. Hezo patted him on the shoulder. I won't stay here any longer. I've finished my business. He turned and shouted towards the pillar, Mihawk, you two come over here. Mihawk approached, followed closely by Crocodile, looking quite impatient. You two need to go back to East Blue's Fuchsia Village. Hezo leaned against the table. That old man Carp's vacation should be over. It's time for him to return to the Navy headquarters. Take care of Robin. Don't let her worry. You don't need to take care of anything else. For the rest of the time, you can have fun wherever you want. No need to report back to me. Take care of Robin. Don't let her worry. You don't need to take care of anything else. For the rest of the time, you can have fun wherever you want. No need to report back to me. Mihawk nodded. Got it, teacher. I'm going back to Mary Geo's for a bit to handle some matters. He'll probably be... Hezo yawned. Once I'm done, he'll naturally come find you. At that moment, he glanced over and noticed a little girl with braids sitting on a small stool, staring at him with wide eyes. It was the 80-year-old Yamato. Hezo waved at her. Girl, come here. Yamato's eyes lit up, and she immediately jumped off the stool and ran over excitedly. Hezo picked her up, affectionately ruffling her hair, then turned to Kaido, his tone becoming serious. Kaido, this is your biological daughter. I don't care how you treat others, but be a little kinder to her. Don't just hit and shout at her all the time. Kaido scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Hezo, it's just that this girl is too disobedient, always running around. What child isn't mischievous? Hezo patted Yamato's head. Everyone has their own thoughts. You shouldn't always try to restrain her. Let her do what she wants as long as she doesn't learn from that fool Odin. Anything else is fine. All right. Kaido immediately nodded and turned to shout, Jean, go arrange the fastest ship for those two. Yes, big brother Kaido. Jean emerged from the shadows, slightly bowing to Mihawk and Crocodile. Please follow me. Mihawk and Crocodile exchanged glances and turned to follow Jean. Hezo held Yamato, looking down at her sparkling eyes, smiling, girl, I'm leaving. Be good from now on, and don't always make your dad angry. Yamato hugged his neck and asked softly, Hezo, brother, will you come back to see me? Of course. Hezo pinched her little face, his tone gentle. When you grow up, he'll take you to see the sea. The seas of the whole world, he'll take you to see. If your dad doesn't listen, he'll help you beat him up. After saying that, he set Yamato down and waved at Kaido. With a gentle wave of his left hand, a crack in space slowly opened before him. I'm leaving. Hezo stepped in, and the crack instantly closed as if it had never appeared. Yamato stood in place, gazing at the empty great hall, her small fists clenched. She remembered Hezo's words and the promise to take her to see the sea. As for Kazuki Odin, whom she had only seen once in Flower Capital, he had long been forgotten. In fact, Yamato's behavior stemmed from Kaido's misguided teachings, which failed to provide the child with a correct worldview, and imprisoning her had forced her to read that ridiculous Odin's diary, turning her into a dutiful child. The night was as thick as ink. The lights of Mary Geos shone in the distance, and Panga City loomed like a giant beast swallowing all the light. The palace at the highest point was dark, standing silently in the moonlight, just like 13 years ago. A red light flashed briefly in front of the palace doors. Hezo walked out from the light of the Abyss Slayer, his floral shirt fluttering in the night wind for a moment before falling silent. The palace doors were closed, a thin layer of dust settling on the door rings, but the cracks were clean, as if someone had wiped them. He reached out to push the door open, and the hinges let out a faint creak like a long-awaited sigh. The hall inside was dark, with moonlight filtering through the stained glass, casting blurred patches of color on the floor. He did not turn on the lights, passing through the main hall through the corridor and pushing open the door to the sleeping quarters. The bed was still the same as 13 years ago, with freshly changed sheets and no dust on the pillow. Hezo took off his sunglasses and placed them on the nightstand, not changing out of his floral shirt, and collapsed backward onto the bed. The mattress sank, creating an impression where his head lay. He stared at the ceiling, the patterns of the stained glass blurring in the moonlight. He closed his eyes. He fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the stained glass, casting patches of color on the ground. The light crawled from the head of the bed to the foot, illuminating the entire bed. The person on the bed did not wake up. The floral shirt was open, one leg hanging off the edge, and his face turned to one side. The hall door was pushed open. Two maids entered, one after the other. The one in front was holding freshly dried sheets, the sunlight making them fluffy and warm, as if she were hugging a cloud. The one behind carried a copper kettle, steam rising from the spout. They came at this hour every day for the past 20 years. First they opened the hall door, then the corridor windows, and finally pushed open the door to the sleeping quarters to change the sheets, wipe the nightstand, and replace the empty cup with a new one of warm water. Today was no different. The one in front shook out the sheets, but halfway through she froze. There was someone lying on the bed. A floral shirt, sunglasses on the nightstand, one leg hanging off the edge. Sunlight fell on his face, and he frowned slightly, but did not wake up. What is this? The sheets slipped from her hands, piling on the floor. The kettle fell from the other maid's hands, hitting the floor with a dull thud, spilling water everywhere. The steam rising from the spout spread across the floor. Hezo opened his eyes. A warm weight crashed into his arms. It wasn't just one person, but two. Mia and Vera simultaneously lunged at Hezo, pushing him half an inch into the bed. Their immense softness enveloped Hezo tightly, their shoulders shaking violently, their tears soaking a large area of his shirt, warm, spreading from his chest to his shoulders, from his shoulders to his sleeves. What a familiar feeling. It had been so long since he enjoyed this sweet celestial dragon life. Hezo-sama, we missed you so much. Their voices were muffled, filled with heavy nasal sounds, softened and hoarse from tears. You've returned. After 13 years. Why did it take you so long? You must have suffered outside. You've lost weight. Young master promised to return, and he will definitely come back. This familiar way of addressing him was indeed from the little demon king of Mary Geos, Narona Hezo. Hezo was pinned down by the two, his back sinking into the mattress. Hezo raised his hands. One hand pressed on the back of one maid's head, while the other hand pressed on the back of the other maid's head. The maids nestled tightly against Hezo. Hezo relished the softness he had missed for 13 years, not pushing them away. A long time passed, so long that the sunlight had moved from the head of the bed to the foot. Hezo raised his hands. One hand pressed on the back of one maid's head, while the other hand pressed on the back of the other maid's head. The maids nestled tightly against Hezo. He lifted them off himself, placing them on the edge of the bed to sit properly. The two were separated, yet their consciousness still lingered in the bliss of the moment. One of them pouted, tears welling up again, while the other raised her hand to wipe her eyes, reddening the area around her eyes, lowering her head to pick up the fallen kettle from the floor and shaking off the blanket. Hezo sat up from the bed, ruffling his hair. His floral shirt was wrinkled, the collar open to his chest, with large patches of tears soaked into his chest and shoulders, shining in the sunlight. He picked up his sunglasses from the nightstand and perched them on his nose, standing up and walking towards the door. When passing by them, he stopped for a moment, both hands reaching out to pat their heads. Vera, the sheets are wet too. The two maids' faces turned red. Hezo left the sleeping quarters. Sunlight streamed down from the dome, landing on his shoulders. The scenery remained the same. The trees and waters outside the courtyard looked just as they had 13 years ago, the pines, too, the stone lanterns dust-free, and the moss under the pines damp. He stood under the corridor for a while, then turned his head, looking outside the hall, murmuring to himself, "Hancock, I'm coming. Since I wrote one segment, there won't be 3 chapters, so today there are only 2 chapters." Vera was half kneeling in the corridor, meticulously wiping the last piece of bluestone with a cloth, her fingertips brushing against the fine dust in the stone crevices. Inside the house, Mia was tiptoeing, shaking out the freshly sun-dried sheets to lay them on the bed frame, smoothing out every wrinkle with her fingertips, while the courtyard remained so quiet that only the soft sounds of fabric rubbing together and the gentle scrape of the cloth against the stone could be heard. Hezo walked slowly through the courtyard gate, casually closing the wooden door behind him. The air of nonchalance from just returning home still lingered on his brow, but as he stepped into his family's territory, the distinguished aura belonging to the Nirona family, etched into his very bones, began to spread quietly around him. It was not a posture deliberately put on display, nor was there a hint of arrogance, but rather an innate sense of detachment and pressure that towered over all beings like an invisible veil gently draping over him. As a damned celestial dragon, one should be arrogant and overbearing. In the past, Hezo had been lawless in the Holy Land, and now this aura gradually enveloped him as he returned to the Holy Land. Hezo leaned against the corridor pillar, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the silver-white sea hunter ring on his right index finger. Vera and Mia, who had been focused on their work, almost simultaneously froze, instinctively straightening their backs, even their breaths becoming lighter. Recently, in the Holy Land, has any celestial dragon bought female slaves? Hezo's voice was faint yet carried an undeniable weight. Vera immediately straightened up, wringing out the cloth and placing it on the edge of the wooden bucket, quickly walking over to him, slightly, bowing, her tone respectful and steady, to answer, "Lord Hezo, many families have received new arrivals recently, but the largest commotion comes from the Rosward Holy area. 3 female pirates were just received from the hands of human traffickers 3 days ago, reportedly captured from the North Sea. They are very fierce and have already bitten 2 guards." Hezo raised an eyebrow and casually remarked, "3 female pirates. Yes, they seem to be about 10 years. Vera nodded and added, "I heard that many families have sent people to inquire, hoping to get a share from Lord Rosward, but he hasn't budged, seemingly planning to keep them for himself." Vera nodded and added, "I heard that many families have sent people to inquire, hoping to get a share from Lord Rosward, but he hasn't budged, seemingly planning—" "Yes, Lord Hezo." The two responded in unison, bowing as they watched his figure slowly walk out of the courtyard without any attendants. The streets of Mary Geos were always bright and beautiful. Golden street lamps lined the cobblestone path, while flower beds at the roadside were planted with exotic flowers gathered from various places along the Grand Line, the air filled with a faint fragrance of flowers and expensive spices. Every passing celestial dragon was dressed in silk robes adorned with jewels, their heads covered with transparent bubble hats, either being carried in soft palanquins or leisurely riding docile mounts flanked by attendants exuding a magnificent presence. Hezo blended into the crowd, yet appeared out of place. He wore no luxurious attire, nor did he don a bubble hat, and lacked the entourage, strolling casually with his hands in his pockets. Many celestial dragons who recognized him immediately averted their proud faces upon catching sight of him, lowering their heads to hurriedly step aside, not daring to steal a second glance. His appearance and physique had changed, yet his hair color and aura reminded many celestial dragons of a nightmarish memory. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Hezo stopped in front of a grand white mansion. The crimson door stood wide open, and sounds of whips cracking, men's roars, and children's laughter mixed together, exuding an unsettling peculiarity. Hezo did not enter immediately, but leaned against the door frame, casting a subdued glance at the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, a rough black stone surface was soaked with dark red blood. 2 completely naked male slaves covered in whip marks wore heavy iron collars around their necks, firmly chained to iron rings embedded in the ground. They resembled two enraged beasts howling as they lunged at each other, using their teeth to bite and their fists to strike, blood covering their faces and bodies, their murky eyes filled only with a frantic will to survive. This was not a duel, but merely a betting game for the amusement of the celestial dragons. Above the courtyard, two soft palanquins adorned with white fur blankets were set up. Seated in the left palanquin was none other than Lord Rosward. He was clad in a deep blue robe lined with gold, his expression impassive beneath the bubble hat, playing with a gold-tipped bull whip in his hand, coldly watching the slaves tearing at each other, as if observing two fighting insects. In the right palanquin sat Lord Grow of the Topman family, around 30 years old, dressed in a bright red robe, his face flushed with excitement. From time to time, he would slap the armrest and laugh heartily, shouting in a high-pitched voice, "Bite his throat." Yes, bite through his throat. Rosward, this time, you're definitely going to lose. My box of deep-sea pearls is not something you can evade. Lord Rosward glanced at him, his tone flat. It's not over yet, why the rush? Beside the palanquin, a grey-clad wet nurse stood trembling, cradling a baby wrapped in a bordered brocade robe, the 1-year-old son of Rosward, Charles. The baby, oblivious to the bloodshed around him, found the sight of the two bloodied men wrestling together amusing, clapping his small hands and giggling, drool running down his mouth and dripping onto the wet nurse's hand. The wet nurse was terrified, shaking all over, yet she did not dare to move, desperately holding onto the child, her head bowed low, not daring to even breathe. The surrounding guards and servants also lowered their heads, standing expressionlessly, as if they had long been accustomed to such scenes. Lord Grow was engrossed in the spectacle when he inadvertently caught sight of Hezo, standing at the courtyard's entrance. He first froze, then frowned, his excitement instantly turning into profound impatience and disdain. In his eyes there was no other celestial dragon in Mary Geos dressed so miserably. This person before him wore neither a bubble hat nor luxurious clothing and lacked attendants, looking entirely like a lowly slave who had escaped from some family, daring to secretly stand at the door and spy on their entertainment. Immediately Lord Grow slammed the armrest of the palanquin, standing up abruptly, pointing at Hezo's nose, and sharply reprimanded in a high voice, "Which lowly slave dares to hide at the door and spy on me? How bold! Hurry up and come in to kneel for punishment." This reprimand instantly drowned out the howls of the slaves in the arena. The two slaves who had been biting each other suddenly stopped trembling as they crawled on the ground. Lord Rosward also furrowed his brows, following Lord Grow's gaze to the courtyard entrance. Just one glance, and Lord Rosward's expression changed instantly. The cold indifference that had been there vanished without a trace, replaced by an extreme and profound fear. His pupils suddenly contracted to pinprick size. The bullwhip in his hand dropped to the ground with a soft thud, and he froze on the palanquin, every drop of blood in his body seeming to congeal in an instant. It was Lord Hezo, the little demon of the Nyrona family. The one who walked boldly in the Holy Land, even making the 5 elders give him their utmost respect, a ruthless individual who would dare to slay his own kin at the slightest provocation. He remained leaning against the door frame, his face devoid of any expression, neither anger nor murderous intent, yet the air around him suddenly grew cold, as if even the sunlight had lost its warmth. He slowly raised his right hand, gently curling his 5 fingers. The seemingly ordinary sea hunter ring on his right index finger suddenly emanated a chilling dark glow. The light flickered and vanished, the ring in his palm instantly unfurling and transforming into a pitch-black longsword, radiating a chilling cold light in the blink of an eye. The sword bore no extraneous decorations, yet exuded a sharpness capable of shattering anything. The moment the longsword was formed, Hezo's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Without a sound or any warning, he moved like a ghostly shadow, instantly crossing a distance of more than 10 meters, appearing behind Lord Grow. His speed was so extreme that everyone present only felt a blur before their eyes, unable to comprehend. Lord Grow even maintained the posture of pointing at the door, his face still displaying that arrogant expression, completely unaware that death had already descended upon him. A flash of cold light, too fast for anyone to see how the blade was swung. Thud! A head adorned with a bubble hat rolled straight off the palanquin and heavily crashed onto the blood-soaked black stone ground. The hat shattered, revealing Lord Grow's face, which still bore an expression of shock and arrogance, his eyes wide open in disbelief, not realizing who he had provoked until death. Thud! Following that, the headless body collapsed from the palanquin, blood gushing from its neck, splattering all over Lord Rosward. As Hezo's longsword retracted into his hand at the moment of slaying Lord Grow, it transformed back into the sea hunter ring, not a single drop of blood staining it. The entire courtyard was instantly enveloped in a deathly silence. One could hear a pin drop. All guards and servants stood frozen, their minds blank, their faces filled with disbelief. They could never have dreamed that someone would dare to publicly execute a celestial dragon in Mary Geos under broad daylight. The wet nurse holding Charles gasped in shock, quickly covering her mouth, her legs giving way as she knelt to the ground with a thud. She trembled like a leaf, desperately protecting the child in her arms, her head bowed, so low it almost touched. Charles, who had been giggling moments ago, was startled by the sudden turn of events, his little mouth pouting before bursting into tears. His cries pierced the silence of the courtyard, yet no one dared to lift their heads to take a glance. Lord Rosward trembled violently, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, dripping onto his blood-soaked. He could no longer care about the dignity of a celestial dragon crawling and tumbling down from the palanquin, kneeling heavily on the cold black stone ground, his forehead pressed firmly to the ground, not daring to lift his head to glance at Hezo. Hezo. His voice trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, nearly squeezing the words out through clenched jaws. I didn't know. I didn't know you had arrived. I apologize for the lack of welcome. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. The two bloodied slaves in the arena were equally terrified. Even they understood that Lord Rosward was a lofty celestial dragon. Yet this young man dressed plainly could make Lord Rosward kneel and bow his head, even risking injury to his forehead. They hurriedly dragged their broken bodies, pressing their foreheads firmly against the bloody ground, not daring to breathe heavily. Hezo walked slowly to Lord Rosward, looking down at his pitiful state, his tone calm and collected, yet carrying a weight capable of crushing everything as he spoke lightly. Oh, I believe I just heard someone say I was a slave. A seemingly casual remark that detonated like thunder above Lord Rosward's head. He shuddered all over, his bowing becoming even faster, the blood from his forehead spreading across the ground as he cried, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Lord Hezo. It was Lord Grow of the Topman family who was blind to your noble status. It has nothing to do with me. Please see it clearly. Please do not be angry. When did Nirona family members become slaves that you could insult at will? Hezo's voice remained calm, but with a hint of coldness. Lord Rosward, in a state of panic, quickly exclaimed, it was Lord Grow's fault. It's all his fault. He spoke carelessly. It has nothing to do with my Rosward family. Please spare me. Please spare the Rosward family. Hezo looked down at him for a moment, a barely perceptible cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he lightly uttered two words, enough. Upon hearing these words, Lord Rosward's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally felt some relief, his entire body going limp against the ground as he gasped for breath, his robe soaked through with cold sweat. At that moment, Hezo's gaze shifted to the wet nurse kneeling not far away, trembling while holding Charles. It is this little creature who has been embarrassing the celestial dragons outside. Hezo approached slowly, and in the terrified gaze of the wet nurse raised his right foot and lightly kicked towards Charles in her arms. Thud. A dull sound. A small round ball flew towards the sky. Charles soared through the air like a kicked ball, tracing an arc before crashing heavily into a rose bush in the corner of the courtyard, his cries instantly becoming even more piercing. The wet nurse turned pale as paper, her lips trembling, yet she did not dare to utter a word. Hezo glanced at her, his tone flat, but carrying an undeniable command, go retrieve him. Yes, yes, Lord Hezo. The wet nurse hurriedly replied, scrambling to her feet and stumbling towards the rose bush. Hezo turned around, looking at the still collapsed Lord Rosward on the ground, his tone unreadable as he slowly spoke. I heard you recently bought 3 female pirate slaves. Lord Rosward stiffened, the heart that had just been set at ease, raising its apprehension again. He quickly got up from the ground, still lowering his head, forcing a smile that was worse than crying, his voice trembling. Yes. There is such a matter, Lord Hezo. If you like, I can bring them over for you to see right now. Whichever you choose, just take them away. He knew well that since Lord Hezo had asked, these 3 slaves could no longer belong to him. Not to mention 3, even 30, as long as Lord Hezo wanted them, he would obediently present them with both hands. After all, compared to his own life, a few slaves were utterly insignificant. Hezo no longer cast a glance at the bleeding corpse of Gross Saint on the ground. He casually pulled over a chair draped in white velvet and sat down as if it were only natural. Hezo did not even raise his eyelids, his tone flat, but carrying an undeniable command. Go bring over those 3 female slaves you just bought. Rosward Saint was momentarily stunned, but immediately a sycophantic smile spread across his face, bending almost to the ground as he repeatedly replied, yes, yes, yes. Rosward Saint, please wait a moment. I will have someone bring them right away. He turned around and kicked the guard captain, who was shrinking back hard in the leg, sending him stumbling to the ground. Rosward lowered his voice and viciously scolded, his voice filled with the pent-up aggression from earlier. Why aren't you hurrying to the dungeon to fetch those 3 bitches? Be swift. If you dare make Hezo wait even a second longer, he'll flay you all and throw you to the dogs. The guard captain scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the dungeon in the backyard without daring to look back. The The courtyard fell into a deathly silence. Once more the only sounds left were the rustling of the wind through the rose bushes and the distant, intermittent cries of Charles Saint. Rodswad Saint stood respectfully beside Hezo, his hands hanging at his sides, not daring to breathe a word. Cold sweat continued to stream down his forehead, sliding into his collar, and the deep blue robe with golden threads on his back was completely soaked, clinging to him uncomfortably. His heart raced anxiously like a rabbit thrashing about, uncertain of what this grim figure wanted, with the three slaves silently praying that Hezo was merely interested in them and would take them away without further angering him. After about half a stick of incense, the sound of dragging iron chains grew closer. Two burly guards with faces full of brutishness marched three emaciated little girls over. The three girls were around 10 years old, dressed in tattered prison garb stained with dirt and dried blood. Their hair was yellow and tangled, resembling a clump of wild grass. Their faces were filled with terror and timidity, yet their eyes concealed a glimmer of barely noticeable defiance. Heavy iron collars were fastened around their necks, tethered together by a thick iron chain. Each step they took eliciting a harsh clattering sound. Hezo heard the footsteps and slowly raised his head. Henku. Huh. As he clearly saw the appearance of the three children before him, his brows instantly furrowed. A hint of barely perceptible anger flashed in his previously calm gaze, and the air around him chilled further. Who are these three? His voice was more frigid than before. Rodswad Saint's smile stiffened for a moment, his heart sinking, secretly thinking this was bad, yet he hurriedly forced a smile, cautiously replying, Hezo Saint, these are the three female slaves I just bought from the human traffickers 3 days ago. If you are interested, feel free to take them. No need to be courteous. If you find them lacking, I can have someone go to other families to pick out a few better ones for you. Hezo stared at him for 2 seconds, his gaze icy as ice. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly and slammed his fist against the transparent bubble shield above Rodswad Saint's head. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed, and the bubble shield instantly shattered into countless transparent fragments, scattering like snowflakes on the ground. Rodswad Saint was struck off balance by the punch, crashing heavily to the ground, blood instantly pouring from his nose and half of his face visibly swelling. Who told you I wanted these 3 slaves? Hezo looked down at him, his tone chilling. Who gave you the audacity to act on your own? Rodswad Saint covered his face and climbed up from the ground, gritting his teeth in pain, on the verge of tears, but dared not utter a word of complaint, only lowering his head and stammering, Did you not just say? I thought. When you asked about them, it was because you wanted them. I was wrong, Hezo Saint. I will never dare again. Just then the sound of hurried footsteps approached. The nurse holding Charles Saint came stumbling back from the... Little Charles was crying with a red face, his voice hoarse, covered in rose thorns and dirt, and his little robe was torn in several places, looking in a pitiable state. The nurse was panting, her hair disheveled, her face filled with fear and dread. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she spotted the shattered bubble shield on the ground and the bruised Rodswad Saint, causing her legs to weaken, nearly causing her to fall. She quickly hugged Charles Saint tightly, kneeling on the ground with her head bowed low, trembling all over like a leaf in the wind. Hezo's gaze fell on little Charles. He walked over, and before the nurse could react, he reached out and lifted the still wailing Charles from her arms. Little Charles was startled by this sudden action, his cries stopping as he stared at Hezo with wide, tear-filled. After a moment of shock, he erupted into an even more heartbreaking cry, kicking and flailing his little hands and feet in an attempt to break free. Hezo expressionlessly weighed the infant in his hands, as if lifting a weightless ball. Then he swung his arm and kicked out fiercely. Whooshed! Charles Saint flew through the air like a fired cannonball, tracing a long arc, soaring further and further until he became a small black, disappearing at the horizon of Mariwa, his cries fading away. The nurse watched the direction in which Charles Saint flew away, her eyes widening in horror, her face losing all color, letting out a shrill scream, Charles Saint. She scrambled to her feet, ignoring the dust on her clothes, and ran madly towards the direction Charles Saint had flown off, shouting in despair and fear, quickly disappearing at the end of the street. Rodswad Saint gazed at the direction his son had vanished, his lips twitching in pain, yet not daring. He even felt a twinge of relief, grateful that Charles took the hit for him, otherwise it would have likely been him kicked away. Hezo brushed the dust off his hands, exhaling deeply, the anger on his face dissipating considerably. He glanced at Rodswad Saint, who stood trembling in place, not daring to breathe, and said indifferently, Forget it, I won't make it difficult for you. Keep an eye out for any slave traders who have 3 female pirate sisters captured near Windless Zone. Notify me immediately if you find any. Rodswad Saint's heart instantly relaxed, the tension that had been hanging finally eased. He immediately nodded fervently, his respect palpable. Yes, yes, yes. Rest assured, Hezo Saint. I will send someone to investigate right away. I know all the slave traders in Mariwa. As soon as they appear, I will ensure you are the first to know and personally deliver them to your residence. Hezo snorted, no longer speaking, and turned to walk towards the courtyard gate. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, his figure tall and aloof, exuding a forbidding aura. When he reached the crimson gate, his steps paused slightly, and without looking back, his voice floated over calmly, "Let these three go." With that, his figure completely disappeared behind the gate. Rodswad Saint stood still, staring motionlessly at Hezo's receding figure until it vanished around the corner of the street, and then his tightly wound nerves finally relaxed. His legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground again. He quickly grabbed onto the soft sedan's handrail, gasping for breath as his chest heaved violently. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat and blood from his face, the relief of surviving nearly overflowing from his eyes, continuously muttering, "Thank goodness. Thank goodness." Finally sent this grim figure away. But in the blink of an eye, the shock on his face was replaced with the arrogance and brutality inherent in the celestial dragon. The subservient demeanor he had just shown to Hezo vanished without a trace, replaced by a face full of malice and fury. All the grievances and fear he had just suffered transformed into unvented rage, pouring out onto the subordinates around him. He suddenly turned around, glaring at the guards and servants who were huddled in fear, his voice sharp and fierce, like an enraged beast. "What are you all standing around for? Are you all dead?" He pointed at the guard captain he had just kicked down, cursing angrily. "You useless piece of trash. You couldn't even handle bringing one person." He grew more furious, picking up a crystal vase from the nearby table and smashing it on the ground. With a bang, the vase shattered. He grew more furious, picking up a crystal vase from the nearby table and smashing it on the ground. With a bang, the vase shattered into countless pieces, splattering the surrounding servants. "Did you hear that?" Hezo Saint said to let these three go. Rodswad pointed at the three little girls, still chained, his eyes fierce and his tone impatient to the extreme. "Hurry and unchain their necks. Get out. Get all of you out. Don't let me see them again. Just looking at them irritates me." The guard captain hurriedly complied, trembling as he took out the keys and clumsily began to unlock the iron collars around the three girls' necks. The three little girls stood in place, unable to believe they were truly being freed until the guard gave them a push. They exchanged glances and then ran towards the courtyard gate without looking back, quickly disappearing onto the street. Rodswad watched their retreating figures, spitting out a curse with malice, his gaze sweeping over Gross Saint's corpse and the pool of blood, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes before turning to a gloomy disposition. He waved a hand at the remaining servants, his tone icy as he commanded, "Clean this place up, don't leave a trace. I will personally go to the Topman family. Also send someone to find that little brat. If you can't find him, don't bother." The servants hurriedly complied, bowing their heads as they frantically began to clean up the scene. Some were gathering the bodies and blood, others were sweeping up the shattered vase fragments, while some rushed out to find Charles Saint. Rodswad Saint adjusted his disheveled robe, touched his still throbbing face, snorted coldly, and turned towards his room. His back still exuded the arrogance and tyranny unique to the celestial dragons, yet his steps were noticeably lighter than usual. Clearly the fear brought by Hezo had not completely dissipated. The courtyard of the Rodswad family returned to its usual oppressive and cold atmosphere, as if the harrowing slaughter and chaos that had just unfolded had never happened at all. Hezo strolled leisurely along the cobbled streets of Mariehwa, hands in pockets. The celestial dragons along the way saw him from afar and immediately lowered their heads to hastily avoid him, not daring to breathe. Secretly wondering, did I miscalculate the timing? Haven't those three girls been brought to the Holy Land yet? Forget it, I'll head to the flower between in Panga City to see that old fellow. The air of Panga City carried a refreshing floral fragrance. Unlike the resplendent grandeur and clamor of other places in Mariehwa, the surroundings amidst the flowers were eerily quiet. There were no patrolling guards along the way, nor any servants moving about. Only the neatly trimmed white roses swaying gently in the breeze, releasing a rich, yet non-intrusive scent. Huzwa strolled leisurely up the white jade steps in front of the gate among the flowers. The staircase had a total of 99 steps, each intricately carved with elaborate patterns, a place only the highest echelon of the celestial dragons could tread. His footsteps were light, making no sound, and his silver-white long hair shimmered softly in the sunlight, blending seamlessly with the surrounding sea of pure white flowers. Just as he was about to step over the last step and push open the intricately carved ivory door, it was suddenly pushed open from the inside. A man dressed in a white knight's uniform with gold trim stepped out. He was tall and straight, his blonde hair meticulously styled, a gilded sword hung at his waist, and his brow bore an air of authority and pride from long occupying a high position. It was none other than the supreme commander of the Knights of God, Fei Galan Jalansheng. Jalansheng had been lowering his head to adjust his cuffs when he noticed someone blocking his path and instinctively looked up. The moment his gaze fell upon Hezuo's iconic silver-white long hair, the cold pride on his face vanished. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt on one knee on the cold white jade steps. With a thud, his right hand pressed to his chest, his head bowed deeply, his tone extremely respectful. "Your Excellency, the Supreme Heaven. Do you need to see a mom, Sheng?" Hezuo raised an eyebrow, his tone as casual as greeting an old friend. "Oh, it's Jialin Sheng. What's the matter? Did you just come out?" Yes, Jialin Sheng maintained his kneeling position, not daring to look up at Hezuo. "I just came to report to Imam Sheng, but he is not here." "Not here, huh?" Hezuo replied, nonchalantly retracting his hand that was about to push the door. "That saves me the trouble of going in myself." "Where are you headed?" "In response to your Excellency, I am headed to the Divine Punishment Training Ground." "The training ground of the Knights of God?" Hezuo's tone held a hint of interest. "Indeed. Then I will accompany you." Upon hearing this, Jialin Sheng immediately responded with utmost respect. "Yes. I shall lead the way for you." After saying this, he slowly stood up, stepped to the side, lowered his head slightly, and walked half a step in front of Hezuo on the left, his posture humble, not daring to overstep even a little. The two of them walked through the deep corridors of Panga City, arriving at the entrance of the Knights of God's exclusive underground training ground. The heavy stone door with dark patterns slid open, silently revealing a vast and empty training area. Inside stood only Fei Gallen Shamrock Sheng, who was throwing punches at a sea prison stone target with bare hand. He was not wearing his usual sword, the blade that would one day house the three-headed dog fruit of the mythical beast. At this moment, it lay in Vegapunk's research facility, undergoing technological modifications and enhancements to its fruit abilities. Hezuo pondered quietly, having forgotten about this matter. A few days ago, when parting with Mihawk, he hadn't brought Knight along. Now Vegapunk's weapon modification technology had long been perfected, and it should have been sent for upgrades. But it was fine, he could send it over next time. It was also good for Mihawk to take Blackblade Knight out for some practical training. Knight would just have to wait a bit longer to experience the power of the Golden Winged Rock. Jialin Sheng led Hezuo in, slowly raising a hand to signal Shamrock to stop, and then respectfully introduced Hezuo. "Sheng, this is my son Fei Gallen Shamrock." Shamrock stopped punching, displaying the typical rebelliousness of youth, and reluctantly bowed slightly. Hezuo stepped forward, casually ruffling his fiery red hair, which was identical to Shank's. "He really looks like him, just like that little brat." Shamrock's body stiffened instantly, his brows furrowing sharply, a flicker of offended anger flashing in his eyes as he instinctively turned his head away. But his peripheral vision caught sight of his father's tense profile, along with an unprecedentedly respectful posture that bordered on humility. He forcefully suppressed all his movements, only clenching his fists at his sides, not daring to reveal any dissatisfaction on his face. Jialin Sheng immediately put on a humble smile, slightly bowing. "You flatter me. It's just some meager talent, far from a fraction of yours." Hezuo's fingertips brushed against the soft red hair, and his tone suddenly shifted, his voice as light as a breeze. "This hair color." Before he finished speaking, Jialin Sheng's smile instantly froze. He suddenly knelt on one knee, bowing deeply, beads of cold sweat surfacing on his forehead, his voice trembling ever so slightly. "Hezuo Sheng." He did not dare to look Hezuo in the eye, let alone ask any questions, only clenching his fists tightly, his heart racing. The blood-red memories from the Valley of Gods surged back, and he had never told Shamrock the true cause of his mother's death, nor allowed anyone to mention that name in front of Shamrock. Hezuo looked at his tense back, suddenly chuckling softly, retracting his hand. "It's fine, I just said it casually, no need." After saying this, he turned and walked deeper into the training ground, his silver-white long hair shimmering with the cold light under the dim lamp. Jialin Sheng finally let out a sigh of relief, slowly standing up, his back already soaked with cold sweat. He quickly walked over to Shamrock, who was still frozen in place, lowering his voice and speaking with utmost seriousness. "Remember, this is the Supreme Heaven. Hezuo Sheng from the Nirona family. His status is far above that of the five elders, and even the one on the Void Throne cannot command him. When you see him again, be sure to show utmost respect. Never let there be any sign of disrespect." Shamrock's rebelliousness and confusion vanished without a trace. The earlier flicker of offended anger had long dissipated, replaced by profound dread and genuine awe. He suddenly lifted his head to look at Hezuo's receding figure, cold sweat breaking out on his back, and deeply bowed his head, his waist bending more perfectly than ever, not daring to take a single breath. The father and son duo dared not be negligent, quickly keeping pace and following half a step behind Hezuo, not daring to breathe too loudly. At that moment, a sudden clash of violent airwaves erupted from the front of the training ground, and Hezuo's voice floated over faintly. "Oh, there are still two here." Not far ahead in the mixed ability combat area, two figures were locked in fierce combat. One figure was surrounded by a pale blue aura with a translucent Qilin phantom faintly appearing above his head. He raised his hand, sending fine waves of light scattering, and his fingertips could summon twisted undead monsters. The other figure was wrapped in countless sharp black thorns with vines whipping around, like venomous snakes, the thorny tips gleaming with a cold light, each strike leaving deep marks on the hard alloy floor. Old acquaintances are these two still alive? Hezo crossed his arms, standing at the edge of the mixed ability battle zone, watching the scene with great interest. Shung and Shamrock stood half a step behind him, one on each side, breathing deliberately, lightly afraid to disturb him. The brawl inside was reaching a fever pitch. Lamoxifer Kirin Shung was enveloped in an increasingly dense light blue aura, and the translucent Kirin phantom above him had solidified to a great extent, its scales gleaming with a cold luster under the dim lights. He raised a finger, sending out a fine wave of light in a fan shape, instantly filling the air with a drowsy aura, Kirin's sleep dragon wave. Where the light wave reached, even the swirling dust slowly descended. Shepherd Somas Shung was already prepared. Countless black thorns suddenly erupted from around his eye sockets, weaving into a dense black veil that firmly blocked the hypnotic light wave's invasion. At the same time, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open, with hundreds of sharp thorns rising from the earth, forming a cage that trapped Kirin Shung in the center, thorn earth spike cage. The thorny tips shimmered with a ghostly blue poisonous light, crazily contracting inward, poised to pierce through Kirin Shung. Yet he remained calm, muttering a spell under his breath, and suddenly slapped the ground with his right hand. Phantom Dream, Withered Bone Army. The thorny tips shimmered with a ghostly blue poisonous light, crazily contracting inward, poised to pierce through Kirin Shung. Yet he remained calm, muttering a spell under his breath. The skeletons were undaunted by death, gnawing through the contracting thorn vines with their bodies. Even when pierced or crushed by the thorns, they would reconstitute in the mist. Interesting. Somas Shung chuckled lightly, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes behind his golden-rimmed. He clasped his hands together, causing all the thorns to surge simultaneously, with barbed spikes growing densely on the vines, wrapping around the skeletons like venomous snakes. Thorn bone devouring vine. The barbs dug deeply into the joints of the skeletons, frantically draining the mist that sustained their existence. The skeletons' movements grew increasingly sluggish, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Kirin Shung's figure flickered, transforming into a streak of blue light that surged towards Somas Shung. His claw, covered in blue scales, brought forth a sound of wind breaking as it struck fiercely at his chest. Somas Shung reacted extremely quickly, instantly raising a thick shield woven from countless thorns, and with a loud bang the thorny shield shattered, and the tremendous force forced Somas Shung to stagger back, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Instead of being angry, he smiled even more brightly, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, his tone laced with a sickly excitement. Yes, just like that. Love is all about mutual harm, Kirin. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly spread his arms, and all the blood energy surged into the thorns. The originally pitch-black thorns instantly turned a bizarre blood color, shooting upward to transform into 9 clawing blood dragons, swirling in midair. Blood thorn 10,000 dragons devour. The 9 blood dragons simultaneously dove down, with a world-destroying momentum, completely sealing off all escape routes for Kirin Shung. Kirin Shung's gaze sharpened, and the Kirin phantom above his head let out a deafening roar, with countless blue lightning bolts erupting from the tips of its horns. Kirin Heavenly Punishment Thunder. The blood dragon shadow collided with the blue lightning, and a massive explosion resonated throughout the training. The shockwave spread out like a tsunami, sending distant metal targets flying and cracking the hard ground into spiderweb-like fissures. Even the 3 standing outside the battle zone could feel the fierce wind approaching. As the dust slowly settled, the scene was a mess. Kirin Shung and Somas Shung both knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Kirin Shung's knight's outfit was torn in several places by thorns, with deep wounds on his arms. Somas Shung's golden hair was disheveled against his face, and the white rose on his chest had long been stained a dark red with blood. The 2 simultaneously raised their heads, preparing to launch the next round of attacks, only to see Shamrock standing not far away. Just as Somas Shung was about to speak to continue the fight, his gaze involuntarily shifted to Shung beside Shamrock, finally locking onto the man standing in front with a head of distinctive silver-white long hair. In that instant, their pupils suddenly shrank to pinpricks, their minds going blank. The figure standing there casually with arms crossed bore an uncanny resemblance to the one etched deep within their souls from over a decade ago in the depths of the Holy Land. Identical silver-white hair, the same indifferent gaze, and the same chilling aura that seemed capable of devouring everything, with the same suffocating pressure surrounding him. That was an image they dared not recall in their lives, yet could never forget. The excitement and fighting spirit on their faces vanished without a trace, their pupils constricting as their breaths halted abruptly. They disregarded the pain in their bodies and suddenly scrambled to their feet. Thud! They both knelt on one knee, right hands pressed tightly against their chests, heads bowed, deeply, voices trembling, with barely concealed fear, simultaneously shouting, "We pay our respects to the Supreme Heavenly Lord." Hezo, arms crossed, cast a faint glance across the battle zone. The mixed battle zone of this divine punishment training ground was all reinforced with the highest grade sea tower stone alloy. Even such a world-destroying clash left only shallow engravings on the ground, with not a single piece of rubble broken, only a few broken black thorns scattered at their feet, proving the existence of the fierce battle just now. After so many years there has been some progress, but not much. Hezo's tone revealed no hint of joy. He paused, his gaze landing on the Kirin phantom above Kirin Gom Sheng, that had yet to completely dissipate, adding, "Kirin Gom, your ability is truly enviable." Kirin Gom Sheng was startled by these words, stumbling slightly. At hearing this, he buried his head, even deeper, his voice respectful to the point of being almost humble. "The Supreme Heavenly Lord has overpraised me. This meager ability of mine is all thanks to the recognition and cultivation of Saint M." Somaz Sheng beside him quickly echoed, even his voice trembling, "We do not dare to claim credit. Everything is a blessing from Saint M and the Supreme Heavenly Lord." As they spoke, a drop of cold sweat slid down their foreheads in unison, dripping down their cheeks onto the cold alloy floor. This bone-deep fear was something that the fierce battle just now could not bring. They were all too aware of the means of the figure before them. This capricious Supreme Heavenly Lord could easily strip away everything from any celestial dragon, including their proud devil fruit abilities. The previous remark about an enviable ability sounded to them like a death sentence. Hezo looked at their tensed figures, suddenly chuckling, "There's no need to be so afraid. I know what you're thinking, I'm not that kind of person." As soon as the two heard this, their bodies trembled violently, heads lowering even further, their voices trembling with a sense of having survived a calamity. They simultaneously said, "We do not dare to make any assumptions about the Supreme Heavenly Lord's thoughts. We hold nothing but reverence and admiration for the Lord, not a shred of other thoughts." Hezo was originally leaning against the alloy pillar in the training ground, speaking as he straightened up. His flip-flops made dull thuds against the cold alloy floor as he leisurely walked towards the combat zone, where Qilin Gomu and Somaz were located. Back in the day during the battle at the Valley of the Gods, you pirates were nothing more than speed bumps. You didn't even have the strength to fight back. As he passed by Galen, he cast a casual glance at the hand tightly gripping the sword hilt. Has this guy been so sensitive about speed bumps all these years? His footsteps did not stop, continuing forward. He only stopped when he stood in the center of the combat zone, crossing his arms as he looked at the two in front of him, the sarcasm in his tone unchanged. "So many years have passed, let me see just how much you've progressed." Upon hearing the words speed bumps, Galen, standing on the steps, immediately tensed his jaw, his expression darkening. His face, which had already been devoid of much emotion, turned as cold as ice. He instinctively turned his face away and lowered his head slightly. Even his breathing became faint. The three words pierced into his heart like needles, and the humiliation from that time surged back, making his fingertips gripping the sword hilt turn pale, his entire aura dropping to a terrifying low. Qilin Gomu and Somaz's faces turned crimson, their ears felt hot enough to fry an egg. They unconsciously scratched the back of their heads, not daring to meet Hezo's eyes, their toes nearly digging into the alloy floor. Though this was undeniably the truth, they accepted it, but being directly called out by Hezo in front of the younger Shamrock was a bit mortifying, leaving them unable to lift their heads. Shamrock, standing by, showed no expression. He had not experienced the events of the Valley of the Gods and didn't know what speed bumps referred to. He merely looked at the others with a puzzled expression. He was still wondering, isn't it just a fight? Why does everyone look like they've swallowed a fly? The two exchanged glances, putting aside their earlier awkwardness, taking a step forward to stand firm, their gazes showing a newfound seriousness as they bowed and said, "What you said is true. Back then we were indeed lacking in strength. Please guide us well today. We will give it our all and not hold back in the slightest." Just as the words fell, Hezo moved. He did not give Somaz a chance to strike. With a flash, he appeared before Somaz, his right fist wrapped in black and red conqueror's hockey lightning, crackling chaotically around his fist, distorting the air around with its force. Looking at Somaz's pupils that had suddenly constricted, he spoke in a calm tone, yet with the oppressive force of a crushing tide. "This punch contains over 20 years of power. Can you withstand it?" Bang! Without any flashy exchanges, Somaz didn't even have time to raise his hand in defense before the punch landed solidly on his chest. He flew back like a cannonball, crashing into the energy barrier of the training ground a dozen meters away. With a crack, the barrier, made of sea prism alloy, was dented into a human-shaped concave, and cracks spread like a spider web. Sliding down the barrier, he slumped onto the ground, his chest bones likely broken in several places, unable to muster the strength to raise his hands, blood continuously pouring from his mouth. In the moment he lay on the ground, images from over a decade ago flashed through Somaz's mind. Back when Hezo was only 10 years old in this very training ground delivering a punch to his chest, the boy smiling as he asked, "Can you withstand this punch containing 10 years of power?" At that time he couldn't withstand it, and even now more than 10 years later he still couldn't. Gomu standing nearby turned pale with fear. He didn't dare hesitate. Seizing the moment Hezo withdrew his fist, he suddenly raised his hand and shot out a dozen needles imbued with hypnotic effects trying to restrain Hezo's movements. Just as the needles were about to hit Hezo, he instantly activated his fruit ability, his pupils turning pure white. Dreamscape, eternal sleep realm. A pale blue halo instantly enveloped Hezo. The entire combat zone space began to distort. Hezo's figure froze in place, his eyes becoming hollow, without any movement, as if truly pulled into a dream. Gomu watched Hezo standing still, his heart racing, unable to suppress a hint of relief. Could it be that I have really trapped the Supreme One in a dream? All those years of hard work have finally paid off. Yet his relief lasted less than a second before a terrifying pressure erupted from Hezo. Crack, buzz. Black and red conqueror's lightning surged out from Hezo, instantly flooding the entire combat zone like a tsunami. The lightning struck the energy barrier with a deafening crackle, causing the whole training ground to tremble slightly. Thankfully, this training ground was specially designed to dissipate power. Galen, standing outside, turned pale, instinctively shielding Shamrock behind him. If it weren't for these power dissipation patterns, Hezo's conqueror's haki would spread out, and all the ordinary people in Mariwa would be rendered into idiots. Boom. Another loud sound erupted. Gomu's pale blue illusion was shattered by the conqueror's haki, leaving not a single remnant. Hezo's gaze regained clarity, the black and red lightning still crackling around him, and he merely cast a cold glance at Gomu. Gomu felt his blood run cold, his legs buckling as he directly knelt on the ground, unable to activate his fruit ability under the pressure of the conqueror's haki. Even Somaz, who had just recovered and was ready to unleash his thorn ability again, was crushed to the ground by this unmatched conqueror's haki, unable to muster the strength to look up, only able to grit his teeth and endure this overwhelming pressure. Hezo casually brushed off non-existent dust from his hands, the black and red conqueror's lightning slowly dissipating, and looking at the two crouched on the ground, his tone laced with undisguised disdain. "Nothing has changed since back then, you still fall with one punch." The two struggled to rise from the ground, not bothering to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths, hurriedly bowing and speaking with a hint of grievance, yet unable to show defiance. "Hezo, your strength is unfathomable, far beyond those pirates at sea. We have indeed made progress over the years, but in front of you it's still not enough. Stop making excuses." Hezo interrupted them with a frown, glancing at their pathetic appearance, and criticized mercilessly. "With your level, how can you still hold the position of the Knights of God? You are the personal guards of Im, and if word gets out, others will think there's no one in the Holy Land, just a bunch of weaklings propping up the facade." The two were left with crimson faces, lowering their heads in shame, not daring to offer a rebuttal. Hezo spoke the truth. Their strength did indeed resemble that of weaklings in his presence. However, the Holy Land truly had no one left. Hezo's gaze swept over the two, his tone chilling slightly, finally leaving them with a phrase that struck hard and was painfully real. "Don't think that just because you bear the name of the Knights of God you can rest easy. When the Holy Land truly needs to sacrifice pawns, the first to be thrown out will be people like you." After saying this, he turned and left, not uttering another word. Gomu and Somaz abruptly lifted their heads, watching Hezo's retreating figure, their eyes devoid of the earlier shame and grievance, instead filled with a fiery gratitude. They knew the internal rules of the celestial dragons all too well. Those without value, even at the level of the elders, were mere pawns that could be sacrificed at any time. Hezo was not deliberately looking for trouble to humiliate them today. He was genuinely trying to awaken them. "Hezo." Somaz clenched his fists, looking at the empty training ground entrance, his voice choked. "We understand. We will never slack off again." Gomu nodded heavily, his eyes holding a newfound determination. Galen, standing on the steps, looked at the two and couldn't help but smile faintly. He certainly understood Hezo's intentions. Among the entire Holy Land, this Supreme One was the most human, genuinely caring for them in this painful yet heartfelt way. Hezo paid no more attention to the people in the training ground, leisurely stepping out in his slippers, the soles making a crisp clap sound on the alloy passage, his figure quickly disappearing at the end of the corridor. The residence where Hezo usually lived was not built in the core forbidden area of Panga City, but rather chosen in the outer district where ordinary Tianlong people gathered. Ordinary Tianlong people only knew the fearsome reputation of this little demon lord from the Nirona family, completely unaware of his true status. Here there were none of the layers of ceremonial displays and prostrations found in Panga City, nor the suffocating solemnity pervasive everywhere. The courtyard walls were half the height of neighboring Tianlong residences, with a few neglected bougainvillea growing in the yard looking so casual that it hardly resembled a Tianlong person's dwelling. Hezhua had always been weary of that hypocritical and oppressive atmosphere in Panga City. Just as he pushed open the courtyard door, two lively figures rushed out from inside. Vela and Mia flanked him, each wrapping her arms around one of Hezuo's arms, their soft chests gently rubbing against his arms. Their pretty faces tilted up, eyes sparkling with excitement, their voices filled with joy. Hezhua, you're back. We made your favorite sweet soup. Come in and have some. Hezhua allowed them to pull him inside, holding their hands casually, as he remarked with a hint of nonchalance, then I must taste it. While I was away from the sacred land, I wonder if your culinary skills have improved. My standards are quite high. As soon as these words left his mouth, Vela and Mia instantly became tense, their grip on his arms tightening. They hurriedly pulled him to the long table in the dining room, their fingertips trembling slightly. Vela and Mia's faces flushed instantly like ripe apples as they unconsciously exchanged a glance filled with familiar panic and barely concealed excitement. They were reminded of the old days when if the dishes were not prepared well, Hezhua would spank them on the bed, which truly hurt, but afterward they would be cuddled and comforted. The mix of fear and ticklishness made them weak at the knees just thinking about it now. The anticipation and tension spread in their hearts. Vela clapped her hands, and the servants waiting outside immediately filed in, bringing in exquisite dishes and setting them on the dining table. Look, Hezhua. Mia pointed at the dishes on the table, her tone cautious with a hint of pride. This creamy stew is the one you taught me back then. Oh, I specifically added 3 times the butter as you said, eh? And this roasted lamb chop, I marinated it overnight with your favorite rosemary, even timing the cooking just as you instructed. Hezhua glanced at the dishes on the table, tapped the surface with his fingertips, and teased with a smile, the presentation is decent, but I wonder if you two are as tasty. Vela and Mia's faces instantly turned crimson like ripe apples as they shyly looked down, twisting their fingers at their clothing, softly protesting, oh Hezhua, please eat. Hezhua chuckled, waved his hand casually, and the serving servant immediately bowed and exited, gently closing the palace door. He picked up his knife and fork and began to leisurely sample the dishes on the table. Hezhua cut a piece of lamb chop and put it in his mouth, chewed a few times and nodded. The rosemary flavor is just right, and the cooking is spot on. You've improved a lot. As he spoke, he patted the 2 chairs beside him, his tone casual, as if calling his younger sisters at home. Don't just stand there, sit down and eat with me. Vela is the elder sister, Mia the younger sister. Both are 30 years old, 4 years older than Hezhua, and have been taking care of him since he was 12. Vela and Mia's fingertips instantly tightened around the edges of their clothes. Having grown up in Mariawa, they were well aware of the rules here, let alone dining at the table with their master. Even serving at the side of the dining table, with heavy breathing, could earn them a slap, and daring to touch the utensils or interrupt was met with harsh punishment. The two stood frozen in place, momentarily afraid to move. Hezhua, seeing their bewildered expressions, couldn't help but laugh, tapping the table with his fingertips. What's wrong? Didn't I say goodbye to Saint Satan when I left back then? During my absence, you two are the masters of this palace. It's just sitting at a dining table. What's there to be so restrained about? Over the years, have you suffered any grievances without my backing? As soon as these words were spoken, Vela and Mia's faces reddened, instantly feeling a bit embarrassed as they fidgeted slightly, but ultimately pulled out their chairs and sat down. No, just a bit unaccustomed. At first, their bodies were still slightly tense, not daring to handle the knife and fork as casually as before, their backs straightened like 2 little girls who had just been taught manners. Hezhua looked at their awkward demeanor and scoffed, placing the 2 largest lamb chops into their bowls, tapping their plates with the back of his knife. Relax, there are no silly rules here with me. The familiar tone, the familiar gesture acted like a key that instantly unlocked the floodgates of memory. The two exchanged a glance, seeing warmth in each other's eyes, their tense shoulders slowly relaxing as they picked up their knives and forks, taking small bites. The warm yellow light spilled over the dining table, steam rising from the dishes, and Hezhua casually gnawing on a rib reminded them of over a decade ago. That warm feeling akin to home slowly returned, devoid of the hierarchy of master and servant, devoid of the rules of Tianlong people, just 3 individuals who grew up together, quietly enjoying their meal. Hezhua, have you suffered at sea all these years? Vela asked softly, taking a bite of bread, her eyes reflecting uncontainable concern. Hezhua chuckled, took a sip of red wine, his tone brimming with arrogance. With my strength, who could make me? Even if it's Kapu Roger teaming up, they can't make me frown. Exactly. Hezhua is the best in the world. Mia immediately chimed in, her eyes sparkling with admiration, forgetting to chew the bread in her mouth. Those pirates aren't even worthy to carry your shoes. You are the supreme being. No one in the entire sea can defeat you. She grew more excited, her little face flushed like a fan who finally met her idol. Hezhua looked at her adorable expression and burst into laughter, reaching out to ruffle her hair, his fingertips grazing her warm ear tip. You sure know how to sweet talk. MIA's face turned even redder from his touch as she leaned closer to him, gently tugging at his clothes, her voice soft and a bit spoiled. Hajwa, I'm a bit full, I want. She didn't finish her sentence, nuzzling against Hajwa, her soft chest pressed against his arm. Hajwa chuckled, putting down his knife and fork, wiping his mouth with a napkin and lifting her up, pulling Vela along with him, his tone laced with a hint of flirtation. Full. Then let's go to the bed and have something else. Vela's face turned red instantly as she obediently followed him to the bedroom. The warm yellow light illuminated the backs of the three, cozy yet ambiguous, as the dining room, once filled with the aroma of food, gradually fell silent. The next morning, fragmented sunlight streamed through the seams of the velvet curtains, cascading onto the lavish, oversized bed in the center of the bedroom. The bed frame was crafted from the precious wood atom found only in the depths of the Grand Line, a premier material so coveted that even shipbuilders scrambled for it. Its grain shimmered with a faint golden hue, edged with delicate deep-sea sapphires and adorned with velvet bedding embroidered with golden threads, soft enough to feel like sinking into clouds, spacious enough to comfortably accommodate a dozen people. Hezo lay in the middle with Vela and Mia nestled on either side of him, their skin touching, breathing evenly, still deeply asleep. Hezo slowly opened his eyes, leaned down, and kissed each of their cheeks, gently patting their perky bottoms, his voice low. Don't sleep too late. Remember to have breakfast when you wake up. His movements were light, not waking either of them. He grabbed the shorts and shirt draped over the foot of the bed and slipped them on, walking barefoot out of the bedroom. In the hall, yesterday's dining table had been cleaned spotless by the servants, the cutlery polished to a shine, neatly arranged on the sideboard, leaving no trace of the meal's aroma, as pristine as if it had never been used. Hezo did not linger in the room, stepping into the courtyard wearing slippers and lay back on the wicker chair under the old bougainvillea tree, soaking up the warm sunshine, relaxed like a cat basking in the sun. Before long, a servant hurried over, bowing beside the wicker chair, his tone respectful and hesitant. Lord Hezo St. Rosward is here to see you. He claims he has found what you were looking for. The servant quickly withdrew, and before long St. Rosward entered, keeping his head bowed and moving carefully. The servant quickly withdrew, and before long St. Rosward entered, keeping his head bowed and moving carefully, not daring to breathe loudly. Behind him were three thin little girls, seemingly around 7 or 8 years old, dressed in faded, tattered clothes, their small faces full of timidity and fear, tightly clutching the corners of their garments, trembling slightly. They had already heard on the way here that those captured by the celestial dragons to be made into slaves met grim fates, either beaten to death or tortured to a state worse than death. Thinking of the days ahead, tears welled in the three little girls' eyes, but they dared not cry out. The black-haired little girl among them, who had just been captured, Boa Hancock, quietly shielded her two younger sisters behind her, her small body tense, and in a voice only the three of them could hear, filled with a sob, yet unusually resolute, she said, "Don't be afraid, sister will protect you." St. Rosward carefully approached Hezo's chair, bowing almost to the ground, his voice trembling with respect. Lord Hezo, these 3 slaves are the ones you requested. Do they match the ones you asked me to find? Hezo's gaze fell directly on Hancock, observing how she trembled in fear, yet still stood firm to protect her sisters. Remembering the future Empress of 9 Snakes who would look down on all, even the admirals, a playful smile crept onto his lips with an indescribable expectation in his eyes. He casually nodded. Indeed, it is them. Since you have fulfilled my request, we will let the previous matter slide. You may leave now. These 3 will follow me from now on. Upon hearing this, Hancock immediately panicked. Thinking Hezo was like those evil celestial dragons who torment slaves, she stepped forward, her small frame blocking her sisters, looking up at Hezo and shouting, her voice filled with a sob, yet trying to remain defiant. Sir, please let my 2 sisters go. I am willing to serve you like a beast. You can punish me however you wish. Hezo looked at her angry little face and couldn't help but laugh, tapping the armrest of the chair with his fingers, his tone a bit teasing. Oh, do you think I won't let them go if you don't serve me? Or do you believe I lack the means to make you obey? As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki emanated from Hezo, sweeping lightly. Hancock's 2 younger sisters immediately rolled their eyes and fainted. Hancock, being stronger than her sisters, did not faint outright, but her legs went weak, and with a thud, she knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Yet in this terrifying moment, an unusual feeling surged within her. Only such a powerful man deserved to conquer her. However, thinking of the looks of Hancock's 2 sisters, Hezo found himself lacking interest. Hezo watched her kneeling on the ground, yet still secretly glancing at him, scoffing softly, waving his hand. Enough, you can stay. They'll have someone send the other 2 back to Snake Island. Hancock suddenly raised her head, her face filled with shock. Hezo, observing her astonished expression, added, I am not one of those celestial dragons who enjoy tormenting slaves. If you behave well, I will consider letting you go. Just as he finished speaking, Rosward, who had just reached the courtyard door, hurried back with a heavy wooden box in his arms. He quickly spotted Hancock kneeling on the ground, and the two little girls fainted his heart, sinking, muttering to himself, "This little demon of the Nirona family is truly terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he has knocked out two of these little beasts. His methods are even more ruthless than ours, who only know how to beat and scold." He dared not ask further, quickly walking up to Hezo, presenting the wooden box, a flattering smile on his face. "Lord Hezo, regarding the last matter, I felt uneasy after much thought. These 3 devil fruits are my apology to you. You can use them to feed your pets or for entertainment." He then opened the box, revealing 3 neatly arranged devil fruits with strange patterns. He pointed at the fruits and introduced them one by one. "This one is the sweet fruit, a paramecia type. This one is the snake fruit, python form. And this one is the snake fruit, king cobra form, all specially reserved for you." Hezo glanced at the fruits in the box, unable to suppress a laugh, lightly tapping the edge of the box. "You are quite thoughtful. Well done." Seeing Hezo smile, Rosward's face instantly brightened, bowing even lower. "As long as you are satisfied, I will not disturb your enjoyment any longer. I shall take my leave." Saying this, Saint Rosward quickly turned and left the courtyard without looking back, fearing that staying even a second longer would provoke this little demon. At that moment, a light sound of slippers stepping on the stone floor echoed from the palace entrance, and Vela approached in a thin silk nightgown, her long hair still tousled from sleep, softly calling, "Master." "Huh." At the entrance of the palace, the light sound of slippers brushing against the stone slabs could be heard as Vela approached, clad in a thin silk nightgown, her long hair still messy from just waking up. She softly called out, "Master." "Huh." She walked to the rattan chair, and her gaze fell upon 3 little girls on the ground, dressed in clothes that had faded from washing, the edges still bearing the remnants of a pirate crew's insignia, looking dirty and rough around the edges like seaside pirates. Vela tilted her head and leaned closer to Hezo, whispering, "Holy Hezo, who are these 3 little girls?" "They are slaves just sent over by Goldsvard," Hezo responded casually. Hezo absent-mindedly replied, his fingertips toying with the ends of Vela's hair. Vela stared at the pirate marks left on their clothes, suddenly realizing, her eyes brightening. "Are they the 3 female pirate slaves you were looking for a few days ago?" Hezo chuckled, pinching her soft nose. "You're quite clever." Vela took the opportunity to sit on Hezo's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, gently rubbing her chin against him, her tone slightly proud. "Of course. It's all thanks to holy Hezo's influence." Hezo let out a low laugh, picking her up effortlessly and turning towards the dining room. "All right, enough of the chit-chat. Let's go have breakfast first. After a long night of fun, I had the servants prepare everything in advance this morning, so you won't have to busy." Upon entering the dining room, the table was indeed set, with steaming breakfast consisting of their favorite dishes still radiating warmth. Cuddled in Hezo's embrace, Vela softly rubbed her cheek against his chest, saying, "Thank you, holy Hezo, for taking care of me and my sister." She then lowered her head with a hint of guilt twisting the hem of her nightgown, her voice small. "I'm sorry, holy Hezo, for not being able to let you taste the dishes we made ourselves. We know you aren't used to what others cook." Hezo placed her on a chair next to the dining table, ruffling her messy hair casually. "It's all right, having something different occasionally isn't a big deal. You go wake Mia up, we'll eat together later." Vela smiled and waved her hand. "Mia should be up soon, as she just want to wash up." As soon as she finished speaking, Mia entered wearing the same light silk nightgown, her long hair still damp with water dripping from the ends, her face flushed from just waking up. Upon seeing Hezo, her eyes lit up and she hurried over. The 3 sat down together to eat breakfast, and soon they had finished. Hezo wiped his mouth with a napkin, reaching out to ruffle the heads of both Vela and Mia, smiling as he commented, "Indeed, what others make can't compare to the skills of you two." Mia immediately showed a proud expression, shaking her head. "Of course, our cooking skills were personally taught by you, holy Hezo." The 3 sat down together to eat breakfast, and soon they had finished. Hezo wiped his mouth with a napkin, reaching out to ruffle the heads of both Vela. As soon as the words left his mouth, both Vela and Mia's faces turned bright red like ripe cherries as they lowered their heads, twisting the hems of their clothes, their ears burning. After a while, the 2 timidly spoke in soft voices as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Master." Hezo in great spirits chuckled while pinching both their faces. "Haha, from now on that's how you should call me." As he said that, he casually picked up 3 sandwiches from the table and turned to head outside. "I'll go check on those 3 little girls." Upon reaching the courtyard, he saw the Boa sisters huddled together, Hancock cradling her 2 just-awakened younger sisters, softly saying something as if comforting them. Hezo walked over, handing the sandwiches to Vela, instructing, "Vela, you take these to them." He then nodded towards the waiting servant, gesturing with his chin, "Arrange for someone to send these 2 little ones back to the lower realm to 9 Snake Island." The servant nodded and turned to leave. Vela nodded, approaching the sisters with the sandwiches, squatting down to hand them to the girls, softly comforting. "You don't have to be afraid, holy Hezo is a very good person. He is different from those celestial dragons. Holy Hezo cannot be compared to any other celestial dragon. The three sisters timidly accepted the sandwiches from Vela's hands. They hadn't had a proper meal in days, and without even considering if it was poison, they took a big bite. The soft bread and warm filling melted in their mouths, filling them with a sudden sense of happiness, and their eyes turned moist. Hancock hurriedly pulled her two younger sisters closer, bowing earnestly to Vela, her voice soft, yet respectful. "Thank you, sister." Vela smiled and pointed to Hezo not far away. "No need to thank me. It was Holy Hezo who asked me to bring this for you." Hancock suddenly looked up, gazing at Hezo, who stood in front of the palace bathed in warm sunlight, as if he were draped in a faint golden halo like a deity. In that moment, he illuminated the life she thought was utterly dark. She had believed that being captured by the celestial dragons meant she would endure endless torment. Unexpectedly, she found herself in the hands of such a handsome man. Throughout the journey brought by Goldsvard, she had seen countless celestial dragons with all sorts of strange appearances, yet this one before her, resembling a deity, made Hancock's heart continually sway for him. Hezo walked to the rattan chair, picked up the box containing the devil fruits, and took out two snake fruits, handing them to Sandersonia and Marigold, his tone casual, yet somewhat serious. "At your age, venturing out at sea is too dangerous. Take these two fruits with you. They will provide you with some means of self-protection. Your sister will belong to me from now on, and that's not up for discussion." Vela immediately understood Hezo's intention and waved to the guards at the courtyard entrance. Before long, several CP0 agents in white suits hurried in, kneeling on one knee before Hezo, bending low, their tone respectful, as they dared not raise their heads. "Holy Hezo." Hezo nodded, gesturing towards Sandersonia and Marigold, his tone flat, yet filled with undeniable authority. "These two girls, send them to 9 Snake Island. These two fruits are a gift from me to them. Take care of them on the way, and don't let anything go wrong." The CP0 agents immediately responded in unison, "Yes. Holy Hezo, we promise to complete the task." After saying that, they stood up, each taking one of the younger sisters' hands, turning to leave the courtyard. As the two younger sisters were being led away, they kept looking back at Hancock, their little eyes filled with tears, their small mouths murmuring, "Sister, sister." Hezo watched as CP0 took the two little girls away, then turned and walked back towards the palace. Vela quickly grabbed Hancock's little hand, which was still glancing back towards the door, and followed her into the palace. It was not until they reached the palace's threshold and could no longer see the figures of her two sisters that Hancock suddenly turned her head back, her previously reddened eyes now filled with determination. She told herself in her heart that her sacrifice had ensured the safety of her two sisters, and such an effort. Entering the living room, she saw Hezo sitting on the sofa, casually flipping through a thick tome, sunlight illuminating his side profile, his features sharply defined, looking extraordinarily handsome. Hancock couldn't help but steal a glance at Hezo, but quickly lowered her head in a fluster, gripping her little hand. At that moment, Mia walked in, holding a stack of clean, soft towels and new bathing supplies. She looked at Hezo on the sofa and softly asked, "Master, should we give this girl a bath first?" Without raising his head, Hezo simply nodded slightly. Vela immediately took Hancock's little hand, which still had a bit of callus, and gently coaxed, "Come on, sister, we'll take you to bathe and change into clean clothes." Mia followed behind with the supplies, and the three of them walked towards the bathing area. Pushing open the door to the bathing area, what greeted them was a large white jade bathtub, as big as half a living room, filled with warm water, with a few fragrant flower petals floating on the surface, steam rising, wrapping them in a warm atmosphere. Hancock had never seen such an exquisite bathtub in her life. From being captured by human traffickers at sea to being bought by Lord Rodsword, she had not experienced a proper bath, nor had she even drunk much clean water. Her long hair was matted together by sea wind and sweat, her body reeking of salty seawater mixed with dust, filthy beyond belief. Vela and Mia helped her remove her dirty, ragged clothes and gently assisted her into the bathtub. The moment the warm water enveloped her body, Hancock felt so comfortable that she almost let out a sound. Her tense body finally relaxed completely, as if her pores had opened up. Vela helped her wash her long hair, which had become matted, while Mia wiped away the dirt on her body. Both were gentle in their movements, causing her no pain at all. Halfway through the wash, Hancock couldn't help but raise her head to look at Vela and quietly asked, "Sister, what kind of person is Master Hezo?" Before Vela could speak, Mia chimed in with a smile, "Master Hezo is a really great person. He is very considerate. Whenever we feel unwell, he is the first to notice and personally finds us medicine. He is also very caring and never orders us around like other celestial dragons." Vela nodded in agreement, her tone filled with relief as she spoke about Hezo, her eyes sparkling. "Actually, Mia and I were also brought to the Holy Land by other celestial dragons. We originally thought we would be tortured for life, but fortunately Master Hezo saw us and rescued us, keeping us by his side. Those other useless celestial dragons are all good for nothing. They just know how to beat slaves and disregard human life, treating us ordinary people as if we are not human at all. Mia pouted, her tone filled with disdain, but Master Hezo is different. He never casually strikes or scolds the palace servants and does not look down on us. Listening to their words, Hancock couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in her heart. She secretly thought that she had encountered a really good celestial dragon. She couldn't help but recall Hezo's extraordinarily handsome face and the terrifying yet domineering aura he had exuded earlier outside the hall. Lost in thought, her face flushed slightly, and even her legs soaking in the water felt a bit weak. At this moment, Vela smiled and pinched her little face, asking, "Girl, what do you think Master Hezo is like?" Hancock suddenly lowered her head, her face turning red, her voice small, yet firm. "He is the most handsome and imposing man I have ever seen." Vela and Mia exchanged glances and couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Vela teased Hancock's soft little face and asked, "What is your name?" Hancock sat up straight and replied earnestly, "My name is Boa Hancock from the Windless Zone's 9 Snake Island." Vela said with a smile, pointing to Mia. Beside her, this sister is Mia. Mia put away her smile and seriously admonished, "Since you are staying here, when serving Master Hezo in the future, you must not make any mistakes. Master Hezo does not like clumsy people or those who speak incoherently. Remember that." Mia suddenly slapped her forehead and muttered softly, "Master truly knows everything." Earlier when he instructed the servants, it seemed he was saying to send those 2 little girls back to 9 Snake Island. Hancock's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. She then realized that when Hezo had given the instruction, he had explicitly mentioned sending them back to 9 Snake Island, yet they had never mentioned their hometown at all. How did he know? Just how powerful is this man? Her curiosity about Hezo intensified in an instant. Hancock's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. She then realized that when Hezo had given the instruction, he had explicitly mentioned sending them back to 9. After getting ready, Vela took Hancock's slightly warm little hand and led her to the living room. Standing in front of Hezo, Hancock felt somewhat constrained, her little hands tightly gripping the hem of her dress, barely daring to face this man who exuded a powerful aura. Hezo raised his eyes and beckoned Hancock with a finger. Hancock instinctively looked to Vela and Mia beside her. Vela gently pushed her back, nodding encouragingly. Only then did Hancock bite her lip and step forward towards Hezo, standing in front of him with her head lowered, even her breathing becoming soft. Hezo closed the tome in his hands, a faint smile on his face as he looked at her, and said, "I know you, Boa Hancock." Hancock's heart trembled violently, as she did not expect this man before her to even know her name. Before she could recover from her shock, Hezo continued casually, yet with a weighty tone, "Not only do I know your name, but I also know the former Empress of 9 Snake Island, Xiachi." Upon hearing this, Hancock completely froze, suddenly lifting her head, her eyes wide open in disbelief as she looked at Hezo, unable to utter a word.